The pungent scent of disinfectant permeated the air, accompanied by a searing pain in her forehead that enveloped her entire nervous system like a shroud of darkness. Gradually emerging from the excruciating agony, Qinwan's consciousness began to resurface. As she slightly opened her eyes, she was met with a pair of deep, piercing eyes, as chilling as a tranquil pool, brimming with fury. Upon recognizing the figure before her, Qinwan's expression momentarily faltered, and a tumult of emotions surged within her, shock reverberating through her very being. Her third brother, how could he possibly be here? Wasn't she already dead? Was it true that one could encounter their most cherished individuals after death? As a realization dawned upon her, tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks. Could it be that her third brother had also perished, thus granting them this chance to meet once more? She bit her lip, shaking her head through tears, wishing fervently that this scene was merely a figment of her imagination. How could someone as unparalleled as her brother be gone? Was he perhaps a victim of Han Shunyan's schemes? With tears glistening in her eyes, her trembling lips formed the words, "Third brother, how could you, Qinwan? You truly have a talent for creating chaos. In your quest to obtain a marriage certificate with Han Shunyan, you first staged a hunger strike, and then had the audacity to leap from the third floor." Fu Jinghuai's forehead pulsed with veins, his handsome features contorted with suppressed rage, the once tender timbre of his voice now laced with uncontainable fury. In the hospital room, the silence was palpable. Qinwan, with reddened eyes, gazed at the man gripping her wrist with an expression of ire. His familiar words, his familiar presence, and his familiar warmth were almost surreal. Doubt crept into her mind, yet everything around her reaffirmed the truth. She had been reborn, transported back to her 21st year in university. Memories, long sealed, surged forth like a tidal wave. That year, in defiance of Fu Jinghuai's authoritarianism, she had surreptitiously taken the household registration booklet and attempted to climb down from the third-floor balcony using a tied bed sheet. Upon learning of her intentions to marry Han Shunyan, Fu Jinghuai had confined her at home for reflection. Unfortunately, during her descent, her fasting had led to hypoglycemia, causing her to fall from the second floor and sustain an injury to her forehead, along with a mild concussion and a sprained ankle upon reaching the hospital. She was the daughter of her mother's best friend, and after her parents died in a car accident, Fu Jinghuai's mother had taken her in at the tender age of 7. Fu Jinghuai, 5 years her senior, had doted on her since childhood, fulfilling her every wish. Their relationship had always been harmonious, yet in her reckless pursuit of Han Shunyan, she had committed an utterly absurd act, deeply hurting Fu Jinghuai in the process. This was the first time since her arrival at the Fu household that Fu Jinghuai had unleashed such fury upon her. Her extreme rebellion ultimately forced him to relent, agreeing to give her the household registration booklet and grant her freedom. From that point on, Fu Jinghuai, who had been a constant presence in her life for over a decade, vanished completely from her world. Messages went unanswered, and his home stood empty until her demise. She would never see him again. The intense pain in her forehead jolted her back from her wandering thoughts, and as her gaze fell upon the reflection in the mirror, her forehead bandaged tears threatened to brim over once more. Suddenly, Fu Jinghuai withdrew his arm, his knuckles turning pale as if he had made a significant resolution. His gaze dimmed, filled with restraint and a hint of self-mockery as he tugged at the corners of his lips. "Wan, you have won. Since you are willing to hurt yourself to be with Han Shunyan, I shall grant you your wish." The girl met his sorrowful eyes, her heart tightening abruptly, and her complexion paled noticeably. Seeing him turn to leave, Qinwan's heart trembled. Ignoring the pain coursing through her, she chased after him barefoot, wrapping her arms tightly around Fu Jinghuai from behind. "Third brother, I beg you not to go. Please don't leave me. I realize my mistake. You're the only one in this world who truly cares for me. I do not wish to marry Han Shunyan. I want to be with you." Qinwan's small face pressed against his back, her voice choked with sobs as tears cascaded down, soaking the man's shirt. The man halted, his heart filled with shock and confusion. He had clearly acquiesced to her wishes. Why had she changed her mind? Wan, you must understand, opportunities are fleeting. If she failed to seize this moment, he would never let her go, even if it meant she would come to resent him. Noticing the softness in his tone, Qinwan's heart brimmed with joy, her tear-streaked eyes nodding fervently. Third brother, I understand. In the past, I was foolish and misjudged people. I am sorry for taking your kindness for granted. At that moment, Qin Wan was acutely aware that her current demeanor resembled that of a fractured personality. Yet, she could not concern herself with such thoughts as long as Fu Jinghuai did not abandon her and still wanted her. She would not mind being perceived as unstable. She could no longer bear to part ways with him as she had in her past life. The pain was unbearable. In the pauses of her words, Qin Wan tightened her embrace around Fu Jinghuai. It had been a long time since they had shared any physical closeness. Ever since she began dating Han Shinian, Qin Wan had been averse to any proximity with him. In her heart, she feared she was the malevolent force disrupting their romance. Fu Jinghuai understood that all of this was a result of Han Shinian's brainwashing. Feeling her dependence upon him, a heart riddled with wounds found a flicker of warmth at that moment, and a reluctant smile graced Fu Jinghuai's lips. As he turned around, he noticed her bare feet on the ground and instinctively bent down to lift her into his arms. Cocooned in his embrace, Qin Wan listened to the rhythmic beat of his heart, behaving like a contented little kitten, which softened Fu Jinghuai's heart. Upon returning to the bed, Qin Wan saw him turn a leaf and, like a homeless kitten, tugged at his shirt. Third brother, are you really going to leave me behind? The man caught sight of the mist in her eyes, his gaze filled with tenderness as he reached out to ruffle her fluffy hair. Be good, I am not leaving. I will fetch a towel to dry your feet. Receiving the answer she longed for, Qin Wan felt her heart settle, her gaze following Fu Jinghuai as if she could not bear to part with him for even a moment. Her beautiful almond-shaped eyes remained fixed on him, as if fearing that he would vanish the instant she blinked. The man perceptibly sensed her anxious emotions, and the stark contrast before and after her injury was not lost on Fu Jinghuai. Yet, the reason behind her trepidation remained elusive to him for the time being. Fu Jinghuai retrieved a warm towel, treating her delicate foot with the utmost care as he gently wiped away the dust that clung to it. In the early spring, the temperature in the hospital room was somewhat chilly, prompting him to warm her small foot with his palm before placing it back under the covers. As he prepared to leave, Qin Wan displayed a pitiful expression, her words laced with hesitance. Third brother, are you really going to leave? Her timid demeanor, coupled with her enchanting, rabbit-like red eyes, tugged at Fu Jinghuai's heartstrings. He tenderly tucked her disheveled hair behind her ear and reassured her, don't worry, I won't go. You've hardly eaten anything during these days of fasting. They'll head downstairs to fetch you something to eat. Her audacious behavior, so indulgent and reckless, did not draw reproach from Fu Jinghuai. Instead, he continued to treat her with unwavering kindness. In that moment, Qin Wan felt emotionally unguarded, succumbing to the warmth and scent of his embrace. Third brother, you are so good to me, she murmured softly, and that gentle call of third brother made Fu Jinghuai feel as if he could give her anything she desired. Chapter 2. The Art of Flattery. The man gazed down at her fluffy head, his heart stirring with waves of affection. Stay here obediently. I shall return shortly with some food, he said. After a long separation, Qin Wan was fearful that he might vanish from her life once more, as he had in a past existence. She tightened her embrace around his waist, nuzzling her delicate face against his abdomen. This instinctive action was a trial for any normal adult male. Noticing the changes in his body, Fu Jinghuai's gaze deepened, and in a softened tone, he reassured her, Wan. Be good, I will be back soon. In that moment, Fu Jinghuai, anxious that Qin Wan might perceive his physical reaction and regard him as a pervert, attempted to create some distance between them. Yet, Qin Wan resisted, her grip tightening as she stubbornly murmured, I don't want you to go. Ultimately, Fu Jinghuai conceded, helpless yet indulgent. Then I shall order takeout for you. She replied, content as long as her third brother remained in her sight. Everything else was inconsequential. Before Qin Wan could release her hold, the door to the hospital room swung open. Zhao Yunma stepped inside, nearly cursing at the sight before him. He had just disembarked from his flight, having heard from a friend that Fu Jinghuai and Qin Wan had ended up in the hospital. He was well aware of the tumultuous history between Qin Wan and Han Shinian. Fu Jinghuai had drowned his sorrows in drink over the matter. Qin Wan was the apple of Fu Jinghuai's eye, and it was utterly audacious for Han Shinian to encroach upon the tender bud that Fu Jinghuai had painstakingly nurtured. Regrettably, Qin Wan was infatuated and utterly oblivious to her brother's good intentions. She had been clamoring for their household registration book to obtain a marriage certificate, pushing Fu Jinghua to his limits. Before he left the country, their quarrels had been fierce. Qin Wan was indeed formidable in her desperation to pressure Fu Jinghua. She had resorted to both fasting and even threatening to jump from heights. He had imagined a scene rife with chaos upon his arrival, yet what did he witness? Qin Wan, the lovesick girl, was nestled against her third brother like a contented cat. The atmosphere in the room was harmonious and warm, a stark contrast to what he had anticipated. Look at the way Fu Jinghua's lips curved in an uncontrollable smile. How trivial it seemed. Indeed, the one who could effortlessly manage the stern-faced demon was none other than Qin Wan. Zhao Yunma felt a twinge of confusion, wondering if Qin Wan had been possessed. Sensing someone enter, Qin Wan reluctantly released her hold. Zhao Yunma, receiving a not-so-friendly glare from Fu Jinghua, sheepishly rubbed his nose and said, "Brother, I just got off the plane and heard that little Wan Wan was injured, so I came to check on her." Fu Jinghua's cold gaze swept over him. "You come empty-handed to visit a patient?" Zhao Yunma lamented silently. He couldn't exactly admit he was there to mediate. The atmosphere was too serene for him to ruin it. He forced a smile, saying, "I just arrived in a hurry without any preparations." "Then send a red envelope directly," Fu Jinghua replied. Zhao Yunma facepalmed. "Brother, with you as a money-printing machine, does Wan really lack for funds?" However, under the pressure of a certain individual, he obediently retrieved his phone and transferred a red envelope of 66,000 yuan to Qin Wan's WeChat. "Just as you arrived, go to Rui Zhai and purchase some suitable ingredients for the patient." Zhao Yunma's lips twitched. His brother truly knew how to command others. Yet seeing the shadows of distress fade from his brother's face, he complied without hesitation. The room fell into tranquility once more, and a flicker of light danced in Qin Wan's eyes as she tentatively asked, "Third brother, will you take me home soon? I dislike the smell of disinfectant in the hospital." Fu Jinghua furrowed his brow in contemplation, but ultimately succumbed to the innocence reflected in the girl's doe-like eyes. "I will inquire with the doctor about your discharge." Qin Wan's face lit up with a jubilant smile. "All right." Her laughter was like the warm sun of spring, and it had been quite some time since Fu Jinghua had witnessed such pure and radiant joy from his little girl, causing the corners of his lips to involuntarily lift. Downstairs, the errand-running Zhao Yunma encountered his friend Qin Sixian. "I advise you not to disturb their little world right now." Qin Sixian regarded him with a look of incredulity, and Zhao Yunma cleared his throat, recounting what he had witnessed earlier. After listening, Qin Sixian's expression momentarily faltered, revealing a cryptic demeanor. Has Qin Wan changed her approach this time? Given Qin Wan's romantic tendencies, it was unlikely that Qin Sixian would easily alter his impression of her. He could only assume that her unusual behavior was a result of Han Shunyan's instigation to further torment Fu Jinghua. After hearing Qin Sixian's analysis, Zhao Yunma concurred. Otherwise, how could a person exhibit such stark contrasts in behavior? The two exchanged knowing glances. "Have your people keep a close watch on Qin Wan. It would be best to find a hacker to infiltrate her phone and discern what trick she intends to play this time." Due to Qin Wan's previous indiscretions, Qin Sixian harbored reservations about her, increasing his vigilance. When Fu Jinghua was with Qin Wan, he lost all composure, and Qin Sixian was determined to prevent Han Shunyan from using Qin Wan as a means to target Fu Jinghua. In the hospital room, the attending physician personally came to change the bandage on Qin Wan's forehead. The moment the disinfectant soaked the wound, a sharp sting coursed through her, causing her to gasp in pain. Qin Wan's delicate, pale hands clutched tightly at Fu Jinghua's shirt, her tear-filled eyes imploring his compassion. "Third brother, it hurts. Let's see if you dare to be willful again next time." The man spoke harshly, but his heart tightened in tandem with the doctor's actions, his piercing gaze seemingly poised to pierce through the physician. The attending physician, feeling the weight of Fu Jinghua's intimidating stare, continued his task with a sense of trepidation. This living deity was not someone he could afford to provoke, and he meticulously cleaned and bandaged the wound, his nerves on edge. Finally, after successfully dressing Qin Wan's forehead, the physician exhaled deeply. This simple disinfection and bandaging were far more perilous than performing a major surgery. Before departing, the attending physician not only handed Fu Jinghua several boxes of the hospital's homemade herbal scar ointment, but also provided handwritten instructions for use. After the doctor departed, Qin Wan discerned that Fu Jinghua's expression had shifted during the cleaning of his wound. She was certain that the previous events had stirred up distressing memories for him. In an effort to soothe Fu Jinghua, the girl employed her secret weapon, her almond-shaped eyes shimmering with a gentle allure as she softly implored, Third brother, could you please refrain from being upset about the past? I promise to be exceedingly well-behaved and never do anything to provoke your ire again. Fu Jinghuai maintained a serious demeanor until he met her sincere and charming gaze, which bore a hint of playful innocence. His earlier resolve crumbled in the face of her earnestness. He recognized that she was attempting to placate him, yet he chose not to expose her intentions or embarrass her. Qin Wan, a natural beauty, was further accentuated by the beauty mark at the corner of her eye, enhancing her captivating visage. Fu Jinghuai, already grappling with unwarranted feelings towards her, found himself captivated by the misty allure in her eyes, causing his throat to involuntarily tighten. His voice, tinged with an uncharacteristic huskiness, escaped him as he asked, Wan, are you certain you will be well-behaved? Qin Wan was acutely aware that her previous actions would require time and effort to mend Fu Jinghuai's lingering grievances. Her stunning face, both obedient and sincere, replied, yes. I will be very well-behaved and will never do anything that third brother dislikes. Fu Jinghuai's deep gaze fixated on her, conjuring memories of her heated arguments with Han Shinian, where she had professed her hatred for him, causing a sharp pang in his heart. This little deceiver had once again been swayed by Han Shinian's manipulations, almost making him believe her words. Nonetheless, he found himself unwilling to let go of the fleeting beauty she offered him, reluctant to part ways. At that moment, Qin Wan struggled to grasp Fu Jinghuai's true feelings, yet she remained confident that her genuine affection would ultimately win him over, binding them together forever. In this new chapter of her life, she was no longer the foolish, love-stricken girl she once was. She had developed the discernment to see right from wrong and would no longer be led astray by Han Shinian, nor engage in actions that might harm her third brother. Noticing his silence, Qin Wan grew anxious. Third brother, do you not believe what I am saying? As his thoughts returned to clarity, Fu Jinghuai felt compelled to test her sincerity. He leaned closer, whispering in her ear, of course, I believe in my Wan. The sudden warmth of his breath ignited an inexplicable tingling sensation at her ears, prompting her to instinctively lean back. This reflexive movement darkened the depths of his gaze. Indeed, she still recoiled from him, causing a sharp ache in his heart. He realized that she no longer held a place for him in her heart, and the physical aversion she exhibited was unmistakable. With a heavy heart, Fu Jinghuai withdrew, his tone growing colder. Let us return. Qin Wan noticed the desolation in his eyes. His abrupt indifference filled her with unease. She quickly recognized the catalyst for the chilling atmosphere between them. Upon contemplating this, she swiftly devised a remedy. Eagerly tugging at Fu Jinghuai while rising from the bed, standing on her toes as she wrapped her arms around his neck, their foreheads resting against one another. Third brother, I beg you, please do not be so indifferent towards me. I truly did not intend to evade you. It was your sudden approach that made me feel an overwhelming tickle, causing me to instinctively lean back, faced with such boldness from the girl he cherished. His gaze seemed ensnared, locking onto her heart, with the shadows of doubt dissipating in an instant. The unique fragrance that captivated him enveloped him without reservation, while the heat of their breaths intertwined, unleashing the long-suppressed desires within Fu Jinghuai. Her petite mouth, opening and closing like an enticing poison, rendered his self-control feeble before her. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he struggled to maintain composure, while the impish girl, blissfully unaware of the peril she was in, boldly nudged her delicate, upturned nose against his. With a voice as soft as a spring breeze, she murmured, Third brother, I am truly not lying. In that moment, a surge of emotion overwhelmed him. Fu Jinghuai thought that if he could remain unaffected by the playful affection of this mischievous girl, he would have attained enlightenment. Suddenly, his demeanor shifted. He firmly grasped her pert form, eliciting a startled gasp from her. Qin Wan tightened her hold around his neck, her cheeks flushed with warmth. Third brother, she called out, her voice a tender whisper. Fu Jinghuai's breath grew heavy, his eyes ablaze with desire. As their gazes locked, he beheld her eyes, glistening with innocence yet laced with an alluring charm, utterly beguiling and unaware of the effect she had on him. Wan, has he ever kissed you? Ultimately, Fu Jinghuai steadied himself, self-torturingly curious to ascertain the nature of their relationship. Qin Wan, fully aware of whom Fu Jinghuai referenced, shook her head, her almond-shaped eyes shimmering with unshed tears. No, in her past life, Han Shinian had lavished her with affection during the year he pursued her. Yet she held firm to her principles. Aside from holding hands, no further intimacy transpired. After their marriage, Han Shinian revealed his true colors, abandoning her on their wedding night to seek out his first love, and from then on, he either ignored her or mocked her. to further torment her. He often spread rumors with celebrities from the entertainment industry. To ensure she bore heirs for the Han family, her mother-in-law furtively added substances to her drinking water. Just as the effects began to manifest, Han Shinian doused her with cold water, taunting, "Qin Wan, how shameless can you be? Resorting to such despicable tactics to make me sleep with you? What happened to your former nobility?" At that moment, she felt a profound humiliation. Until her demise. Her relationship with Han Shinian remained superficial. In her past life, devoid of Fu Jinghuai, her existence descended into chaos. It was only when she encountered Qin Sixian that he showed her a photograph of Fu Jinghuai, now with graying hair, that her emotions unraveled, consumed by regret. Yet, it was too late. She had lost her third brother and had never seen Fu Jinghuai again. Sudden memories surged forth, stirring within Qin Wan a tide of unwelcome emotions. In this moment, her sentiments were tainted by the echoes of a past life, as she recalled the silver-haired Fu Jinghuai captured in the photograph. It became painfully clear to her that she was the architect of her own turmoil. The weight of guilt reached a critical point, and tears cascaded silently like a curtain of rain, each drop narrating the profound remorse nestled in her heart. "Third brother, I'm sorry. I'm truly sorry. I never intended this. I genuinely recognize my mistakes." Overwhelmed by her emotions, Qin Wan tightened her embrace, resting her chin against the man's neck as her tears fell freely, spiraling out of control. Fu Jinghuai had always dreaded Qin Wan's tears, a truth that had remained unwavering throughout their lives. As the girl's tears soaked into his neck, a pang of anguish gripped his heart. He tenderly placed a hand on her back, speaking in a low, soothing tone as one might comfort a child. "What has caused you to cry so fiercely? Have you encountered something troubling?" The girl lifted her tear-streaked face, her eyes pleading as she looked at him. "Third brother, please promise me you will never abandon Wan Wan, all right? I vow to be less willful." "Very well," Fu Jinghuai responded, enveloping her in a tight embrace, gently kissing her ear in a gesture of reassurance. She was his vulnerability, a soft spot that no one else could touch. And he was her armor. Deep within, Fu Jinghuai yearned to understand what could have rendered the usually radiant Qin Wan so anxious. With his affirmation, joy flickered in her eyes as she began to regain her composure, her delicate face a portrait of beauty even in distress. In a Navi gesture, she extended her hand, her voice thick with emotion. "Then let us make a pinky promise." The man, with a mix of indulgence and resignation, allowed a smile to grace his lips, extending his large hand to match her childish act. "Very well, we shall make a promise." Qin Wan's lips curved into a triumphant smile. "Third brother, I wish." Following this exchange of sweet words, amidst tears and turmoil, Fu Jinghuai had already surmised that she would seize this moment to voice her desires. "Wan Wan, your eyes are swollen from crying. What is it that you wish for me to agree to?" Fu Jinghuai knew in his heart that her request would undoubtedly pertain to Han Shinian, and a wave of apprehension washed over him. "Third brother, could you spend a little more time with me tonight?" At her words, astonishment flickered in Fu Jinghuai's eyes. "Is that all?" Qin Wan, nestled against his shoulder, awaited his response with hopeful anticipation. "Yes, brother, can you promise me?" "Very well." The girl's reaction was peculiarly out of character, yet Fu Jinghuai, even amidst the fleeting illusion of joy, wished to deceive himself into preserving the moment. Chapter 4. Be good. Don't cause a scene. Fu Jinghuai effortlessly cradled Qin Wan in one arm, while the other carried her personal belongings towards the underground parking lot. As he opened the rear door of the car to place her inside, Qin Wan playfully protested. "Third brother, I want to sit in the passenger seat." The man halted his actions. It had been quite some time since she had last occupied that seat since Han Shinian entered her life. Naturally, Fu Jinghuai acquiesced to her request, tossing the items into the back seat before closing the rear door, with one arm still around her. He used his free hand to open the passenger door. With a gentle motion, he seated the girl comfortably, adjusting the space to ensure her ease. Qin Wan relished his thoughtfulness, her gaze following Fu Jinghuai as he circled around the front of the car to the driver's seat. Noticing her eyes sparkling with delight, he inquired, "What is it?" "Nothing," she replied. The sight of her adorably naive expression melted Fu Jinghuai's heart. The journey soon brought them to Jingxiu Yuan, where darkness had already descended. The upscale neighborhood where Fu Jinghuai resided offered a panoramic view of the city's nightscape from its top floor. Returning to the home she had been away from for 3 years stirred a whirlwind of emotions within Qin Wan. Fu Jinghuai carried Qin Wan into his room, and upon gazing at the familiar yet strange environment, her tear ducts began to swell, her eyes instantly reddening. "What's wrong?" he asked. Qin Wan sniffled. "It's nothing. I just miss home since it's been so long." Her words seemed to strike a chord with Fu Jinghuai. Under Han Shunyan's instigation, Qin had moved out of this home a year ago, having once declared she would never again share a roof with him. The home that had once belonged to them both was something she had said she could leave behind. Third brother, you promised to keep me company tonight. May I choose a movie for us to watch? During their high school days, he would always accompany her on the couch to relieve her academic stress whenever he had free time. Time had flown by, and Qin had grown increasingly reliant on him, yearning to draw closer. All right, he replied. In the home theater, Qin held the remote, perusing the options. To elicit more affection from her third brother, she selected a horror film she had previously avoided. Fu Jinghuai entered, carrying a fruit platter she adored, only to see the movie she had chosen. 1-1. Are you certain you want to watch this one? Yes. She nodded eagerly, her innocence shining through. He chuckled softly as he sat beside her. Weren't you always too scared to watch this genre before? Aren't you afraid now? Qin grasped his hand, reassuringly stating, with you here, I'm not scared. Her words delighted Fu Jinghuai, and the delicate touch of her hand sent a surge of tension through him. He gently ruffled her hair, saying, if you're afraid, we can choose something else. Okay. As the film commenced, Qin noticed a slight distance between their seats and intentionally shifted closer to him. Fu Jinghuai stiffened. The fact that this young girl was willing to be near him genuinely brought him joy. However, for a grown man, sitting beside a vision that had haunted his dreams posed a significant challenge. Qin took a bite of the apple Fu Jinghuai had sliced for her and then offered the remaining half to him, sweetly coaxing, third brother. This apple is so sweet. You should try it. The man lowered his gaze to the half-eaten apple in his hand, bitten by the girl. His sensual, thin lips pressed together momentarily before instinctively parting to take a bite of the apple she had offered. His lips brushed against her delicate fingertips, and an ambiguous emotion flickered in his eyes. Observing him savoring the apple she had fed him, Qin's heart fluttered with delight. Third brother, isn't this apple quite sweet? Indeed. His lips remained tightly pressed, tinged with a hint of restraint. It's as sweet as you. He dared not voice this thought aloud. Qin's eagerness had elicited the response she desired, and a radiant smile illuminated her face. Third brother, I've read great reviews about this movie online. As long as you enjoy it. The film gradually delved into its theme, creating an eerily perfect atmosphere that left the timid Qin quite frightened. Terrified by the scenes before her, she burrowed deeper into Fu Jinghuai's embrace, seeking solace. The unique fragrance of the girl was intoxicating, and her soft body pressing against him felt like an overwhelming trial for Fu Jinghuai. He tried to steady his breath, the physical pain distracting him from the moment. His expression was taut as he draped a blanket over his legs, striving to appear nonchalant, well aware of his own uncontrollable emotions. Unbeknownst to Qin, the tension in the air escalated, further straining her nerves, causing her to almost collapse into Fu Jinghuai's arms. As she pressed closely against him, her hands lost their support, resting on the blanket. In the next moment, Fu Jinghuai let out a muffled groan. Hearing it, Qin widened her innocent eyes and looked concernedly at his long legs. Third brother, what's wrong? Did I hurt you? I'm so sorry. I truly didn't mean to. Where are you hurt? Let me check if it's serious. Her sweet voice articulated each word with clarity. Fu Jinghuai felt his blood surge, the pain in his body pushing him to the brink of collapse. Yet, this enchanting creature seemed oblivious to his distress. Her innocent and alluring demeanor akin to that of a poppy flower. Fortunately, the film approached its conclusion, and Fu Jinghuai exhaled deeply. Wan, it's getting late. I'll carry you back to your room to rest. If they lingered any longer, he feared he would embarrass himself. Noticing his pallor, Qin did not insist and softly acquiesced with a gentle mm. As he scooped her up in a princess carry, she mischievously rubbed her little head against his neck. Fu Jinghuai struggled to maintain his composure, his voice steady but firm. Be good. Don't cause trouble. Only then did Qin playfully stick out her tongue and cease her antics. Qin's room was adjacent to Fu Jinghuai's. He fought against his primal instincts and finally settled her comfortably. He returned to his own room at the quickest pace possible. In the bathroom, he swiftly unbuttoned his shirt, unbuckled his belt, and removed his trousers. Eagerly, he turned on the shower, adjusting it to cold water. Cool water trickled down from his distinctly textured neck, the tension of desire reaching its zenith, and only then did he sense the flames of his body subdued slightly. Fu Jinghuai let out a long breath. After an undetermined amount of time, he emerged from the bathroom wrapped in a towel. Unfortunately, as soon as he reclined back onto the bed, the lingering fragrance unique to the girl enveloped him, causing the previously quelled fire within him to flare up once more. The veins on the back of Fu Jinghuai's hand bulged, and he abruptly discarded the towel, a helpless smirk tugging at the corners of his lips. As the restlessness within him gradually subsided after a considerable while, "Third brother, may I come in?" A soft, enchanting voice suddenly drifted in from outside the door. Belonging to Qinwan. The heat that Fu Jinghuai had so painstakingly subdued nearly reignited at the sound of the girl's delicate tone. A fine sheen of sweat broke out on his brow, and to conceal his unusual state from Qinwan, he inhaled deeply, hastily tidied up the bathroom, and changed into a set of pajamas that would adequately cover him before moving to the door. Seeing that there was no response from inside, Qinwan reached out to knock, just as Fu Jinghuai's tall, imposing figure appeared at the door. His deep, rich voice carried an unnatural note. "Wan, is something the matter?" "Third brother, I can't sleep. May I stay in your room for a while?" Fu Jinghuai furrowed his brow. "Your ankle is still injured. Why are you running around?" As he spoke, he bent down and swept her into his arms, carrying her into the room. Noticing Fu Jinghuai's amiable demeanor, Qinwan wrapped her arms around his neck and leaned closer, her breath like orchids as she pressed on. "Third brother, can I sleep with you tonight?" Her words landed like a bombshell, stirring the already turbulent waters of Fu Jinghuai's heart, turning his handsome face a crimson red. His voice came out hoarse. "Wan, stop teasing. It's inappropriate for adults to sleep together. Third brother, we don't have to share a blanket. We can each have our own." In an effort to rekindle Fu Jinghuai's affection, Qinwan sought to dispel his doubts with this display of closeness. In her heart, her third brother was the person she trusted most and longed to be near. With her hopeful yet slightly aggrieved expression, Fu Jinghuai ultimately succumbed, his mouth reacting faster than his brain. All right. Her small scheme succeeded, her eyes curving like a crescent moon. "Third brother, I knew you cared for me the most." The chiseled contours of the man's face flushed instantly. "Third brother, what is wrong? Why is your face suddenly so red? Are you feeling unwell?" she inquired, her delicate fingertip brushing against his forehead. Qinwan's question was marked by innocent naivete, casting doubt on whether Fu Jinghuai truly believed in her simplicity, as if she were teasing him on purpose. It could be due to having just exercised. Fu Jinghuai adjusted his breathing, striving to suppress the beast within that threatened to break free. He gently laid her on the bed, then retrieved a new silk comforter from the wardrobe and placed it on the bed. "Do you prefer the left side or the right?" With a playful smile, Qinwan dove into the blanket that Fu Jinghuai had covered himself with, exclaiming, "Third brother, I'll sleep here." Fu Jinghuai watched her burrow into the quilt he had just occupied, his ears flushing with warmth as unwarranted. Intense images surged in his mind. He struggled to maintain his composure, responding, "As you wish." Nestled within the blanket, Qinwan inhaled deeply the crisp scent that belonged exclusively to Fu Jinghuai, finding immense satisfaction. The fragrance of her third brother was intoxicating, leaving her yearning for more. Observing her sly glances, Fu Jinghuai felt his mood lighten, the corners of his thin lips curling into a tender smile. He adjusted the blanket slightly, wary of her discerning his unusual state. Just as Fu Jinghuai lay down, Qinwan turned to the side and winced. The man tensed. "Wan, what's wrong?" "I accidentally pressed on my sprained ankle," she replied. Fu Jinghuai swiftly shifted his long frame, cradling her foot in his hands, noticing that while the swelling had subsided, her ankle was slightly reddened. He rose from the bed, retrieving a medical kit, and took out a massage oil, recalling the techniques the doctor had taught him as he repeated the gentle motions. His expression was soft, his movements tender, as Qinwan blissfully closed her eyes, resembling a delicate, languid cat. Fu Jinghuai's deep gaze was contemplative, his throat bobbing slightly. Qinwan, feeling like a queen, focused her attention on the flawless features of the man before her, marveling at how he resembled a celestial being descended to earth. His beauty was captivating, making her heart flutter. When she averted her gaze, her charming face turned slightly crimson, sensing her heated stare fixed upon him. The adoration evident in her expression broadened joy. Their eyes met. She resembled a child caught in mischief. To ease the tension, Qinwan cleared her throat. "Third brother, your massage technique is truly wonderful, so comfortable." The word comfortable seemed to activate a switch within Fu Jinghuai, causing his previously steady breath to deepen. He gently applied a plaster to her ankle and tucked her small foot back under the blanket. "You should rest. I'll go take a shower." "Oh, all right." Qinwan watched his retreating figure, raising an eyebrow in confusion. She had just caught a whiff of the delightful shower gel he used, and now he was off to shower again. It made sense, considering his cleanliness obsession, having just exercised and applied ointment to his ankle. It was only natural for him to feel the need for a wash. Listening to the sound of running water from the bathroom, Qin stared wide-eyed at the ceiling. She hadn't checked the time, but it seemed her brother had been in there for quite a while. Would he wash himself raw at this rate? After waiting 10 more minutes with no sign of him emerging, an idea struck her. Her ankle no longer hurt. She tiptoed to the bathroom door, lightly calling out, "Third brother." Fu Jinghui felt a warmth blossom in his chest as her soft, kitten-like voice called for him. "Third brother, are you still not done?" Leaning against the door, Qin could faintly hear sounds, her anxiety mounting. Could it be that third brother had truly taken an excessive amount of time in the bath? Had he fainted inside? Seeing her distress, Fu Jinghui swiftly composed himself, wrapping a loose bathrobe around him without bothering to put on any undergarments before stepping out. Wan, your foot hasn't fully healed. Why are you running around instead of resting in bed? Noticing he was safe, Qin lowered her gaze, murmuring, "I thought you were taking too long and might have fainted from lack of oxygen in the bathroom." Her porcelain-like face radiated a sense of grievance. Fu Jinghui found her reasoning both amusing and bewildering. He reached out to gently pat the top of her head, offering consolation. "I apologize, I mistakenly blamed you, Wan. It seems you were merely concerned about your brother." Acknowledging his realization of the error, Qin seized the opportunity. "Third brother, you were in the wrong. So you must compensate me for my emotional distress. And what kind of compensation do you desire?" Qin feigned deep thought. To make amends. You must sing me a song before we sleep." Fu Jinghui's voice, akin to a gentle spring breeze, was deep and magnetic, and his singing was exquisite, captivating all who listened. With a look of eager anticipation, how could Fu Jinghui refuse her request? "All right, brother, please sing me a song." Captivated by her sweet smile, Fu Jinghui readily agreed. Without a moment's hesitation, he chose a Cantonese song, "Truly Love You." His melodious voice, enriched by its deep timbre, transformed the rhythm of the song, infusing it with a unique charm. Qin was enchanted, occasionally humming along. As the song concluded, her eyes sparkled with admiration as she gazed at the man beside her. "Third brother, your singing is simply enchanting. If other girls heard you, they would surely be utterly captivated." "I only sing for Wan," he replied casually. Yet the choice of song had stirred his heart, revealing his hidden sentiments. Seeing his little girl so enamored with him, Fu Jinghui's heart blossomed with joy. When would she come to understand his feelings? Chapter 6. What Should I Do With You? The melody lingered in Qin mind, her lips curling into a blissful smile. "We've made a pact, third brother. You can only sing for me." "Indeed." He tucked her blanket in, saying, "It's getting late. You should rest early." "All right." Qin glanced at the expansive bed, over 2 meters wide, noting how Fu Jinghui's tall frame occupied only one side. Feeling slightly guilty, she suggested, "Brother, you could move over a bit. I want to kick you while I sleep." "No worries, I'm quite comfortable here," Fu Jinghui replied, unable to admit that being too close might lead to an uncontrollable mistake. Seeing his determination, Qin did not press further. "Brother, could you leave a nightlight on? It's too dark, and I'm a bit scared." "Of course." Moments later, Qin lay awake, exhausted yet unable to close her eyes. Today, the events that transpired felt almost surreal, and she feared that upon awakening, everything would merely be a figment of her imagination. Once the dream dissipated, all that lay before her would transform into mere illusions, and she would no longer see her beloved third brother. In such a case, her existence would be akin to a living death. Qin had already mastered the strength needed to turn over, yet she still disturbed Fu Jinghui. Unable to sleep? The man assumed her restlessness stemmed from thoughts of Han Shinian, his brow shadowed with a chilling intensity. "Yes," she confessed with a disarming candor. And before the coldness surrounding Fu Jinghui could dissipate, she continued, "I fear that upon waking, I will realize that all the moments spent with third brother today were ephemeral, and thus I am reluctant to sleep." The dark cloud of anger that had brewed within the man vanished in that instant, his tone softening. "Foolish girl. This is not a dream. The hour is late. If you do not rest, you may awaken with dark circles under your eyes. Third brother, why don't you pinch my leg so that I may feel more grounded in reality?" Without waiting for Fu Jinghui's consent, Qin, without a moment's thought, extended her fair, long leg before him, her silk pajama pants slipping down due to her movement, revealing her porcelain-white, alluring limbs. In that fleeting moment, Fu Jinghui's thin lips pressed tightly together, a rush of heat surging through him. "Foolish girl, brother assures you that all this is not an illusion. Now, do sleep." How could he bear to move even a fraction away from her? If this enchanting creature did not succumb to slumber soon, he feared he would be unable to contain the wild beast within him. Very well. In search of greater solace, Qin reached out, seizing his large, warm hand while he was momentarily distracted. Brother, with you beside me, I shall not drift into thoughts that everything before me is but a mirage. A vein throbbed on Fu Jinghuai's forehead. It was she who would not entertain wild thoughts, while it was his turn to be consumed by them. The delicate touch of her hand was intoxicating, sending his thoughts spiraling. Soon, he could hear her gentle breaths. And Fu Jinghuai found himself struggling to extricate his hand from hers. If this continued, he would truly be unable to suppress the feral beast within. Just as he made a move, Qin murmured in her sleep, "Brother, don't." Fu Jinghui gasped for air, compelled to keep his eyes closed, reciting calming mantras in his mind. This night was proving to be exceedingly arduous. The hours stretched long, and Fu Jinghui had lost track of how long he had been reciting his mantras, longing for the sweet relief of slumber. His sleep was shallow. Ever since the quarrel with Qin, insomnia had plagued him, and even the most potent sedatives had little effect. At this moment, he turned his gaze upon the enchanting girl who had ensnared his heart, a sense of despair washing over him. He did not comprehend why Qin had suddenly become so attached to him, yet even if her affection bore traces of deceit, he found himself willingly ensnared. "Ah, please don't go, third brother. I beg you to return. I promise I will no longer be willful. Please, do not abandon me. Brother, I truly recognize my mistakes. Could you possibly not vanish from my world? Life without you is utterly overwhelming for me." In the stillness of the night, Fu Jinghuai was just beginning to succumb to slumber when the girl beside him, seemingly startled by some unseen terror, shook her head in distress, tears dampening the pillow. Observing her torment, the pain etched on Fu Jinghuai's brow was palpable. "Wanwan, please wake up." Trapped in a nightmarish reverie, Qin could not escape until she heard Fu Jinghuai's familiar, mellifluous voice, which prompted her to open her eyes. Upon seeing his expression filled with concern, her heart, which had plummeted into despair, found solace. Unable to contain her emotions, she threw her arms around Fu Jinghuai, yearning for his warmth. And her feelings spiraled out of control once more. "Brother, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. Please, I beg you, don't leave me." Her incoherent utterances tugged at Fu Jinghuai's heartstrings. He reciprocated her embrace, his broad, gentle hands soothingly patting her back, cautious not to cause her any pain. "Silly girl. I am your most devoted brother. How could I ever bear to leave you?" In a daze between dreams and reality, Qin, her voice thick with emotion, protested. "But you truly didn't want one before." Fu Jinghuai, baffled, assumed she was merely speaking in her sleep, still not fully awake. He would give his very life for her. How could he ever part from her? The plaintive tone of her voice stirred profound sympathy within him, laced with a tenderness that was unmistakable. "Sweetheart, do not be sad. No matter what happens, I could never abandon you." Qin nestled against his shoulder, muffling a heavy in response. The scent of him enveloped her, the crisp aroma of mint offering a soothing balm. Exhausted from her tears, she reluctantly released Fu Jinghuai. "Brother, it's late. My capriciousness has delayed your work enough. You should rest early." "All right." Qin, overly reliant on his embrace, knew only he could dispel her earlier anxiety, and she hesitated to leave. With her enchanting almond eyes blinking earnestly at him, she implored, "Brother, I want you to hold me while I sleep." Noticing a flicker of hesitation in his expression, she nearly swore her sincerity, declaring, "I promise I will be completely still and not move at all." Fu Jinghuai chuckled softly. "Even if you lie still, you still manage to steal half my life away." Though he understood the night would be long and taxing, he found himself unable to utter a word of refusal. "Very well." Seizing the moment, Qin swiftly burrowed into his embrace, falling into a sleep that felt utterly justified. With a fond smile, Fu Jinghuai watched her antics, a deep, rumbling chuckle escaping his throat. This little enchantress truly sought to torment him in her own delightful way. Qin, fulfilling her promise, curled up in Fu Jinghuai's arms like a contented kitten, yet the closeness of her delicate form against him made him acutely aware that sleep might elude him this night. As the girl lay in deep slumber, he finally found the courage to confront his feelings for her, gently placing a kiss on her full forehead. "What am I to do with you, Wanwan?" He murmured to himself, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips as he reached for the earphones nearby, repeatedly playing a calming mantra to aid his sleep. Chapter 7. A clean break at last. Dawn began to break, and that night, Fu Jinghuai had endured a restless torment. If this continued, he might genuinely worry about the impact on his future capabilities. Meanwhile, Qin had not experienced such a restful sleep in years. Upon awakening, her eyes fell upon Fu Jinghuai's captivating visage, his face a siren's call to women. Her lashes fluttered slightly, pondering how she had failed to seize the opportunity in her previous life. Han Shinian was certainly not lacking in charm, but when compared to Fu Jinghuai, he paled significantly. Love-struck foolishness was indeed a curse, blinding her judgment. Her former self had foolishly discarded the watermelon in favor of picking up sesame seeds, all while being a heart-wrenching fool. The girl's soft, innocent gaze lingered on him, and he felt himself captivated. He sensed that the little one in his arms was starting to appreciate his looks, a smile of uncontainable delight blossoming on his refined face. "Third brother, why do you have dark circles under your eyes?" It was hardly surprising given his sleepless night. "It's my fault. I must have disturbed your sleep with my poor sleeping posture. I'll return to my own room tonight." Qin Wan began to self-reflect. At her words, the anguish he had felt the previous night dissipated, yet a profound sense of disappointment lingered in his heart. Fu Jinghuai cleared his throat. "No, Wan. Your sleeping position was perfect. It's entirely my issue." With that, her guilt began to wane. "What would you like for breakfast? I'll prepare it for you. Anything made by third brother will suffice." Her sweet words, akin to honey, brought him immense pleasure in that fleeting moment. "All right, just wait a moment, and it will be ready." Qin Wan rose from the bed, relishing a night of blissful rest. She stretched luxuriously, revealing a delicate waist, the loosened buttons of her shirt presenting an enticing view. Just as she stepped down, her gaze collided with Fu Jinghuai's, his Adam's apple bobbing as the morning light heightened his restlessness. This scene was indeed a test of willpower. As Qin Wan prepared to wash up in her room, she caught a glimpse of Fu Jinghuai, who appeared to be hastily retreating, his expression a mixture of confusion and urgency. What was with her third brother this early in the morning, acting so strangely? Upon emerging from her wash, she found that Fu Jinghuai had already prepared breakfast, setting it on the dining table. To prevent her from going hungry, he had opted for a simple Western breakfast of sandwiches and a cup of hot milk. "Hurry and wash your hands. Come eat something." Qin Wan gazed at the food on her plate, her eyes sparkling with excitement, finally able to savor the flavors she had only dreamed of indulging in. Seeing her eat with such satisfaction, Fu Jinghuai felt his own lack of appetite stirred. The girl noticed Fu Jinghuai's meager consumption and remarked, "Third brother, you're so tall yet eat so little. Can your body withstand this?" "I'm used to it." Ever since his relationship with Qin Wan had been irreparably severed due to Han Shinian, Fu Jinghuai not only suffered from insomnia but also had a drastically diminished appetite. At times, he felt no hunger even after a day of only one meal. Smoking and drinking had become his daily sustenance. Qin Wan paused momentarily, realizing that Fu Jinghuai's poor appetite was undoubtedly linked to her previous reckless behavior. "Third brother, you must eat well from now on. If your health deteriorates, who else would treat me as well as you do?" Her beautiful eyes brimmed with guilt. I will." Fu Jinghuai tentatively placed his phone before her. Wan. Your phone's tempered glass screen protector broke. I've had someone buy the same model and have it replaced. The battery is fully charged." As the assistant delivered the phone, Fu Jinghuai charged it but refrained from checking it, fearing that he might encounter the sweet nothings that Han Shinian had sent to Qin Wan, which could ignite his uncontrollable rage. At that moment, Qin Wan's attention was wholly absorbed by her third brother, completely disregarding the damaged phone. She pouted her pink lips, half teasingly. "Brother, from now on, I will supervise your 3 meals a day. If you don't eat properly, I will be very upset, and it's not easy to soothe me." Seeing that Qin Wan didn't even glance at the phone on the table, it was evident that she was not eager to contact Han Shinian. Her focus entirely on her concern for his well-being, which alleviated some of Fu Jinghuai's lingering gloom. "All right." A warm current surged within Fu Jinghuai's heart as his long fingers brushed past her ear, stray strands of hair cascading down. Qin Wan readily tilted her face towards him, a bright smile illuminating her features. The atmosphere in the restaurant was unprecedentedly warm and sweet. Suddenly, a jarring ringtone shattered the idyllic ambience. Fu Jinghuai caught a glimpse of the caller ID on the screen. "Baby Han Shinian. I want to hold your hand and never let go. Can love always be pure and without harm? You lean against my shoulder, asleep on my chest, living this kind of life. I love you. You love me." The irritating ringtone was the very song Simple Love that Han Shinian had sung when he confessed to Qin Wan, and the love-struck Qin Wan had set it as her ringtone. The discordant sound deeply irritated every nerve in Fu Jinghuai, and in an instant, he could no longer suppress the anger boiling within him. Upon seeing the call from that scoundrel, Qin Wan felt like exploding, wishing she could dismember him on the spot. Was today a day of misfortune? After finally smoothing things over with her third brother, what was this scene of chaos? She could only lament the unfortunate timing of her rebirth. Upon reflection, Considering she had been given another chance, it felt unjust to be so picky about it. Perhaps feeling guilty about her previous misdeeds, she hastily picked up her phone to demonstrate her loyalty and attempted to end the call with that scoundrel. However, fate seemed against her, as the device resisted her efforts to disconnect. The jarring tune of a love song blared, igniting a visceral aversion within Qin-Wan. At last, through her relentless determination, the sound ceased. With her head bowed, she cautiously glanced at Fu Jinghuai's face, only to find it darker than her kitchen after a culinary disaster. Qin-Wan was acutely aware that evasion was futile. She could only confront the situation with courage, gathering her resolve akin to facing a death sentence. She met Fu Jinghuai's icy, abyss-like gaze. Despite her extensive mental preparation, the mere seconds of eye contact left her trembling with trepidation. Her thoughts were a tumult. Unsure of how to articulate her intentions convincingly enough for her brother to believe that she was indeed resolute in severing ties with Han Shinian. Tentatively, she reached out and grasped Fu Jinghuai's hand, whispering gently, "Brother, please do not be angry with me. I promise to change the ringtone immediately." Fu Jinghuai struggled to suppress the turmoil within him, striving to keep his more volatile side hidden from Qin-Wan. Observing his thin lips pressed into a firm line, she felt a wave of anxiety wash over her, yet she mustered her courage. "Brother, I was merely going through a rebellious phase. Your strictness made me react against you, leading me to heed Han Shinian's sweet nothings. I have now awakened to the truth and recognize who truly cares for me." Upon seeing his indifference, she sought to prove her sincerity by playfully slapping her own face with his hand, tears welling in her eyes. "Brother, if you are still upset, please strike me to vent your frustration." Witnessing her guilt-ridden demeanor, the anger within Fu Jinghuai dissipated significantly, and the tension around his lips softened. His love for her was boundless. How could he bear to raise a hand against her? Even in his fury, he couldn't fathom causing her harm. "Brother, I truly understand my mistakes. As soon as I return to school, I will cut all ties with Han Shinian." The girl's eyes shone with determination, her porcelain-white face resolute. Chapter 8. Seizing the opportunity, not receiving a response from Fu Jinghuai, Qin-Wan feared he remained furious with her, and tears began to flow uncontrollably. "Brother, will you trust me one more time?" Seeing her cry so distressingly, Fu Jinghuai's anger evaporated. Gently, he wiped the redness from her eyes with his thumb. "I am not angry with you. Why are you crying? But you are ignoring me, and I thought you couldn't forgive what I had done." Her eyes, clear as water, brimmed with overwhelming regret. "Foolish girl, how could I bear to blame you?" He met her gaze, filled with innocence and hurt, and the embers of his fury had long since extinguished. The breakfast table, once a battlefield, was ultimately reconciled through Qin-Wan's tears. Rubbing her reddened eyes, she sniffed adorably and said, "Brother, you made breakfast today, so I shall wash the dishes." "No need. I will take care of it. His girl must be cherished. Her delicate, slender hands are never to be employed for household chores." Fu Jinghuai himself has reflected on the matter, acknowledging that the reason Han Shinian could take advantage of the situation between her and Wan largely stems from his own negligence. Had it not been for his frequent travels abroad during that period, how could his little Rose have been so easily coveted by another? The naive innocence of his young lady, akin to a blank canvas, is a heavy burden upon his conscience. How could a rogue like Han Shinian have found an opportunity otherwise? "Let us do it together," Qin-Wan suggested. Recalling an online article that claimed engaging in household tasks with a loved one could deepen their bond, she yearned to try it out. Her hopeful gaze seemed to possess a certain enchantment that Fu Jinghuai could not refuse. Qin-Wan assisted in clearing the dishes to the kitchen, which was the only household task she had performed while beside Fu Jinghuai. In the open kitchen, Fu Jinghuai donned an apron, his long fingers gracefully holding a piece of fruit, water cascading along the elegant contours of his hands. To avoid being a hindrance, Qin-Wan refrained from extending her assistance, instead standing quietly nearby, providing emotional support. A smile graced her face as she nibbled on an apple he had washed for her, teasingly expressing, "Third brother. Men like you who are willing to do housework are exceedingly rare. Whoever marries you in the future will surely be exceptionally happy." Fu Jinghuai's hand holding the dish paused momentarily, a bittersweet sensation washing over him. "I wish to bestow this happiness upon you, but would you desire it?" He wiped his hands and did not directly address her comment, instead ruffling her hair gently. "I have some matters to attend to at the company shortly. It will take about 3 hours. Please stay at home and be good." The thought of Fu Jinghuai being away for such a long duration left Qin-Wan, who had just begun to savor warmth, feeling despondent. "Third brother, may I accompany you to the company?" she asked, anxious that he might perceive her as troublesome. I promise I will remain quietly in the office and will not interfere with your work. Very well, he replied, his deep eyes brimming with affection. Under Fu Jinghuai's attentive care, Qin Wan's sprained ankle had notably reduced in swelling. With a medicinal plaster applied, she felt little discomfort while walking. She joyfully returned to her room, selecting a fitted, white, lightweight sweater and pairing it with form-fitting jeans, which accentuated her graceful curves. For outerwear, she chose a beige coat and applied just the right amount of subtle makeup. Satisfied with her appearance, she finally emerged from her room, holding her coat in hand. She found Fu Jinghuai waiting on the sofa. Upon seeing her fresh and charming figure, his eyes lit up. His fingers, resting on the arm of the sofa, gently fidgeted, and his throat involuntarily tightened. At the entrance, Fu Jinghuai assisted Qin Wan in finding a pair of soft, flat shoes. As she bent down to put them on, his deep-set gaze caught a glimpse of her fair skin, causing his breath to hitch. As he contemplated the potential for his little girl to be taken advantage of while wearing such attire, a sense of unease washed over him. His gaze darkened momentarily as he swiftly concocted an excuse. Wanwans, the temperature is a bit low today. Your outfit seems inadequate. Perhaps you should change into a thicker layer. Qin Wan raised her eyes, her glistening gaze blinking back at him. All right, I'll go change. In his desire to safeguard his little girl, Fu Jinghuai personally took action, finding her a thick sweater that would adequately cover her figure. Accepting the garment he offered, Qin Wan thought little of it and retreated to her room to change. Upon witnessing her transformation back into the obedient girl he cherished, Fu Jinghuai couldn't help but reach out, brushing his fingers gently across her forehead. My Wanwan, you are truly well behaved. The man's words were well received, causing the girl to bloom with joy. Did I not mention before that I would strive to be very obedient from now on, ensuring I never do anything to upset you, third brother? How Fu Jinghuai wished time could freeze at that very moment, preserving the innocence of his little girl and preventing her from seeking solace in another's embrace. In the car, Qin Wan detected a faint scent of tobacco, her brows furrowing slightly. While she did not mind the subtle aroma of smoke emanating from her third brother, the thought of the damage it could inflict on his lungs troubled her. Third brother, may I discuss something with you? Before they even reached the office, her mischievous nature was unable to remain concealed. He calmly maintained his grip on the steering wheel. What is it? Could you refrain from smoking in the future? In the past, he seldom indulged in nicotine, exhibiting a remarkable self-discipline. Now, however, his habit seemed to have intensified, a consequence of his own doing. All right. Her unexpected request filled Fu Jinghuai with a sense of delight. His little girl was genuinely concerned for his well-being. Sensing her care, he readily acquiesced. This marked Qin Wan's first visit to Fu Jinghuai's company. As she stepped from the car, her eyes were drawn to the towering edifice adorned with the company's name, prompting a spark of realization in her beautiful almond-shaped eyes. She cast a meaningful glance at Fu Jinghuai, her lips curving into a smile, suddenly receiving her attentive gaze. Fu Jinghuai felt a twinge of discomfort. What is it? Nothing much. I just realized that my straightforward third brother has quite an understanding of romance. Her implication left Fu Jinghuai feeling somewhat guilty, as he had not sought her approval regarding the company's name, making a decision based on his own desires. At that moment, Qin Wan was blissfully unaware of his internal conflict, reveling in her happiness without concern for whether he had acted unilaterally. Fu Jinghuai had fought fiercely to attain his current status, and those who witnessed him smile were a rarity. As he held Qin Wan's hand, the affection in his eyes was nearly overwhelming. The company employees were taken aback, their gazes filled with astonishment, while Qin Wan felt as though she were a monkey on display in a zoo, the center of attention. Fu Jinghuai was aware of her social anxiety. His icy gaze swept across the room, causing everyone to retreat into their shells. Upon arriving at the office, concerned that she might feel bored, he prepared a computer for Qin Wan to watch her favorite dramas and instructed his assistant, Chen Song, to fetch her beloved fruit tea, snacks, and fruits from downstairs. Is there anything else you need? Qin Wan's eyes wandered over the banquet of delicacies on the reception table, and she couldn't help but chuckle. Third brother, with all this you've prepared for me, won't it leave a poor impression if your clients walk in? Not at all, as long as you enjoy it. That's all that matters. He habitually ruffled the girl's hair and added, I'll head to the meeting now. Just text me if you need anything. Okay. Inside the office, after watching dramas for a while, Qin Wan grew bored and decided to take a stroll. She approached the bookshelf, casually picked a book to peruse, but finding it dull, she returned it to the shelf. In the meeting room, the discussions had concluded. Zhao Yunma, Qin Sixian, and Fu Jinghuai were together, exchanging smoke rings while conversing about the project. Brother, After years of diligent research, we have finally developed the chip we've longed for. What are your plans next? Qin Wan's sudden appearance at the company was akin to a ticking time bomb. If she were to heed Han Shunyan's words and become entangled in this project, the consequences could be dire. Zhao Yunma and Qin Sixian were apprehensive that Fu Jinghuai might turn tyrannical and neglect Qin Wan, which could jeopardize their years of hard work. If their rivals seized the opportunity, the losses would be incalculable, and while it might not spell disaster for the company, it would certainly leave it severely weakened. At that moment, as Fu Jinghuai's cigarette burned down to the end, his inscrutable eyes revealed emotions that eluded comprehension. He lit another cigarette, enveloped in a veil of white smoke. Just as he elegantly exhaled a smoke ring, he inadvertently caught sight of Qin Wan standing in the doorway. The faint melancholy on his face was replaced by a flicker of panic as he abruptly stood up. With remarkable swiftness, he shoved the still-smoking cigarette into the lap of Zhao Yunma, who winced from the unexpected burn. Chapter 9. A fractured relationship, brother. Are you trying to harm me? Zhao Yunma's displeasure was palpable. He didn't even need to lift his shirt to know he had been scorched. Instantly transformed into a resentful figure, his frustration was immense. Although his skin was rougher than that of a woman, he could hardly endure such treatment. Wan, that cigarette was Yunma's. I was just holding it for him. Fu Jinghuai said as he noticed Qin Wan, fearing she might be upset. His words came out with a cautiousness that was almost comical. At this, Zhao Yunma's lips twitched, his expression one of exaggerated grievance. Third brother, can we maintain some dignity? What were you thinking while puffing away one after another just now? Upon reflection, the ever-composed Fu Jinghuai, who remains unperturbed even when the sky seems to be falling, also possesses moments of trepidation. At that instant, Zhao Yunma felt that the burn on his skin was not as excruciating as he had thought. Observing Fu Jinghuai with a look akin to a mouse confronted by a cat, he nearly chuckled at the spectacle, reveling in the mischief until Fu Jinghuai cast him a frosty glare, reminding him of his place. Dear Sister Wan, my brother speaks the truth. I possess a peculiar penchant for smoking with a cigarette in each hand. Such an indulgence enhances the experience, Zhao Yunmo remarked with a hint of mockery. Upon hearing his words, Fu Jinghuai's icy gaze seemed to materialize, prompting Zhao Yunma to restrain his irreverent tongue. He offered an awkward smile. It's quite chilly. Just trying to lighten the mood with a jest. As Qin Wan entered, she stood beside Fu Jinghuai, fanning away the acrid smoke that stung the eyes. Third brother, are you three planning to host a peach blossom conference here? The meeting room is enveloped in your smoke, resembling a mystical realm. Aware that quitting smoking takes time, she bore no ill will towards Fu Jinghuai for this minor inconvenience. Seeing her playful spirit, Fu Jinghuai felt a sense of relief, recognizing that she was not angered. Upon hearing her cough from the smoke, Fu Jinghuai nudged the oblivious Zhao Yunma. Why don't you open a window? Zhao Yunma grimaced through the discomfort, retorting, Third brother, one cannot merely pick on the softest fruit. You ought to share the burden. Qin Sixian rolled his eyes at Zhao Yunma's antics, declaring, You are the most verbose among us. Fu Jinghuai shot him a sidelong glance. Qin Wan smiled softly, cherishing this warmth that had been absent for so long. Within the meeting, the atmosphere was imbued with lightheartedness, as everyone basked in it. Since childhood, Qin Wan had been nurtured and protected by Fu Jinghuai. However, the arrival of Han Shunyan had altered her temperament, compelling her to engage in mischief that targeted her third brother's heart. Qin Sixian and Zhao Yunma, friends of Fu Jinghuai for over a decade, had embarked on a venture together, their complementary personalities fostering their unbreakable business empire. Fu Jinghuai, the leader of the trio, handled matters with remarkable ease, except when it came to Qin Wan. Upon returning home, Qin Wan caught a whiff of smoke lingering on her clothes, her delicate brows furrowing in distaste. Fu Jinghuai noticed her displeasure and anticipated her desire to take a bath. He approached her with waterproof patches, carefully applying one to her forehead. You must avoid getting the wound wet while bathing, or it may become infected. If not for the distinctions of gender, Fu Jinghuai would have been hands-on in every regard. Yes, I understand, she replied, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. After her bath, she hesitated for a moment before asking, Brother, may I go to school tomorrow? Fu Jinghuai's heart sank. Indeed, his little girl was eager to see Han Shunyan. At this moment, it seemed as though everything he had previously done was merely a farce. Qin Wan quickly sensed the melancholy that enveloped Fu Jinghuai after he had spoken. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she hastily grasped Fu Jinghuai's hand. Brother, please don't misunderstand. I am going to school to confront Han Shunyan and break up with him. Moreover, I have fallen behind in several classes lately, and with my internship approaching, it would be detrimental if I don't attend. After her lengthy explanation, Fu Jinghuai's heart, previously pierced like by a blade, felt a slight alleviation. Yet, the mere thought of Han Shinian dimmed Fu Jinghuai's gaze once more. Looking at the girl, he unexpectedly managed a somewhat bittersweet smile. Wan, I hope this time you won't disappoint me. Qin Wan nodded earnestly. Yes, this time I will not let third brother down. Just watch. The following day, at the school entrance, Qin Wan had just disembarked from Fu Jinghuai's black Maybach. Within minutes of entering the campus, Han Shinian, as if he had a tracker on her, approached her like a persistent leech. Wan, you finally appeared. You have no idea how worried I was not seeing you these days and not receiving any replies to my messages. If it weren't for her previous life experience revealing his true nature, Qin Wan might have been swayed by his feigned affection. She had no desire to engage with such a scoundrel. Han Shinian, let us break up, she declared, her expression filled with disdain. Han Shinian, taken aback as if struck by lightning, could hardly believe his ears, and soon his emotions flared. Wan, did Fu Jinghuai threaten you with my safety to make you break up with me? Qin Wan struggled to maintain her composure, almost rolling her eyes at his absurdity. From now on, only her third brother was permitted to call her Wan. Hearing anyone else utter that name would induce her discomfort. Han Shinian, can't you comprehend? I want to break up with you, and it has nothing to do with anyone else. Please do not pursue me any further. Han Shinian noticed the bodyguards lurking in the shadows and became convinced that Qin Wan's drastic change in demeanor was due to Fu Jinghuai's intimidation. Wan, I love you so much. I will never let you go. Qin Wan shot him a look of incredulity, unwilling to waste another second on this vile person, and turned to leave. Han Shinian assumed she was merely performing for the bodyguards, believing her coldness was an act. After Qin Wan departed, Han Shinian suddenly noticed a figure approaching from a distance, his eyes narrowing with malicious cunning. He typed out a text message and, after sending it, remained rooted in place with an inscrutable smile upon his face. Meanwhile, Fu Jinghuai, holding the phone that Qin Wan had left in the car, was searching for her and naturally spotted Han Shinian by the roadside. As Han Shinian approached, a provocative smile curled at his lips. Fu Jinghuai, don't think that by using me to threaten Wan, I will give her up. Wan can only be mine. The audacity of his claim made Fu Jinghuai clench his teeth in frustration. Witnessing the flames of fury ignited within him, Han Shinian continued to stoke the fire. Fu Jinghuai, you must be unaware of how slender and delicate Wan's waist is. When held in bed, it truly is irresistible. Fu Jinghuai, initially reluctant to engage with such a buffoon, found himself provoked as Han Shinian repeatedly danced upon his sensitive triggers, daring to tarnish the image of the purest girl in his heart with his words. It seemed he had grown too comfortable with his mundane existence, yearning for a thrill. The innocence of the girl was Fu Jinghuai's Achilles heel, unleashing a torrent of primal fury within him. The man's fists clenched, veins bulging, as the surging anger appeared ready to incinerate everything in his vicinity. In this world, the only person capable of rendering Fu Jinghuai uncontrollable was Qin Wan. Seeing his words successfully provoke Fu Jinghuai's wrath, Han Shinian smirked with satisfaction. In a fleeting moment, his peripheral vision caught sight of Qin Wan returning, igniting a thrill within him. This spared him the trouble of arranging for someone to record a video for the school forum. The impact of Wan witnessing it firsthand would be far more effective. He felt emboldened in his belief that if Fu Jinghuai dared to strike him in front of Qin Wan, based on his understanding of her, she would surely turn against Fu Jinghuai. Thus, he could manipulate Qin Wan entirely, using her to confront Fu Jinghuai. In a fit of rage, Fu Jinghuai lost all restraint, swinging his fist mercilessly at Han Shinian's face. The force behind Fu Jinghuai's blow was palpable, sending Han Shinian sprawling 2 meters away, the agony of fractured ribs causing him to grimace. However, in his heart, he relished the pain. The more severely he was injured, the more irreparable the rift between Fu Jinghuai and Qin Wan would become. This scheme was bound to yield profit. Third brother, you. The sudden intrusion of Qin Wan's voice gradually brought Fu Jinghuai's lost composure back to him. Turning to face her, he felt as though his very blood had frozen in that moment. Chapter 10. The torturous weight. Fu Jinghuai stood rigidly in place, besieged by a torrent of painful memories. It was the first time he had come to realize the closeness developing between Qin Wan and Han Shinian. He had gone to warn Han Shinian, and in the heat of the moment, he had seized Han Shinian by the collar, admonishing him to keep his distance from his little girl. Han Shinian was nothing short of a dramatist. He had meticulously calculated the timing, fully aware of when Qin Wan would appear. deliberately positioning himself to make her believe that he had been assaulted by Fu Jinghui. To make the performance more convincing, Han Xinyan had purposefully bruised himself, ensuring that Qin Wan would be driven to sever ties with Fu Jinghui over concern for him. That time, Han Xinyan's scheme succeeded. Qin Wan, upon seeing Han Xinyan's injuries, erupted into a fierce argument with him for the first time. The coldness in her gaze, the revulsion etched upon her face, left an indelible mark on Fu Jinghui's heart. Each recollection felt like a tormenting tug, a pain too excruciating to bear. Now, having brutally assaulted Han Xinyan in front of Qin Wan, he wondered whether she would again regard him with those icy, disappointed eyes, condemning him before launching into another fierce dispute, followed by a prolonged silence. No matter the circumstance, he was once able to strategize with great acuity. Now, however, he has grown timid, fearful of inciting her displeasure. Having learned from past experiences, Fu Jinghui braced himself for the wrath and reproach of Qin Wan. He clenched his fists, awaiting the inevitable scathing rebuke from her. Han Xinyan observed the once proud Fu Jinghui, now resembling a deflated balloon, devoid of spirit. A sense of satisfaction washed over him. Indeed, to deal with Fu Jinghui, one must rely on Qin Wan's intervention. The smugness in his gaze did not escape Fu Jinghui's notice, who bore the torment of his own restraint, the veins on his forehead prominent. As seconds ticked away, Fu Jinghui felt like a prisoner awaiting his sentence, his inner turmoil palpable. Suddenly, Qin Wan approached briskly, seizing his restless hand and inspecting it with care, concerned that he might have overexerted himself and caused pain. She gently blew on his hand and remarked, "Third brother, with all the money you spend on bodyguards, how could you possibly engage in such brutish work yourself? If you were to get hurt, I would be heartbroken." The atmosphere momentarily froze. Her actions left Fu Jinghui speechless, and Han Xinyan, lying on the ground, stared wide-eyed as if confronted by a ghost. "Wan," Han Xinyan called out, unwilling to relent, hoping to evoke her nurturing instincts. "What are you staring at? Keep looking, and you'll ruin those eyes of yours," Qin Wan snapped, her temper flaring at his overly sentimental gaze. "Han Xinyan, if you can't comprehend human speech, you might as well donate your ears to someone in need. I have already told you that we share no connection whatsoever. Do not call me Wan again, or you will regret it." She shook her fist at him in indignation. In the wake of Qin Wan's astonishing and tempestuous display, Fu Jinghui felt as though he were caught in a surreal dream. Yet as she held his hand, the warmth was all too familiar, pulling him back from his shock. "Wan, you." He longed to ask why her reaction was so unexpected after he had confronted someone she cared about. Would she truly not be angry with him? Seeing his dazed expression, a pang of sorrow tugged at Qin Wan's heart. Her brother, so extraordinarily gifted, appeared fearful over such a trivial matter. In her previous life, Han Xinyan's ploy had indeed succeeded. She could hardly believe that she had once treated her third brother with such indifference. How deeply it must have hurt him. Reflecting upon this, regret washed over her, an ache spreading through her heart as she wrapped her arms around Fu Jinghui's waist. "Third brother, I am sorry. It was my indulgence and capriciousness that wounded you so deeply. In this life, I shall surely make amends for the mistakes of my past." How profoundly must her brother have suffered for his hair to turn white overnight? The more she pondered, the tighter her embrace became. His warmth was so inviting. Why had she ever pushed him away? The man looked down at the girl nestled against him, the joy in his eyes beyond words. In that fleeting moment, his heart felt as though it were nourished by something ethereal, a wondrous sensation that rendered him helplessly entranced. He had no desire to suppress his emotions, and with his thin lips brushing against her hair, he whispered, "Wan, everything I do for you is a delight. There is no need for apologies." Qin Wan did not respond further, tightening her embrace, relishing the warmth emanating from him. In her past life, she had languished in a cold, desolate room, enduring the prolonged coldness inflicted by Han Xinyan, as well as the torment from the myriad of admirers surrounding him, each instance an assault on her spirit, leading her into the depths of despair. In those moments, she yearned for this embrace, yet her brother, who was so consumed by his own affection for her, had been pushed away by her own hand. As she approached her end, her mind was flooded with memories of his meticulous care, an overwhelming longing for her brother. Ultimately, perhaps heaven heard her silent pleas and granted her the opportunity to start anew. In this lifetime, she vowed never to release her brother's hand again. Fu Jinghui had never experienced such joy as he did today, gently caressing the top of her head. "Wan, class time is fast approaching," Qin Wan mumbled in protest. Slightly displeased, Fu Jinghui responded with a low, rumbling laugh that brushed against her ear. "Be good. if you enjoy being held. I shall indulge you thoroughly when we return home. All right, she acquiesced, withdrawing from his embrace to glance at Han Shinian, whose face had turned ashen. Brother, have your people take him to the hospital? Upon hearing this, Fu Jinghuai's expression visibly darkened. Sensing his displeasure, Qin Wan hurriedly clarified, Brother, it was you who struck him. Should he die, it could affect you. It's not worth getting into trouble over someone like him. Her words succeeded in appeasing the capricious man. And Fu Jinghuai signaled to the bodyguard nearby, while Han Shinian was left to choke on his anger. Fu Jinghuai, I will sue you for intentional harm. As long as Qin Wan did not side with that scoundrel, Fu Jinghuai regarded him merely as a barking dog. The legal department of the corporation is always open to your provocations, he declared with an air of arrogance. His gaze toward Han Shinian akin to that of an observer regarding an insignificant insect. Han Shinian, suffering a dual blow both physically and emotionally, appeared ghostly pale. The sight of him, reduced to a pitiful creature, only served to delight Qin Wan. She regarded him with disdain, choosing instead to grasp Fu Jinghuai's hand and, with a playful smile, asked, Brother, would you escort me to the classroom? Certainly. Upon arriving at the classroom, Qin Wan turned to wave at him, her delicate features alight with a smile. Though her brother was often preoccupied with corporate affairs, she felt a pang of reluctance but did not wish to see him overburdened. Meanwhile, Zhao Yunma, who had recently started dating a girl from the same school, found himself unexpectedly rewarded with a delightful view as he accompanied her to school. It took some time for his mind to process that Fu Jinghuai had injured Han Shinian. To his astonishment, Qin Xiaobai, rather than confronting Fu Jinghuai, had fed Han Shinian a mouthful of disdain, a scene that struck him as quite surreal. Who can enlighten him on what exactly he has seen? For his vision is not clouded by age. His young girlfriend, Liao Qianqian, gently nudged him, bringing him back to reality. Brother Yunma, what is wrong with you? Chapter 11. He truly loves you. Liao Qianqian noticed that he had been staring at Qin Wan and feeling an innate jealousy stemming from her own insecurities about her appearance. She was quite displeased. It's nothing. That girl is indeed beautiful, but who would have thought her character could be so lacking? To be two-timing is truly disgraceful for women. Liao Qianqian, new to the circle and knowing little about Qin Wan, was completely unaware of her status as the heiress of the conglomerate. However, seeing a natural beauty who surpassed her in both looks and figure stirred the jealousy that lay deep within her. She sought to elevate her own self-worth through disparaging remarks. Just as she reveled in her self-satisfaction, she observed Zhao Yunma's expression darken instantly. He forcefully shook off the girl's arm and, with a face as black as ink, retorted, Mind your own foul mouth. You know nothing of the complete story. How dare you slander Qin Wan? Zhao Yunma's first impression was that of a gentle and refined gentleman, generous with his spending on women. Liao Qianqian had invested considerable effort to win his favor. Who would have thought that a mere casual criticism of a girl would provoke such a drastic change in him? Yunma, I realize my mistake. I shouldn't have spoken carelessly. I can apologize to that girl, Liao Qianqian pleaded, tears flowing like a tap, hoping to evoke his protective instincts. Zhao Yunma was not easily swayed. His gaze was frosty as he declared, Liao Qianqian, from this moment, we are finished. With that, he'd not lacking in decorum, transferred a six-figure sum to her as a form of severance pay for her service during these days. Liao Qianqian collapsed on the ground, her eyes swollen from crying. Yet her sorrow stirred no sentiment in Zhao Yunma, who left without a trace of hesitation. Qin Wan, the naive and ungrateful girl, had previously acted foolishly but remained the object of everyone's protection. He and Qin Xixian had never spoken harshly to her over the years. Yet Liao Qianqian dared to defame her, utterly clueless about the consequences. Such thoughtless words, if overheard by Fu Jinghuai, could result in severe repercussions. After the last class of the afternoon, Qin Wan returned to the school dormitory. Now that her relationship with third brother had been mended, she saw no reason to spend the night alone in the dormitory. Fu Jinghuai had moved to Jingxiu Yuan for her convenience. The drive from Jingxiu Yuan to the school took merely 10 minutes. Having completed his tasks, Fu Jinghuai's gaze frequently drifted to the phone on the table. Zhao Yunma chuckled softly, Third brother, if you miss Sister Wanwan, why not just call her yourself? When had the usually resolute Fu Jinghuai become so hesitant? She likely wouldn't return tonight. Fu Jinghuai's eyes lost their previous luster, and he gazed forlornly out the window, contemplating the fact that Qin Wan would soon reside at the school, leaving him alone in the desolate emptiness of his home. Fu Jinghuai found himself tempted to spend another sleepless night at the office. Third brother, Given your evident affection for Wanwan, why not simply confess your feelings to her? Zhao Yunma, unable to bear the sight of his brother's romantic turmoil, remarked, "Indeed, it seems the emperor is not as anxious as the eunuch." Ugh. He was certainly no eunuch. He was a man of fervent passions. Fu Jinghuai shot him a sidelong glance, exasperated by Zhao Yunma's incessant meddling in matters of the heart. With a teasing smile, Zhao Yunma continued, "Third brother, when faced with such a pure-hearted girl like Wanwan, would you care for some insights into love?" Zhao Yunma, "Do you believe I am so afflicted that I would seek advice from a notorious playboy like you? How naive do you think I am?" A deep disdain flickered in Fu Jinghuai's gaze. "Hey, third brother, if you're not interested in my counsel, that's fine, but why resort to personal attacks? You must understand, I take every romantic endeavor seriously. How could I possibly be so callous?" Zhao Yunma protested, determined to defend his reputation. "Huh. The speed at which your girlfriends come and go rivals that of a nuclear explosion. Is that not enough evidence of your shortcomings? Or do you wish to imply that each of your relationships is merely verbal, lacking any genuine depth?" Fu Jinghuai scoffed, his words unyielding and sharp. Zhao Yunma fell silent, grappling with the reality that his brother's captivating visage was compounded by a merciless tongue. He required a moment to regain his composure, while Qin Sixian savored the unfolding drama. A smirk gracing his lips. Noticing the delight on his face, Zhao Yunma kicked his chair. "Pour me a cup of tea. I need to cool my temper. The love marks on my neck have yet to fade, and now this fire ignites anew. I am not a firefighter. It is not my duty to extinguish your flames." Qin Sixian replied, leisurely adjusting his cuffs. "What sins did I commit in my past life to end up with you two troublesome friends?" Zhao Yunma lamented, pouring himself a cup of Dahong Pao tea. "Perhaps in your previous life, you dared to flirt with the Jade Emperor's consort, leading to your current predicament with us." Qin Sixian quipped, playing with the beads on his wrist, his words infuriating. Zhao Yunma nearly spewed the tea he had just sipped, falling into a state of utter silence. In a dormitory, Qin Wan packed her personal belongings into a suitcase, quickly filling it to the brim. Just as she zipped the suitcase shut, a figure entered the room. Upon lifting her gaze, she recognized Li Xiaojing, whose once unperturbed eyes now flickered with a hint of coldness. In her previous life, the rapid escalation of her feelings for Han Xinian was largely attributed to Li Xiaojing's interference. It was through their collusion that her relationship with her third brother had ultimately crumbled. As someone with a fear of heights, she had dared to descend from the villa her brother had confined her in, using torn bed sheets, an audacious scheme concocted by Li Xiaojing. As roommates, Qin Wan's amiable nature and the air of innocence that surrounded her made her susceptible to Li Xiaojing's manipulative schemes, which she employed to exploit Qin Wan's inherent kindness. Firstly, she was nearly bullied by a group of ruffians, only to be rescued by Han Xinian, gradually ensnaring her in the gentle trap he had meticulously crafted for her. The realization that she was a pawn in his design dawned on her only after marriage, when Li Xiaojing inadvertently revealed it to provoke her. Heaven granted her a second chance, and she would not let this pair of scoundrels escape unscathed. Regarding her feelings for Han Xinian, she had come to understand before her rebirth that her affection stemmed merely from gratitude for his act of saving her from the clutches of thugs in her youth. At that time, she was naive about matters of the heart, and with Li Xiaojing's encouragement, her burgeoning feelings were mistakenly perceived as love. In retrospect, she found her previous self to be foolish and wholly unappealing. "Lan, Xinian is gravely injured and lying in the hospital. Will you not even go to see him?" Seeing the girl remain unmoved, Li Xiaojing sought to dissolve Qin Wan's resolve with tears, knowing that in the past, her feigned vulnerability would easily ensnare Qin Wan. "Lan, he truly loves you. If you break up with him now, he will indeed go mad." Li Xiaojing commenced her dramatic performance once more. Had it been her previous self with a lower emotional intelligence, she would have undoubtedly fallen for the ruse. Chapter 12. A complete break upon hearing Li Xiaojing's voice again. Qin Wan met her with cold indifference. "Ah, you call him Xinian so affectionately. Since you care for him so deeply, now that I have broken up with him, you should take this opportunity to accompany him. Perhaps you might even succeed in becoming his girlfriend. You two scoundrels should remain bound to each other for life. That way, you won't harm others, and it could be considered a boon to society." Li Xiaojing was taken aback, not expecting such icy words to come from Qin Wan, who was once so captivated by love. After a fleeting moment of panic in her eyes, she resumed her pitiable demeanor. Yes, it was this very expression of vulnerability that had once led Qin Wan to lower her defenses, allowing herself to be manipulated by Li Xiaojing and Han Xinian. Li Xiaojing was constantly playing the victim, wielding her tragic background to garner sympathy, which ultimately rendered Qin Wan a naive fool, unable to discern their true natures. In her previous life, Li Xiaojing had called Han Shinian with such intimacy. How had she failed to notice the subtle affections he harbored for her? Her level of intelligence was indeed commendable. With a quivering voice, Li Xiaojing retorted, "Wan, someone must have misled you, causing this misunderstanding. There is nothing between Shinian and me. We are completely innocent. How could you think so poorly of me? Li Xiaojing, my time is quite valuable. I have no intention of wasting it on you. A scheming green tea. If you truly care for Han Shinian, then go and take care of him. Do not mention him in my presence again. It utterly ruins my appetite." A chill emanated from Qin Wan's eyes, revealing a genuine disdain that sent a tremor of anxiety through Li Xiaojing. Why had Qin Wan so completely slipped from her grasp today? In the past, this naive girl would easily fall into her trap with just a few words of feigned pity. Today, everything seems utterly out of control, and Li Xiaojing feels overwhelmed. It appears that she must devise a new strategy. After listening to her incessant prattle, Qin Wan finds it nothing short of annoying. Her beautiful eyes shimmering with coldness as she casts a disdainful glance at her. Li Xiaojing, perhaps it would be wise for you to refrain from meddling in others' affairs. Do remember to return the 20,000 yuan I lent you tomorrow. Not only has Li Xiaojing plotted against her, but she has also swindled a considerable sum of money from her. Upon the mention of money, Li Xiaojing reacts as if her tail has been stepped on, exclaiming, "Wan, are you trying to drive me to my demise? Where am I supposed to find such a sum? Furthermore, who can attest that I ever borrowed money from you?" Qin Wan, well aware of her inferior tactics, scoffs. "I apologize, but I have preserved every screenshot of our transactions in my records. If you wish to avoid the intervention of legal measures, you would do well to return my money promptly." Before departing, she adds, "Let me remind you once more. Our superficial sisterly bond has come to an end. Do not presume to act in my name henceforth, or prepare for my brother to deal with you." Li Xiaojing's face pales, while Qin Wan hastily heads out to meet her brother, maneuvering her suitcase with purpose. At that moment, Li Xiaojing blocks her path. Her tone light yet commanding. "Good dogs don't obstruct the way. Step aside quickly." Reflecting on the many grievances she endured at Li Xiaojing's hands in her past life, Qin Wan feels she has exercised enough restraint. In this life, with her brother's support, Li Xiaojing is but a small fry. Old grudges and past grievances, after all, have time on their side. Pushing her luggage, Qin Wan had previously messaged Chen Song, the assistant of Fu Jinghuai, inquiring whether her brother was currently at the company. Just as Chen Song finished organizing the meeting notes, he nearly dropped his phone into the trash upon receiving a message from Qin Wan. Zhao Yunhua teased, "Assistant Chen, are you up to something nefarious? Why does it look like you're holding a hot potato?" Chen Song, astute as he is, understood that their president had not received a message from the young lady all day, indicating a less than pleasant mood. Yet, being remembered by the young lady was hardly a good omen for him. Cold sweat trickled down his back as he reported, "It's a message from Miss Qin, asking if the president is currently at the company." Upon learning that his little girl had messaged Chen Song instead of him, Fu Jinghuai's jealousy flared. Chen Song, sensing the piercing gaze of his superior, felt a strong urge to survive. "President Fu, how should I respond to Miss Qin?" "Just inform her that I am at the company." Chen Song felt a chill creeping into his bones. Confident that Fu Jinghuai was indeed at the company, Qin Wan's starry, brilliant eyes sparkled with mischief. She decided to surprise her brother at the office. Since Han Shinian had upset him today, and it is said that sweets can elevate one's mood, she resolved to stop by a dessert shop and purchase a mousse. She first returned home to stow her suitcase and then headed to her favorite cake shop to buy a chocolate mousse. In the office, Fu Jinghuai, like a statue of longing, fixated on the mobile phone resting on the desk, occasionally picking it up to check, fearing he might miss a message from Qin Wan. "Qin Sixian, could you check if your phone has any signal?" Qin Sixian rubbed his forehead. "The signal in this office is equipped with the most advanced enhancement system in the world. Can we not be so dramatic?" "Third brother, do you think the system we invested so much in is merely for show?" Fu Jinghuai, feeling somewhat restless and unable to remain in the company any longer, suddenly desired to go out for a drink. In the car, Zhao Yunhua, seated in the driver's seat, wore a face of existential despair. "Third brother, why are you driving my car? Don't you have your own? Do I look like a chauffeur?" His incessant chatter was bothersome. It was wise not to provoke the Dark Lord, who was already grappling with emotional turbulence and hormonal imbalance. Just as he closed his mouth and fastened his seatbelt, a chance glance out the window revealed a graceful figure approaching the vehicle. "Third brother." Fu Jinghuai's thoughts wandered. Having barely slept a few hours and faced with a day filled with intense corporate affairs, fatigue etched between his brows as he leaned back to rest his eyes. Just as he closed them, Zhao Yunma's irritating voice disrupted his moment of peace. Third brother, Wan has arrived. Upon realizing it was Qin Wan, Fu Jinghuai instantly revived. Sitting upright to gaze out the window, and indeed, there was his little girl. He opened the car door, and although Qin Wan recognized Zhao Yunma's vehicle, she was surprised to see Fu Jinghuai stepping out. Her eyes sparkled with joy as she exclaimed, "Third brother." The sweetness of that heartfelt address melted away the previous gloom. Wan, what brings you here? I had no classes this afternoon, so I packed my things from the dorm and thought I would come to the company to take you out for dinner. She smiled mischievously. I did say I would supervise your meals. After all, I can only be at ease if I see you eat. Her charming smile struck a chord in the man's heart, and hearing her mention moving things back from the dorm filled him with elation. Did her words imply that she intended to move back in with him? Chapter 13, Love's Tenderness. Wan. Does this mean you want to be returning to the school dormitory? The happiness arrived so unexpectedly that Fu Jinghuai felt it was surreal. Eagerly yearning for a definitive answer from his little girl. Yes, I want to be living in the school dorm anymore. She suddenly remembered something, playfully sticking out her tongue. But I'll need a trouble third brother to help with my application to continue as a day student. At that moment, Fu Jinghuai felt a surge of excitement that surpassed any exhilaration he had ever experienced. Yes, I will take care of that little matter. Qin Wan knew that third brother had generously donated to the school on her behalf, and the principal greeted him with more joy than he did his own son. Handling a simple day student application was a trivial task. Two individuals stood by the car door, engrossed in their conversation, seemingly oblivious to their surroundings. Zhao Yunma, seated in the driver's seat, felt like a mere tool, an expendable presence. He was astute enough to remain silent, quietly using his phone to share his grievances about his third brother with Qin Sixian. Fu Jinghuai glanced at the time. Dinner was approaching, and he certainly didn't want his little lady to go hungry. Wan, what would you like for dinner? I'll have Yunma drive us there. I'm fine with anything, Qin Wan replied, unceremoniously entering the car, her smile sweet enough to drown someone. As long as I'm with my third brother, I'm happy with whatever we eat. Qin Wan, lost in the bliss of love, playfully jabbed at Fu Jinghuai's heart, while her more rational self overflowed with affectionate words as if they cost nothing. Wan, your current state of mind is commendable. How much honey have you consumed to utter such sweet words? Look at how easily your brother is swayed. If an outsider were to witness this, one can only wonder how it would affect the company's stock price. If you remain silent, no one will mistake you for a mute. The girl's large, listening eyes observed Zhao Yunma's discomfort with a sense of satisfaction. She then recalled the mousse cake in her hand, her delicate face turning serious. Third brother, please never let yourself get angry with inconsequential people like Han Shinian. You must understand, when women are upset, it can lead to hormonal imbalances, and men can suffer from prostate issues. Zhao Yunma nearly choked on his own spit, astonished by Qin Wan's audacity. Today was indeed an eye-opener. At school, when his brother confronted Han Shinian, rather than exploding in anger, she had surprisingly shifted her focus away from Han, showing concern for her brother's well-being instead, as if he were her precious treasure. Had he not been well-rested the previous night, he might have thought he was witnessing a ghost in broad daylight. If her actions were aimed at lowering her brother's guard, then she was certainly putting on quite a performance, leaving no room for error. The more Zhao Yunma pondered, the more he realized she was onto something. Focus on driving. If your gaze wanders any further, you might as well donate your eyes to someone in need. Zhao Yunma's expression was one of pure astonishment, more dramatic than if he had just tasted something bitter, prompting Qin Wan to stifle a laugh. Wan, can you possibly portray your schadenfreude any more overtly? She chuckled, disregarding any notions of propriety. Zhao Yunma withdrew into himself, his head buzzing. There was no need for such blatant reactions. The atmosphere in the car soared, with Fu Jinghuai also succumbing to Qin Wan's unrestrained laughter. His handsome features illuminated with a charming smile, he declared, I'll take you to enjoy some Cantonese cuisine. Very well. Fu Jinghuai promptly provided an address, entirely disregarding Zhao Yunma's preferences. The car soon arrived, and Zhao Yunma reluctantly stepped out, only to be met with a disdainful glance from Fu Jinghuai. What are you doing here? Zhao Yunma yearned to curse, yet his lack of fighting spirit compelled him to swallow his words. He spoke with a gentle demeanor. Third brother, I hardly ate anything at noon, and now that dinner has arrived, the delectable aroma of the dishes truly awakens one's appetite. This establishment is not suitable for you. You should head to the restaurant across the street. Zhao Yunma cast a glance at the place Fu Jinghua indicated, 1,000 thoughts racing through his mind. Third brother. You truly are my biological brother. Isn't that a mere trick to fool children? Unfazed by Zhao Yunma's feelings, Fu Jinghua had already taken Qin Wan's hand and entered the restaurant. Qin Wan stuck out her tongue. Third brother, are we really leaving Yunma behind like this? Isn't it a bit inconsiderate? Not at all. He has Qin Sixian keeping him company, and they have matters to attend to soon. Zhao Yunma stood at the entrance, his expression sorrowful, resembling a forsaken spouse. Qin Sixian arrived shortly after, patting his shoulder and teasing, standing at the restaurant door. Just inhaling the aromas can fill you up? Zhao Yunma lamented. Alas, our brother is preoccupied with the beauty. He shows no concern for his brother's plight. I've just recorded that statement. When third brother is in a foul mood, I shall play it for him. Qin Sixian promptly paused the recording and tucked his phone into his pocket. Honestly, could you not exhibit some humanity? What is humanity? Can it be consumed or spent? Friendship over. At the dining table, Fu Jinghua took the menu and effortlessly ordered an array of dishes that Qin Wan adored. Soon, a feast of crispy duck, steamed base, sweet and sour pork, poached chicken, and boiled shrimp graced the table. As Qin Wan gazed at the delectable spread, her inner appetite stirred restlessly. Fu Jinghua watched her as she eagerly took a piece of roasted goose into her mouth, a smile curling upon his lips. He had always known Qin Wan loved shrimp, yet she abhorred peeling them. Thus, it fell upon him to undertake this task. When she offered him a piece of wild base, her eyes sparkling with anticipation, he opened his mouth without hesitation and savored it. Qin Wan, noticing his enjoyment, tilted her head, her eyes glistening. Third brother, how does it taste? Quite delightful. As long as it's from you. I wouldn't refuse even if it were poison. However, Qin Wan's stomach soon signaled that she was full. Observing the grease at the corner of her mouth, Fu Jinghua instinctively reached for a napkin to wipe it away. Suddenly, when Qin Wan lifted her gaze to Fu Jinghua, her expression shifted slightly. Third brother, why is your neck so red? Fu Jinghua was well aware that it was an allergic reaction, a consequence of the base she had offered him earlier. It's nothing. Qin Wan quickly realized that the abnormal redness on his neck was indeed an allergic response. In her previous life, she had suffered from a mango allergy. When Han Xinian had given her juice containing mango, it had caused her to struggle for breath, nearly scratching her face in distress. Third brother, are you having an allergic reaction? Qin Wan's face paled with concern. Qin Wan had experienced the agony of allergies and was acutely aware that severe reactions could lead to shock. It's nothing serious, Wan. A little allergy. And I simply need to apply some ointment, her third brother assured her, gently brushing his fingers over the reddened corners of her eyes. Despite his own discomfort, he refrained from uttering any impatient words, tenderly attending to her emotions. Reflecting on what her brother had consumed during dinner, Qin Wan realized he would certainly avoid anything he was allergic to. It must have been the piece of base she had served him. After recalling that he hadn't touched the base again post-consumption, a surge of guilt welled up within her. I'm so sorry, third brother. It's all my fault for not being more attentive to your needs. I didn't even know you were allergic to fish. Chapter 14. Inability to control emotions. The girl's eyes, shimmering like rippling water, were filled with remorse. I'm perfectly fine. It's merely a slight allergy, and besides, it was my own desire to eat it. You cannot take the blame, he reassured her, ruffling her hair affectionately. I will make it a point to memorize your dietary restrictions and avoid making foolish mistakes in the future, she promised. Feeling somewhat healed by his words and silently resolving to do better, his heart warmed by her resolve, Fu Jinghua playfully pinched her nose. All right. Shinsong has already brought the car around. I have some allergy ointment in the vehicle. After a meal filled with guilt, Qin Wan realized that while Fu Jinghua was intimately aware of her preferences, she was entirely ignorant of his, having inadvertently caused him to suffer an allergic reaction. Before leaving the restaurant, Shinsong had already parked Fu Jinghua's custom luxury vehicle downstairs. Under the envious gazes of many women, Qin Wan was escorted by him to the passenger seat. Once inside the car, her first action was to anxiously retrieve the first aid kit, extracting allergy medication and a bottle of mineral water for him to swallow. Afterward, she gently applied the ointment on his skin. Once finished, she even blew softly on the reddened area. The fragrant warmth emanating from her was intoxicating, brushing against his neck, making Fu Jinghua grit his teeth. His fingers tapping against the leather seat beside him. Is it feeling better after applying it? She inquired. Yes, it's much more comfortable now, he replied. suppressing a certain emotion, his voice growing hoarse. As the car started, Qin held her phone tightly, stealing glances at Fu Jinghui. Worried about any sudden changes in his condition, ready to call for emergency help at a moment's notice. Under the intense gaze of the girl he cherished, Fu Jinghui felt both blissful and tormented. The little beast within him stirred, urging him to act out of character. He turned to meet her gaze, a playful smile dancing in his deep eyes. "Why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face?" "No, not at all. I merely encountered something distasteful while scrolling through my phone, which prompted me to gaze upon the visage of my dear brother San for a moment of respite." Qin sat with the posture of a primary school student, her hands resting tightly upon her knees. The man's eyes, brimming with affection, sparkled with a subtle, almost imperceptible smile. "Does one find San's face beautiful? Brother San, your face is not merely handsome, it is so exquisite that it renders others envious." When the topic of Fu Jinghui's strikingly divine countenance arose, Qin beamed with pride. "Does one truly admire Brother San's face? Of course. I am an absolute connoisseur of beauty. Having gazed upon Brother San's face so frequently, I have become immune to the charms of others." Fu Jinghui, indifferent to the extent of his own attractiveness, felt a warmth in his heart at the thought of winning the affection of the young girl. He gently ruffled her hair. "Since one adores it so much, I shall take great care in preserving this face of mine." "Indeed. Gazing upon Brother San's face daily is a true delight, and it even whets my appetite." Her words elicited a chuckle from Fu Jinghui, filling his heart with a gentle sweetness. With his robust health, the red spots on his neck had swiftly come under control after medication and ointment. As they drove past a venerable pastry shop, Fu Jinghui parked the car by the roadside. Qin inquired, "Brother San, why have we stopped? I know you love the osmanthus pastries from Sue's, so I bought some for you to enjoy later when you're hungry." Her brother San was perpetually thinking of her. In this second life, Qin's tear ducts were exceptionally sensitive, reflecting on his thoughtful gestures made her eyes well up. At that moment, a man passed by the front of the car, bearing a resemblance to Han Shinian. Noticing her eyes glistening with tears, Fu Jinghui felt a shift in the atmosphere around him. Unexpectedly, she lunged towards him, her small face pressed against his chest. "Brother San, why are you so good to me?" Fu Jinghui initially assumed her sudden melancholy stemmed from thoughts of Han Shinian. However, upon realizing it was due to his kindness, a sense of responsibility blossomed within him. At that moment, he could scarcely articulate his feelings, silently affirming that she was his exception and his cherished one. "You are my Wan, and treating you well is my duty." Qin, deeply moved, felt her heart swell with emotion. "Brother San, I shall memorize your preferences. Tomorrow, I will compile a list and memorize it entirely." Her silly demeanor was irresistibly endearing, melting his heart. "Wan, simply be yourself. Brother San will always adore you." The sensation of being cherished was truly exquisite. Before stepping out of the car, Fu Jinghui gently advised, "Wan, I will be in line for a while to purchase something. If you feel bored, you may play some games on the tablet." "All right." On that early spring evening, with a hint of chill in the air, Qin watched the silhouette of him standing in the breeze. Her heart warmed as she picked up the tablet and began to watch a variety show. Half an hour later, Fu Jinghui returned, enveloped in a cool aura, and handed a warm osmanthus pastry to Qin. "This is freshly made. And I also bought you some new glutinous rice cakes from that place. Do take a look and see if you like them." As the sweet delicacy melted in her mouth, the girl's sparkling eyes mirrored the fragmented light outside the window, a gentle warmth bubbling up from the depths of her heart. "Third brother, this is truly delicious." With that, she excitedly offered him the half-eaten glutinous rice cake. "Third brother, you must try it. The taste is absolutely wonderful." Fu Jinghui, of course, did not decline her offering. The cake was soft and slightly sweet, yet it paled in comparison to the sweetness of the smile adorning the young girl's face. Upon receiving his affirmative response, Qin could hardly contain her joy. Just as she finished the last bite of her treat, Fu Jinghui presented her with a thermos of ginger date tea. "The weather has been quite unstable lately. This will help prevent a cold." Qin accepted the thermos with a playful smile, her gaze lingering on Fu Jinghui's strikingly handsome face. At that moment, his fingers, elegantly defined, gripped the steering wheel, while the neon lights outside danced across his regal, aloof features, adding an air of mysterious allure to his already captivating visage. A fleeting glance at the man's enchanting beauty sent Qin's heart racing uncontrollably. The man, so adept at commanding attention, undoubtedly possessed a magnetic charm. Placing her hand over her heart, she pondered, what was causing such excitement today? Why was it racing so fast? Suddenly, Fu Jinghuai noticed her clutching her heart. Her porcelain face tinged with a delicate blush, and her brows slightly furrowed as if in discomfort. The man's expression shifted to one of concern. Wan, is your heart feeling unwell? Oh, no. I'm perfectly fine, Qin Wan replied, unable to articulate why she felt a sudden surge of guilt. Her voice lacking its usual confidence. Observing her complexion, which did not betray any signs of distress, Fu Jinghuai finally relaxed. The restaurant where they had dined was half an hour away from Jingxiu Yuan, and given that they were traveling during rush hour, the journey was rather prolonged. Midway through the drive, Qin Wan leaned back against her seat and dozed off. During a brief pause at a red light, Fu Jinghuai thoughtfully retrieved a blanket from the back seat and draped it over her. At that moment, her tousled hair obscured half of her face, prompting Fu Jinghuai to gently tuck the strands behind her ear. Ultimately, he could not restrain his emotions, and he lifted his hand to softly caress the girl's fair cheek. A tumult of unspoken feelings swirled within his deep-set eyes. Chapter 15. Soothing him time seemed to freeze in that moment as Fu Jinghuai lowered his gaze, fixated on the girl's delicate lips for what felt like an eternity. His seductive mouth was pressed tightly into a line, veins visibly pulsing on his forehead as he struggled to contain the emotions that threatened to overflow. This state lingered for an indeterminate duration until the flow of traffic resumed, prompting him to reluctantly withdraw his yearning gaze. As the car rolled into the garage, Qin Wan showed no signs of waking. Concerned that she might be uncomfortable sleeping in the vehicle for too long, Fu Jinghuai gently wrapped her in a blanket, cradling her petite form in his arms. With one hand holding Qin Wan, he reached for the door with the other. Only then did Qin Wan slowly awaken. Her voice imbued with a languorous, feline softness. "Third brother, have we arrived home?" The tender, sleepy tone tugged at Fu Jinghuai's heartstrings. "Yes," he replied. As Qin Wan extricated herself from his embrace, her feet met the ground, granting her a sense of reality. Once home, she intended to take a shower and rest. But Fu Jinghuai interjected. "You should not bathe immediately after waking. It could give you a chill." "I'll wait a moment," she acquiesced. At that moment, a call from Qin Sixian interrupted them, requiring Fu Jinghuai's attention for work matters. He retreated to his study, while Qin Wan returned to her bedroom. Sprawling out on her large bed in the shape of a star, her mind swirling with thoughts, memories of Fu Jinghuai's devotedness flooded her mind. And in a quest to ease her heart, she contemplated ways to reciprocate his kindness, feeling a newfound clarity. In her previous life, the mental torment inflicted by Han Xinian had left her with chronic headaches, unresponsive to Western medicine, ultimately leading her to study acupressure with a traditional Chinese physician. Now, her only skill to offer was the ability to soothe fatigue through massage. After taking a refreshing shower and donning a loose, dry silk pajama set, with her hair cascading around her, she ventured into the kitchen to prepare a cup of calming tea for Fu Jinghuai. Balancing the tea in her hands, she pressed against the door, listening intently but hearing nothing from within. After a moment of contemplation, she decided to knock. Fu Jinghuai had just concluded a video call with an overseas client when he noticed Qin Wan entering, her hair flowing freely and a tray in her hands. She radiated a fragrant aura from her recent bath, her skin glowing, and her entire presence exuded a refreshing, intoxicating charm. His heart raced at the sight of her. "Third brother, are you finished?" she asked. "Yes. Please have some calming tea." Her thoughtfulness warmed Fu Jinghuai's heart, bringing a sweetness akin to honey. As he took a sip, Qin Wan leaned closer, her demeanor both adorable and endearing. "Third brother, after a long day, let me give you a massage." "A massage?" he inquired. "Yes, I've recently learned some techniques online. Would you like to try? I've heard that pinpoint acupressure can be quite relieving." Fu Jinghuai's heart, already attuned to her every word, stirred at her suggestion. A flicker of doubt crossed his mind. Was she learning these techniques for Han Xinian? The sweetness that had blossomed in his heart turned to bitterness. Wan, are you learning this online for him?" The girl's expression faltered, fear gripping her that Fu Jinghuai might misconstrue her intentions. With a strong desire to clarify, she lowered her head, her bright, starry eyes glancing earnestly at him. "Of course not. I learned this online because I see you working so hard every day to provide me with a better life. I have nothing else to offer in return, so I can only help you with these little things." Regardless of whether her words contained any exaggeration, Fu Jinghuai felt a wave of relief wash over him. Noticing his demeanor soften, Qin Wan let out a sigh of relief. Her elder brother's perceptiveness was a result of her past misdeeds. "Elder brother, please sit comfortably." I shall give you a massage, the girl said, her voice sweet and gentle, her mood instantly lightening. Mm. The man sat upright, and as the girl approached from behind, her delicate hands expertly located the acupoints, applying gentle pressure. Her soft, almost ethereal fingers kneaded his forehead, causing the man's body to tense involuntarily, his darkening gaze betraying his struggle as his large hand clenched tightly on his lap. After a while, Qin Wan, unaware of any unusual tension, leaned closer, her breath whispering like a fragrant breeze. Elder brother, is it comfortable? The man steadied his breath, his voice hoarse. It was more than mere comfort. If this continued, he would truly be at his limit. As Qin Wan continued, she eventually realized that Fu Jinghuai's muscles were rigid with tension, and she kindly advised, elder brother, relax a bit. Rest assured, my techniques have been learned from reputable traditional Chinese medicine practitioners and will not harm you. The man was nearly driven mad by the irresistible sensation, while this innocent girl remained blissfully unaware. Fu Jinghuai's voice emerged from his throat, strained yet restrained. Elder brother, trust Wan. Heaven knew how much effort he expended to ease his taut muscles. After approximately 10 minutes of pressure on the acupoint on his forehead, she shifted her hands to his shoulders, subjecting him to yet another round of physical torment. At last, the ordeal came to an end, and he felt a pang of sympathy for her small hands, which must have grown weary. He grasped her delicate hand to alleviate her discomfort. Wan, please don't massage me next time. If I feel tired, we have a massage chair at home. To Qin Wan's ears, this took on a different meaning, and she believed her brother did not appreciate her massage technique. Oh, I understand. Seeing her dejected expression, Fu Jinghuai's brows furrowed. Wan, what is the matter? She nervously fiddled with the hem of her garment. Elder brother, is it that my massage was uncomfortable? If you find it unsatisfactory, I can certainly improve my technique. At her words, the man's throat shifted slightly, his deep-set eyes swirling with emotions that Qin Wan could not comprehend. It was more than mere comfort. The pleasure made him yearn for more. If only Wan's hands could continue to massage him. As this thought crossed his mind, Fu Jinghuai's ears flushed a vibrant crimson. How could he entertain such notions? If Wan knew of his impure thoughts, would she? The more he spiraled into these musings, the more agitated he became, akin to a startled bird. He adeptly concealed any inappropriate emotions. His warm fingertips, lightly perfumed with a hint of tobacco, gently pinched her soft cheek. How could that be? Our Wan's massages are very comfortable for elder brother. I simply do not wish to tire you. Upon hearing this reasoning, Qin Wan's spirits lifted, her mood transformed into one of joy, rejuvenated in an instant. Brother San, I am not tired. In the future, I wish to give you a massage, ensuring it is exceptionally soothing. The word comfortable resonated in Fu Jinghuai's mind like an enchanting melody, rekindling the suppressed restlessness within him. Rising from the sofa, he avoided meeting Qin Wan's gaze and declared, Wan, I shall take a shower now. All right, Qin Wan replied softly, observing his hasty departure with a tilted head, pondering whether those with obsessive cleanliness rushed to bathe. Just look at Brother San. His stride seemed more urgent than usual. This time, Fu Jinghuai lingered in the bathroom for quite a while before the sound of running water ceased. Chapter 16. A New Thought in a Fleeting Moment. Fu Jinghuai emerged from the bathroom clad in a deep blue silk pajama, enveloping himself snugly. Remembering that Qin Wan's forehead required the removal of the gauze for disinfection, he knocked on her door with a medical kit in hand. Qin Wan, bent over her desk completing the previously assigned math problems, recognized the knock was from Fu Jinghuai. She cheerfully opened the door, only to wilt at the sight of the medical kit. The thought of the stinging sensation of disinfectant on her skin extinguished her smile. Brother San, can we discuss this? Is it possible to forego disinfection today? She pleaded, her lively eyes glimmering like stars, causing Fu Jinghuai's heart to flutter. Yet, he remained unwavering, not swayed by her charms. No, it cannot be. Realizing resistance was futile, Qin Wan lowered her gaze, pouting, then please be gentle when you disinfect. I am rather fragile. Her soft, endearing demeanor elicited a low chuckle from the man. Leaning slightly closer, he whispered near her ear, his warm lips brushing against her earlobe. His voice husky and enticing. Brother San will be gentle. His warm lips glided past her ear, leaving a tingling sensation, causing Qin Wan's eyelashes to flutter and her toes to curl comfortably in her slippers. At that moment, her heart raced uncontrollably, her cheeks flushed as she nodded, lifting her chin as if facing her fate. Then, Brother San, please proceed. The delightful sight of Qin Wan left Fu Jinghuai at a loss for words. How could his little girl be so soft and obedient? On the bed, Qin Wan sat upright, eyes closed and biting her lip, appearing as if bracing for a challenge. Fu Jinghuai's lips curled into a subtle smile as he gently unwrapped the gauze, handling it with the utmost care as if he were dealing with a porcelain doll. With her low tolerance for pain, Qin Wan barely felt discomfort from his delicate touch. All she sensed was a cool sensation on her forehead, the pain almost negligible. Elated, she opened her eyes, sparkling with brilliance. Brother San, you are so gentle. Your technique is far superior to that of the previous doctor. From now on, no matter what happens, you are forbidden from causing yourself any harm, understood? Upon seeing her wound, Fu Jinghuai felt an overwhelming urge to drag Han Xinian out for a reckoning. Had it not been for his insidious influence over Wan Wan, how could such a timid girl dare to engage in such audacious behavior? Indeed, I must cherish my health, for I wish to accompany my third brother for a lifetime. The notion of a lifetime struck a chord deep within Fu Jinghuai's heart, and his handsome features softened with a smile. After assisting her with the medication, he even went so far as to blow gently on her wound to alleviate her pain. This tender gesture sent ripples across Qin Wan's heart, though she remained oblivious to the burgeoning affection that the man before her had already planted within her. Once everything was taken care of, Fu Jinghuai stood to leave, carrying the medicine box, while Qin Wan muttered softly to herself, feeling a twinge of nostalgia. How wonderful it was to be a child, when fear could serve as an excuse, allowing me to have my third brother by my side while I slept. Her whispered lament reached the man's ears, and a flicker of delight crossed his resolute features. Wan Wan, good night. My dear third brother, good night. Lying in bed, Qin Wan tossed and turned, unable to find sleep. After a moment of inner conflict, she slipped on her slippers and knocked on Fu Jinghuai's door. At that moment, he was engaged in a video call with a client. Hearing the knock, he instantly recognized it was Qin Wan. He apologized in fluent English and suggested that they continue their discussion the following day. The project with Fu Jinghuai's firm promised substantial profits, so the client was unlikely to object over such a trivial matter. When the door opened, his deep, gentle gaze fell upon her lovely face. Wan Wan, what is the matter? Third brother, could you lend me a pillow? A pillow? Yes, of course. Confused by her request, Fu Jinghuai watched as she approached the bed and climbed onto it, selecting the pillow he usually placed on his right side. Wan Wan, what do you need my pillow for? Oh, it's nothing. I accidentally got mine dirty, so I just wanted to borrow yours. Qin Wan couldn't very well admit that possessing something imbued with his essence would help her sleep. However, under his probing gaze, the innocent 21-year-old found her ears betraying her, turning a shade of crimson. Fu Jinghuai, perceptive to her hidden thoughts, responded with a knowing tone. Ah, so that's it. Your pillow got dirty. I have a new set in the cupboard. You can take one of those. No, that has too much trouble. Yours is just fine. Having obtained what she desired, Qin Wan feared he might swap out the pillow she was clutching, and her little steps towards the bed were quicker than a rabbitess. One might think a wolf was chasing her. Third brother, get some rest. I'm leaving now. Fu Jinghuai shook his head in amusement. Watching Qin Wan clutch his pillow as if it were a precious treasure, a soft smile gracing his lips. In her bedroom, Qin Wan embraced the pillow imbued with Fu Jinghuai's scent and soon drifted into a dreamlike state, embarking on a journey with the Sandman. After a restful night, Qin Wan awoke feeling quite cheerful as she prepared to head to school. Fu Jinghuai had also enjoyed a pleasant night's sleep, indulging in a rather tantalizing dream. The only discomfort he experienced was the need to wash the bed linens in the morning. Once he had completed his morning routine and stepped out of his room, Qin Wan spotted him serving himself a bowl of yam and barley porridge with a spoon. Third brother, since you are so busy with work, I can have breakfast at the school cafeteria from now on. I have some free time lately to prepare meals, she suggested. Very well then, he replied. The warm porridge filled Qin Wan's stomach with great satisfaction. After breakfast, clearing the table was naturally not her responsibility. Today, she had woken up without the sound of an alarm, and with only 2 classes in the morning, she had ample time. Qin Wan noticed her suitcase from yesterday sitting in the living room. The thought of the chaotic assortment of personal belongings inside made her head buzz. Organizing was a calamity for her, and in that moment, she wished she could perform magic to neatly arrange her items with just a wave of her hand. Fu Jinghuai, having dried his hands, approached her. Noticing the young girl standing forlornly before the suitcase, he affectionately ruffled her hair and said, I'll help you sort it out shortly. No need. Third brother, I can manage this little task myself, she insisted, not wanting him to perceive her as inept. Though Qin words were firm. As she reached for the suitcase, she realized she had stuffed it too full and had only locked one side of it. As she touched it, the previously secured lock gave way, causing the contents to spill out chaotically. In a flurry of activity, she scrambled to tidy up, prompting Fu Jinghui to chuckle softly at her flustered demeanor. Observing her frantic efforts, he squatted down and smiled gently. Wan. Why don't you go sit on the sofa and enjoy some fruit? I'll take care of this. Third brother, I really can do it, she replied. His deep, measured voice was laced with tenderness as he reassured her. Yes, I know my Wan is the most capable. Feeling embarrassed, Qin could have dug a hole to hide in. Yet, staring at the pile of bottles, jars, and clothes scattered on the floor left her feeling dazed. After a brief internal struggle, she ultimately surrendered. All right then. Chapter 17. The facade crumbles. Fu Jinghui was not fond of strangers lingering around him. So aside from the occasional deep cleaning when he was away, he ensured that no other living soul entered their home while he and Qin were present. He had long since developed a habit of personally attending to all matters concerning her. Under his attentive care, the disordered items soon found their rightful places. However, when he reached the bottom of the suitcase and encountered a set of alluring black lingerie, his breath caught momentarily, while he felt no distress in organizing the other belongings. This particular item proved to be quite a conundrum for the astute and commanding Fu Jinghui. As Qin approached, she noticed him lost in thought. Upon realizing what Fu Jinghui was gazing at, her delicate crescent-like face flushed a deep shade reminiscent of exquisite jade. Her hands moved quicker than her mind, swiftly seizing the undergarments from the box and dashing into the room with the speed of a 100-meter sprinter. In the bathroom, having splashed her face with cool water to alleviate the heat, Qin found herself recalling the recent awkward encounter, her cheeks warming anew. When would her brazen nature ever change? After considerable mental preparation, she finally ventured out of the room. Fu Jinghui, aware of his little girl's shyness, chose to let the incident slide. It's time for school. I'll drive you, he said. All right, she replied. The car soon arrived at the school entrance. Just before alighting, she once more reminded Fu Jinghui, Third brother, you promised me you would eat well and try not to smoke. If I find out you're mistreating your stomach, I shall be quite upset. I'll send you a photo of my lunch on WeChat, he assured. Okay, goodbye, and drive safely. Qin was studying education, and today, she had a class on the history of foreign education at 9 o'clock. She arrived just in time, choosing a seat towards the back of the classroom. These subjects were familiar to her from her previous life, and this felt like a refreshing review, making it easy for her to grasp the material. After the class concluded, she encountered Li Xiaojing in the hallway. When dealing with this cunning woman, one must not show leniency. Li Xiaojing, have you forgotten what we discussed yesterday? Why haven't I seen the repayment of the money I lent you? Qin inquired sharply. Wan, you know my family circumstances. How can I possibly return 20,000 yuan all at once? Are you trying to drive me to despair? Li Xiaojing responded, her tears cascading like rain on a pear blossom. With her gentle Jiangnan beauty, her tearful visage evoked a sense of protectiveness in others. Before long, a sycophant stepped in. Qin, don't bully Xiaojing just because of your status. Leave a little leeway for future encounters. Qin could not help but chuckle at the man's foolishness, recognizing a reflection of her own past naivety. Am I bullying her? Have you lost your mind? It's only right to repay debts. How does that equate to bullying? She retorted defiantly. Your family is wealthy, and this mere 20,000 yuan is but a trifle to you. If Han Shinian were to learn of your behavior, what would he think? The man spoke with bravado, his disdain evident. Hearing her name bound to Han Shinian sent a spark of fury through Qin. My family's wealth is earned through my brother's hard work. I am no fool, and I see no reason to lend money to a complete stranger with whom I have no ties. With a sly smile, she added, since you speak so eloquently and seem so principled, why not pay off the debt she owes me? I never borrowed money from you. Why should I pay? The man's bravado faltered at the mention of his wallet. You cannot assist in repaying the debt, so kindly silence your foul mouth. It is evident that one does not understand pain until it is felt personally. Your man is left blushing in embarrassment. Qin then turned her ire towards the true culprit. Li Xiaojing, do not presume I am unaware of your petty schemes. You merely wish to manipulate the surrounding public opinion to morally bind me, thereby evading your obligation to repay the money you owe me. However, I regret to inform you that you shall be sorely disappointed. Morality is a quality I possess only when it suits me. If I do not see my money by noon today, Prepare for a court summons. Qin wanted matters to attend to and truly had no time to squander on irrelevant individuals. Qin Wan, I genuinely cannot produce that much money right now. Can you not consider? Li Xiaojing's facade was torn away, her lips tightly pressed together, a visage of profound humiliation. No. Qin Wan was thoroughly exasperated by her demeanor and struck at the core. Oh, by the way, do not assume others are fools. You claim to be broke. Yet how can one afford a pair of sneakers costing 3,000 and carry a Balenciaga bag worth over 4,000? Huh. Upon uttering this statement, the atmosphere ignited, and onlookers eagerly scrutinized the bag Li Xiaojing was carrying, discovering it indeed cost over 4,800. Li Xiaojing's pitiful persona shattered instantaneously. How shameless of you to purchase luxury goods while accepting financial aid designated for impoverished students. This world is not devoid of righteous individuals. Li Xiaojing was swiftly thrust into the spotlight of everyone's scorn. Behind her, voices condemned Li Xiaojing, and Qin Wan felt a great sense of satisfaction. Just as they exited the school gates, a woman in her 50s was seen relentlessly tugging at someone, her words laced with obscenities. Qin Wan stepped forward, only to recognize the person being accosted, none other than Wang Xiao, the technological prodigy from Han Shernyan's company in her previous life. This girl possessed a face that bore masculine traits, standing at a height of 178 centimeters, donned in male attire. She could easily be mistaken for a male model, if her thoughts were not muddled. She recalled that Han Shernyan's rise as a tech star was significantly aided by the security systems and games developed by Wang Xiao and her team. She remembered a report stating that Wang Xiao lost her mother at a young age and was raised single-handedly by her father, a veteran. Alas, misfortune often seeks out the most deserving. When she was in her second year of high school, her father was involved in a hit-and-run accident, depleting their life savings for his treatment, while he continued to require costly medication to sustain his life. Han Shernyan's ability to earn her unwavering loyalty seemed to stem from his assistance during her lowest moments, revealing Wang Xiao to be a person of deep empathy. Today, it would be a tragic waste for a genius like Wang Xiao to be associated with the likes of Han Shernyan. Therefore, she resolved that Wang Xiao would serve her family's third brother in the future. Wang Xiao, if you cannot repay the 50,000 yuan, then you shall use your family's house as collateral. A few months ago, the very reason I chose to lend money to Wang Xiao was due to that house. Aunt, if I give you the house, where will my father and I live? Wang Xiao was on the verge of tears. Aunt, I have already started my internship. Please wait a little longer. I will definitely repay you. Where you live is of no concern to me, she scoffed. Nowadays, university students are as numerous as the stars. You'll barely earn a few coins in your first month after graduation. It will be ages before you can repay me. In her quest to manipulate the situation, the woman made a harsh ultimatum. If you don't put the house in my name, I will come to your school every day to cause a scene. Upon hearing this, Qin Wan's sense of justice ignited. How can you be so cold-hearted? You are her own aunt. How can you pressure her like this? She is merely a student, and she has promised to repay you once she starts earning. She has no intention of defaulting. Chapter 18. Anxious worries. Who are you to meddle in this? Wang Zhaozhen glared at Qin Wan with contempt. Clearly, her patience had worn thin as she issued her final ultimatum. Wang Xiao, I'm telling you. You will either accompany me to the housing authority to transfer the property into my name today, or you will repay me. Wang Xiao, a soon-to-be graduate, felt utterly cornered by her aunt's coercion, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Qin Wan discerned that this so-called aunt's desire for money was merely a fade. Her true intention was to seize Wang Zhao's house. She had clearly calculated that Wang Xiao would be unable to produce the cash, prompting her to resort to such underhanded tactics. How much is it? I will help her repay you. 50,000. Classmate, Yuan Xiao could hardly believe her ears. A complete stranger was offering to help her with her debt, an absurd notion. Consider this as a loan from me. Just write me an IOU. And whenever you start earning, you can repay me. Qin Wan, wishing to alleviate any burden from her mind, proposed a compromise. All right, thank you. Wang Xiao, feeling utterly desperate, clutched this lifeline. After all, this girl left a wonderful first impression. She had no ulterior motives worth the effort of deceit. Wang Zhaozhen assumed Qin Wan was merely posturing. She produced her payment code, saying, since you're so wealthy, go ahead and scan. Qin Wan pulled out her phone and transferred the 50,000. The aunt was instantly flabbergasted. And there's still 5,000 in interest owed. Interest? I paid that last month from my wages. Wang Xiao panicked. Be reasonable. If you don't leave now, I will report you for enticing students into high-interest loans. 50,000 yuan, with 5,000 in interest over 3 months, is quite usurious. Qinwan was lacking in funds, but she wasn't a fool either. Wang Xiao's aunt was cunning, realizing Qinwan could be easily taken advantage of, especially given her apparent wealth. While she could toy with Wang Xiao, she knew that confronting this girl head-on would yield unfavorable results. Therefore, she swiftly took the money and departed. As the person departed, Wang Xiao cast a grateful glance towards Qinwan. Thank you for helping me out today. I assure you, I will repay the money I owe you. No need to rush about the money. We are both from the same school. By age, I should address you as senior. You know me? Of course. Your academic prowess and technical skills are so remarkable that it would be difficult not to be aware of you. Sincerity is indeed a powerful weapon. And Wang Xiao could sense the genuine warmth in Qinwan's eyes. Little junior sister, as a token of my gratitude for your timely assistance, allow me to treat you to a meal. He had just received his part-time wages from a few days prior. Qinwan had matters to discuss with her as well. A dining table would provide an excellent setting for their conversation. That sounds delightful. I was just about to grab a bite. Dining alone is rather dull. It's far more appetizing to share a meal with someone. Meanwhile, in the hospital, Han Shinian lay on the bed clad in striped patient attire, having fractured 3 ribs. His pallor indicative of his condition. He pondered deeply, struggling to comprehend which aspect had gone awry, resulting in such a drastic transformation in Qinwan. How could she be so indifferent to him? Just days ago, she had been obedient, and now, after a domestic uproar, she seemed like a completely different person. Han Shinian found himself utterly perplexed. In the midst of his turmoil, the door to the ward swung open, and Li Xiaojing entered, her expression one of wounded innocence. Akin to a modern-day Lin Daiyu, her face etched with distress. Han Shinian, already agitated, felt his annoyance escalate upon seeing her demeanor. Li Xiaojing approached the bedside, initially inquiring gently about his health. Han Shinian's response was icy. Even though it was evident that his affection for her had waned, Li Xiaojing, desperate for his assistance, resorted to a pitiful display. Shinian, Qinwan is pressuring me to repay the 20,000 yuan I borrowed. Do you have any money? Could you lend me a bit to settle with her? Han Shinian, an orphan since childhood, had relied on student loans for tuition and earned his living through diligent work and scholarships. The audacity of Li Xiaojing to ask him for money left him scoffing in disdain. Why should I help you repay what you owe to Qinwan? Shinian, I truly have no other options. If I don't repay, Qinwan will take me to court. Li Xiaojing grasped his hand, tears welling in her eyes. Han Shinian, increasingly irritated, found her theatrics only served to heighten his annoyance. Why are you crying? I'm still alive. His thunderous voice silenced her sobs instantly. Li Xiaojing was taken aback. The man who had once treated her with gentle grace now resembled a lion poised to pounce. Meeting his dark gaze, she instinctively recoiled, realizing that her hopes of obtaining money from him today were utterly dashed. Shinian, please take care of yourself. I will come to visit you when you're feeling better. As she reached the door, her grip on the handle turned pale, and she cast a resentful glance at Han Shinian. Nearby, in a bustling Sichuan restaurant, patrons flowed continuously, creating a lively atmosphere. Qinwan and Wang Xiao sat facing each other. Just after placing their orders, Qinwan noticed that Wang Xiao was incessantly rubbing her eyes, which were now bloodshot. She approached her, bent down, and gently pulled back her eyelids, discovering a fluffy substance inside. With a tissue in hand, she softly offered to help her remove it. Sister, bear with me for a moment. I will finish quickly. All right. Meanwhile, Zhao Yuma, who had stepped out to run an errand, caught sight of something while waiting at a red light, nearly exclaiming in shock, "Oh my, the sky is falling." After only a few days of peace following the departure of his third brother and Qinwan, another situation had arisen. Through the glass of a nearby restaurant, he saw Qinwan, with her back to them, seemingly engaged in an intimate exchange of kisses with a man. His loud outburst startled Qin Sixian, who had been playing chess on his phone. "Zhao Yunma, are you out of your mind?" Zhao Yunma, feeling wronged, nudged him to look across at the restaurant. Noticing that Qin Sixian wore a similarly astonished expression, Zhao Yunma sighed. "Qin Sixian, if our brother discovers that someone has kissed his precious heart, do you think that man will survive the night?" He was in a daze, having just dealt with Han Shinian. Now a stranger appeared. How could they navigate this situation? Is your brain made of dough? Can't you see that they are misaligned in their kiss? Your eyesight is terrible. I'll pay for you to see an ophthalmologist later. Zhao Yunma was flustered with concern. Although Qinwan was spoiled, being raised by Fu Jinghuai, she was not a girl who took love lightly. Engaging in public displays of affection was not something she would do. After receiving a verbal reprimand, Zhao Yunma focused again, finally realizing that he had indeed misinterpreted the scene. However, he remained anxious. Qin Sisian, considering our third brother's possessive nature, he would be jealous even if it were just a male mosquito near Qinwan. If he finds out she is being so intimate with another man, he would certainly be unable to accept it. Just as he finished speaking, he noticed something new and exclaimed again, "Look, she's even feeding him. At this rate, how can our brother not go mad?" Qin Sixian was equally distressed, grappling with the fact that Qinwan had just broken up with Han Xinian and now seemed to be with a young man. Was she determined to drive everyone to madness? Chapter 19. Ultimately Misplaced Affections. They both sighed in unison, and Qin Sixian, the more composed of the two, suggested, "We still have matters to attend to at the company. Let us return first. We shall face whatever comes our way. And later we can investigate this man's background before making any decisions." "That will have to suffice," Zhao Yunma mumbled dejectedly. Fu Jinghuai had just begun to feel better after a few days, and the atmosphere at the company was finally returning to normal, only for him to face yet another wave of turmoil. Sighing, he mused that even the sight of beautiful women with long legs and ample bosoms could no longer pique his interest. As Qin Wan savored the exquisite Sichuan cuisine alongside Wang Xiao, she remained blissfully unaware of the elaborate narrative concocted by Zhao Yunma and Qin Sixian. "Xiao Xiao, this water-boiled pork is delightful, and this spicy stir-fried beef is equally splendid." Qin Wan cheerfully piled food onto Wang Xiao's plate. Wang Xiao gazed at her, feeling as though the entire scene before her was surreal. Since her father's tragic accident after retiring from the army, she had experienced the harshness of human nature. Even those bound to her by blood were often apprehensive that her circumstances might burden them, treating her like an unwelcome specter. It had been a long time since she had basked in such warmth. Ironically, this warmth was bestowed upon her by a near stranger, someone she had scarcely met. "What's the matter? Don't you like it?" Qin Wan inquired. "If you don't, you need not eat," she added. "I do," Wang Xiao replied, savoring the fish and feeling an unfamiliar warmth swell within her. Qin Wan's laughter was infectious. It had been ages since Wang Xiao felt so relaxed. After settling the bill at the restaurant, Wang Xiao turned back, borrowing paper and a pen from the owner to draft an IOU, which she presented to Qin Wan. Qin Wan paused, her gaze fixed on the note. "What is this for?" she asked. "You've lent me a considerable sum. I want to provide you with some assurance," Wang Xiao explained. Without hesitation, Qin Wan snatched the note and tore it in half. "Wang Xiao, the reason I lent you the money is because I trust your character. You can repay me when you are financially stable after earning your own income." Wang Xiao was profoundly touched by this gesture. Sensing the moment was becoming overly sentimental, Qin Wan swiftly continued, "Wang Xiao, I know you are a computer science major with exceptional skills. Have you ever considered working for a corporation?" Wang Xiao's eyes widened. The idea of working for such a prestigious group was a dream she had long cherished. However, she was acutely aware of her limited experience. Being merely a student yet to graduate, and as a female in a field where many companies held biases against women programmers, such aspirations felt unthinkable. "Qin Wan, how could someone with my qualifications ever secure a position in a corporation?" Wang Xiao's self-awareness was evident in her bittersweet smile. "But do you wish to?" Qin Wan inquired, noticing the unmistakable glimmer of hope in Wang Xiao's eyes. With unwavering confidence, Qin Wan asserted, "As long as you desire it, I will ensure you gain entry. Talents like yours deserve a platform to soar. If you join my third brother's company, I believe you will carve out a space that belongs solely to you." With Qin Wan's encouragement, the confidence that Wang Xiao had lost began to return, albeit slowly. "All right," Wang Xiao nodded. Qin Wan, not one to shy away from taking action, decided that this matter must be set in motion today. She texted Fu Jinghuai, "Third brother, are you free at the moment?" Fu Jinghuai replied, "Yes." During a meeting, seated at the head of the table, he disregarded protocol and played on his phone. Yet, not a single person in attendance dared to express their discontent. After reading the message, Qin Wan felt that a phone call would not suffice. It would be better to discuss matters in person. Thus, she and Wang Xiao headed directly to the corporation. Qin Wan seldom visits the company, yet tales of her magnificence circulate widely within its walls. The beloved sister of the president, who would dare to displease her? General Manager Fu would surely ensure they experienced the bitter and sweet of life. When Princess Qin arrived at the company, no one dared to obstruct her. She effortlessly took Wang Xiao with her in the president's exclusive elevator to the 88th floor. Upon her arrival, Fu Jinghuai's meeting had yet to conclude, so the two settled on the office sofa to wait. Noticing Wang Xiao's nervousness, Her hands unsure of where to rest, Qin smiled gently. Don't be so anxious. My brother is quite amicable. I will inform him of your situation shortly, and I am confident he will arrange your employment in no time. It is said that indulging in a sweet treat can alleviate tension, and recalling the imported ice cream Fu Jinghuai had purchased for her. She retrieved 2 boxes from the refrigerator, one coconut-flavored for Wang Xiao and one orange-flavored for herself. With a generous spirit, she offered her box to Wang Xiao here. Try a scoop of my orange flavor and see if it's equally delightful. Wang Xiao, feeling more at ease, replied, You should taste mine too. Suddenly, just as Wang Xiao was about to swallow her ice cream, the door swung open, revealing Fu Jinghuai, his piercing gaze fixed on her, making her feel as though she were sitting on pins and needles. Upon seeing Fu Jinghuai, Qin disregarded his imposing presence and approached him with a soft smile. Brother, have you finished your meeting? Fu Jinghuai's deep-set brows appeared sharp as blades. He did not recognize the young man beside her. Yet the thought that he dared to share ice cream with Wan chilled his gaze further. Behind him, Zhao Yunma and Qin Sixian, having just concluded their meeting, also spotted Wang Xiao on the sofa, their expressions a mixture of intrigue and astonishment. What was this little ingrate, Qin up to? Had she brought this young man to the company, fearing her brother might bury him alive on the spot? In their astonishment, Qin cheerfully introduced, Brother, allow me to introduce you. This is my senior from school, a year above me, though we are from different departments. I must tell you, she is a computer genius. Do you think you could arrange for her to work at your company? Senior? Zhao Yunma was the first to respond. Indeed, she is my senior from the same university. Zhao Yunma cleared his throat, apprehensive that his brother might go mad over this misunderstanding, which ultimately turned out to be a comical mix-up. As long as she was female, it was for the best. This would surely temper his brother's erratic tendencies. Brother Yunma, why such a strong reaction? Oh, it's nothing. Nothing. Zhao Yunma waved his hand. Unable to admit that he had mistaken Wang Xiao for a male, believing her to be a flirtatious presence from outside. Brother, what do you think of my earlier suggestion? The girl's face radiated joy like blooming peach blossoms. Confirming Wang Xiao was indeed a girl, Fu Jinghuai's earlier ire dissipated in an instant. However, even if she was female, such intimacy with his little girl was still unacceptable. Wang's words were undoubtedly correct. His boundless affection had long ceased to astonish Zhao Yunma and Qin Sixian. They had grown accustomed to it, unable to bear witness any longer. As long as Fu Jinghuai, this tempestuous figure, was content, everything would be well. 2 individuals settled themselves before the sofa, a bounty of snacks from the convenience store laid out on the table. Courtesy of Qin Zhao Yunma, feeling rather idle, reached into the bag for a handful of mountain walnut kernels, but Qin fiercely protective of her treats, interjected, Yunma, kindly remove your hand from my mountain walnut kernels. He was on the verge of tearing open the bag to savor the flavor of a snack favored by young girls when his slender fingers halted. Sister Wan, I trust I've generously bestowed upon you ample pocket money over the years? Is it too much to ask for a mere taste of this snack? Qin approached the table, rummaging through the assortment until she discovered a bag of pecans, which she could reluctantly part with. This particular brand of walnut kernels is sold out, but we have an ample supply of these pecans. Please enjoy. Zhao Yunma pondered the years of lavish gifts he had bestowed upon this ungrateful little wretch, ultimately concluding that his affections had been misallocated. Chapter 20. Shedding brilliance since reconciling with his beloved young lady, Fu Jinghuai felt the oppressive clouds over his company dissipate, ushering in a lightened atmosphere. Qin Sixian, in good spirits, turned his gaze toward Qin. Sister Wan, I find myself a bit peckish as well. In contrast to her treatment of Zhao Yunma, Qin, an ardent admirer of aesthetics, was far more generous with Qin Sixian, promptly offering him 2 bags, one of pecans, the other of dried mulberries. Zhao Yunma immediately protested, Sister Wan, is this not a tad unbalanced? Why does Qin Sixian receive 2 bags while I am allotted but 1? What exactly am I lacking? Without a moment's hesitation, Qin retorted, It lies in your looks. Had his heart not been resilient, he might have choked on her words. Indeed, Sister Wan's discerning taste remained impeccable. Qin Sixian chuckled, seizing the moment to deliver a playful jab. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Yunma pondered how to regain his footing amidst this band of mischievous friends, feeling an urgent need for a comeback. Alas, one's appearance is a gift from nature, and aside from some technological enhancements, there was little one could do to alter it. Qin Sixian, a master of witty retorts, remarked, One can only leave it to fate. Am I not handsome enough? Zhao Yunma protested vehemently, grasping at straws. Yunma, you could certainly outshine those with receding hairlines or Mediterranean styles in terms of looks and height. But when compared to Sixian and Sango, even a complete makeover might not guarantee you a chance to surpass them. Qin Wan's enchanting almond-shaped eyes sparkled with mirth. In this lifetime, to share such harmonious banter with the good friends of Sangu brought her immense joy, a happiness she had never dared to dream of in her previous life. Wang Xiao, who had previously felt the weight of pressure, found her tension ease as she observed Qin Wan and her friends engaging in such delightful camaraderie. Sister Wan, you mentioned your senior is a genius in computer science. Coincidentally, I have a program that requires decryption. Perhaps we could enlist her assistance? Qin Sixian suggested. Wiping his fingers clean after finishing the pecans, Qin Wan glanced at Wang Xiao, seeking her approval. Upon receiving a nod, she replied affirmatively. Soon, Wang Xiao found himself seated before the computer. While he exhibited signs of social anxiety in everyday life, in the realm of his expertise, he transformed into an entirely different persona, calm, astute, and formidable. The technical dilemma that had plagued Zhao Yunma for an entire week was effortlessly unraveled by Wang Xiao in a mere half hour. Not only did he successfully decode it, but he also managed to reverse engineer the opponent's software. Zhao Yunma and Qin Sixian, both proficient in computer technology, exchanged glances of astonishment as they witnessed Wang Xiao's adept maneuvers. It was hard to fathom that a yet-to-graduate university student possessed such remarkable skills in computer science, truly a prodigy gifted by fate. If such a talent could be harnessed by the corporation, it would undoubtedly be a boon for the company. However, if he harbored ulterior motives in his approach towards Qin Wan, seeking to infiltrate the organization, vigilance would be necessary. It became imperative to investigate Wang Xiao thoroughly. Fu Jinghuai, well aware of his close friend's concerns, nonetheless was always inclined to oblige Qin Wan's wishes. The individual was brought by her, and with such exceptional skills. Fu Jinghuai had no grounds to reject such talent. You may proceed to the technical department for your onboarding tomorrow, he stated. Wang Xiao expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Thank you. President Fu, there is no need for thanks. I trust in Wan's judgment and believe you will not disappoint the company's expectations, Fu Jinghuai remarked. His gaze lingering on her face, laden with double meaning. Wang Xiao felt a surge of pressure. Yet the prospect of seizing such an opportunity to transform his family's living conditions filled him with unwavering confidence. President Fu, I will not let you down. With the employment matters settled, Wang Xiao prepared to depart, while Qin Wan rose to escort him downstairs. Fu Jinghuai, unwilling to let his young lady bear the burden, gently grasped her wrist. Wan, where do you think you are going? I'm going to see my senior off. His adorable little girl was simply irresistible. The man leaned in, resting his chin on her alluring shoulder. No need. I'll have Chin drive her home. That works too. Third brother, there are still others here. Could you spare a thought for us single folks? You may leave. Fu Jinghuai shot a cold glance in his direction. Understood. Zhao Yunma, realizing he had misspoken, promptly exited. You should just tell third brother how deeply he feels for Qin Wan directly. Watching him play the game of unrequited love day in and day out is exhausting. If he is not tired, I certainly am, Zhao Yunma commented as he and Qin Sixian headed out to meet a client, venting his frustrations as they drove. Suddenly, he smirked mischievously. Can you believe third brother is already 26 and has yet to experience that bliss? His beloved is right before him every day. How does he manage to remain so stoic? Or perhaps third brother has some issues in that department. After his rant, Zhao Yunma could not help but sigh. I know a good traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. One day I should take third brother for a checkup. Or else he might miss out on happiness for the rest of his life. Qin Sixian furrowed his brow slightly. Do you dare repeat what you just said in front of Fu Jinghuai? Upon recalling the brutality of Fu Jinghuai, Zhao Yun instinctively recoiled, murmuring, I dare not. Observing his uncharacteristic timidity, Qin Sixian smirked. Rest assured, your third brother possesses remarkable physical prowess, even stronger than an ox. Such strength. Yet he has yet to win over Wan. Do you think everyone is like you, merely engaging their lower half in contemplation? In the office, Qin Wan's soft little hands gently kneaded Fu Jinghuai's shoulders, occasionally inquiring about the pressure exerted. Fu Jinghuai experienced a blend of happiness and torment. This exquisite agony persisted for over half an hour, before he turned to grasp her delicate hand, asking, What would you like for dinner? I can have Chen Song make a reservation. There's a newly opened Western restaurant on Nanjing Road with a splendid view of the night skyline. The reviews I've seen online are quite favorable. Shall we go there? Sounds delightful. In the restaurant, with Fu Jinghui by her side. He was intimately aware of Qin Wan's preferences. The girl rested her chin on her palm, gazing down at the city's twinkling lights, eagerly awaiting their meal. Her laughter rang out. Third brother, the night view here is breathtaking. Indeed, if you like it, we shall come here often. Not necessarily, regardless of the scenery. One grows weary of it if seen too frequently. All right, I shall heed Wan's wishes. After dinner, as Qin Wan stood downstairs admiring the picturesque riverside view, she felt inspired and handed her phone to Fu Jinghui. Third brother, could you take a few pictures for me? I want to gather 88 likes on my moments. Of course. While Fu Jinghui was adept in many areas, photography was not one of them. After several attempts, Qin Wan gazed at the less than flattering originals and sighed. Third brother, your technique is unmistakably that of a straight man. Seeing her dissatisfaction with his efforts, Fu Jinghui calmly accepted the critique. I shall strive to learn from others and ensure I capture Wan beautifully next time. Qin Wan had always held confidence in her appearance, yet she expressed some regret. Third brother, your photos aren't devoid of beauty. After all, I am quite lovely, the kind who doesn't require touch-ups. But the ethereal quality I desired was not captured. Indeed, it is all my fault. My skills are lacking, and I shall improve. The man, shedding his commercial bravado, revealed an unbounded affection for the girl. Chapter 21. A smile alludes, oh dear, husband, you are truly marvelous. Your photography skills rival those of a professional. Nearby, a sweet-looking girl wrapped her arms around her partner's neck, her eyes gleaming with excitement, effectively elevating the emotional value of the moment. Fu Jinghui observed the man's smug grin, scoffing at how easily he was placated. Realizing he was staring at the couple, Qin Wan recognized her own desires may have been excessive. She intertwined her arm with Fu Jinghui's, flashing a charming smile. My third brother is the best in the world. Understanding that his little lady was attempting to balance her emotions, Fu Jinghui affectionately ruffled her hair. Fu Jinghui took out his phone and searched for some photography techniques. Wan, I now know how to capture the essence you desire in photos. Your third brother possesses such a remarkable learning ability, just by glancing at others' photographic methods. He can grasp it all? After a brief moment, Qin Wan struck the pose she wished to capture, while Fu Jinghui knelt on one knee, his face slightly inclined downward. A man who wielded the power of life and death over enterprises in the business world could humble himself to cater to her preferences, sending a thrilling current coursing through Qin Wan's heart. Third brother. Fu Jinghui stood up, dusted off his trousers with a tissue, and walked towards Qin Wan, presenting the selected photos. Wan, how do you find these pictures? Qin Wan's eyelashes fluttered slightly. Without even glancing at the images, she smiled and replied, I like them. Taking the bag from her hand, he teasingly remarked, you haven't even looked at the photos. Is it truly fair to be so dismissive towards your third brother? Qin Wan's gaze shifted to the phone, her fingers gliding over the screen, her eyes sparkling with uncontainable delight. Third brother, I absolutely adore these photos. They resonate with my heart perfectly. I'm glad you like them. His eyes softened, a gentle chuckle escaping his throat. In the car, with 100% satisfaction achieved in the photographs, Qin Wan furrowed her brows, racking her brain for a more poetic expression. Pretending to be an artistic young woman, she ultimately decided to search online for a few phrases to piece together. The literary phrases were plentiful, yet none captured her soul at first glance. Finally, she chose to stick with her simple and sincere expression, the night is beautiful, and my mood is delightful. As soon as she posted it to her social media, comments poured in, with a myriad of amusing remarks flooding the thread. Qin Wan smiled to herself as she quickly surpassed her goal of 88 likes. The popularity of her photos ignited a desire to share more. Third brother, don't you think I'm quite likable? Qin Wan, being human, occasionally needed external validation to satisfy her vanity. The girl's gaze fell upon Fu Jinghui beside her. His large hand rested on the steering wheel, smoothly shifting gears and braking with ease. Under his adept driving, the car transformed from a mere mode of transportation into an extension of his unique personality. His driving style mirrored his character, composed, reserved, yet undeniably charming. Once again captivated by him, Qin Wan's gaze lingered, until Fu Jinghui noticed the traffic ahead slowing down and turned to her with a light laugh. Wan, do I have something dirty on my face? No, not at all. Qin Wan's face flushed. She wasn't yet bold enough to remain indifferent when caught in the act. Then why do you keep staring at me? Qinwan's mouth spoke before her mind could intervene. Because you are handsome and charming. Realizing that she had inadvertently voiced her innermost thoughts, Qinwan wished she could cover her mouth, but it was too late. Fu Jinghua extended his hand to her hair, his expression surprisingly gentle as he ruffled it. If one wishes to see, she may do so openly, without any need for secrecy. Indeed, Fu Jinghua was truly a gentle soul who understood her and cared for her emotions. Qinwan quickly regained her playful and innocent demeanor. Third brother. Do you know why I always have such a hearty appetite when we dine together? He responded with an inquisitive hum, signaling his curiosity. Because you are a feast for the eyes. With your striking good looks, dining with you is truly delightful. The man, once again charmed, gazed at her tenderly. Well? To ensure that one always enjoys her meals, it seems I must take good care of my appearance. Haha, but you need not try too hard. Someone favored by Enwa, like you, will possess a unique charm at every age. Will one continue to feast upon my good looks? Having spent ample time together, Fu Jinghua had become quite adept at banter. The girl, with a hint of pride, lifted her chin, of course. Amidst their laughter and conversation, the car approached their residential community. Qinwan's phone had run out of battery, so she took Fu Jinghua's phone to play a casual game. After a round, she accidentally opened the itinerary sent by Chen Song to Fu Jinghua. She glanced at it briefly and then asked, Third brother, you're visiting the welfare home this Saturday? Yes, why? I would like to go too. Qinwan had a fondness for children and felt deep compassion for those who lacked love. Although she had lost her parents, she had third brother, who loved her to the core. All right. Upon returning home, Qinwan washed her hands and collapsed onto the sofa with a soft pillow. Glancing at her phone screen, which revealed she had walked 15,000 steps today. No wonder she felt so lethargic. Fu Jinghua recognized her exhaustion and did not urge her to take a shower. After lounging for a while to regain her energy, she finally moved slowly to find a fresh set of pajamas and headed to the bathroom for a relaxing bath filled with flower petals, her toes curling in delight. After hastily drying her damp hair, unexpectedly, her intermittent compulsion to tidy up kicked in. Looking around her room, she felt that everything was out of place. Being a person of action, she promptly began to organize and declutter some rarely used trinkets she had purchased online. Once she finished arranging the books on the floor, Qinwan admired her tidy desk, placing her hands on her hips and raising her eyebrows in satisfaction. It turned out she could indeed become an expert in organization. Though this desire was sporadic. Immersed in her work, a knock sounded at the door. With a swift motion, the door opened to reveal Fu Jinghua holding a glass. He had prepared a banana smoothie to aid her sleep. Upon seeing the smoothie, Qinwan's eyes sparkled. Third brother, you truly are like the worm in my stomach. How did you know I was craving this? Organizing and tidying up is a laborious task. The sumptuous dinner she had enjoyed earlier has been completely digested, and she now finds herself in urgent need of sustenance. Without a hint of hesitation, she accepted the glass offered by the man, and with a spoon, she scooped a mouthful to savor its delightful flavor. Fu Jinghua noticed a piece of paper on the floor and bent down to retrieve it. Upon turning it over and catching sight of the illustration, his expression changed dramatically in an instant. At that moment, Fu Jinghua held the paper with his back to Qinwan, who was blissfully indulging in the exquisite taste of her milkshake. Curious about what he was holding, she approached him with a beaming smile, eager to take a glimpse. To her dismay, upon seeing it, her joy evaporated in an instant. Chapter 22. Unable to endure any longer, what Fu Jinghua clutched was a sketch drawn on the piece of paper. A simplistic yet affectionate comic depicting the sweet moments shared between her and Han Xinian during her infatuation. The overwhelming affection portrayed in the drawing made Qinwan wince at the sight. Oh heavens, what a catastrophic situation this is. In that moment, she felt as if her mouth had been purchased wholesale, not yet properly attuned to the situation. She wished to argue, or rather, to explain, but the words simply failed her. Previously, she had disposed of the trinkets and ambiguous letters that Han Xinian had sent her, so how had this drawing escaped her attention? Without needing to look, she could imagine the myriad of emotions playing across her brother's face. If she did not clarify the misunderstanding immediately, it would only deepen, jeopardizing her relationship with Fu Jinghua. Brother, this sketch is from before. I forgot to dispose of it, Qinwan stammered, sounding as timid as a quail, her voice barely above a whisper. Was it truly forgetfulness or a reluctance to let go? The cold tone of her brother made her heart tighten with anxiety. Raising her palm, she pleaded, Brother, I swear on the light, I am completely done with Han Xinian. If I still have even the slightest thought of him. Before she could finish her sentence, The man's warm palm covered her crimson lips. I believe you. Do not swear on your own behalf. Seeing the seriousness in his gaze, his dark eyes softened, and she felt a wave of relief wash over her. She playfully extended her tongue, affectionately wrapping her arm around his. Brother, I would never betray your trust. I truly have no connection with that man anymore. Tilting her head back, her almond-shaped eyes gazed into Fu Jinghuai's clear and flawless face. A subtle smile played at the corners of his lips as his large hand caressed her delicate cheek. As precious as a gem, I believe that my Wanwan will not disappoint me. Thus, this minor emotional crisis was deftly resolved. The following morning dawned bright and sunny once again. In the classroom, Qin Wan attentively listened to the lecture, diligently taking notes with a proper demeanor. Her posture has always been impeccable. Even without seeing her face, one can discern from her silhouette that she is a rare beauty. Just now, having cast aside Han Xinian, other male classmates have begun to take notice of Qin Wan. Hey, have you heard? Qin Wan has broken up with Han Xinian. Our springtime has returned. With Han Xinian out of the picture, I finally have a chance. I will certainly make a good impression and win the heart of the goddess. She is so proud. She won't be easy to pursue. Bah, there is no woman I cannot conquer. Just wait for me to bring home the beauty. A man whose appearance could only be likened to a car accident, smiled with an inexplicable confidence. You? Do you really think Qin Wan, who holds herself in such high regard, would ever look at you? The same inadequately handsome classmate spoke again, his tone frivolous. That pride is merely for show. She was madly in love with Han Xinian. In the end, she despised him for being poor and without connections, leading to their breakup. Don't worry, I have experience in pursuing such women. In the restaurant, Qin Wan opted for 2 meat dishes, 1 vegetable, and a soup. After paying, she found an empty seat and settled down. She took a photo with her phone, opened WeChat, and sent it to Fu Jinghuai. Third brother, remember to eat well. Fu Jinghuai, accustomed to her updates, also took a photo of his lunch and shared it with her, under the watchful gaze of Zhao Yunma, who seemed as if he had been struck dumb. Zhao Yunma sighed dramatically. Can't you let a meal settle in peace? Too much dog food can lead to indigestion, you know. At that moment, Fu Jinghuai, who was smiling at his phone, exuded none of the solemnity accumulated in the business world. He appeared as a lovesick youth. Third brother, could you tone down the smile? Otherwise, your image as a domineering CEO might be compromised, Zhao Yunma quipped, undeterred. When Fu Jinghuai's eyes, once filled with mirth, turned into a dangerous abyss as they met his, Zhao Yunma felt a chill run through him. Have you been too idle lately? Why don't you follow up on that project in Southeast Asia? Zhao Yunma's blood ran cold, and he quickly made a motion to seal his lips. Meanwhile, Qin Wan had just taken a bite of her sweet and sour ribs when she noticed a message from Fu Jinghuai. Her full lips murmured softly into the receiver. My third brother is simply wonderful. Qin Wan, you are alone. Just as she set her phone beside her plate, a frivolous voice interrupted her tranquility. The girl's previously cheerful mood was shattered. She frowned slightly as the man uninvitedly took a seat across from her. Qin Wan's displeasure was palpable, but the intruder seemed oblivious. Searching her memory, she found no recollection of this man, adorned in designer labels from head to toe. Nevertheless, as the table was communal, Qin Wan had no desire for confrontation. She intended to finish her meal and depart. Ignoring him as if he were air, she focused on her food. Unfortunately, her aversion to conflict did not deter those who seek to provoke. Luo Yaozu, failing to recognize his own insignificance, dared to provoke Qin Wan. The princess of a prominent business family, having been spoiled at home and utterly oblivious to his standing. The audacity of a nouveau riche, a mere second-generation heir. To challenge someone of her caliber was nothing short of ludicrous. In school, Qin Wan had never wielded her influence to bully others, which led some misguided classmates to mistakenly believe she was easily intimidated. Qin Wan, have you lost your voice? Did you not hear me speaking to you? Luo Yaozu taunted, his hand casually stuffed in his pocket, exuding an air of arrogance. As he raised his voice, foul saliva splattered into her soup, causing her previously amiable demeanor to evaporate, replaced by a flicker of anger in her eyes. All I hear is barking. I do not perceive any conversation, she retorted coolly. Qin Wan, did you just insult me by calling me a dog? Luo Yaozu, now incensed, spat out his words, ruining Qin Wan's meal entirely, glaring at her ruined food. A flicker of indignation ignited within her. The meal was now utterly inedible. Gritting her teeth, she seized her plate and slammed it against Luo Yaozu's face. Am I being generous with you? Even if your appearance resembles a train wreck, Your foul mouth could rival that of a sewer. How dare you approach a lady? If your family cannot afford a mirror, surely you have a urinal at home? Qin believed she had achieved emotional stability since her rebirth. However, this audacity was a bridge too far. Her words were delivered calmly yet resonated loudly enough for many fellow diners to overhear, eliciting peals of laughter from those around. The derision directed at Luo Yaozu, now smeared with remnants of food, turned his face a furious shade of red. You little wretch, you're seeking your own demise. He bellowed in rage, charging at her with the intent to strike. But the concealed bodyguards, having anticipated the situation, intervened at Qin silent command, halting his advance and allowing her the space to respond. Luo Yaozu's sunken eyes and sagging bags were indicative of a weak constitution, a fact Qin, familiar with traditional Chinese medicine, noted with disdain. With a subtle shift of her body, she deftly evaded his greasy form. With a resounding thud, Luo Yaozu collided with the table behind him. Seizing the opportunity, she delivered a swift kick to the back of his knee, and in an instant, he found himself kneeling before her, utterly humiliated. Seeing him in such a pathetic state eased her anger, and to think, the new year hasn't even arrived yet. What an extravagant display. Luo Yaozu, writhing in pain, glared at her with a mix of fury and disbelief. Chapter 23. A return home. The commotion soon attracted the attention of the school administration. In the student affairs office, Qin stood composed before the desk, knowing full well the cafeteria was under constant surveillance. It was Luo Yaozu who instigated this incident, and even the mightiest authority would be on her side today. Before long, the head of the disciplinary office entered, recognizing Qin as the cherished scion of the Fu family. He had already been briefed by the attending teachers on the events that transpired, and as he glanced at the quaking Luo Yaozu, he could hardly suppress his desire to see him thoroughly reprimanded. In the depths of ignorance, how could this underachiever provoke the formidable Qin? He fails to recognize his own limitations. His family's meager resources are no match for the Qin family's might, akin to striking a rock with an egg. Classmate Qin, I have grasped the situation, and I assure you that I will address this matter concerning Luo Yaozu with the utmost seriousness. I apologize for the fright you experienced today, spoke the director of the teaching office, his tone markedly gentle, devoid of the usual authority he wielded with other students. Luo Yaozu, unwilling to accept his fate, prepared to voice his discontent, but a sharp glance from the director silenced him. This outcome did not surprise Qin. The director's demeanor suggested her involvement was no longer necessary, and she intended to depart. Classmate Qin, the director called after her, a smile as warm as spring gracing his face. Might I request that you refrain from informing Mr. Fu about this trivial incident? He is exceedingly busy and should not be troubled by such matters. Qin understood his insinuation all too well. She was not one to hold grudges. Since the school had resolved to take severe action against Luo Yaozu, she preferred that this insignificant issue not distract her brother. Very well, she agreed. Upon hearing her compliance, the director felt a weight lift from his heart. Luo Yaozu was the grandson of a distant relative, and as soon as Qin was out of sight, he delivered a swift kick to Luo Yaozu's backside. Why did you kick me? Luo Yaozu protested, clutching his rear. Luo Yaozu, if you are tired of living and wish to reincarnate, do so in solitude and do not involve me. Despite his predicament, Luo Yaozu maintained his defiance. The director, clutching his chest, declared, from this day forth, you shall not set foot in this school. You are expelled. As the afternoon bell rang, Qin, with her backpack slung over her shoulder, intended to ride her bicycle home. Before she could scan her code, a figure around the corner caught her attention. Brother, what brings you here? She exclaimed, her smile radiant as she approached Fu Jinghui, who stood tall and elegant. His presence warmed by her joy, he affectionately ruffled her hair. His voice rich with tenderness. I have come to take you home. Upon hearing the words go home, Qin's heart felt as if struck by a heavy blow. A sensation both peculiar and unsettling. Brother, could we make a stop at Sam's Club before heading home? She inquired, her eyes gleaming. Is that so? I am craving ice cream. Let us gather some supplies. Other items are acceptable, but you must avoid anything cold for the time being. Qin protested playfully, but why? Brother? Because your condition is approaching, Fu Jinghui replied, lowering his gaze to whisper in her ear. This revelation rendered Qin momentarily speechless, her cheeks flushing crimson. Fu Jinghui regarded her with a fervent gaze, akin to a nurturing guardian soothing a distressed child. Be patient. Once your time has passed, I shall take you to the store for your favorite orange-flavored treat. All right, it's a promise then. Qin felt a flicker of comfort in her heart. As evening descended and she returned home, having just finished her bath, an unsettling sensation began to stir beneath her. She hurried to the restroom, only to discover that her period had arrived 2 days early. No wonder she had felt a subtle discomfort in her lower abdomen while showering. Searching through the cabinet, she found no sanitary pads. In order to avoid embarrassment, she had no choice but to place a piece of white paper in her underwear. After rummaging for a while, she could not recall where she had stored her pads at home. The discomfort in her abdomen intensified, and the rosy hue of her delicate face began to fade. Fu Jinghui, having just finished his work in the study, noticed that Qin Wan looked unwell, clutching her stomach as she searched through the cabinet. His expression instantly tightened. Wan. What's wrong? Why do you look so pale? I. Seeing her hesitation, Fu Jinghui quickly understood the situation and kindly retrieved a large package of her preferred brand of sanitary pads from the upper cabinet. Qin Wan took a package into the restroom, emerging 10 minutes later, feeling refreshed. Fu Jinghui held a hot water bottle in one hand and a bowl of freshly prepared rice wine and egg in the other. Gazing at her as she lay on the bed, resembling a porcelain doll that had been mistreated, her small body curled up in a way that was utterly endearing. With tenderness, he gently lifted the fragile Qin Wan from the bed, finding a position that would bring her comfort, and soothingly said, "Here. I made you rice wine with egg. It will help alleviate the pain." The discomfort grew more pronounced, and Qin Wan responded lethargically with a soft cradling her. Fu Jinghui picked up a spoon, blowing gently on it before offering it to her lips. "Open your mouth, dear." The girl, accustomed to his affection, obediently opened her blossom-like rosy lips. The familiar taste and recipe, along with the warmth of the hot water bottle on her abdomen, transported her thoughts far away. In her previous life, the first day of her period had been excruciating, but Fu Jinghui had always been there, caring for her with both physical and emotional support. However, ever since she had foolishly pushed her third brother away, her nightmares began. Whenever her period came, the pain would be so severe that she would writhe in bed. And at that time, Han Shinian would merely dismiss her with the advice to drink more hot water. She could only endure the pain with ibuprofen until it became ineffective, turning each monthly cycle into a trial. At this moment, feeling the warmth Fu Jinghui provided, Qin Wan's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Burying her small face in his embrace, she murmured, "Third brother, I'm so glad to have you." It was merely a trivial matter, yet it had touched him deeply, bringing a soft sound to her voice. "You are my closest person, of course I must take good care of you." Qin Wan clung to his waist, unwilling to let go, while he breathed unevenly. "Be good, eat your food, and then rest well. If the pain becomes too intense, I'll take you to the hospital." "I don't want to go to the hospital. I can endure it." Fu Jinghui, noticing her lack of vitality and reluctance to engage in conversation, chose to respond with a calm, "Let's see how it goes when the time comes." Ever since he learned that Qin Wan suffered from menstrual cramps, he had taken the initiative to study acupressure techniques at a traditional Chinese medicine clinic. Although his skills had not been put to use since she moved out in a fit of anger, they had not dulled. After consuming a bowl of sweet fermented rice with egg, warmth spread through Qin Wan, and the pain in her lower abdomen seemed to ease slightly. Observing her complexion improve compared to before, Fu Jinghui felt a sense of relief wash over him. He gently placed her delicate form back onto the bed, his gaze tenderly caressing her cheek as he said, "Rest well, and I shall massage your abdomen shortly to alleviate some of the pain." Qin Wan murmured, her eyes squinting as discomfort clouded her senses. He lowered his gaze upon her, his soft eyes lingering on her face. "Wan, sleep now." Chapter 24. Securing a benefit for oneself by the bedside, Fu Jinghui's tender gaze deepened, reflecting a love for the girl that had been inscribed in his very essence. Rubbing his hands together to warm them, he hesitantly placed one upon her abdomen. His strong, capable hand worked tirelessly, applying gentle pressure, while Qin Wan, feeling fatigued, succumbed to slumber as the pain subsided. Sensing her shallow breaths, his expression relaxed further, and he continued to massage her for what felt like an eternity, only withdrawing his hands when she stirred. To ensure her comfort upon waking, Fu Jinghui chose to remain on the sofa in her room for the night. The night was long and exceptionally trying. Upon awakening, Qin Wan found the pain in her abdomen had diminished significantly. When she opened her eyes, Fu Jinghui had already left the room. As she emerged from her bathroom, the enticing aroma of lean meat porridge wafted from the kitchen. "Third brother, why are you up so early again?" "I've grown accustomed to waking at this hour." With him by her side, Qin Wan felt a profound sense of happiness. She noticed that, in addition to the porridge, he had prepared stir-fried broccoli and beef, filling her heart with warmth. Seeing her rejuvenated, Fu Jinghui smiled. I've set aside a bowl of porridge for you. Today is Sunday. Take the time to rest. With her menstrual discomfort, Qin Wan felt a strong urge to sleep again after breakfast, concerned for her well-being. Fu Jinghui instructed his assistant Qin Song to deliver urgent documents from the company to their home. After completing the final document, he emerged from his study, yet did not find his young lady awake. He knocked on the door, but received no answer. At this point, the takeout from Rui Zhai had already been placed on the table, and if she did not rise soon, it would cool down and lose its flavor. Suspecting she was still asleep, he gently pushed the door open. The curtains blocked out all light, rendering the room completely dark. Relying on his sharp memory, he approached the bedside and switched on the warm bedside lamp. On the soft bed, Qin Wan lay sprawled, clutching the blanket, utterly devoid of any semblance of a proper sleeping posture. He leaned closer to the girl, whispering softly into her ear, "Wan, it's time to wake up. Lunch is ready." Qin Wan, blissfully lost in her slumber, let out a disgruntled murmur. I want to sleep more," her voice as delicate and soft as a boneless kitten. The man adjusted her position, gently tapping her nose with a playful smile that radiated warmth. "Little lazy cat, it's nearly time. I've ordered delicacies from Rui restaurant. If you don't eat soon, your stomach will start protesting." Although Qin Wan was in a deep sleep, the mention of Rui's exquisite dishes instantly cleared her drowsy mind. "Third brother, what dishes did you order for lunch?" she asked, her hair tousled and her cherubic face so adorable that it beckoned to be pinched. Fu Jinghui could not resist and gently pinched her plump, collagen-rich cheeks. "All your favorites. All right, I'll wash my face and come right over. Third brother, could you please refrain from entering my room before I wake up?" Fu Jinghui paused, momentarily taken aback, interpreting her words as a suggestion that he should not intrude upon her personal space. His heart tightened, a wave of discomfort washing over him. However, before his mood could plummet, Qin Wan chirped, "Third brother, I want to show you my best side. You just saw me looking particularly unkempt, didn't you?" Fu Jinghui was taken aback by her reasoning, his spirits soaring once more. "No, my Wan is beautiful regardless of her appearance. Are you perhaps viewing me through rose-colored glasses?" "I just looked in the mirror and found myself quite unattractive," Qin Wan said, casting her gaze downward in self-doubt. The man, in an unexpectedly cheerful mood, reached out to tousle her chestnut hair. "In my eyes, my Wan will always be the most beautiful. Third brother, you truly are quite the doting brother. Does Wan like this version of you?" "Yes." On the fourth day of their relative's visit, Qin Wan was finally liberated. As Fu Jinghui drove her to school, she suddenly had a thought. "Third brother, may I discuss something with you? I wish to enroll in a self-defense class. As a girl venturing out into the world, it's essential to possess some self-protection skills. I want to avoid causing you too much trouble in the future, so I must learn self-defense." Upon hearing her intention to enroll, Fu Jinghui's mind conjured images of Qin Wan engaging in close contact with the instructors, and as this thought crossed his mind, his expression visibly soured. Qin Wan caught his glance and noticed his apparent disapproval of her plan. Having been given a second chance at life, her sole purpose was to bring happiness to her third brother. If he was against her learning, she would willingly relent. Nevertheless, for her own safety, she would have to insist on her third brother hiring a bodyguard. After all, he spoiled her immensely and had undoubtedly made enemies in the business world. If someone were to threaten him through her, it would be a grave miscalculation. After a moment of introspection, Qin Wan cleared her throat and spoke. "Third brother, if you believe that it's unrefined for a girl to learn self-defense, I can forego it." She added, "However, it is quite beneficial for girls to acquire some self-defense skills. We should deliberate on the matter of enrolling in classes." His response left Qin Wan perplexed. It seemed he was agreeing to the idea of learning self-defense, yet hesitating about the enrollment process. With a look of innocent confusion, she turned to Fu Jinghui, hoping he would illuminate the path ahead. "Third brother, please speak plainly. Overly convoluted thoughts are not suited for me." He flashed a charming smile. Wan. Although I am quite adept at earning money, consider that those reputable classes start at a minimum of 100,000. Wouldn't it be wiser for me to be your instructor? The money saved could be spent on your favorite snacks, which sounds rather appealing, doesn't it? After a brief internal struggle, Fu Jinghui devised this advantageous arrangement for himself. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Wan deemed her brother exceedingly clever, nodding vigorously. "Yes. Third brother makes a valid point. It is settled then. When we return home tonight, I shall teach you some basics. Very well, she replied, her face glowing with anticipation. Her thoughts drifting. Previously, she had overheard Zhao Yunma lamenting about how fiercely her brother fought, and considering the number of times he had utilized Zhao Yunma for practice. It seemed she had developed a psychological shadow from their encounters. Suddenly, she felt a surge of curiosity to witness her brother in a fight. It must be exhilarating and would surely captivate a host of young admirers. Upon arriving at the school gate, Qin Wan alighted from the car, waved goodbye to Fu Jinghuai, and skipped into the campus. The man observed her lively, adorable silhouette, a smile lingering at the corners of his lips. As Qin Wan entered the classroom, she immediately sensed a foreboding atmosphere, encountering Li Xiaojing once more. She couldn't muster even a glance in her direction and simply retrieved her previous notes from her bag. However, after class, Qin Wan felt the unfriendly gazes of her peers. She could sense the occasional furtive glances directed at her, evidently gossiping behind her back. While they were free to voice their opinions, as long as they did not confront her directly, she could choose to ignore them. After class, Qin Wan visited the restroom. And just as she was about to step out of the stall, she overheard someone mention her name. Her hand paused at the door. Chapter 25. It is all my fault, have you heard? The president of the group that donated to our school is not Qin Wan's biological brother. The voice carried a malicious undertone, dripping with sarcasm. You see, Qin Wan is so beautiful and knows how to flaunt it. What could possibly transpire between a brother and sister living under the same roof? Another voice chimed in, of course. They share no blood relation. And there are rumors that the man dotes on Qin Wan. Who knows what manner of affection he may show her when they return home? The indecent remarks tightened Qin Wan's delicate fingers into a fist. While she could choose to ignore such vile comments, their brazen audacity was intolerable. Enough was enough. She could bear no more. Stepping out of her cubicle, Qin Wan noticed a bucket in the corner, containing the cleaning lady's scoop. With a swift motion, she seized the scoop and, without hesitation, doused the two individuals before her. The water cascaded gracefully, a fluid display of her resolve. The pair, engrossed in their conversation, failed to notice her presence until they were thoroughly drenched, at which point they let out a shriek. Have you spoken enough? Qin Wan crossed her arms, her beautiful eyes glinting with a chill. Qin Wan, she warned, mind your foul mouths. Should I hear any more of your slanderous gossip, it won't merely be water you face. With the assurance of her older brother standing behind her, she exuded an imposing aura. If you dare to continue fabricating tales, I would not hesitate to let you experience just how formidable our legal department is. Let us see if your family's company can withstand the repercussions of my brother's firm. She recalled the two girls, who had previously sought her favor in hopes of securing benefits for their own company through her brother's influence. After her declaration, the weight of her piercing gaze extinguished their rising indignation. The audacity they had displayed in speaking ill of her now turned to apprehension, as they feared the consequences of her informing the higher-ups. Offending the conglomerate could lead to severe repercussions from their own families. Qin Wan, we sincerely apologize for our earlier indiscretion. We did not intend to spread these rumors. We merely spoke thoughtlessly. We hope you can overlook our transgressions, one girl pleaded, desperate to safeguard her own standing. Oh, your earlier enthusiasm hardly suggested such humility, Qin Wan retorted. You certainly added your own embellishments to the rumors, didn't you? Caught in her accusation, their faces fell, losing their bravado. Satisfaction welled within Qin Wan. Witnessing their retreating confidence, she coldly smirked and turned away. In this new life, she would not allow trivial gossip to sever her ties with her brother. She had already deduced the source of the rumors. A flicker of malice flashed in her eyes. After her rebirth, she had been preoccupied with mending her relationship with her brother, leaving her little time to confront Li Xiaojing. Yet, it seemed that Li Xiaojing was hastily digging her own grave. Upon returning home that evening, Qin Wan was surprised to find Fu Jinghuai, typically swamped with responsibilities, had arrived before her. Beneath the warm glow of the open kitchen lights, he donned a loose-fitting loungewear, his sleeves slightly rolled up, revealing his strong forearms. His mere silhouette exuded an air of cool elegance. His profile, focused and serene as he prepared dinner, captivated her. Before she could greet him, he turned, his voice gentle. Why are you standing there? Realizing she had been lost in thought, Qin Wan's gaze brightened with a smile. Just pondering. With tender eyes, he observed her. I passed by your favorite braised dish shop today and picked up some of your beloved tiger skin chicken feet and poached chicken. I also fried some shrimp balls, sauteed lettuce, and made a corn and rib soup. You can wash your hands and eat now. Upon hearing such an array of delectable delights, Qin Wan's appetite stirred within her, All right. A mere half-hour later, she gently patted her rounded belly and remarked, "Third brother, if you continue to feed me like this, I shall become a ball." "Fear not. Even if you do become a ball, you will still be the most adorable one," he replied. "I refuse to accept that. Being a ball is not beautiful. For the sake of my curves, I shall digest for a while and then practice yoga for an hour." The man, his eyes twinkling with amusement, reached out to tousle her fluffy hair. "After you digest, I shall teach you some basic self-defense techniques for your own protection." "Very well." With a glimmer of playful laughter in his eyes, he inquired, "What fruit would you like for dessert?" "Kiwi, please." In the spacious gym, Fu Jinghua had already made ample preparations. A thick carpet lay on the floor to prevent any injury to Qin Wan. Fu Jinghua was a coach who truly understood how to benefit himself. Every moment spent in contact with her soft, delicate form, even through clothing, was both a pleasure and a torment. Qin Wan, possessing a fair degree of aptitude, quickly mastered the movements he taught her. Noticing her breathless state, Fu Jinghua gently wiped her forehead with a warm towel, encouraging her. "Wan, you are truly remarkable." "Indeed, I think so too," she replied, flashing a charming smile that revealed her pearly white teeth. Though she was indeed fatigued, she felt quite satisfied with her learning achievements for the day. "Shall we continue?" she asked, her expression suddenly turning to one of reluctance. "I believe I could use a break." Unaccustomed to such physical exertion, the sudden intensity of the workout left her yearning for escape. "All right, let us rest for a moment." Qin Wan, however, exhibited great resilience. After a 20-minute respite, she was once again brimming with energy. Eventually, she collapsed onto the carpet, sprawled out and panting heavily, devoid of any semblance of grace. Fu Jinghua chuckled softly as he settled beside her. "Shall we continue tomorrow?" "Of course. I am not one to abandon my efforts halfway." The man observed her porcelain-like face. Despite her exhaustion, she wore a defiant expression that suggested she would not yield easily. A gentle, deep chuckle escaped him. "Wan, you are truly impressive." "Naturally. I am third brother's person. How could I so easily give up over a little fatigue?" The phrase third brother's person instantly pleased Fu Jinghua, his gaze softening with a depth that seemed to envelop her in a whirlpool of belonging. "Very well, we shall continue tomorrow." Having not engaged in such vigorous activity for quite some time, Qin Wan took a refreshing shower and slept soundly until dawn. Upon waking, she was greeted by a delightful sense of soreness throughout her body. Fu Jinghua, well aware of the inevitable aftermath of her exertion, rose early to prepare a steak for her, replenishing her nutrients. For Qin Wan, a devoted carnivore, the allure of food rendered her bodily aches inconsequential. She devoured 2 fillet steaks with fervor. The man, watching her indulge with satisfaction, gently offered her a glass of juice, his gaze warm as water. Qin Wan habitually accepted the juice and drank a considerable amount in a carefree manner, only to let out an untimely burp that tinted her small face with a rosy hue. The man, with his delicately curved lips, gently took a warm towel from his side and dabbed at the grease-stained corners of her mouth. "Little glutton," he remarked, "but I cannot be blamed. Who could resist the delectable steak prepared by third brother?" "I simply lost control," the girl retorted with a touch of pride. "Indeed, it is my fault," the man replied, his gaze growing ever softer, the depths of his eyes filled with an undeniable tenderness. Chapter 26. A Fall from Grace at Nanda University. Just after the first class concluded, Qin Wan was busy organizing her somewhat disheveled notes when her former roommate, Gun Yinqing, approached her and quietly asked, "Qin Wan, a few of our familiar classmates are organizing a gathering tonight. Would you like to join us?" Gun Yinqing was merely inquiring, not expecting Qin Wan to agree. Qin Wan turned slightly, realizing that it was Gun Yinqing who had come to invite her. In her previous life, she shared a dormitory with Gun Yinqing, a vivacious girl with striking beauty and an academic prowess that was commendable. Gun Yinqing had previously hinted, albeit indirectly, that Li Xiaojing was not to be trusted and advised her to be cautious. However, at that time, her mind was clouded, and she failed to heed the warning, mistakenly believing Gun Yinqing was attempting to sow discord between her and Li Xiaojing. She vaguely recalled once dismissing Gun Yinqing's advice with unkind words, after which the latter never spoke to her again. Years later, she encountered Gun Yinqing at the hospital, where she had become a surgeon, and realized what an admirable and kind-hearted girl she truly was. Sure, her enthusiastic agreement evidently surprised Gun Yinqing, who paused momentarily before smiling brightly. 6 o'clock tonight, at Xuefu Shiyun. All right. Gun Yinqing, who had a penchant for appearances, knew very well that Qin Wan was a good girl, too innocent to see through Li Xiaojing's deceit. Once the time and place were set, Qin Wan felt a pang of anxiety. How was she to explain to third brother that she would not be home for dinner? After much internal conflict, she sent a WeChat message to Fu Jinghuai. Third brother, I have been invited to a dinner gathering with classmates tonight, and I may return a bit late. In the conference room, Fu Jinghuai was listening to a quarterly report being presented. Upon seeing the message from his little girl, the gentle demeanor he had just a moment ago transformed into a brewing storm. He had already envisioned the delightful dishes he would prepare to win her heart, only to discover that this ungrateful child was dining out with classmates instead. The department manager at the podium, using a laser pointer to present, noticed Fu Jinghuai's darkening expression and felt a cold sweat trickle down his back, nearly misplacing a decimal point in his report. Fu Jinghuai's displeasure was palpable, and everyone present sensed the tension in the room, daring not to approach him lest they invite trouble upon themselves. Zhao Yunma and Qin Sixian exchanged glances, wondering if the couple was once again embroiled in a disagreement. They certainly do not wish to endure another hellish ordeal. Qin Siyuan's little niece, Qin Yuyu, also attended this gathering. Upon spotting Qin Wan at the restaurant, her delicate face registered surprise. Qin Wan, you are here too? Qin Siyuan is the late-born son of the Qin family patriarch, and Qin Yuyu is merely 2 years younger than him, yet she holds a higher generational status. Qin Wan had little impression of her and inquired, who are you? Qin Siyuan is my uncle, the girl replied, and realization dawned upon her, prompting a polite nod in greeting. The dinner was prearranged, and as Qin Wan arrived at the designated large table, not all guests had yet gathered. She picked up her phone to occupy herself. Although she was not dining with third brother that evening, she felt the need to maintain her spirits, lowering her voice. Her gentle tone carried an irresistible sweetness. Third brother, the dishes at this restaurant don't seem as delectable as those you prepare. Fu Jinghuai, who had been wearing a long face all afternoon, heard her soft, coaxing voice, and his previously aloof demeanor began to soften. He lowered his voice in return, laced with an enticing charm. If you enjoy it, I shall cook for you every day. All right, she replied, and just like that, Fu Jinghuai was effortlessly appeased by her words, even finding Zhao Yunma more agreeable. The sudden warmth in his gaze left Zhao Yunma taken aback, causing goosebumps to rise on her skin. The speed at which Fu Jinghuai's expression shifted could rival that of a politician. At the dining table, Gun Yinqing sat beside Qin Wan, while Qin Yuyu occupied her left side. The atmosphere at the table was quite pleasant until Li Xiaojing's uninvited presence shattered the tranquility. Qin Wan's expression turned icy as she stood to head to the restroom. As she entered, she sensed someone following her. A casual glance revealed a middle-aged man sporting a receding hairline. Qin Wan's expression changed drastically. This is the women's restroom. The man leered, casually shutting the door behind him. My dear, I certainly know this is the women's restroom. Instantly, Qin Wan's nerves tensed. The man's lascivious gaze made her stomach churn, and she understood his intentions, even without worldly experience. In a flash, her mind raced as her eyes scanned the surroundings, searching for an object to defend herself. After all, this rotund man would overpower her in strength. Open the door immediately. If third brother Fu Jinghuai finds out you have inappropriate designs on me, he will make your life a living hell. Hearing the name of the business tycoon, Fu Jinghuai momentarily cleared the man's muddled mind, fear flickering across his face. Yet, as he reconsidered, he thought to himself that she, being Fu Jinghuai's sister, would surely not be present in such a lowly establishment. Fueled by alcohol, he scoffed. Stop with the boasting. If Fu Jinghuai were your brother, then the richest man in Asia must be my father. Qin Wan recognized that he was intoxicated, clouded by drink and lust, and she remained vigilant as the man approached her. The young beauty quivered in fear, but the man, with his grotesque features and ghastly demeanor, only elicited disgust from Qin Wan. Oh, I did not anticipate that our little beauty possesses a fiery temperament. It indeed stirs my interest even further. As the vile creature approached, Qin Wan seized the opportunity to deliver a swift kick to his groin, to ensure the impact was sufficiently jarring. She grasped a decorative vase nearby and brought it crashing down upon the man's head. Blood gushed forth, staining the ground crimson. Yet, Qin Wan felt her wrath was not fully satisfied. Such scum should not be allowed to exist, polluting the air. Observing the man writhing on the floor, it became evident that this was not his first encounter of harassing women. Had he crossed paths with a girl lacking self-defense skills, the outcome would have been dire. As he curled up in agony, Qin Wan showed no mercy in her kicks. Eventually, exhaustion overcame her, and she forcefully kicked open the restroom door. Qin Wan Yu. Gun Yinqing had been searching for Qin Wan for some time, and upon seeing her, her eyes brimmed with tears. In the crowd, Li Xiaojing noticed Qin Wan standing unscathed, albeit with a bloodied vase in hand. Seizing the moment when no one was watching, she discreetly captured the scene on her phone. Humph, Qin Wan, even if you escape the clutches of that old man, this deliberate harm will surely leave its mark on you. On the ground, the beaten man, realizing someone had entered, shrieked, I will call the police. Someone is trying to kill me. In Nancheng, at the University Town Police Station, it was 8 o'clock, and the night was as dark as ink. The man who had been assaulted by Qin Wan was none other than Wang Wei, the brother-in-law of the station chief. After having his head bandaged, Wang Wei, now in his sister-in-law's territory, exuded arrogance, fully confident in his impunity. You filthy woman, this time, I shall ensure you are utterly disgraced. Chapter 27. I have not suffered loss. Qin Wan remained composed. She was well versed in the law. This vile creature had attempted to assault her, and her actions were nothing short of justifiable self-defense. A disdainful scoff escaped her lips. Do you even know who I am? You dare to act so brazenly in my presence? I care not for your identity. Your attempt at misconduct warrants nothing less than a beating. Wang Wei, believing Qin Wan's bravado was mere bluster, anticipated her eventual tears when the situation escalated. You have injured me severely. You must compensate me with 500,000. Otherwise, not only will you be barred from graduating, but you will also face imprisonment. Is the law merely a tool for your family? Have you truly deluded yourself? Qin Wan, seated in a chair, closed her eyes, wishing to block out Wang Wei's incessant ramblings. Before her arrival, Qin Yuyu had informed her that she had contacted Fu Jinghuai. When he arrived, she hoped this vile creature would still be there, spewing his nonsense. Upon encountering Qin Wan, the man felt utterly disregarded, perceiving her demeanor as a provocation. He approached her, attempting to grasp her hand. As the sin of an elderly man enveloped her, Qin Wan opened her eyes, seized a teacup from the table, and her gaze turned icy. You just had your left side opened up. Are you hoping I will reciprocate on your right for symmetry? Wang Wei, incensed, felt his chest heave with fury. You little wretch, I have truly indulged you. Soon, you will weep, and I shall ensure you rot in prison. Don't bark at me like a dog. I have feared dogs since childhood. The man lunged forward, intent on striking Qin Wan, but she was no pushover. Grabbing various items from the table, she hurled them at him. Her agility contrasted sharply with the man's cumbersome form. And every teacup and bottle of mineral water found its mark, causing Wang Wei to grimace in pain. You little wretch, should I catch you? You will beg for mercy beneath me. No sooner had he uttered these words than the door to the mediation room swung open. As Fu Jinghuai entered, Qin Wan was poised to hurl a teacup lid at Wang Wei's face. The staff, aware of Wang Wei's standing, fabricated an excuse to leave for the restroom, allowing the two to settle their disputes. However, upon returning, they were met with a scene of chaos. Seeing Fu Jinghuai, Qin Wan lowered the teacup lid, a hint of guilt washing over her as her doe-like eyes glistened with innocence. After all, she had indeed struck someone, and Wang Wei now resembled a battered swine. Would her brother think her less endearing, perhaps even diminishing his affection for her? He, her dear brother, who could hardly bear to touch her. Yet this vile creature dared to take advantage of her. It seemed he had lingered in the mortal realm for too long and desired a glimpse of the underworld scenery. Fu Jinghuai stormed in, brimming with a fierce intensity reminiscent of a demon from hell. Wang Wei, meeting his cold, terrifying gaze, nearly lost control of himself in fear. To salvage her image, Qin Wan called out softly, brother. Hearing her sweet, melodic voice, Fu Jinghuai slightly tempered his fierce demeanor. He drew her closer, meticulously scanning her from head to toe, relieved to find her unharmed. Yet, he noted the tension in his jaw, and a serious, cold expression made her a bit uneasy. Brother, I wasn't harmed, Qin Wan said, disliking his stern countenance. She gently tugged at his clothing, attempting to appease him. That's a relief. Fu Jinghuai realized his demeanor had frightened his little sister. He pulled her into his embrace, shielding her from his fearsome visage. Her face nestled against his chest. Enveloped in the familiarity of his scent, she felt a profound sense of security as she sensed the rhythm of his heartbeat. Fu Jinghuai wished to conceal the more violent aspects of himself from Qin Wan, soothing her as they exited the mediation room. Upon reaching the car, he gently instructed her. Wan, please wait here for me. I shall return shortly. All right. Fu Jinghuai's strikes were such that they only induced pain, leaving no visible marks. Before long, Wang Wei was carried out, lying horizontally. Third brother, I haven't caused you any trouble by beating someone to this extent, have I? She calmed her mind. For all the students at school were aware that she had an elder brother who was the formidable CEO of a conglomerate. If her reckless actions brought shame upon the family business, it would only serve to vex her brother, even though she dared to confront scoundrels. Explaining the situation would be quite troublesome. Rumors could spread swiftly, while refuting them required great effort. Fu Jinghuai's gaze softened, transforming from its previous sharpness to that of a gentle and refined elder brother, as he reached out to ruffle her hair. It's all right. I have already taken care of it. Wang Wei's brother-in-law returned to the station after completing his tasks and was infuriated upon hearing that Wang Wei had provoked Fu Jinghuai. He nearly fainted with rage. He had long disapproved of this brother-in-law, who treated his sister with a commanding attitude, behaving like a lord at home. Now that he had run into a wall, it was time for him to reflect in prison. All of this was simply his own doing. Upon returning home, Fu Jinghuai knelt down to find a pair of soft slippers for Qin Wan, gently massaging her chestnut-colored hair. Did anything frighten you today? Qin Wan, feeling as if a switch had been flipped, extended her hand with a pitiful look towards the man. Third brother, a hug will make me unafraid. The moment she acted adorably, he bent down, indulgently yet helplessly embracing her. Does your hand still hurt? Fu Jinghuai noticed the palm print on Wang Wei's bruised face. A likely masterpiece of his little girl. Qin Wan immediately pouted, placing her delicate hand before Fu Jinghuai. Third brother, my hand hurts. That old man has such a thick skin. The tenderness in the man's gaze was captivating as he playfully tapped her pert nose. Then let me massage it for you. After the commotion of the night, Qin Wan expected Fu Jinghuai to give her a lecture on morality, but she was mistaken. Her brother did not bring it up at all. After her bath, she waited a long while without him knocking on the door. Feeling a bit cheeky, she sent a WeChat message to Fu Jinghuai. Third brother, you don't have anything to discuss with me tonight, do you? After finishing his work, the man glanced at his phone, a subtle smile gracing his lips. What is this? Do you wish for me to find you with some matter? No, not at all. Oh dear, I'm sleepy. I'm going to bed now. Fu Jinghuai sighed softly, realizing that his little girl, who appeared so demure, possessed quite the courage when it came to confronting others. At that moment, upon learning that Qin Wan had caught the attention of a lewd old man, he had felt an overwhelming urge to rush to the police station and dismantle that scoundrel piece by piece. However, seeing that his little girl was unharmed brought him a sense of relief. Qin Wan slept soundly through the night until dawn, never expecting that dealing with scoundrels could also have a calming effect. Upon arriving at school, she encountered Gun Yinqing in the classroom and noticed her eyes were slightly swollen. Gun Yinqing, what happened to you? Qin Wan, you truly frightened me last night. When I noticed you had tea returned for quite some time, I went in search of you, only to find a maintenance sign placed at the restroom door. I never anticipated that someone would confine you in the shower room. Fortunately, you emerged unscathed. Otherwise, if anything had happened to you, it would haunt me for a lifetime. Chapter 28. Restlessness. The authenticity of one's feelings can be revealed through the windows of the soul. Gun Yinqing's concerned gaze spoke volumes, warming Qin Wan's heart. Oh, I'm perfectly fine now. That old man didn't get the better of me. Instead, I gave him a good thrashing. I believe he'll think twice before bothering beautiful young ladies again. Just a moment ago, Gun Yinqing was filled with guilt, but Qin Wan's playful nature had lightened the mood. It turns out that the seemingly innocent young lady has such a candid side. Qin Wan, are you hurt? No. Not at all. He didn't even lay a finger on me. The old man was completely at my mercy. Qin Wan recounted her heroic exploits from the previous night with great enthusiasm. Seeing Gun Yinqing smile, Qin Wan said, what is your WeChat? I'd like to add you. At her words, Gun Yinqing's eyes widened in astonishment. Qin Wan waved her hand in front of her to bring her back to reality. Gun Yinqing, I merely wish to add you on WeChat. Is my request truly that surprising? I'm just a bit taken aback. After all, our social standings are quite different. It was indeed a moment of surprise for Gun Yinqing to have Qin Wan actively seeking her contact information. She needed a moment to process it. What is so surprising? We're all just girls with 2 eyes and a nose. Indeed, the typically aloof young lady transformed into a down-to-earth sprite, perfectly complementing Qin Wan's vivacious personality. With a beep, they became friends. With a familiar face beside her, Qin Wan chose to sit with Gun Yinqing during class. After the morning session concluded, she ventured to the supermarket for water and returned to overhear someone gossiping about her. Have you heard? Qin Wan was out last night and was locked in the restroom by some greasy old man. Such a reckless woman deserves the attention of scoundrels. The group's embellished tales grew increasingly outrageous, their knack for distorting the truth evident. Qin Wan, maintaining her composure, leaned against the wall, arms crossed. casting a meaningful glance at one of the girls. You speak so vividly. Did you witness Qin Wan being bullied firsthand? Well, not exactly. But with Qin Wan's little demeanor, I'm sure the rumors can't be entirely false. The girl, having unconsciously echoed Qin Wan's words, suddenly realized her blunder. Her face draining of color. Her jealousy of Qin Wan's beauty and background fueled her eagerness to spread the gossip. She turned to face Qin Wan, who wore a mocking smile, the color draining from her face. Why the silence? Weren't you all quite animated just now? I'm genuinely curious about the details of how that old man supposedly bullied me. Qin Wan raised an eyebrow, her tone dripping with irony. Lin Shan seemed struck by lightning. She had merely spoken out of jealousy. Her company had recently been eager to engage with the group. And if her careless words jeopardized the partnership, her father would undoubtedly cut off all her financial support and might even resort to physical reprimand. With a distressed expression, Lin Shan pleaded, Qin Wan, I apologize. I was just being foolish and believed the rumors, which led me to say such things. Previously, Qin Wan had overheard Zhao Yunma discussing Lin Shan's company, eager to curry favor for a potential collaboration. Lin Shan's unusual behavior was likely driven by her fear of losing that opportunity. Raising an eyebrow, Qin Wan scoffed coldly, Oh, really? Yet, after listening for quite some time, your demeanor suggests you did not merely hear something but rather witnessed a live performance. Qin Wan, I truly realize my mistake. Please, I beg you, forgive me this once. I am not one to hold grudges. Lin Shan was no innocent soul. Bolstered by her family's connections, she had often bullied the weak at school. Today, she would use this pretext to enact her own form of retribution. With a heart as cold as ice, Qin Wan lifted her phone and dialed Fu Jinghuai's number. The call was answered almost instantly. Third brother, someone at school is spreading slander about me. Fu Jinghuai's voice turned icy, his sharp gaze becoming a frigid glare. Who dares to provoke my Wan? It's someone you know, the father of the person from Lin's group who sought your collaboration a few days ago. The man's expression darkened further. This cunning businessman was well aware of the underlying implications of her words. Wan, I know exactly what to do. Yes. You understand me best, third brother. They shared a silent understanding before ending the call. After disconnecting, Qin Wan cast a glance at the pale-faced Lin Shan, feeling no sympathy whatsoever. A family that could raise someone as morally corrupt as Lin Shan was hardly virtuous themselves. If the collaboration fell through, it would be her own doing. Qin Wan, considering our shared experience as classmates, please let me off this time. Lin Shan grasped her hand, nearly begging on her knees. Lin Shan, you are an adult now. As such, you must take responsibility for your mistakes. Qin Wan dismissed her hand with no mercy and walked away. Yu Nianqing witnessed the entire exchange and, upon returning to the classroom, her clear eyes sparkled with unabashed admiration. Qin Wan, you were absolutely magnificent just now. Having consistently outperformed Lin Shan in exams, she had endured her bullying, and seeing Lin Shan in such a state was truly satisfying. Indeed. You're the only one who can handle Lin Shan at our school. Supporting her chin with her hand, Qin Wan smiled mischievously. Honestly, I didn't want to. She insisted on stepping into the line of fire. That adorable little demeanor almost made Gu Nianqing lose her composure. Qin Wan, your parents must be quite beautiful, right? At the mention of her parents, Qin Wan's eyes dimmed, and with a bitter murmur, she glanced out the window at the sky. Dear parents, rest assured. Sangu is taking excellent care of me. After finishing her studies in the afternoon, Fu Jinghuai sent her a message, stating that he had a social engagement that evening and would return later. He assured her that the meal from Rui Zhai would be delivered to their home on time. As expected, just as Qin Wan had changed her shoes and washed her hands, the doorbell rang. Peering through the peephole, she saw a delivery person dressed in the uniform of Rui Zhai, prompting her to open the door and graciously accept the food. The table was adorned with a feast of 4 dishes and a soup, yet without Fu Jinghuai's company, the dinner felt somewhat lacking in flavor. There were 2 dishes that Qin Wan did not touch. After a simple meal to satisfy her hunger, she packed the leftovers and placed them in the refrigerator. With Fu Jinghuai absent, Qin Wan felt as though something was amiss, and, feeling somewhat disheartened, retreated to her room to tackle math problems. After completing a page, she picked up her phone to scroll through her social media. She casually clicked on Zhao Yuma's Moments, where a strikingly beautiful woman with a mature aura was seated opposite Fu Jinghuai. Compared to her youthful demeanor, this woman seemed to complement San Ji's essence remarkably well. Although they matched aesthetically, an unsettling feeling gripped her heart. A sense of crisis loomed as she perceived the glaring disparity. The moment she laid eyes on the photograph, The woman's radiant presence made Qin Wan anxious, as the thought of Fu Jinghuai potentially being captivated by her charm gnawed at her insides. She messaged Zhao Yunma, "Brother Yunma, which restaurant are you and San Ge dining at tonight? Could you share the location?" Chapter 29. He is in her heart. Zhao Yunma was taken aback by how quickly the fish had taken the bait. He exchanged a knowing glance with Qin Sixian, mouthing, "Sister Wan is asking where we are having dinner." That photograph was a masterpiece he had painstakingly captured from a perfect angle. Of course, to avoid incurring his brother-in-law's wrath, he had set the privacy of that photo to be viewable only by Qin Wan. "I wonder if you treat your sister as a test subject. Will you survive your brother-in-law's wrath afterwards? If neither of us speaks, how would he find out?" Qin Sixian cast a sidelong glance at the approaching figure and raised an eyebrow. "Your brother-in-law is here. Do you really think I'm foolish? My brother-in-law is at home with his precious daughter. He wouldn't be out and about." "Uncle, what a coincidence. Are you also dining here?" Upon hearing his niece's voice, Zhao Yunma felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He turned around, meeting his sister-in-law's sharp gaze, causing a chill to run down his neck. His brother-in-law was notoriously possessive, and if he discovered that Zhao Yunma had used his sister as a means to assist Sanji's romance, would he be able to enjoy a peaceful evening? Clearing his throat awkwardly, he managed, "Brother-in-law, you're here?" Rong Yin gave him a knowing look, then approached Zhao Yunqing, first nodding politely at Fu Jinghuai before leaning down gently, saying, "Wife, our daughter and I are waiting for you at the play area in the adjacent mall." "All right." After concluding their work-related discussions, Fu Jinghuai and Zhao Yunqing decided to wrap things up early, as her husband was waiting with the child in the nearby mall. Just as they exited the restaurant, Fu Jinghuai spotted a familiar figure at the entrance. "Wan, what brings you here?" Qin Wan had just alighted from a taxi and, before she could step inside, was caught off guard by Fu Jinghuai's keen observation. She offered an awkward smile and quickly formulated her response. "Oh, I happened to indulge a bit too much during dinner and thought I'd take a stroll to aid digestion. It's quite a coincidence to find you dining here." The twinkle of amusement in the man's beautiful eyes suggested he was not inclined to expose her little fib. Zhao Yunma, ever the playful one, chimed in, "Sister Wan. If my memory serves me correctly, didn't you just message me asking where I was dining? This walking path is a good 9 kilometers from your home. You certainly have quite the stamina." Qin Wan shot him a sidelong glance and rolled her eyes. "If you didn't speak, I might think you had taken a vow of silence." Observing her feisty demeanor, the man affectionately ruffled her hair. "Wan, after such a long walk, are you feeling tired?" "Not at all, not at all." Zhao Yunqing, having experienced similar situations, immediately recognized the tender gaze Fu Jinghuai cast upon the girl. It was evident that this young lady held a special place in his heart. With an elegant and graceful smile adorning her exquisite face, she remarked, "Mr. Fu, would you care to introduce this lovely young lady? This is my little girl, Qin Wan." Zhao Yunqing's smile remained, while Fu Jinghuai's demeanor softened remarkably in the presence of the young woman, contrasting sharply with his usual stoic business fade. "Hello, Sister Beautiful," Qin Wan greeted warmly. Noticing the clarity and openness in the woman's gaze directed at Fu Jinghuai, she realized that her earlier apprehensions had been unfounded. The interaction was merely a professional collaboration. However, as she drew closer, she couldn't help but admire the woman's flawless skin and unique feminine charm, feeling somewhat inadequate in comparison. Could it be that San Ge was drawn to this type of woman? After all, the preserved photograph of a youthful girl she had seen in her older brother's wallet at the age of 10 bore a striking resemblance to this enchanting presence. With this thought, her bright eyes dimmed slightly. Did San Ge perhaps have a preference for such women? At the dinner table, Fu Jinghuai abstained from alcohol, as he was the designated driver for their return. Once seated in the passenger seat, he sensed a shift in the mood of his little girl. As her gaze drifted towards the window, with a warm and charming demeanor, he gently inquired, "Wan, have you encountered something troubling?" "Not at all," Qin Wan wished to protest, wondering if her feelings were so apparent. "Wan, are you not aware that you are quite unskilled at lying?" She pursed her lips and could not help but confess. "San Ge, isn't that beautiful lady we just left with you stunning?" In her presence, Fu Jinghuai always seemed to shed the sharpness of his business persona, revealing a softer side. "No, in my heart, my family S11 is the most beautiful. Third brother. You truly know how to make me happy. That big sister just now made even a woman like me feel a flutter." Fu Jinghuai instantly grasped the underlying meaning of her words and affectionately ruffled her head. "My relationship with her is merely a professional one. She is Zhao Yunma's older sister." and her child is already 5 years old. What are you imagining? Upon hearing that the other party is married with children, her mood suddenly brightened. Qinwan blinked her starry eyes and pouted her soft, tender lips. That big sister truly does not appear to have ever given birth. Is my little girl feeling uneasy about my interactions with other women? Does this suggest that she holds a special place for me in her heart, beyond that of a mere sisterly affection? Or am I overthinking this? This matter is not particularly related to me, Fu Jinghuai blurted out in his typically straightforward manner. When he mentioned that beautiful sister, his gaze was as pure as distilled water from a laboratory. Observing her transition from prior despondency to a mysterious smile, Fu Jinghuai couldn't help but curve his lips. All right, we will be home soon. Don't forget to apply the scar cream after your shower. The wound on Qinwan's forehead no longer required bandaging, as new skin had already formed, though the scar still looked somewhat unsightly. Understood, third brother. Upon returning home, Fu Jinghuai opened the refrigerator to find it stuffed with porcelain takeout boxes from Ruizhai. He furrowed his brow slightly and turned to Qinwan. Wan. Was tonight's dinner not to your taste? Not at all. The dishes were delicious. It's just that with you not at home, I didn't have much of an appetite, so I ate a bit less. Despite her slender appearance, his little girl had quite the appetite, usually starting with 2 bowls of rice at every meal. Sometimes, concerned that she might feel shy about asking for seconds, he would deliberately compress her first bowl of rice. Having only eaten half a bowl that evening, her stomach now protested with a grumble. Feeling embarrassed, Qinwan touched her face. Third brother, it's getting late. I'll go shower and sleep now. Without waiting for Fu Jinghuai to call her, she had already vanished from sight. Fu Jinghuai shook his head in resignation. After her shower, Qinwan emerged, her stomach stirring with rebellion once more. It was then she remembered the snacks she had previously purchased online, causing her to swallow hard with desire. Without hesitation, she opened her secret stash of treats, retrieving spicy strips, big spicy chips, konjac noodles, small packets of instant noodles, and some dried fruits, all wrapped in layers of cling film. It had been a long time since she had indulged in such junk food. The craving was real. She tore open a bag of big spicy chips and took a large bite, the heat making her gasp. Yet, this did not deter her from taking a second bite. Occasionally indulging in such delightful yet fiery snacks felt as exhilarating as a celestial being. Just as Qinwan blissfully finished a bag of spicy chips and was preparing to open a bag of crispy noodles, a knock sounded at the door. Chapter 30. No escape from oneself. Qinwan knew without a doubt that the person knocking at her door was Fu Jinghuai. A glance at the forbidden snacks, laden with technological indulgence, scattered across her bed sent her into a flurry of panic. She hastily shoved the items into the nightstand, steadying her nerves before rushing to open the door. As the door swung open, Fu Jinghuai stood before her, cradling a steaming bowl of vegetable noodle soup. Noticing the grease at the corner of Qinwan's mouth, he let out a silent sigh. Brother, you're still awake? Qinwan's heart raced with anxiety as she furtively glanced at his face, uncertain whether he had caught a whiff of the spicy snacks that lingered in the air. I knew you wouldn't sleep well on an empty stomach, so I made you some hot noodle soup. Brother, you are so kind to me. The girl reached out to take the bowl from him. But it's getting late. You should go rest. I'll return the bowl to the kitchen once I finish. Eager to send him away, she hoped her clandestine snacking would remain undiscovered. However, Fu Jinghuai did not follow her script. With a gentle wave of his hand, he evaded her grasp. The bowl is a bit hot. I'll just place it on the table. Qinwan's heart sank as he stepped into the room, following him. She silently prayed to the heavens that her brother would not uncover her little secret. As he placed the bowl on the table with an expression of calmness, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. Just as she began to relax, Fu Jinghuai suddenly bent down to pick up a red bag of spicy snacks from the floor. Alarm bells rang in her head. Cursed be her haste, as she had carelessly left a remnant of her indulgence behind. Brother, let me explain, she stammered, forcing a smile. Oh, no. Let me clarify. A faint smile danced on the man's lips. What do you wish to clarify? Qinwan lowered her head, resembling a schoolchild caught in wrongdoing, displaying an earnest demeanor. Brother, I was simply too hungry to resist the temptation of these technological delights. Could you grant me another chance? I promise I won't touch them again. Seeing her earnest expression, Fu Jinghuai could hardly muster anger. He sighed softly. Wan, it's not that I don't want you to enjoy these snacks. But have you seen the ingredient list? It rivals the periodic table. Your stomach has never been particularly resilient, having worked hard to cultivate your appetite. It would be a shame to jeopardize it over these. Qinhuan nodded vigorously, like a chick pecking at grains. Brother, I understand my mistake. I promise I won't eat them again. In an effort to demonstrate her sincerity, she opened the drawer and obediently packed the snacks into a plastic bag. Once finished, she handed it to Fu Jinghuai. Brother, please confiscate these. The young girl's chestnut hair hung over her shoulders, her full lips pressed together, with a few stray strands falling over her eyes, lending her an air of youthful innocence. Fu Jinghuai took the bag from her hands, a gentle smile gracing his lips as his fingers brushed lightly against her cheek. Wan, if you fancy such things, your third brother will make them for you whenever he has the time. Qinhuan, brimming with vitality, blinked her innocent eyes in surprise. Third brother, you can make this too? Of course, since my Wan enjoys eating it, I must learn. If I cannot, I can always follow online tutorials. Qinhuan, filled with excitement, wrapped her arms around Fu Jinghuai, her laughter exuberant. Third brother, you are the best in the world. Such small gestures of kindness could bring her so much joy. How easy it was to please his little girl. Wan, if you don't eat that bowl of noodles soon, it will become mushy. All right. I will ensure that I finish every last bit. I won't let my third brother's culinary skills go to waste. Her eyes sparkled with joy like clear springs, softening the man's heart. Qinhuan ate at a decent pace, her mannerisms quite graceful. While she immersed herself in her meal, Fu Jinghuai remained by her side, reading a book. As she savored the last bite of her noodles, she proudly presented her empty bowl, which had been devoid of soup. Third brother, look at how I've finished everything. With cheeks puffed like a greedy little squirrel, Fu Jinghuai couldn't help but smile broadly, affectionately ruffling her hair. Yes, my Wan is the most obedient. Having devoured an entire bowl of noodles, Qinhuan felt a sense of fulfillment wash over her. However, too much food meant Fu Jinghuai wouldn't allow her to sleep immediately. Glancing at the mathematics problems she had left on the table, he casually helped her solve them. Watching his clear and concise method, Qinhuan admired him greatly. With a genius like my third brother tutoring me, I am truly fortunate. He checked his watch and noted the late hour. All right, it's quite late now. Remember to rest early. Her third brother was genuinely gentle in that moment. His tenderness became palpable. Little did she know, years later, who might become his wife and enjoy such blessings. Yet, the thought of another woman relishing her third brother's kindness stirred an unsettling feeling within her. Shaking her head, she reassured herself that it was simply her heart protesting because it was late and she hadn't yet rested. With the latest air purification system in the room, the lingering scent of spicy snacks quickly dissipated, replaced by fresh air. Cradling a sun-kissed blanket, weariness began to envelop Qinhuan. At the school gate, she had chosen a warm-toned casual outfit and tied her hair into a loose high ponytail. Sunlight caressed her cheeks, making her resemble a fairy stepped out of a painting. Gu Nianqing had just disembarked from the bus and was captivated by her striking beauty. Qinhuan turned and smiled at her. Gu Nianqing possessed exquisite bone structure, and after several encounters, Qinhuan had grown fond of her personality. They had a natural affinity. She paused to wait for Gu Nianqing, and they walked side by side. As they chatted happily, a sudden figure leapt out, startling both girls. Regaining her composure, Qinhuan realized the person blocking their path was none other than Han Shinian. Upon seeing him, Qinhuan was immediately reminded of past grievances, her gaze filled with profound disdain. Wan, I truly am not afraid of your brother's threats. I implore you, please do not leave me because of him. His performance was so deeply insincere that it was utterly repugnant. Having learned from her previous life's lessons, Qinhuan felt there was no way she could trust this deceitful man, not even to the extent of believing a single punctuation mark he uttered. The endearing nickname Wan, coming from his lips, was a pollution to her ears. Qinhuan raised her hand and delivered a resounding slap to his face. Han Shinian, I have warned you numerous times. Do not call me Wan again. What we had is definitively over. This slap shattered all of Han Shinian's illusions. During his time in the hospital, he had naively assumed that Wan was merely acting for Fu Jinghuai's sake, confidently believing that Qinhuan, in her infatuation, would sneak into the hospital to check on him. However, as time passed, he found himself waiting in vain. She did not come, and even the messages he sent her vanished without a trace. Panicking, he hastily returned to school, hoping to evoke sympathy and win Qinhuan back. If he could not firmly grasp Qinhuan and thereby seize Fu Jinghuai's lifeline, he feared that he would be left with no escape. Chapter 31. A slap to the scoundrel. Han Shinian covered his face, his expression one of anguish. Qinhuan, how could you treat me this way? Do you not realize how deep my feelings for you run? I would forsake my very life for you. Qin Wan found his words amusing. Han Shinian, who do you think values your life? It is merely a worthless trinket to others. How quaint. The disdainful glare from the girl left Han Shinian feeling as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. Qin Wan, you were not like this before. Have you been brainwashed? I love you so much. Without you, I would truly go mad. If it weren't for the fear of tainting her image. Qin Wan would have relished the opportunity to berate him for 3 days and nights. Taking a deep breath, she restrained her impulse to strike him again. Han Shinian, I shall say this once more. If you dare to cling to me any longer, I will have my brother break your legs. 3 of them, not just 2. The mention of Fu Jingwei's potential violence sent a sharp pain through Han Shinian's ribs, momentarily alleviating his distress. Seeing him subdued brought a sense of satisfaction to Qin Wan. Han Shinian, in this lifetime. Without the substantial dowry provided by my 3rd brother and the support of Wang Xiao, I am eager to witness whether you can still bask in the glory you once had. Qin Wan's series of decisive actions left Gu Nianqing in stunned silence. Qin Wan, have you truly severed all ties with him? She scoffed at the notion of keeping such trash around for any occasion, casting a disdainful glance at the pale-faced Han Shinian. Gu Nianqing raised her thumb in approval. Though she had little interaction with him, her impression of Han Shinian was decidedly negative. When Qin Wan first became his girlfriend, Gu Nianqing privately thought it was a pity, feeling it was akin to placing a beautiful flower in a pile of refuse. Fortunately, Qin Wan has realized her missteps before it is too late. She strides forward without looking back, while Gu Nianqing steals a glance behind her, only to meet Han Shinian's fierce, chilling gaze, which sends a shiver down her spine. What darkness must reside within one's heart to bear such a menacing glare? It is fortunate that this little fairy, Qin Wan, has drawn a clear boundary with him. Suddenly, influenced by the plethora of novels she has read, Gu Nianqing gently nudges Qin Wan's arm. Wan, I believe you should remain wary of Han Shinian. He does not exude the aura of a congenial individual. You must not fall into his trap. Yes, I will be cautious. However, I trust that with my brother's protection, he cannot stir up any significant trouble. At this moment, Qin Wan's naivety becomes evident. A person as extreme and unscrupulous as Han Shinian would never relinquish such a prized possession easily. After the morning classes, Gu Nianqing sits beside Qin Wan, nudging her with her elbow. Qin Wan, are you aware that Li Xiaojing has encountered some trouble? She hasn't even made a move against Li Xiaojing, and yet she has brought her own demise upon herself? I just heard from a classmate in the same department that Li Xiaojing was accosted today, right after entering the school, by a burly wealthy woman who reportedly left her with a face resembling that of a pig. The contemptible Li Xiaojing elicits no sympathy from Gu Nianqing. Rather, her thoughts lean towards celebrating the misfortune. Noticing Qin Wan's interest, Gu Nianqing continues, it is said that after Li Xiaojing became involved with that wealthy woman's husband, the wealthy woman discovered the affair and orchestrated this dramatic scene. Upon hearing the tale, a cold glint flickers in Qin Wan's luminous eyes. Li Xiaojing could not extract any advantage from me. In her pursuit of excessive vanity, she sought solace in the arms of an older man, which is hardly surprising. She is a self-serving individual. While she may be infatuated with Han Shinian, how could an orphan without connections satisfy her material desires? Alas, it is truly tragic. In my previous life, I was ensnared by such morally bankrupt women without even realizing it. In the afternoon, as Qin Wan packs her bag and steps out of the school gate, she soon spots Li Xiaojing, her face distorted like that of a pig, entering her line of sight. The sight is so comical that Qin Wan cannot help but smirk. Li Xiaojing glares at Qin Wan with a predatory intensity, as if she longs to devour her whole. Qin Wan, it was you who deliberately harmed me. Was it? Qin Wan responds coldly, I apologize. My intention was indeed to deal with you, but someone else has intervened ahead of me to enact justice. Qin Wan, you have ruined everything for me. I vow that we shall both perish together. Li Xiaojing has lost all semblance of reason, consumed by a singular desire to drag Qin Wan into the abyss. The man who had been her benefactor did not come to her aid when his wife confronted her. Instead, he betrayed her, accusing her of seducing him. Now, with the school expelling her due to her personal conduct, her rage knows no bounds. All of this chaos is the fault of Qin Wan. Had she remained as naive and easily deceived as before, she would never have ended up entangled with that greasy old man. Thus, the root of all troubles lies with Qin Wan. She initially intended to exact revenge on Qin Wan by posting the incriminating photos of her previous incident that led to someone being taken to the police station on a forum. However, her album had been formatted, and those photos were long gone. Deprived of her means of retaliation, Li Xiaojing lost all sense of reason. her only thought being to drag Qin down to hell with her. Upon seeing the knife in Li Xiaojing's hand, Qin expression hardened. She had not anticipated Li Xiaojing would be so reckless. However, before Li Xiaojing could act further, the bodyguards, hired by Fu Jinghuai, swiftly subdued her, pinning her to the ground. Observing Li Xiaojing squirming on the floor, Qin couldn't help but smile. Li Xiaojing, don't you think you appear quite foolish? You really believe such petty tactics could harm me? Raising an eyebrow, she glanced at the concealed camera installed at the school, adding, Li Xiaojing, the evidence for your intent to harm is irrefutable. You'll have plenty of time to contemplate your actions in prison. Fu Jinghuai was soon informed of the incident, and the usually composed and aloof man was visibly enraged. Currently attending a business event in another city, he was unable to return immediately and called her. As soon as the line connected, his deep, concerned voice resonated through the receiver. Wan, you aren't hurt, are you? Third brother, I'm fine. That person didn't even have the chance to lay a hand on me before your men apprehended her, Qin replied, attempting to ease his anxiety with a carefree laugh. Although he had heard from the bodyguards that she was unharmed, hearing it directly from her brought him complete reassurance. Starting tomorrow, I will assign you 2 additional bodyguards. Qin felt a wave of embarrassment, her words tumbling out in haste. Third brother, we live in a society governed by law. Our country is quite safe. 2 bodyguards are already more than sufficient. Adding 2 more would be excessive. If someone were to see me, they might think I'm a princess from another nation, making me a bigger target. Third brother, the 2 bodyguards you've arranged are already diligent and responsible. If you suddenly assign more, wouldn't that indirectly suggest they are not performing well? Might this affect their morale? Fearing Fu Jinghuai might insist on his decision, she used her sweetest tone to sway him. Indeed, Fu Jinghuai succumbed to her charm. Considering their commendable performance this time, I will grant them a bonus this month. Relieved that he did not press the issue, Qin exhaled. Who would want to walk around with 4 towering bodyguards? It was quite a burden. As the farcical episode concluded, the incident of Li Xiaojing attempting to harm someone at the school gate, albeit unsuccessful, would have significant repercussions. Not only would Fu Jinghuai not let her off easily, but the school administration would also not tolerate her actions. Chapter 32. How could someone cause such a great calamity? Tomorrow was the weekend. Passing by the school supermarket, Qin deliberately purchased ingredients, planning to prepare a meal for Fu Jinghuai, who had worked all day. She followed the recipe to gather the necessary items for her culinary endeavor. In front of the kitchen sink, Qin tied on an apron and donned disposable gloves to cleanse the blood from the ribs. Subsequently, she consulted her phone, following the steps from Xiaohongshu to blanch the ribs. As the pot heated, she poured in the oil, yet the temperature seemed stagnant. In a moment of misguided ingenuity, she placed her hand near the edge of the hot oil to test its warmth. Having just washed her hands, droplets of water fell into the sizzling oil, causing it to erupt in a chaotic splash. The girl winced as the oil splattered, bringing tears to her eyes, but fortunately she managed to evade the worst of it, suffering only a few red spots on her arm. Stifling her pain, Qin grasped the ribs and plunged them into the pot. With a resounding pop, the water-laden ribs hit the oil, igniting an uproar as oil spatters danced wildly, leaving her pale with fright. Just as the initial chaos subsided, the pot began to billow smoke. Perhaps she had neglected to pay homage to the kitchen goddess before cooking. The entire pot seemed to explode like a barrel of oil. And with a loud whoosh, flames erupted. Qin's pupils dilated in shock, rendering her momentarily speechless. The searing flames intensified. In her panic, she spotted a cup of water on the countertop and, without a second thought, threw it onto the inferno. This ill-fated decision only fanned the flames further. Gasping for breath, her mind clouded, she finally realized her grave mistake. In a flurry of anxiety, she swiftly grabbed the nearby pot lid and covered the flames, hoping to salvage the situation. Fortunately, her final action proved effective, and the fire was extinguished. Still shaken, she surveyed the kitchen, her heart sinking at the sight of the various cabinets charred beyond recognition. Meanwhile, Fu Jinghuai had just arrived at the community when he received a call from the security guard, informing him that the smoke alarm in his home had been triggered, indicating a fire. Reviewing the door lock surveillance, he spotted Qin returning home, and a wave of terror swept over him, leaving him disoriented. Without waiting for the elevator, he rushed up to the 23rd floor. Upon opening the door, he was met with a pungent odor of burnt material. At that moment, Qin stood in the kitchen, her strength seemingly drained, dazed as she contemplated the foolishness of her actions that had turned the kitchen into chaos. pondering how she would explain this to Fu Jinghua. Turning around, she saw him approaching with swift strides, his face etched with palpable concern. Their eyes met. Upon seeing him, Qin tightly clutched the hem of her shirt, her earlier fright morphing into a sense of vulnerability. Wu, third brother, I've blown up your kitchen again. Fu Jinghua hurried to her, enveloping her in his embrace. There, don't be afraid. It's all right now. After a moment, as her sobs subsided, he gently placed his hands on her shoulders, checking her over, only to discover red spots on her pale wrist from the burn. He promptly led her to the sink, using cool running water to soothe her scalded skin. As the tension ebbed away, Qin finally registered the pain from her injuries, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Before her elder brother, she never felt the need to suppress her emotions. Be good, don't cry. We'll apply some ointment for the burn shortly. Qin was comforted, responding with a nasal tone. The security guard had been pressing the doorbell for quite some time, seeing no one coming to open the door. He was almost tempted to break it down. Fu Jinghua arrived fashionably late, negotiated matters concerning the smoke alarm, and confirmed it was merely a misunderstanding, allowing the dozen or so security personnel armed with fire extinguishers to finally depart. Qin never anticipated that her simple desire to cook a meal for her family would lead to such a calamity, leaving her utterly embarrassed. The man returned to the sofa, retrieving a fresh pair of slippers for Qin, who had lost one in the chaos. He tenderly caressed her drooping little head, reassuring her, it's all right now, don't be afraid. Brother, you have no idea, when I saw the pot on fire, my mind went completely blank. I even foolishly tried to douse the flames with water. Fortunately, I eventually remembered that a pot fire should be smothered with a lid, otherwise, I could have not only blown up the kitchen, but possibly ignited our entire home. Qin recounted, still shaken. Upon seeing her distressed state, Fu Jinghua understood she had indeed been frightened. He brought over a warm towel to wipe her little flower-like face clean, gently tapping her nose with a soft touch. From now on, the task of cooking will solely be mine whenever I'm home, understood? Got it. The tension in her body eased at the sight of Fu Jinghua. Brother, you're not angry with me for making such a mess in the kitchen? The warmth in the man's eyes conveyed a tenderness reserved for a sweet, obedient girl. Silly girl, your well-being is what matters most, as long as you're safe. That is enough. Despite the grave trouble she had caused, Fu Jinghua offered no harsh words, his demeanor remarkably stable, which brought great comfort to the girl. It turns out that sometimes when one makes a mistake, there need not be blame, and there are those who will stand by you with kindness. Qin smiled. She truly felt blissful, all because of him. Once she had calmed down, Fu Jinghua rolled up his sleeves and moved to the kitchen counter to tidy up. Qin trailed behind him like a little shadow. Brother, let me help too. As she approached, Fu Jinghua lifted the pot lid to reveal a charred mass. The contents unrecognizable, and he couldn't help but twitch his lips. Qin swallowed hard and explained, Brother, I originally intended to make sweet and sour ribs. The man chuckled, lightening the atmosphere. I bet the ribs never anticipated they would meet their charred fate. Fu Jinghua seldom told jokes, and Qin couldn't help but laugh, feeling much more at ease. Initially, he hadn't wanted his little girl to assist with the cleanup, but he couldn't resist her adorable insistence and ultimately consented. Qin truly lacked talent for household chores, often despising her own clumsiness. Brother, do you think I'm very foolish? The man's warm, large palm once again offered a comforting pat on her head. Not at all. My Wan is simply cleverly naive. Why do I feel that your words lack the charm of genuine compliments? Fu Jinghua chuckled softly. In the kitchen, the atmosphere was lighthearted, as Qin's guilt over the culinary disaster gradually dissipated, concerned that his little lady might go hungry. Fu Jinghua had preemptively ordered dinner from Ruijai before tidying up. Approximately an hour and a half later, the kitchen was finally spotless. Qin returned to her room, took a warm shower, and changed into clean pajamas, sitting down on the Wangwali chair with her still damp hair cascading around her. Upon entering with the dinner, Fu Jinghua noticed her hair had not yet dried, and a slight frown creased his brow. Seeing Qin's gaze fixated on the exquisite takeout bag, he couldn't help but smile wryly as he skillfully arranged the dishes on the table. Wan, you should eat first. Fu Jinghua quickly retrieved a hairdryer, plugged it in, and stood behind her, his gentle motions making Qin feel utterly relaxed, almost prompting her to hum in delight. Third brother, hurry and come eat, otherwise the food will get cold. All right, I'll be there shortly. Once her hair was dry, to prevent it from falling as she dined, Fu Jinghuai thoughtfully grabbed a hairpin to help her gather her hair into an elegant updo. Qin reveled in the royal treatment, her expression softening. Chapter 33. He has someone he likes. Seeing this, a deeper warmth filled Fu Jinghuai's eyes. Wan, you must have been quite frightened tonight. Make sure to eat well. Third brother, rest assured, I would never be polite with you. I will not waste a morsel of what you ordered. This evening could certainly be described as thrilling. After eating her fill, Qin returned to her room, sprawled on the bed in a starfish position. Her hand resting on her forehead as she let out a silent sigh. She had intended to show her prowess, yet she had inadvertently caused such a disaster. It was only thanks to her stable third brother that she had escaped a scolding. Third brother is truly a good person. Tomorrow was Saturday. And despite it being 10 o'clock at night, Qin found herself wide awake, the sleepiness seemingly having abandoned her. With nothing to occupy her mind, she found herself thinking of the potted flowers on her balcony, which she had taken from Fu Jinghuai and had flourished beautifully last time she saw them. However, upon inspection, her heart sank. She struggled to accept the harsh reality that, despite her diligent care, the flowers had withered away. These pots had originally belonged to her third brother. Should she inform him of their demise? She hesitated to admit that her overzealousness had led to their drowning, and after much deliberation, she mustered the courage to text him. Third brother, are you busy right now? Fu Jinghuai set aside his work and glanced at his phone. Not busy. Qin steeled herself mentally. Third brother, how are you feeling at the moment? Fu Jinghuai chuckled lightly. Not bad. Swallowing hard, Qin thought to herself. The sooner they perish, the sooner they can be reborn, and she sent him photos of the 3 flower pots, now mere remnants of their former glory. Minutes passed, 1, 3, 5, and when Qin noticed that Fu Jinghuai remained unresponsive, she assumed he was upset with her. After all, those flowers had been meticulously nurtured by her third brother for several years, and now they had perished in her care, which was indeed disheartening. With a sincere attitude, she texted, Brother, I am truly sorry, it was not my intention. Upon sending the message, Qin felt that a face-to-face apology would carry more weight. She stealthily approached the study, pushed the door open, but found no trace of Fu Jinghuai. Frowning, she recalled her understanding of her workaholic brother. At this hour, he was likely to be in his study. In truth, she seldom ventured into Fu Jinghuai's study. As she stepped inside, she was greeted by the sight of swaying greenery and the refreshing air. Gazing at the countless books lining the shelves, Qin felt a twinge of shame. As a liberal arts student majoring in education, she possessed far fewer books than her brother. She tiptoed to the desk, where a piece of calligraphy lay on the rosewood surface, and her eyes sparkled with admiration. Her brother's vigorous brushwork, with its unique style, profoundly showcased the lively spirit and essence of the ink. Feeling somewhat guilty, she realized how little she truly knew about her brother. In her previous life, she had been unaware of his remarkable calligraphy skills. Lost in thought, she was startled to find Fu Jinghuai standing beside her, his large hands resting gently on her shoulders. Apologies for startling you, he said. Your calligraphy is truly exquisite, she replied. Pleased by the young girl's compliment, he smiled softly and asked, Why are you not in your room? What brings you to the study? Qin nervously fiddled with her fingers, contemplating her words. Brother, I overwatered the 3 pots of flowers I borrowed from you, and they unfortunately perished. I am truly sorry. Dear girl, there is no need for apologies between us. This is your home. If they died from your watering, it merely indicates their incompatibility with this home's energy, not your fault, he reassured her. Qin's clear eyes widened in realization. Her brother truly understood how to offer comfort. After a moment, Fu Jinghuai gently smiled again. When I have time, let us select a few pots of plants that you adore. Yes, this time, I will take great care to follow the instructions, she promised earnestly. Very well, he replied. Are you still busy with work? Qin noticed a stack of unreviewed documents on his desk. Indeed, he confirmed. May I stay and keep you company while you work? Fu Jinghuai glanced at his watch and nodded in agreement. Returning to her room, Qin retrieved a copy of Jane Eyre and settled into a nearby armchair to read. She had been meaning to delve into this book for quite some time, yet in the comfort of her bedroom, she often found it hard to concentrate, either succumbing to sleep or distracted by her phone. Now, enveloped in the rich aroma of books within the study, the atmosphere was perfect. After half an hour, she stretched her neck, which had begun to feel stiff, and stole a glance at Fu Jinghuai, who was diligently working. At this moment, he rolled up the sleeves of his shirt, maintaining an upright demeanor, as he focused intently on reviewing documents with a steel pen in hand. The soft sound of paper and pen brushing against each other was reminiscent of gentle spring rain caressing the heart, creating a particularly comforting and joyous atmosphere. The man exuded the dignified aura of an elder statesman, with an elegant presence and a unique, refined, and noble essence that surrounded him. Qin found herself momentarily lost in thought, her heart racing uncontrollably. Their eyes met. Fu Jinghui gazed deeply at her, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Wan. It's quite late. Shouldn't you get some rest? In the study, warm and inviting light bathed her delicate features, and Fu Jinghui's throat tightened, his voice slightly hoarse. Indeed. It is rather late. I shall retire for the night, Qin replied, her embarrassment alleviated as she stood to gather her belongings. In her haste, her books and the pen she used for annotations fell to the floor. Seeing her flustered, Fu Jinghui stepped forward, his eyes shimmering with tenderness. As he helped her pick up the pen, gently ruffling her hair. Take your time, Wan. I would be heartbroken if you hurt yourself. Yes, third brother. Don't stay up too late yourself. Qin thought she might as well possess the ability to vanish into thin air. Had she lost all semblance of composure in front of her third brother? Returning to the sanctuary of her bedroom, she lay down on the soft bed and soon found herself lured into a deep slumber. That night, Qin experienced an extensive dream. In her dream, Zhao Yunma, fearing Fu Jinghui would be alone for life, incessantly introduced him to various socialites. Eventually, he became captivated by a woman whose likeness to him was striking. A photo she had seen tucked in his wallet. From that moment on, Fu Jinghui's attention shifted entirely to that woman, and she witnessed firsthand how he doted on her. The sensation of having her beloved taken away left Qin feeling as though her source of happiness had dried up, turning her into a lifeless automaton devoid of emotions. She helplessly watched as Fu Jinghui entered into matrimony with that woman, unable to comprehend the depth of pain in her heart. The excruciating ache jolted her awake from the long dream. Startled, Qin leaned against the headboard, gasping for breath, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Realizing it was merely a dream, she felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Her slender fingers instinctively touched her heart. Why did it ache so? Could it be that Qin found herself ensnared in a web of emotions, biting her lip tightly, fully aware that her third brother had always had someone he cherished in his heart. Chapter 34. Unforeseen calamity, still reeling from the remnants of her dream. In desperate need of an outlet, she took out her phone and messaged Zhao Yunma. Zhao Yunma. My third brother is at an age where he should be striving for success. Don't meddle by introducing him to potential partners. The notoriously sluggish Zhao Yunma had just struggled to extricate himself from the warmth of his bed. As he savored a luxurious sandwich prepared by the maid, he instinctively reached for his phone, hoping to scroll through some amusing anecdotes and stay current. Unexpectedly, upon opening the unread messages from Qin, a piece of sandwich nearly lodged in his throat. He hastily took a large gulp of juice, managing to swallow the morsel. After sending that message, Qin truly felt as if she were experiencing a split in her psyche. She wished to retract her words, but realized it was too late. Having surpassed the 2-minute mark, how could she, having conjured a tale from her dreams, so thoughtlessly trouble someone else, burying her little head beneath the covers? She pondered how to face Zhao Yunma thereafter. Perhaps it would be better for her to vanish entirely. What an embarrassment. After squirming like a silkworm under the blanket for a moment, she finally emerged. If Zhao Yunma inquired, she would simply claim she had been sleepwalking. This response should suffice. Earning at least an 80 out of 100, she hoped Zhao Yunma would believe it. Zhao Yunma possessed a robust heart. Otherwise, with several troublesome friends around him, he would have been driven to the brink of exasperation multiple times. After editing for a while, he concluded that a simple greeting would best convey his current sentiments. Upon seeing Zhao Yunma respond, Qin felt a twitch at the corner of her mouth. Indeed, the very thing one fears often comes to pass. She felt on the verge of tears from her own foolishness, choosing to ignore it as if covering her ears while stealing a bell. Half an hour had passed since her text was sent, and seeing that she had not replied, Zhao Yunma's curiosity ignited. He promptly took a screenshot of Qin's message and sent it to Fu Jinghui. Zhao Yunma, third brother, could you clarify what your young lady meant by sending me this message so early in the morning, leaving me in quite a predicament? Fu Jinghui, with a powerful flick of his fingers, opened WeChat, unable to suppress the smile that curved his lips. His expression collided with Qin's gaze, who was curious about what could have elicited such joy from her third brother. Leaning closer, she caught sight of the screenshot sent by Zhao Yunma, and her delicate features fell instantly. Observing her sheepish retreat to her seat, Fu Jinghui raised an eyebrow slightly. Wan. Qin understood he wished to inquire about the content of the screenshot. Thus, she promptly interjected, I was merely dreaming. Upon waking, I confused the dream with reality. Which is why I sent that message to Brother Yunma. The man's eyes remained twinkling with mirth. Could you share what dream you had that led you to send such a message to Zhao Yunma? The girl, lowering her head, realized that evasion would not serve her well. Her brother was not so easily deceived. Lifting her downcast gaze, she assumed a resolute posture and recounted the events of her dream in detail. Upon hearing her, Fu Jinghuai felt as though his heart had received a heavy blow. His spirits soaring to unprecedented heights. Could it be that his little girl was beginning to gain insight? He reached out to ruffle her drooping head. Silly girl. How could I possibly overlook your feelings for the sake of another woman? You are the one I cherish most in my heart. Third brother. But that was merely a dream, wasn't it? At that moment, it seemed as though there was no longer a place for Wan in your heart. And it made me so sad. Silly girl, it was just a dream. In my heart, you are irreplaceable, a singular presence that no one else can ever substitute. The man's eyes, brimming with profound emotion, shimmered with a tender softness, his gaze seemingly capable of melting one's heart. Perhaps my deep affection for Sangu has led me to dream such inexplicable dreams. Zhao Yunma stared at his phone for quite some time, only to find the other party had read his message but did not respond. What could that possibly mean? Zhao Yunma Sangu? Fu Jinghuai is preoccupied with his little girl and has little time to spare for this big man. He retorted bluntly, if you are so idle. The project in Africa requires your assistance. At that moment, Zhao Yunma profoundly understood the meaning of an unwarranted calamity. Zhao Yunma conceded, uttering a plethora of sweet words in hopes of persuading Fu Jinghuai to retract his earlier decision. Fu Jinghuai, exasperated by this incessant chatter, warned, if you utter another word, I will have Chen Song book a flight for you immediately. Zhao Yunma fell silent as a mouse. In the evening, as she prepared to visit the welfare home the following day, Qin intended to bring some snacks for the children there. On her way home from school, she happened to pass by a store specializing in children's snacks, which boasted a short shelf life and nearly zero additives, making them particularly suitable for young ones. This newly opened shop was quite spacious, with an array of snacks, most of which had a shelf life of about a week, offering a plethora of choices. After a brief exploration, Qin swiftly purchased a large bag. Naturally, upon discovering such a treasure trove, she also sought a little indulgence for herself. With such a clean ingredient list, she could enjoy these snacks in front of Sangu without fear of his admonition, and the thought alone brought her immense joy. With a little basket in hand, she hummed her favorite tune while continuing her selection. Fu Jinghuai had generously provided her with ample pocket money, allowing her to choose freely without concern for prices. At the checkout, she felt no guilt as she emerged from the mall with 2 hefty bags of snacks. Carrying such items was a task her bodyguard could easily handle. However, Qin preferred not to draw attention, thus she did not hire a driver. In the absence of personal danger, her bodyguard remained in a discreet state. She stood by the roadside, hailing a cab to return home. Upon arriving, she sorted out the snacks to take to the welfare home the next day and retrieved a convenient suitcase. Fu Jinghuai returned home to find a delightful sight. Qin, adorned with a pink bunny headband, crouched on the floor, organizing her belongings. He approached with a gentle smile. Wan, what are you busy with? I'm preparing some snacks for the children at the welfare home for tomorrow, she replied. Dressed in a cozy pullover, her posture slightly bent, revealed glimpses of an alluring silhouette. Fu Jinghuai lowered his gaze nonchalantly, his breath hitching, his throat feeling dry. Qin, eager to showcase her treasures, presented a bag of dried fruit, cheerfully explaining, Sangu, these snacks are all additive-free. The ingredients are no longer reminiscent of a periodic table. The man, struggling to suppress his rising desire, could not help but chuckle. Would you like me to help you pack them? Yes, please. Qin had set her alarm the previous night and arose before 7 to wash up. When she emerged, Fu Jinghuai, returning from his run, had already purchased her favorite Xilong Bao and placed them on the dining table. Approaching the dining table, Qin cast a glance at the steaming buns and soy milk, alongside the pickled chili radish meticulously prepared by Fu Jinghuai, and the exquisite plate adorned with slices of braised beef. Without hesitation, she plucked a warm piece of the beef and savored its delightful flavor. This rather unrefined action was fortuitously witnessed by Fu Jinghuai, who had just emerged from his bath, eliciting a gentle chuckle from him. Upon hearing his laughter, Qin's cheeks flushed with warmth, prompting her to dutifully return to her seat, somewhat shy to meet his gaze. The man approached her side, softly tucking a stray strand of hair behind her ear, murmuring, "Wan, this is your home. Feel free to be yourself." There's no need for restraint. Seeing his demeanor, as warm and gentle as jade, the heat on Qin Wan's face gradually subsided. Third brother, I. In the past, he had always exuded a paternal aura, yet now, he radiated a vibrant warmth that she adored. I only wish for my Wan to be her true self, and to be happy every day. Qin Wan felt that life was exceedingly fulfilling, pondering how fortunate she was to have such an understanding brother. Oh, and by the way, third brother despised being called brother. Chapter 35. An unexpected guest for breakfast. Qin Wan indulged in 3 large chicken soup buns, a generous bowl of soy milk, and half a plate of braised beef. Observing the delight his culinary skills brought to the young lady, Fu Jinghuai felt a sense of accomplishment that no multi-million-dollar contract could rival. Downstairs, he placed the snacks prepared for the children into the trunk of his car and drove toward the Children's Welfare Institute in the western suburbs. The car moved at a leisurely pace, maintaining around 80 kilometers per hour. Qin Wan possessed a driving license, though her driving skills left much to be desired. As she sat in the car and spotted a female driver on the road, a sense of yearning stirred within her. Noticing her envious gaze, Fu Jinghuai could easily discern her unspoken thoughts. Wan, when I have some time, I'll take you out to practice driving." She was about to agree but hesitated, recalling how busy he was with work and feeling reluctant to occupy his time. "Third brother, perhaps you could find me a driving instructor?" Fu Jinghuai, however, did not entertain her suggestion, his deep, night-like eyes glimmering with affection. "How could I entrust you to someone else? Tomorrow, on the weekend, I will take you to practice." "But third brother, won't that interfere with your work?" "Work is always endless, but there's only one in my life." His tender and indulgent gaze was utterly captivating, melting her heart once more. Before long, they arrived at the Welfare Institute, where Fu Jinghuai gallantly opened the car door for her, shielding her head with his hand as she exited, ensuring that his dear, somewhat absent-minded girl would not bump her head. He also carried the bags from the trunk. Qin Wan felt as though she were on a delightful excursion. The institute was adorned with simple yet elegant decor, with the courtyard flourishing with an array of modest yet seasonally suitable flowers and trees. The vibrant greenery refreshing to the spirit. Rather than merely a welfare institution, this place resembles a school. The distances between the buildings and the vibrant display of colorful flags adorning the premises are reminiscent of an educational environment. Numerous walls are embellished with encouraging slogans that warm the heart of all who behold them. It is the first visit for Qin Wan to this welfare home, and everything appears to her as a marvel. Fu Jinghuai, the chairman of a charitable organization, has come to donate a batch of bionic machines. He holds Qin Wan's hand and guides her to the rehabilitation center, where the valuable bionic skeletal braces he has provided offer a glimmer of hope for the children suffering from paraplegia to stand once more. Upon his arrival, the team from the group's technical department is busy fine-tuning the machine parameters on their computers, preparing them for application on the children. Qin Wan possesses little knowledge in this area, yet Fu Jinghuai, an expert in core algorithms, effortlessly explains some concepts to her, though she only comprehends them partially. However, as she is not deeply engaged in this field, Qin Wan does not pressure herself to understand everything. Presently, her elder brother has applied core algorithms in the medical sector, instilling in her a sense of pride. She beams with joy, leaning closer to Fu Jinghuai, who notices her desire to speak and slightly inclines his body. "Brother, from now on, you will be my idol. You are truly remarkable." The young girl's large, sparkling eyes brim with admiration for him. Fu Jinghuai delights in her gaze, his smile gentle and warm. "So do you like it?" "Yes, I like it very much. If there weren't so many people around, I would have hugged you." The staff from the technical department, witnessing their president in such a rare amiable demeanor, are taken aback. Clinical applications require further upgrades. And thus Fu Jinghuai and Qin Wan do not linger long. Director Mu Wenhan takes them on a tour, showcasing the institution's achievements. Observing that Qin Wan appears fatigued, Fu Jinghuai politely declines to continue the tour. After a brief respite of half an hour, Qin Wan remembers the snacks she purchased to share with the children and pulls Fu Jinghuai towards the activity area. Upon seeing such beautiful older siblings approach with snacks, the children's innocent faces light up with joy. One little girl, who had hurried and fallen, dirted her clothes and hesitates to step forward, fearing that Qin Wan might disapprove of her unkempt appearance. Noticing her trepidation, Qin Wan feels a pang of compassion. She approaches the little girl, takes out a wet wipe from her bag, cleans her tiny hands, and gently offers her a snack. This is the first time the girl experiences such warmth. At her tender age of 5, it is difficult to control her emotions, and her eyes brim with tears. The child senses the genuine kindness emanating from Qin and timidly asks, "Big sister, may I have another snack for my good friend? Why doesn't she come to collect it herself? She fell yesterday and fractured her leg, so today she can only rest in the dormitory." The little girl appeared timid, fearing that Qin might misconstrue her innocence as greed, doubting her sincerity. Her gaze was pure, prompting Qin to hesitate for a brief moment before retrieving a snack from the oversized bag held by Fu Jinghua. Qin felt a deep affection for this girl, who, despite her own plight, radiated an abundance of love. The little girl gazed at the extra snack offered by Qin, taken aback and hesitant to reach out. Her understanding nature tugged at Qin's heartstrings, prompting her to soften her tone. "This extra snack is a reward from your sister. Please take it." "Thank you, sister." The little girl replied, her smile filled with gratitude as she bowed politely to Qin. As she watched the girl scamper away, Qin slowly rose, her eyes already glistening with tears. She pondered whether, had the Fu family not taken her in after the tragic accident that claimed her parents, she too might have lived in such circumstances. Women are often more sentimental, and their emotions run deeply. Standing beside her, Fu Jinghua, as steadfast as a pine tree, noticed her distress and enveloped her in his embrace, offering no words, merely waiting for her to emerge from her sorrow. After what seemed like an eternity, Qin finally lifted her gaze to meet the sight of his alluring Adam's apple, her voice hoarse. "Third brother, how fortunate I am to have encountered you." "Silly girl, encountering you is equally my fortune," Fu Jinghua replied, his eyes growing ever more tender. She nestled her head further into his embrace, inhaling his unique masculine scent. As her melancholic feelings gradually dissipated, Fu Jinghua broke the silence, shifting the topic. "Wan, it's noon. Would you like for lunch? I wish to see what the children at the orphanage are having to eat." Very well. Given Fu Jinghua's esteemed position, they were naturally afforded special treatment at the restaurant. Although it could not compare to the upscale establishments outside, the 6 dishes and soup were nonetheless a feast for the senses. At that moment, the children in the dining hall were earnestly enjoying their meals. Qin gazed upon their innocent smiles, her heart melting at the sight of children who, despite their physical challenges, remained untouched by darkness. "Third brother, they truly are angels with broken wings." The girl's sparkling eyes resembled those of a spirited fawn, stirring the soul. Indeed, as they exited the dining hall, Fu Jinghua continued to hold Qin's hand. The afternoon sunlight bathed them in a serene and beautiful glow. However, this tranquility was abruptly disrupted by the arrival of an uninvited guest. "Mr. Fu, are you donating to the orphanage as a means of atonement for your past misdeeds?" The man's words dripped with provocation, seemingly aimed at inciting a reaction. Chapter 36. Teaching you to be human. Upon hearing this, Fu Jinghua's gaze hardened, revealing a bloodthirsty intensity. As a tempest of rage surged within him, Qin sensed the chilling aura emanating from Fu Jinghua, disliking this version of her third brother. With her small hand still held in his, she curled her fingertips in an attempt to restore his composure. Indeed, as he sensed the movement of her hand, Fu Jinghua's hostility dissipated significantly. Qin's eyes sparkled with a fierce light as she gazed at the man not far away, who, despite his handsome appearance, spoke with a tongue that could not articulate grace. She did not recognize the man before her, yet she could easily perceive his animosity towards Fu Jinghua. Anyone who held contempt for her elder brother was naturally placed on her adversarial side. She wished to avoid a direct confrontation between her brother and such a man. Thus she looked at Fu Jinghua with eyes as gentle as water and said, "Brother, I forgot to feed the fish at home. Shall we return early to tend to them?" "Sure." Fu Jinghua, not wanting his beloved to witness his less admirable side, acquiesced. Fu Jingsheng, realizing his sarcasm had no effect, cast a glance at their interlocked hands, his gaze lingering on Qin with ulterior motives. Fu's discerning eye was indeed commendable. Observing his audacity, the invasive and provocative look in his eyes made Fu Jinghua want to remove them forcefully. "Fu Jingsheng, do not test my patience. You cannot bear the weight of my wrath. What? Are you attempting to unveil your bloodthirsty nature before your cherished girl?" Fu Jingsheng kept dancing on the precipice of provocation. "Be careful not to frighten your woman. She may develop a lasting impression of fear." Veins bulged on the back of Fu Jinghua's hand. Yet he restrained himself for the sake of Qin's presence. Qin had no intention of disturbing the peace of the children in the welfare institution. But the man's audacity left no room for leniency. Brother, do you wish to strike him? She had heard from Zhao Yunma that her brother's strikes were so deft that even hospital instruments could not detect the injuries. Yet they were excruciating, painful enough to bring one to the brink of death. If you are worried that hitting him might frighten me, I can step aside. Her enchanting gaze held a hint of mischief. Fu Jinghua was taken aback by Qin boldness, yet sensing her eager anticipation, he playfully tousled her hair. All right. Wait for me for 5 minutes. To spare her ears from the potential cries of Fu Jingsheng. Qin promptly donned her headphones and settled into a chair to immerse herself in a novel. As Fu Jingsheng noted her departure, Fu Jinghua revealed his formidable nature, his heart quickening with trepidation. Fu Jinghua, what do you intend to do to me? Teach you a lesson. Fu Jinghua was adept at managing time. Within the 5 minutes, he was already by Qin side. He grasped her small hand. Wan, let us return home. In the car, Qin refrained from broaching the subject of Fu Jingsheng. Her brother did not mention it, and she chose not to inquire, a silent understanding between them. She knew that if her brother wished to share, he would undoubtedly do so. Returning to this life again, not all matters required her thorough comprehension. As long as she was by her brother's side, everything else was inconsequential. Upon arriving home, Fu Jinghua suddenly lifted Qin in his arms, resting his chin atop her head. Wan, would you like to know about my childhood? If discussing such matters would upset her brother, she would prefer to remain ignorant. She did not wish to exacerbate his wounds. She inhaled the scent of the man beside her and shook her head, stating, I do not wish to know. All I am aware of is that, regardless of the kind of person third brother may be, he will forever cherish and love me. Her steadfastness caused Fu Jinghua to tighten his embrace around her. His little girl had indeed grown up, now capable of considering matters from another's perspective. He gently pressed his thin lips against her hair and reassured her, yes. Third brother will always care for you and indulge you. As the night enveloped them like water, Qin had already retired for the evening. Fu Jinghua stood on the balcony, a sanguine smile curling at the corners of his lips, before he dialed a number. The fish had been sufficiently fattened. It was time to cast the net. Fu Jingsheng had intended to let you frolic a while longer. But who could have anticipated that you would be so blind as to speak recklessly in front of his precious girl? After taking a beating, how could his wrath be extinguished? The man took a sip of strong liquor, a tempest of rage swirling in his inscrutable eyes. On Sunday, Fu Jinghua did not attend the office. He rose early to handle some urgent matters and prepared the car to take Qin for driving practice. Upon descending for breakfast, Qin was astonished to find that her third brother had chosen a Maybach worth over 7 million as the practice vehicle. She couldn't help but exclaim, such extravagance is almost inhumane. Third brother, I am but a novice who has yet to drive on the road. Could you not select a more economical car? It's nothing. Your third brother has no shortage of funds. Safety is paramount, he replied. Noticing his resolve to stick with the lavish vehicle, Qin refrained from further protest, deciding instead to drive slowly and carefully, minimizing the chances of collisions. Fu Jinghua first navigated the car to a less congested stretch of road before switching seats with her. After exiting the vehicle, he even adjusted the seat to ensure her comfort. Since obtaining her driver's license at 19, Qin had only touched the steering wheel of the driving school's practice cars and had not driven since. Sitting in the driver's seat once more, she felt an inexplicable tension. Finally steadying her nerves, she grasped the steering wheel while muttering to herself, first, adjust the seat, then the rearview mirror, and finally fasten the seatbelt. Hearing this, Fu Jinghua was utterly charmed by her endearingly flustered demeanor, suppressing a smile. Noticing that he had already adjusted the seat and mirror for her, Qin felt a slight alleviation of her burdens and quietly fastened her seatbelt. She closed her eyes, feeling as though she were preparing for her own demise. The sight of her anxiousness kept a smile lingering on Fu Jinghua's lips, recognizing her distress. He first offered her some psychological reassurance. He patiently explained the basics of the car and gently guided her on how to drive it out. With Fu Jinghua at her side, despite her apprehension, Qin focused solely on stability, maneuvering the luxurious vehicle at the glacial pace of 25 miles per hour. Moments later, an elderly man driving an electric tricycle whizzed past her car. The 10-year-old boy seated behind the tricycle, noticing that a luxury car was unable to outpace his grandfather's electric contraption, laughed heartily and called out, "Big sister, are you a turtle?" Qin expression darkened as she was mocked by a child. The emotional sting was minimal, yet the insult was profound. Third brother, the invisible pressure within her intensified. Take it slow. No need to rush, Fu Jinghua advised. While he exhibited zero tolerance towards others, his patience for Qin Wan seemed boundless. With those around her maintaining such composure and refraining from judgment, Qin Wan exhaled deeply, resolving not to let her pride lead her to eat humble pie. However, just as her ambitions began to soar, she passed a traffic intersection and spotted a traffic officer in uniform not far away, causing an unbidden sense of panic to bubble up within her. Her grip on the steering wheel wavered. Had Fu Jinghua not reacted swiftly to regain control of the vehicle, their luxury car would have careened onto the curb. Seeing her face pale with fear, Fu Jinghua gently stroked her head, soothingly saying, "Pat the little fur. There's nothing to fear. Give your ears a little pinch." Hearing her third brother, who bore the air of a domineering CEO, speak so endearingly and effortlessly recite a northeastern dialect rhyme, Qin Wan couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Chapter 37. A test of his resolve. The fear that had surged within Qin Wan dissipated instantly. "Third brother, where on earth did you learn that?" "I overheard Zhao Yunma tell a joke earlier. They say this phrase works wonders," he replied. Instantly, Qin Wan felt her tension ease, the earlier panic of nearly bumping into the curb fading away. Suddenly, the amiable traffic officer knocked on the car window. Upon seeing a woman inside, he wore an expression of understanding. After her laughter subsided, Qin Wan greeted the officer with a salute, her palms slick with perspiration. "Hello. I'm from the city's Criminal Police Division. As per routine, could you please cooperate with a breathalyzer test? Driving under the influence?" she asked, a hint of apprehension in her voice. "Yes," he confirmed. Fu Jinghua squeezed her hand reassuringly, prompting Qin Wan to breathe into the device. After confirming she was sober, the officer requested her driver's license. Qin Wan froze, realizing she had forgotten her license at home, as she rarely drove. "I left my driver's license at home," she admitted sheepishly. Noticing the officer's expression shift, she quickly clarified, "I do have a license. I'm not driving without one." To substantiate her claim, she scrolled through her phone's photo gallery and retrieved the image of her hard-earned driver's license. She then recited her license number, and after the officer checked, he confirmed she was indeed licensed. However, despite having a license, her car was still impounded, necessitating her to retrieve it the following day with the physical document. Thus, Qin Wan and Fu Jinghua disembarked from the vehicle and obediently stood by the roadside, waiting for a ride. Moments ago, the sun had shone brightly, but now the sky had darkened and a breeze stirred. Feeling embarrassed, Qin Wan said, "Third brother, I'm so sorry. My absent-mindedness has caused this inconvenience. I can't believe I forgot my driver's license while driving." Her third brother, a towering figure of support, now faced the consequences of her carelessness, having to endure a lesson from the traffic officer. The little girl's face resembled a withered eggplant, drooping sadly. How could the man bear to utter harsh words to her? With a gentle breath, he tenderly tousled her hair, reassuring her, "It's nothing, merely a trivial matter." Qin Wan, who cherished beauty, had chosen a pair of lightweight trousers for a bright sunny day, but now her cold hands were icy. Noticing her discomfort, the man enveloped her in his arms, wrapping her snugly with his oversized coat, gently patting her back for comfort. "I've already summoned a car. Someone will be here shortly to pick us up." "Third brother, why are you so indulgent towards me? Your emotions remain so stable in my presence. How can you be this wonderful?" "Because my Wan deserves it." He pulled her closer into his embrace, speaking softly. The stretch of road they occupied was on the outskirts, and if they waited for Chen Song to bring the car, it would take at least an hour. To avoid wasting time in the cold wind by the roadside, Fu Jinghua directly summoned a luxury vehicle through an app. Once in the car, Qin Wan began to feel drowsy. To ensure her comfort, Fu Jinghua gently rested her head on his shoulder. "Driver, please raise the air conditioning a bit and slow down," he instructed. "Understood." Upon arriving at the foot of their apartment building, Qin Wan slowly stirred awake, concerned that she might catch a chill after just waking up. Fu Jinghua wrapped her tightly in his coat. Returning home, the warmth from the underfloor heating was exceedingly pleasant. When lunchtime arrived, Fu Jinghua opened the refrigerator and asked Qin Wan what she desired to eat. With her face cradled in her hands like a delicate flower, she smiled and said, "Third brother, may I request to order takeout?" What would you like?" "Spicy hot pot." At the mention of those words, Fu Jinghuai's brows furrowed. "Wan, is that hygienic?" "Third brother, I can order from a highly rated restaurant. Having it occasionally shouldn't be a problem." Unable to withstand Qin Wan's pleading gaze as she playfully pouted, he reluctantly acquiesced. Upon seeing his nod of agreement, Qin Wan joyfully exclaimed a yay. Seated on the sofa, with her legs crossed and hugging an orange carrot-shaped pillow, she opened her phone to search for a well-reviewed establishment on Meituan, eagerly selecting various ingredients to order. Meanwhile, Fu Jinghui prepared a plate of fruit and placed it on the coffee table before her. As Qin Wan popped a slice of yellow-fleshed kiwi into her mouth, she mumbled indistinctly, "Third brother, how about you try something different today and taste the spicy hot pot that carries the flavor of earthly delights?" Though indifferent to such fare, he could not bring himself to refuse. All right. Soon, the long-awaited meal arrived. Fu Jinghui, cautious not to burn her, opened the packaging. The bowls and utensils were brought by Qin Wan. This was his first encounter with such cuisine, and as he lifted the lid, the aroma wafted towards him, causing his brow to furrow slightly. Despite his initial reluctance to the scent, he didn't wish to dampen the mood and symbolically added some vegetables to his bowl. Noticing his lack of enthusiasm, Qin Wan did not press the matter. She had long craved this dish and savored it with great delight. At the dining table, propped up with a tablet, Qin Wan indulged in her meal while watching a drama, her eyes crescent-shaped with satisfaction, almost humming with delight. Observing her contentment, Fu Jinghui, with a gentle demeanor, placed a box of yogurt beside her. She lifted her beaming face. "Third brother, you truly understand me." Fu Jinghui smiled, charmed by his little girl's simplicity and ease of contentment. As Qin Wan savored her food, a sense of pride overtook her. She propped one foot up, and soon, the large bowl of spicy hot pot was emptied. Was it really that delicious? Absolutely delectable. Her beautiful brows arched with lingering enjoyment. Fu Jinghui, having prepared a simple noodle lunch, noticed how she relished the meal, almost wanting to consume the broth itself. He then searched online for a recipe for spicy hot pot. With his exceptional memory and culinary talent, a luxurious version of the dish began to take shape in his mind. While he couldn't guarantee it would be the best, the hygiene and ingredients would far surpass any restaurant's offerings. "If you like it, I'll make you a gourmet version next time." "Oh yes, that would be wonderful." Once they finished eating, Qin Wan rose to tidy the remnants on the table, but Fu Jinghui was quicker, standing before her. "I'll do it." "Oh, how fortunate I am to have you, third brother." She stretched lazily, a blissful smile illuminating her face, her heart feeling as if it were soaked in honey. His voice, low and soothing, inquired, "Is this what happiness feels like?" "Yes, as long as I am with you. Every day is a blessing." Sensing the sincerity in her words, warmth filled his gaze as he gently ruffled her hair. After satisfying her appetite, Qin Wan lowered her legs from the chair. But her right leg had fallen asleep from the prolonged position. As she stood abruptly, had it not been for Fu Jinghui's swift reflexes encircling her in his arms, she would have tumbled to the ground. The girl clung tightly to his pale shirt, beads of sweat forming on her nose, her soft body pressed against his. Their heartbeats in sync, creating a palpable sensation that tested Fu Jinghui's composure. To conceal the unexpected reaction from her fitted pants, he placed his large hand on her shoulder, gently guiding her back to the pearwood chair. "Wan, sit properly." Flushed with embarrassment, she obediently complied. Fu Jinghui knelt beside her, massaging her numb leg. "Feeling better?" "Much improved." Seeing her color return, he finally stood, his eyes gentle as flowing water. His voice calm and pleasant. "Wan, I'll head to the study to work now." "All right." Before departing to the study, Fu Jinghui retrieved several bottles of chilled water from the refrigerator. In Chapter 38, she is his lifeblood. At this moment, Qin Wan felt no discomfort. Sitting on the sofa with a more composed posture, perhaps the hot pot had been seasoned too liberally, for she was quite thirsty. Glancing at the closed door to the study, she stealthily approached the fridge, grabbing a bottle of soda and drinking heartily. Gulp after gulp, half the bottle disappeared, leaving her feeling utterly refreshed. For a fleeting moment, she flipped through several films with the remote, none of which piqued her interest. After satiating her hunger, she succumbed to a series of languorous yawns. Turning off the television, she retreated to her bedroom to catch up on sleep. The voice-controlled electric curtains drew shut, enveloping the room in darkness. Qin Wan lay down and soon fell into a deep slumber. Time passed, and she was abruptly awakened by a sharp pang in her stomach. Clenching her delicate lips tightly, she broke into a cold sweat, pressing her hand against her abdomen, tossing and turning in distress, curling up in a ball and gasping for breath. The tumult in her stomach became unbearable as she struggled to rise from her bed. In her rush to reach the bathroom, she stumbled and, disregarding the pain in her knees, collapsed over the toilet, heaving violently. Exhausted, she sat on the cold tiled floor, gasping like a fish deprived of oxygen. At that moment, she felt as though her bile was about to erupt, her electrolytes severely unbalanced, and her stomach felt as if it were being churned by a blender, tears streaming down her face in agony. Lacking the strength to return to her bed, the girl sat pale and helpless on the floor, besieged by the relentless cramps in her abdomen. Meanwhile, Fu Jinghuai, having concluded his business affairs, found himself inexplicably restless. Noticing Qin Wan's absence from the living room, he checked his watch, realizing it was already nearing evening. If his young lady continued to sleep, she might suffer from insomnia later. He knocked gently on the door, but received no response. His brows furrowed slightly as he repeated the action. In a daze between sleep and wakefulness, Qin Wan heard a faint knocking sound. She wished to respond, yet lacked the strength to do so. In a desperate attempt, she mustered the last vestiges of her energy and kicked a nearby glass bottle with all her might. Suddenly, Fu Jinghuai heard the sound of shattering glass, causing his heart to tighten. Wan, is everything all right? He called softly, but after a few seconds of silence, he could no longer wait and turned the doorknob to enter. The bed was empty. He hurried to the bathroom, where he found Qin Wan slumped against the wall, utterly depleted, resembling a rag doll that had been cruelly discarded. The sight struck him deeply, and his dark eyes glimmered with unshed tears. With powerful arms, he effortlessly lifted her from the floor, his lips brushing against her hair as he soothingly whispered, "Don't be afraid, Wan, I am here." Leaning against his shoulder, Qin Wan inhaled his familiar scent, feeling utterly drained. With squinted eyes, she confessed, "Third brother, my stomach hurts so much, it feels like I might die." With those words, her consciousness began to fade. Hearing her distress, Fu Jinghuai felt as though his heart had been pierced by a knife. He tenderly kissed her ear, assuring her, "Hold on. Wan, I want to let anything happen to you." Knowing how much she feared pain, his eyes turned crimson with worry as he quickened his pace. On the road, a luxurious Maybach sped toward the South City Hospital. In the back seat, Fu Jinghuai held his precious girl, whose brows were furrowed in pain, and to alleviate her suffering, he gently massaged her abdomen with his large, comforting hands. Qin Wan was once again awakened by pain, curling up as tears streamed down her cheeks. The man gently wiped away her tears with his fingertips, his face pressed against the girl's forehead. Wan, we're almost at the hospital," he reassured her. Chen Song, glancing through the rearview mirror, observed the redness around the president's eyes. In that moment, he realized just how significant this girl, Qin Wan, was in Fu Jinghuai's heart. If anything were to happen to the esteemed Princess Qin, Fu would be utterly inconsolable. In the luxurious suite, Qin Wan awoke again. Now in the deep of night, the familiar scent of antiseptic filled the air, and for a fleeting moment, her still dazed consciousness panicked, leading her to believe she had returned to her desolate past, on the brink of death. Suddenly, she opened her eyes wide, only to feel a pair of warm, strong hands clasping hers, allowing her heart to settle. Fu Jinghuai, who had been intently examining her medical report, noticed her awakening and set the report aside, gently inquiring, "Is your stomach feeling any better?" Outside the window, darkness enveloped the surroundings, and Qin Wan noticed the bloodshot veins in his eyes, stirring feelings of guilt within her. Her voice, softened by her illness, quivered as she spoke. "Third brother, I'm so sorry for causing you trouble again." The man reached out to check her temperature, soothingly reassuring her, "Silly girl, as long as you are all right, that's all that matters." Having said that, he pressed the bell at the bedside, summoning a doctor to ease his worries. "What time is it now, third brother?" she asked. "It's 2 in the morning," he replied. Observing the fatigue etched on his face, her guilt intensified. "Have you been sitting here with me all along?" Her voice was weak, tinged with a slight nasal tone. Qin Wan, felt utterly unworthy to have someone as wonderful as her third brother by her side in this lifetime. After her illness, Qin Wan's body felt frail, and her heart was even more sensitive and emotional, with tears easily welling up. The man smiled gently, playfully tapping her nose. "I was worried you would wake up and not see me here. What if you cried?" Qin Wan's clear, beautiful eyes glistened with moisture. "Third brother, how can you be so kind? You are my Wan. Of course, I must treat you well," he replied, his gaze filled with tenderness. The attending physician arrived shortly, conducting a brief examination. At this point, Qin Wan's condition had drastically improved compared to her admission. "Mr. Fu, the acute gastritis experienced by Ms. Qin was due to improper dietary habits. After discharge, she must adhere to a light diet and avoid consuming cold or raw foods. Qin Wan was acutely aware that her stomach cramps stemmed from indulging in spicy hot pot followed by ice-cold drinks. She had always had a delicate stomach and had foolishly opted for takeout. The suffering she endured was entirely self-inflicted. Now, feeling a wave of guilt, she didn't know where to hide her flushed face. Meeting the physician's smile, she discreetly tugged at Fu Jinghuai's sleeve, hoping he would shield her from embarrassment. Fu Jinghuai, feeling both helpless and pained, politely expressed his gratitude to the doctor. Once the doctor had left, Qin Wan breathed a sigh of relief. But upon meeting Fu Jinghuai's gentle gaze, she feared he would lecture her. Sheepishly, she buried her head under the covers. She has endured so much suffering. And all that remains in Fu Jinghuai's eyes is a deep concern. He has not once considered uttering a word of reproach. All he longs for is to see her regain her strength and restore the 2 pounds she has lost, fearing that she might struggle to breathe under the covers. He gently tugs at the blanket, coaxing her softly, "Wan Wan, don't suffocate yourself." Her elder brother, engrossed in his official duties, has not only been unable to alleviate his burdens but has also been a source of unexpected situations that consume his time. Qin Wan, feeling guilty, peeks out with her adorable little head. Third brother, I. The man, aware of her intentions, interrupts her. "Are you hungry? I had someone bring you yam porridge. Just eat a little." With her stomach void of any remnants, she now feels ravenously hungry and utterly weak. Throughout the night, Fu Jinghuai's eyes were bloodshot from exhaustion, and his assistant, Chen Song, was no better off, running back and forth to settle fees and collect reports. In the dead of night, concerned that Qin Wan might be starving, Fu Jinghuai had him return home to prepare and deliver yam porridge. Chen Song felt as if his legs were about to ignite from the exertion. In the early morning, when fatigue weighs heavily upon everyone, Chen Song's face reflected his weariness as he delivered the meal. Qin Wan felt a twinge of embarrassment for having been so insatiable, now awake and gradually regaining her vitality. Fu Jinghuai instructed Chen Song to return home. As soon as he reached the ground floor and got into the car, Chen Song received a WeChat message. This month's bonus is doubled. Just moments ago, he had appeared drained, as if a spirit had been siphoned from him. But upon seeing Fu Jinghuai's message, his expression transformed into one of uncontainable joy, revitalizing him in an instant. This night was not insurmountable. He was back in the game. Still feeling weak, Fu Jinghuai could not bear to let her serve herself the porridge. He adjusted the height of the bed, leaned in, and carefully placed a soft pillow behind Qin Wan, gently asking, "Shall I adjust the bed height?" Touched, she shook her head, and seeing that she was comfortable, Fu Jinghuai took the porridge, blew on a spoonful, and brought it to her lips. She felt embarrassed to have him care for her. "Third brother, just place the porridge on the small table. I can manage." "Be good. You are still quite weak. Don't move around. I'll feed you." "All right." She understood Fu Jinghuai's nature. Once he had made up his mind, it was difficult to change it, so she did not insist. "Is the temperature all right?" "And the taste?" "It has a hint of the flavor my mother used to make when I was a child." "Third brother, I want to eat this yam porridge again in the future." Qin Wan expressed her happiness, unaware that the porridge was made by Chen Song at home, mistakenly believing it to be a specialty of a restaurant. Her innocent remark stirred a torrent of emotions within Fu Jinghuai, filling his gaze with profound guilt. Had it not been for him, perhaps Wan Wan's parents. Controlling his emotions, Fu Jinghuai filled another bowl from the thermos, coaxing her like a child. "Be good. Eat a little more." Seeing her appetite returning, a smile graced Fu Jinghuai's eyes, his expression reminiscent of a father whose child has finally regained their desire to eat. Fu Jinghuai's attentive care enveloped her, filling the neglected ache within her stomach with warmth. Comforted, Qin Wan found herself wanting to hum softly. 2 bowls of yam porridge were swiftly devoured, and only then did she realize she might have overindulged. "Third brother, have you not eaten anything either?" "There is still porridge in the thermos. I can have just a little," she suggested. Her delicate constitution was quite fragile, and Fu Jinghuai, the busy CEO, was not in any better shape regarding his own stomach. As Qin Wan noticed him reaching for the spoon she had used, she blinked her beautiful eyes and gently reminded him, "Third brother, I've already used that spoon." Her third brother was rather fastidious, and she feared he might overlook this fact in his busyness. Fu Jinghuai paused momentarily, then replied, "There is only this one spoon." Why not borrow one from the nurse's station?" she proposed. "No need." Seeing him without a hint of concern as he took up her used spoon, Qin Wan decided not to dwell on it. After he finished eating and returned with the cleaned thermos, Qin Wan, her cheeks flushed, bit her lip. contemplating that she should offer her third brother a promise. With serious almond eyes, she declared, "Third brother, I assure you, I will refrain from consuming cold beverages and eating recklessly in the future. You are already so busy, and I keep causing you trouble." Her voice faltered at the end, almost like a whisper. Fu Jinghuai, infinitely indulgent toward her, spoke with a voice as gentle as a spring breeze. "On, I'm not busy. This is not your fault. It's perfectly fine to eat a little indulgently from time to time." After ensuring Qin was settled, he instructed Qin Song to investigate the restaurant where Qin had ordered her meal. The findings revealed that the hygiene standards at the spicy hot pot establishment were alarming, with many ingredients bearing an unpleasant odor due to being stored for too long, including the black fungus, which had been soaked for several days. Furthermore, the glowing reviews online were bought and paid for. This establishment was the culprit behind Qin's acute gastroenteritis, and Fu Jinghuai could not let it slide. He reported them directly. The unscrupulous business has since been shut down for rectification. Reopening seems unlikely. In the morning, Qin awoke, still groggy. Just as the nurse arrived with a cart to administer an intravenous strip for anti-inflammatory treatment. The previous day's needlework had been done while she was in a deep slumber. And now, seeing the needle made her calves twitch slightly. Knowing her fear of needles, Fu Jinghuai stood by the bedside, gently resting her little head against his chest. Speaking softly and slowly, "Wan, don't be afraid. If you don't look, you won't be scared." While he skillfully distracted her, the nurse had expertly inserted the needle. The nurse adjusted the drip speed with care before leaving, casting an envious glance at the beautifully vulnerable Qin. "Ah, how much virtue must this young lady have accumulated in her past life to deserve such a perfect boyfriend?" With her right hand receiving the needle, all Qin needed to do for breakfast was to open her mouth. Understanding that his little girl had a penchant for food, Fu Jinghuai had specifically instructed Chun Song to procure suitable fruits for patients, occasionally indulging Qin's cravings. Having just removed the needle, Fu Jinghuai brought over a washed apple, scooping a spoonful of puree to offer to Qin. She involuntarily twitched her brow. "Third brother, only infants eat fruit puree. You are a patient now. This is easier to digest." Well, this reasoning was hard for her to refuse. Qin Sixian was on a business trip abroad, and Zhao Yunma, unaware of Qin's hospitalization, arrived with gifts to visit her. As soon as he pushed the door open, he was forcefully met with a mouthful of dog food. Choked, he halted in his steps, while Qin swallowed the last morsel and caught sight of Zhao Yunma, who appeared petrified by the door, his cheeks flushed. "Yunma Gich, what brings you here?" Only then did Zhao Yunma regain his composure, grinning mischievously. "Our young lady is hospitalized. If I don't come, I fear someone will enlist me as a sparring partner." The girl suppressed a smile. He stepped inside, placing the exquisite bouquet on the bedside and the high-end snacks he had specifically purchased for Qin on the table. "Are you not aware that Wanon cannot have sweets due to her gastroenteritis?" Fu Jinghuai cast a disapproving glance at the gifts on the table. Zhao Yunma was taken aback. He was not a doctor. How could he know that Wan was currently unable to indulge in sweets? Isn't it said that a girl's mood improves with a bit of sweetness? Zhao Yunma admitted his fault with a commendable attitude. "Third brother, I acknowledge my mistake. Please tell me what Wan can eat, and I shall procure it. Inquire with the doctor yourself." Zhao Yunma gritted his teeth. Fine, he would endure. Given that third brother's strength overshadowed him, he was perceptive. The reason his third brother had been casting him disdainful glances since entering was entirely his fault for being an unwelcome third wheel. "Third brother, seeing that Wan is fine, I still have a multitude of matters to attend to at the company, so I shall take my leave. Yunmo Gich, thank you for the carnations. They are lovely." Within the stifling hospital room, the presence of a green plant was indeed soothing to the soul. "I'm glad you like them." Sensing Fu Jinghuai's ominous gaze, Zhao Yunma vanished at lightning speed, as if pursued by hounds. Having rested adequately, Qin felt rejuvenated and noticed the slight dark circles under Fu Jinghuai's eyes from taking care of her. In a gentle tone, she suggested, "Third brother, why don't you take a nap on the caregiver's bed?" He had not closed his eyes for over 10 hours and was indeed fatigued. After glancing at Qin, he replied, "Call me if you need anything." Chapter 40. Following her lead, Fu Jinghuai was genuinely tired. It wasn't long before shallow breaths indicated he had succumbed to sleep. Qin scrolled through her phone for a while, her color returning from its previous pallor. Lying in bed all day made her feel as if her limbs were on the verge of atrophy. The urge to move was becoming unbearable. Quietly, she rose from the bed, slipping into her soft cotton slippers, and tiptoed to Fu Jinghuai's bedside, gently pulling the blanket tighter around him. Outside, the sun shone brilliantly, casting a warm glow on the handsome features of the man with his eyes closed. Qin Wan sat at the edge of the bed, captivated, her gaze fixed upon his serene sleeping face. As the sunlight cascaded down, Fu Jinghuai was enveloped in a golden radiance, the gentle warmth softening his austere features. Resembling a graceful gentleman emerging from a painting, Qin Wan couldn't help but marvel at the creator's favoritism. Her third brother was indeed the most exquisite person she had ever encountered. Lost in admiration, she found herself gazing at his noble and handsome visage, leaning slightly forward, and felt an irresistible urge to draw closer and savor his charm. The mere emergence of this thought startled Qin Wan. She shook her head, attributing her flustered state to her brother's enchanting looks, which almost led her to act unwisely. Before she could divert her gaze, Fu Jinghuai slowly opened his eyes. Their eyes met, and Qin Wan's cheeks flushed instantly. Wan, he murmured, his captivating eyes sparkling with amusement, his voice a languid rasp that tugged at the heartstrings. Caught in the act, Qin Wan wished fervently for a mouse hole to hide in. She tactically swallowed hard and said, "Third brother, it seems your blanket is not properly arranged. Let me adjust it for you." "Oh, is that so?" The man's rich, husky laughter resonated from his throat. "Of course it is," Qin Wan thought, eager to conclude the topic and escape his gaze back to her own bed. "Third brother, I'm feeling a bit tired. I think I'll take a nap as well." She swiftly climbed into bed and pulled the covers over herself, shutting her eyes as if to force an end to the moment. Her adorable demeanor brought a slow smile to the man's lips. In truth, Fu Jinghuai had awakened the moment she approached, merely feigning sleep to discern what his little sister intended to do next. Feeling her intense gaze, he experienced an unusual sensation in his body but dared not move. With long legs, he approached her bedside, observing her tightly shut eyes and the delicate flutter of her eyelashes, which were utterly charming. He reached out with a distinctly pale hand to touch her forehead, deliberately leaning closer to her cheek, his warm breath brushing against her. "Wan, your forehead feels quite warm. Do you have a slight fever?" Qin Wan forcibly opened her eyes, fully aware of the reason for her flushed face. "No, it's probably just the thick blanket making me warm." The man chuckled lightly. "Oh, is that so?" Yes, indeed." At that moment, Qin Wan suspected her third brother was teasing her on purpose, yet she had no evidence. Originally feigning sleep. The warmth of the sun and the heady scent of disinfectant in the room were replaced by the intoxicating aroma of male pheromones, transforming her pretense into genuine slumber. Seeing this, Fu Jinghuai couldn't help but chuckle softly. He went to the window and drew the curtains, blocking out the sunlight. He then retrieved his laptop and began to work under the dim light of the desk lamp. Upon awakening, Qin Wan turned over with a soft murmur. And upon glancing sideways, she caught sight of Fu Jinghuai, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, working on the sofa. His brow bore a blend of coldness and gentleness, exuding an air of aristocratic elegance that was hard to look away from. "Third brother, I'm recovering quite well. If you're busy, you should head to the company." Upon noticing her awakening, Fu Jinghuai typed the final character, shut down his computer, and settled by her bedside, offering her a glass of warm water to soothe her throat. "I'm not busy. I simply stayed at the hospital to accompany you, considering it a little break for myself." "Is this truly a break? You haven't parted with your computer. As long as you are by my side, third brother does not feel fatigued." Qin Wan felt warmth in her heart once more and refrained from urging him to return to the office, knowing such suggestions would be futile. At lunchtime, Qin Song brought a bowl of millet porridge, accompanied by a piece of steamed cake. For someone like Qin Wan, who relished meat, this was indeed a test of endurance. Noticing her frown upon seeing the porridge and cake, Fu Jinghuai gently coaxed her. "Be good. The doctor says you should have a light diet since you are just recovering." "Third brother, I crave something flavorful. My mouth feels bitter." "Then let Qin Song prepare a bowl of lean meat porridge with less salt for you tonight." "Very well." Qin Wan sighed, lamenting her momentary desire for pleasure that had led her to the hospital. In the afternoon, Fu Jinghuai observed the rosy hue of Qin Wan's lips, which had become slightly chapped due to previous electrolyte imbalances. He instructed Qin Song to purchase lip balm from her usual skincare store. With a warm smile, Qin Wan applied the balm, her lips regaining their soft, pink allure. "Third brother, your lips seem quite dry as well. Why don't you apply some too?" Fu Jinghuai glanced at the lip balm that his little girl had used, his throat slightly constricting. Before he could respond, Qin Wan realized the balm had been used by her. She hastily wiped it with a tissue, removing a layer of the balm. "Third brother, I know you dislike using things that others have touched. Now it's ready for you." Her actions left Fu Jinghui momentarily taken aback, followed by a quiet sigh. He genuinely didn't mind using something she had touched. In fact, he relished the idea of sharing an item with her. Without letting the moment dampen his spirits, he accepted the balm and applied some to his own lips. Watching him use her lip balm, Qinwan couldn't help but smile, finding the contrast to his usual authoritative demeanor quite delightful. Enchanting yet not overly seductive, truly a rare beauty. I wish to capture this moment in a photograph. Fu Jinghui, clearly aware of her playful intentions, indulged her whims as long as it brought her joy. When Qinwan requested water, he personally wiped the moisture from the corners of her mouth. In the evening, the attending doctor arrived and paused, observing Fu Jinghui's tender care for the girl. Qinwan noticed the doctor's arrival and the smile at the corners of his lips, feeling a bit bashful. The doctor inquired about her condition and, sensing the atmosphere, discreetly departed. Third brother, did the doctor mention when I can be discharged? If you feel well tonight, we can arrange for your discharge tomorrow. That is wonderful. Fu Jinghui affectionately ruffled her hair. Qinwan leaned into his hand, feeling the warmth of his palm against her delicate cheek. A sensation that enveloped her in comfort and security, a feeling she cherished deeply. Feeling the dependence of the young girl and his family, Fu Jinghui's heart swelled with an exuberance known as happiness. Third brother, would you accompany me for a stroll in the corridor? I've been cooped up in bed all day, and I feel like I'm about to grow fur, she said, followed by Fu Jinghui's deep, melodious chuckle. Indeed, his little girl was a treasure. At 7 in the evening, darkness enveloped the world outside. This was Qinwan's first time meandering through the hospital corridor, where many patients wore expressions of despair. Yet her eyes sparkled as she admired the profiles of the doctors adorning the walls. With Fu Jinghui by her side, the smile never left his lips. Gradually, she had grown accustomed to holding his slightly calloused hand, feeling an unwavering sense of security, as if warmth akin to honey was spreading from her heart. In the face of her third brother's thoughtfulness, she felt immense joy, relishing in Fu Jinghui's unique affection for her. Third brother, they are truly remarkable, she exclaimed, gesturing towards the esteemed doctors on the wall, whose skilled hands could save lives, inspiring deep admiration. Indeed, he replied, unfazed by her enthusiasm. After a while of gazing at the wall, Qinwan shifted her attention elsewhere, succumbing to visual fatigue. The early spring evening still held a hint of chill, and dressed in a thin hospital gown, she wore Fu Jinghui's oversized coat, which still held his warmth, enveloping her in comfort. Not far away, a girl in a hospital gown watched the scene, her jealousy palpable. Fu Jinghui was there to accompany her. Wherever Qinwan went, he followed with utmost patience. Suddenly, a bright, cheerful voice interrupted them. Jinghui Gij. A wave of warmth rushed over them. Upon hearing someone call Fu Jinghui so intimately, Qinwan raised her eyebrows slightly and turned to the source of the voice. The displeasure on Fu Jinghui's striking features deepened at the sound. Xiao Mohan approached with a beaming smile, completely disregarding Fu Jinghui's irritation. Jinghui Gij, I didn't expect to see you here. Qinwan looked at Fu Jinghui in confusion, to which he gently replied, I don't know her. His blunt words only exacerbated Xiao Mohan's already sour demeanor. She bit her lip, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. How can you say you don't know me? Qinwan found her behavior vexing, as Xiao Mohan seemed to embody the essence of a scorned lover. It was evident that Fu Jinghui was not a central air conditioning unit, and after so many years of acquaintance, since Aunt Zhao's passing, aside from her, he had hardly been in contact with anyone of the opposite sex. Miss, are you perhaps mistaken? How could I be mistaken? He is my Jinghui Gij. Fu Jinghui, having completely lost his patience, fixed a chilling gaze upon the girl. I do not know you. If you utter that repugnant term once more, do not blame me for being rude. Xiao Mohan pouted in grievance, her tone laced with a hint of reproach. How could you treat me this way? I am Xiao Mohan. Seeing that the girl before her was impervious to reason, as if she were incapable of comprehending human speech, Qinwan was convinced that this woman was not only unwell, but gravely so. Fu Jinghui's cold, piercing gaze inflicted deep pain upon Xiao Mohan, her eyes reddening as she implored, how could you forget me? Faced with such a persistent woman, Fu Jinghui would have certainly expelled this ungrateful creature several meters away, were it not for the presence of his little girl, fearing his own ferocity might frighten her. After all, he was not a benevolent saint. Qinwan found herself equally vexed by this woman, who seemingly could not grasp the language. Third brother, let us leave. Fu Jinghui, how could you treat me this way when I like you so much? Except for Qinwan, The fleeting memories of inconsequential females lingered in his mind for but a few seconds. Qin could hardly suppress her amusement at the foolishness before her. Miss, my third brother has already stated he does not know you. What kind of melodrama are you attempting to perform here? Your nonsensical words could mislead those unaware of the truth into believing there is some ambiguous relationship between you and my third brother. A functioning brain is a precious asset. I hope you remember to bring yours along. Initially, she had wished to avoid engaging with someone seemingly deranged, yet the woman pressed on. Her third brother was a public figure. Should his adversaries seize upon this situation to create scandal, it would only serve to cause him undue distress. If Fu Jinghuai found it inconvenient to deal with a woman, then she would step in to protect her brother. The man beside her observed the situation. Noting her fierce protectiveness akin to a hen guarding her chicks, his gentle eyes filled with affectionate mirth. As Qiao Chun returned from downstairs with the meal, he spotted his sister in the corridor and, upon approaching, recognized the familiar figure of Fu Jinghuai, coincidentally overhearing Qin Wan's remarks. He was well aware of Qiao Mohan's feelings toward Fu Jinghuai and her capricious nature. Had he not intervened, it was uncertain what trouble she might have stirred up due to the family's indulgence. With a gracious and apologetic demeanor, he addressed Fu Jinghuai. Mr. Fu, I sincerely apologize. My sister has just undergone surgery and is not in the best emotional state. I regret her recent behavior. Upon seeing Qiao Chun, Fu Jinghuai's inscrutable eyes darkened. Qin Wan discerned that this man knew Fu Jinghuai, and she was quite curious about their relationship. The expression on her third brother's face upon the man's arrival left her somewhat perplexed. Fu Jinghuai's dark eyes were as deep as water. Take care of your sister. There should not be a next time. Understood. With that, he grasped Qiao Mohan's hand and led her toward the ward. Qin Wan turned her head. Unable to suppress her curiosity about the man, third brother, who was that man just now? Fu Jinghuai's deep gaze flickered slightly as he casually offered a vague excuse. A doctor I have encountered before. Qin Wan had long observed the man's reaction during their previous encounter. His gaze had noticeably flickered when answering her questions. If he were merely a doctor she had briefly met, her third brother would not have displayed such an expression. However, he chose not to elaborate. And Qin Wan too refrained from probing further, for everyone harbors secrets within their hearts, herself included. Third brother, may I wash my hair soon? She inquired. Last night. After I collapsed in the bathroom, the scent in my hair is truly unbearable. Certainly. Fu Jinghuai adjusted the air conditioning to its highest setting upon entering, and the room soon warmed up. He then accompanied Qin Wan to the bathroom to wash her hair. Third brother, I am quite capable of washing my hair myself now. I shall assist you, lest you end up soaking your clothes. All right. This was not the first time Fu Jinghuai had washed her hair, and Qin Wan felt no discomfort. In fact, she sensed their bond growing ever stronger. After washing her hair, Qin Wan fell asleep on the bed after Fu Jinghuai dried it for her. On the table, Fu Jinghuai's phone chimed. He picked it up and glanced at the screen. The message read, Mr. Fu, it has been quite some time since your last treatment. If you do not actively cooperate with your therapy, the consequences of an uncontrolled onset could be severe. Upon reading it, Fu Jinghuai's expression darkened. He was well aware of his own physical condition and deemed treatment unnecessary for the time being. Qiao Chun, having sent the message, sighed. However, he knew he could not interfere too much, for their relationship remained that of doctor and patient. The choice lay solely with Fu Jinghuai. Just remember to take your medication, he advised. At the mention of medication, Fu Jinghuai's brow furrowed. Ever since his little girl had reconciled with him after her fallout with Han Xinian, he had forgotten all about his medication. Even in its absence, his sleep had gradually improved, and the frequency of the nightmares that had plagued him was dwindling. He believed that Wan was his remedy. As long as she remained by his side, the demon residing within him would eventually be vanquished. Having spent 2 days in the hospital, Qin Wan's ample rest restored her vitality. In contrast to her rosy complexion, Fu Jinghuai appeared somewhat haggard, shadows of gray lingering beneath his eyes. Realizing that he had grown weary caring for her, Qin Wan felt a pang of guilt, unsure of how to express her gratitude. She embraced Fu Jinghuai, exclaiming, Third brother. With an affectionate embrace, Fu Jinghuai replied in a soothing, magnetic voice, What is it? Chapter 42. I just want to hug you. I simply wish to hug you. Qin Wan murmured, nuzzling her delicate face against him, akin to a greedy little kitten. Upon hearing her words, an indescribable emotion surged within the depths of the man's gaze, and he tightened his hold slightly, relishing the feeling of her dependence on him. After a moment of embrace, a knock at the door interrupted them, and reluctantly, she released her hold, having been immersed in the warmth of her affection. Fu Jinghuai's expression was understandably displeased at the unwarranted disruption. As Qiaochen entered with Qiao Mohan, Fu Jinghuai's deep-set eyes radiated a chilling demeanor. Qiaochen sensed that Fu Jinghuai was not particularly pleased with their presence, yet it was imperative for him to bring his sister to apologize after her capricious behavior yesterday. Despite Fu Jinghuai's frosty countenance, Qiao Mohan found herself unable to suppress her fluttering heart, wrestling with a sense of injustice. What qualities did this girl possess that outshone her own? Why did Fu Jinghuai favor her while casting not even a glance in her direction? Consumed by jealousy, she clenched her fists and reluctantly uttered, "I apologize for my abruptness yesterday. I sincerely regret any inconvenience I may have caused you." Fu Jinghuai, a cunning fox in the business realm, was all too aware of whether Qiao Mohan was genuinely remorseful or merely fulfilling an obligation. The treatment plan that Qiaochen had devised for him previously had yielded some results. Thus, he regarded this incident as a mere courtesy, choosing not to delve deeper. Even with Qiao Mohan's apology, Qinwan harbored a rather unfavorable impression of her, sensing an air of gloom surrounding the girl. Qiao Mohan was acutely aware of Fu Jinghuai's disinterest in women. His willingness to abandon a significant business undertaking to care for a girl in the hospital spoke volumes about her importance to him. Naively, she mused that if she could cultivate a good relationship with Qinwan, winning Fu Jinghuai's heart would merely be a matter of time. She ignored Qinwan's icy gaze and approached her directly, exclaiming, "Sister, you are the most beautiful woman I have ever encountered." The unexpected compliment sent shivers down Qinwan's spine, rendering her unable to respond with sincerity. She replied curtly, "There are certainly many more beautiful people in this world." Qiao Mohan's feigned enthusiasm faltered momentarily, but she quickly regained composure, insisting, "No, I truly believe you are the most beautiful." With that, she attempted to link arms with Qinwan, but Qinwan instinctively recoiled. Fu Jinghuai, noticing his beloved's aversion to Qiao Mohan, intoned with a cool, deep voice, "My one still needs her rest." His dismissal was unmistakably clear, prompting Qiaochen to relent. Having expressed their apologies, they should refrain from further intruding. Internally seething at Qinwan's perceived impertinence, Qiao Mohan feigned compliance in front of Fu Jinghuai, reluctantly following Qiaochen out. Once they returned to the hospital room, she could no longer contain her fury. Her vile temperament surfaced as she hurled the fruits and water cup prepared by the nurse to the floor. "That wretched girl. I made an effort to befriend her, yet she continues to act so high and mighty." Her face twisted in rage, completely abandoning her earlier semblance of decorum. Qiaochen, having just answered a phone call, entered the room and was immediately met with her outburst, his brow furrowing deeply. "How long do you intend to carry on like this?" His patience with her was nearing its limit. Upon witnessing her usually obedient brother's anger, Qiao Mohan suppressed her ire and switched to a guise of innocence, saying, "Brother, I'm sorry, perhaps my depression has worsened, causing me to lose control of myself." Qiaochen truly cherishes his younger sister. His stern expression softened as he reached out to ruffle her hair. "Henin, you and Fu Jinghuai inhabit entirely different realms. There will be no fruitful outcome between you two. You must relinquish any lingering fantasies. A man understands another man best." The way Fu Jinghuai gazes at that girl is not the look of a brother for his sister. It conceals a profound and tender affection. He does not wish for his sister to become too deeply ensnared. Qiaochen is acutely aware that his sister's obsession with Fu Jinghuai stems solely from his power, status, and handsome exterior, having nothing to do with the so-called love. "Brother, you have always indulged my every request since childhood. Why can you not pamper me just this once more, while Fu Jinghuai is receiving treatment from you? If you could hypnotize him during his sessions, then whatever transpires between us would ensure he belongs to me." A shadow of cunning glimmered in Qiao Mohan's eyes as she laid bare her scheming thoughts. From the very first moment she laid eyes on Fu Jinghuai in her brother's studio, she had fallen deeply for him. Yet, he was incredibly difficult to approach. Her numerous attempts at feigned chance encounters had yielded no success. She was unwilling to accept defeat. Qinwan was merely an orphan. What right did she have to possess Fu Jinghuai's singular affection? She was the true heiress, cherished and adored. While Qinwan was nothing of significance, Qiaochen forcefully pushed Qiao Mohan away, gripping her shoulders in disbelief. "Qiao Mohan, have you lost your mind? Did I not just tell you that Fu Jinghuai is someone you cannot provoke? How much longer will you continue this madness?" "But I love him. From the moment I first laid eyes on him, I have been helplessly ensnared by my feelings. I cannot bear to live without him." Qiao Mohan's emotions surged, her eyes reddening as she shouted, In a fit of frenzy, she dashed to the window, flinging it open and perching herself on the ledge. Brother, if you do not acquiesce to my wishes, I shall end my life before you. Xiao Mohan's extreme threat left Xiao Qin utterly exhausted by her unreasonable antics. His heart aching as he gazed at her. Hanin, if you truly wish to end your life, there are countless ways to do so, and I cannot prevent you. However, as a doctor, I will never engage in illegal activities to satisfy your selfish desires. Since childhood, Xiao Mohan had often threatened her family with her health. A tactic that had proven effective time and again. This time, having encountered resistance from her brother. She pounded her fist against the glass window in frustration as she watched Xiao Qin storm away in anger, her eyes gleaming with venomous intent. Fu Jinghuai's disregard for her was solely due to that wretched woman by his side. If only that woman were to vanish from this world. Fu Jinghuai would surely recognize that she was the one most suited for him. Xiao Mohan had always harbored dark thoughts, her temperament being excessively extreme. She insisted that everything must proceed according to her will, for if it did not, she would not hesitate to destroy it rather than let it benefit others. In the upscale ward, Qin Wan softly remarked, "Third brother, that girl just now left me with an unsettling impression. I do not like her." The man, following her words, gently brushed his hand across her face, saying, "If you don't like it, simply ignore it. If she stirs up trouble, you need not indulge her. With your third brother backing you, there is no need to compromise your own comfort." Qin Wan, her face blooming like a peach blossom, replied with a smile, "Yes, I understand. With such a formidable ally and my third brother, can I not stride through Nanjing with ease?" Finally, after enduring her hospital stay, Qin Wan felt as if she had been reborn. Spring had arrived, awakening all of nature, and the willows along the roadside were budding. The temperature had climbed to a pleasant 24 degrees, and dressed in light attire, she opened the car window to relish the refreshing scent of spring. Upon reaching home, the vivacious Qin Wan leaped onto her soft bed, lazily stretching as she exclaimed, "Ah, nothing compares to the comfort of my own little nest." Chapter 43. Temptation. The door stood ajar as Fu Jinghuai followed closely behind, bringing in her personal belongings and expertly arranging them. Having subsisted on bland rice porridge during her hospital stay, a true trial for someone with a carnivorous appetite like hers, she now found herself consumed by a singular thought, an overwhelming desire for meat. With her large, lustrous eyes blinking pitifully, she implored, "Third brother, now that I am recovering from my illness, shouldn't I indulge in some delicious food to nourish myself?" Fu Jinghuai, discerning her subtle intentions, was nonetheless mindful that rich foods were ill-advised for her fragile stomach at this juncture. Once, the doctor advised that you should primarily consume light meals and avoid greasy fare for the time being. Like a deflated balloon, Qin Wan drooped her head, sighing in disappointment as her joy dissipated. For lunch, Chen Song had prepared a meal early. And since Qin Wan expressed that his cooking reminded her of her mother's flavors from childhood, he had transitioned from being the president's senior assistant to a dedicated home cook. His fiancée, he was rather envious, lamenting that she had scarcely tasted Chen Song's culinary creations, yet he faithfully prepared meals for another woman each day. However, upon learning that it was a directive from his boss, coupled with the promise of double bonuses, his girlfriend's eyes sparkled with admiration for her remarkable partner. Chen Song mused, "Ah, such is the nature of women." Recently, with Fu Jinghuai preoccupied at the hospital, he could no longer tolerate Qin Wan relying solely on Chen Song's cooking. Upon returning home, he promptly requested several recipes that mirrored the flavors of Qin Wan's mother's dishes. Consequently, after completing that lunch, Chen Song's side gig faced a sudden downturn, leading to his complete dismissal from that role. Qin Wan had taken a few days off, yet fortunately, her solid academic foundation from her previous life ensured that her studies remained on track. Concerned that she might fall behind, Gu Nianqing thoughtfully sent her class notes, a gesture that warmed her heart. In the evening, as she gazed at the slightly salty okra on the table, her face contorted in discontent, she complained, "Third brother, I am not a sheep. I need not feast on grass every day, right? Bear with it for a few more days, and I shall increase your portions soon." He replied, finally placating her. With a resigned tone, she muttered, "Very well, then." After dinner, Fu Jinghuai sat down beside her. "Wan, I wish to take you to see a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner to help regulate your spleen and stomach." The mere thought of traditional Chinese medicine filled Qin Wan with dread, as she knew it would entail enduring that bitter concoction. "Third brother, didn't the doctor say I was recovering well enough upon discharge? Surely, I don't need to see a traditional doctor." Perceiving her reluctance, the man smiled gently. "Wan, Do you not delight in indulging in various rich-flavored hot pots in Sichuan cuisine? Indeed. However, your spleen and stomach cannot endure such fare at present. If not properly treated, you may have to bid farewell to those culinary delights in the future. The choice was indeed challenging, and Qin felt a twinge of bitterness in her fate. Third brother, do not assume that my education and experience pale in comparison to yours. Do not speak as if you are deceiving a naive girl. Of course not. If you doubt me, feel free to call the hospital for verification. With a flicker of her large, expressive eyes, and after a battle of thoughts, the girl resolved to sacrifice for the sake of her culinary cravings. Very well, I shall obediently see the traditional doctor. In truth, Fu Jinghuai had already arranged for a highly reputable elderly practitioner, rumored to possess a rather eccentric temperament. Had he not chosen the right person, it would have been quite difficult to secure an appointment on such short notice. Upon arriving at the clinic, the pungent aroma of traditional herbs greeted them, and Qin took a deep breath, reassuring herself that she would soon adapt. Upon their arrival, they found themselves waiting in the lounge, as it was not yet Qin's turn. After approximately 15 minutes, her name finally appeared on the large screen. This was her first visit to a traditional medicine clinic, and everything piqued her curiosity. Fu Jinghuai, holding the inquisitive girl's hand, led her toward the consultation room. The elderly practitioner wore a stern expression, appearing anything but amiable, which instilled both reverence and fear in Qin, who inherently held doctors in high esteem. Sensing her tension, Fu Jinghuai gently placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. The elderly man glanced at the hand resting on the girl's shoulder before asking, "Who is he to you?" "He is my brother." Fu Jinghuai felt a bit uncomfortable with this designation but refrained from voicing any objections. The elderly practitioner adjusted his reading glasses. "You certainly do not resemble one another. Had you not mentioned it, I would have assumed he was your uncle." Feeling the sudden shift in familial hierarchy, Fu Jinghuai found the old man somewhat tiresome. Why was he so talkative when they were simply there for a consultation? Had it not been for Qin Xishen's connection, he would have suspected he was dealing with a charlatan. The elderly practitioner, naturally attuned to the unfriendly glint in Fu Jinghuai's eyes, remained undeterred by the presence of wealthy merchants or dignitaries. "I and my third brother share no blood relation," Qin clarified candidly. Old Zhao's vigilance was instantaneous. "Little girl, you are merely in high school. Do not let a few trifling favors by your allegiance. You have a bright future ahead." His words implied a direct accusation against Fu Jinghuai, suggesting he was not a man of good character. Qin's slow-witted mind suddenly grasped the reason for this old curmudgeon's animosity towards her third brother. "Grandpa, I was raised by my third brother, and I am already a junior in college, 21 years old, and of legal age." Old Zhao understood and glanced at Fu Jinghuai, begrudgingly acknowledging him as a decent fellow. Meanwhile, Qin couldn't help but notice the dark clouds on Fu Jinghuai's face and found it inexplicably amusing. Her third brother rarely showed his emotions, so seeing him riled up by anyone other than herself made this old man quite the character. While others might instinctively shy away from the stern old Zhao, Qin found him rather intriguing after their exchange. As her tension eased, she placed her wrist for diagnosis, and old Zhao felt her pulse, inspecting her eyes and tongue, confirming her spleen deficiency. With swift strokes, he completed a prescription, and to Qin's surprise, he even included a recipe for a medicinal dish he had recently developed, known for its remarkable efficacy in regulating the spleen and stomach. Qin took the prescription, eager to see what it contained, but upon glancing at the abstract handwriting, she realized her limited knowledge and decided not to trouble herself further. "Thank you, Grandpa." Old Zhao met her brilliant gaze, took a sip from his cup, and then cast another look at Fu Jinghuai, as if to say that Qin, being in Fu Jinghuai's company, was completely wasting her potential. "Follow the prescription I provided along with the dietary adjustments, and within a month, your spleen deficiency will surely be resolved." "All right." With a smile in her eyes, Qin handed the prescription to Fu Jinghuai. Seeing that the old man had gifted Qin such a suitable remedy, Fu Jinghuai chose not to dwell on past grievances. He first paid at the self-service machine before heading to the pharmacy to collect the medicine. Qin watched as Fu Jinghuai carried a large bag of traditional Chinese medicine, and her previous good mood dissipated entirely. Chapter 44. Do not fear, for I am here with you. The girl's almond-shaped eyes shimmered with curiosity. "Third brother, I see there aren't too many words on that prescription. Why is there such a large quantity of herbs?" A smile graced the refined features of the man. "Wan. Can you even read what's written there? How do you know it doesn't say more?" Qin pouted, expressing her displeasure. "Third brother, Are you discriminating against my limited knowledge? He helped her smooth down her tousled hair, his eyes crinkling with mirth. Certainly not. Third brother, I find it puzzling. You are not a doctor, so how can you understand such abstract handwriting? I had some prior exposure, hence I learned it. Qin gazed at him in admiration, her eyes sparkling with wonder. Third brother, is your learning ability truly this formidable? All right, let us head home. We still need to prepare your medicine. At the mere mention of medicine, a bitter taste surged from her stomach, far more distressing than the hardships faced by Wang Baochuan while foraging for wild vegetables. Seeing her dejected little face, Fu Jinghuai consoled her. Wan, the taste of this medicine may not be pleasing, but just think, once you nurture your spleen and stomach, countless delicacies await you. At this, Qinwan's eyes sparkled with renewed hope. All right, for the sake of enjoying more delicious food in the future, I shall persevere. Within the herbal concoction, there was a bag of prepared traditional medicine. Qinwan retrieved a sachet from the packaging, pinched her nose to endure the discomfort in her stomach, and poured it into a disposable cup, downing it in one go. As the herbal mixture entered her belly, the sour and bitter flavor made her grimace in agony. Fu Jinghuai was charmed by her expression, his gentle and affectionate gaze fixed on her as he placed a sweet date in her mouth. This will alleviate the bitterness, he said, gently pinching her fair cheek. The sweetness gradually masked the indescribable bitterness. Third brother, you are so considerate. That bitterness has finally dissipated. Noticing her little thoughts, Fu Jinghuai cautioned, but do not indulge in too many dates. It may affect the medicinal effect. Qinwan's heart sank at that moment. Why must she be so pitiful that even sweet dates were limited? She felt a tinge of unhappiness and sighed silently. The girl's supple lips slightly pouted, causing Fu Jinghuai's throat to tighten. To keep the beast within him at bay, he diverted his gaze elsewhere. Qinwan's mood shifted quickly, the sweetness of the date replacing her earlier bitterness. As her gaze drifted outside the window, she spotted a nearby Ferris wheel, her face lighting up with anticipation and envy, which Fu Jinghuai keenly observed. How could he not satisfy the desires of his little girl? Wan, it's still early. Shall I take you to the amusement park? Qinwan's eyes widened as she turned her face to look at him. Can we really go? In her previous life, she had watched many couples enjoy the Ferris wheel, the pendulum swing, and the log flume, but unfortunately, Han Shinian had a fear of heights, and she never got the chance to go. Only envy remained. When have I ever deceived you, third brother? His beautiful eyes sparkled with tiny flecks of light, but then dimmed as he contemplated something. Third brother, I've been ill these past few days. I've surely delayed your work. You must have many tasks to attend to at the company. Let's save the amusement park for another time when you aren't so busy. Fu Jinghuai's strikingly handsome features revealed a playful arch in his brows. Silly girl, my hard work is all for you, to create a world where you can be carefree. So, my work is truly not as important as you. I spend so much to employ many staff. The company won't suffer from a few days of absence. It really won't affect your work? Qinwan sought reassurance once more. Of course not. Hearing this, warmth spread through her heart, and she felt deeply touched. How could her third brother be so wonderful? For a fleeting moment, a selfish thought crossed her mind. Such an amazing third brother, she did not want to share him with anyone else. She wished to keep him all to herself. However, she soon regained her composure. Her heart understood that third brother had someone he cherished, and ultimately, he would belong to another. The more one contemplates, the more troubles arise. Qinwan knew how to regulate her emotions, suppressing the subtle discomfort within her. Today, she donned a hoodie paired with sky-blue wide-leg jeans. Her hair tied in an energetic high ponytail, with a few strands of slightly curled hair framing her face. She radiated a captivating youthful vitality that was hard to ignore. With a sweet smile adorning her face, Fu Jinghuai, having purchased tickets online, held her delicate hand and inquired, Wan, which attraction would you like to try first? Spotting a carousel, the childlike nature within Qinwan was unleashed as she pointed excitedly. Third brother, I want to ride that first. Very well. Fu Jinghuai, affluent and generous, had acquired a VIP pass, allowing them to bypass any queues. Soon, Qinwan found herself atop the carousel, her exquisite face beaming with joy. Her laughter resembled the warm sun of spring, striking a chord deep within the heart, breathtakingly beautiful. The man felt a surge of affection and captured her radiant smile with his phone. Moments later, as Qinwan dismounted, her spirits soaring, she eagerly peered at Fu Jinghuai's candid shots. After examining the photos, her eyes sparkled with astonishment. Third brother, these pictures are so atmospheric. I might just fall in love with myself. Receiving such high praise, Fu Jinghuai felt his efforts in consulting a professional photographer for tips had not been in vain. Observing the girl with a face as radiant as blooming peach blossoms, he thought the expense was well worth it. All right, what would you like to do next? Let us try the swinging pendulum. I've always wanted to, but fear has held me back. I'll accompany you. All right. The 360-degree spinning pendulum promised exhilaration. Just the thought was enough to quicken the pulse. As they prepared to board, Qin Wan's palms began to sweat with anticipation. Fu Jinghuai recognized her eagerness mingled with trepidation. He grasped her delicate hand, speaking softly, "Wan, don't be afraid. I'm here with you." Seated side by side. Qin Wan felt an unusual sense of security with Fu Jinghuai beside her. The fear induced by weightlessness dissipated in his presence, and she joined the throng in joyful screams. Her face adorned with a satisfied grin. She glanced at Fu Jinghuai's handsome features, ripples of gratitude swelling within her heart. Fate had indeed been kind, granting her a second chance. "Third brother, it's wonderful to have you by my side." After disembarking from the pendulum, Qin Wan affectionately linked her arm through his, her face blooming like a peach flower. The man cast a sidelong glance. This sense of being cherished by her was intoxicating. With a smile, he gently tousled her hair. "What attraction shall we experience next? Let us ride the Ferris wheel." "Very well." Accompanying Qin Wan to the pinnacle of the Ferris wheel, they beheld the daytime scenery of the South City, a sight rich in meaning. She smiled, and he remained by her side. Time seemed to come to a standstill at that moment. Fu Jinghuai's dark eyes sparkled with fragmented light, his voice rich and magnetic as he softly called out, "Wan." Qin Wan turned her face, smiling as she asked, "Third brother, what is it?" Observing the depth in her gaze, with a smile gracing her lips, he replied, "It's nothing, just suddenly wanted to call out to you." His eyes, gentle as water, gazed at her, filling Qin Wan's heart with sweetness. Chapter 45. Unspoken secrets in the cramped space. Qin Wan leaned in with a faint smile, the scent of cherry blossoms enveloping them, causing Fu Jinghuai's breath to falter in that instant. "Wan, what is wrong?" "It's nothing much, just suddenly felt a strong desire to be closer to you, third brother. At this great height, I feel a bit uncertain, and being near you brings me comfort." The man struggled to steady his breath, his voice a husky whisper, "Be good. We are at the highest point, do not move around." She linked her arm with his, her rising and falling chest brushing against his arm. And Fu Jinghuai feared he might lose his composure. "Yes, I will be obedient." As soon as her words fell, Qin Wan's phone slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground. Leaning slightly to retrieve it, her ponytail inadvertently caught on something, prompting her to utter a soft gasp of pain. To alleviate the discomfort, she had to lean in closer, her head inadvertently resting near Fu Jinghuai's abdomen. Everything transpired with startling abruptness. Fu Jinghuai's gaze lowered, and the restrained emotions in his deep-set eyes were stirred by her movement, causing his breath to hitch and his body to tense. A faint blush crept to the corners of his eyes, and the veins in the hand resting at his side subtly protruded. In a hushed, tender tone, he coaxed, "Wan, don't move. Let me assist you." Qin Wan's hair was snagged by the zipper, and her eyes brimmed with tears from the pain. Pouting her alluring red lips, she looked utterly distressed. "Third brother, it hurts so much. Can you be quicker?" In that moment, all of Fu Jinghuai's reason was thrown into disarray by her evocative words and actions, igniting a restless yearning within him. Suppressing the flames of desire within, Fu Jinghuai steadied his trembling hand, leaning down as his heated breath brushed against the delicate skin of her neck, causing her to squirm once more. His large, warm hand gently pressed against her restless head. His voice rough yet tender, "Wan, stop fidgeting. It will be over soon." Heaven knows, those 5 minutes felt both interminable and torturous. At last, Qin Wan's hair became free from the zipper, and Fu Jinghuai exhaled a sigh of relief. To prevent Qin Wan from witnessing his flustered side, he deliberately removed his jacket and placed it over his lap. Noticing her eyes glistening with unshed tears, he reached out, using his fingertip to wipe away the traces of her distress. Feeling his tenderness, Qin Wan sniffled, her pink lips curving into a smile. "Third brother, am I really so foolish? I can't seem to do anything right." "Not at all. My Wan is not foolish." This boundless affection was exclusively reserved for his Wan. After descending from the Ferris wheel, Fu Jinghuai accompanied her to enjoy other attractions. Upon returning home, he first prepared traditional Chinese medicine and then cooked a light dinner for Qin Wan. At the dining table, after finishing her dinner, Wan gazed at the small white porcelain bowl from Jingdezhen that she usually adored. However, the sight of the dark, unappetizing herbal concoction within made her regard the bowl with disdain. When Fu Jinghuai emerged from the kitchen, he noticed Wanwan staring at the bowl with trepidation, a smile playing on his lips. Wanwan, even if you stare a hole into that bowl, you must drink today as medicine. He then, in a tone reminiscent of coaxing a child, placed a sweet date beside her hand. Be good, finish it, and this date is yours. Taking a deep breath as if making a resolute decision, Wanwan grasped the small bowl and, pinching her nose, downed the bitter brew in one swift motion. The bowl clattered onto the table with a thud. Her eyes welled up with tears, the indescribable taste leaving an indelible mark on her memory. Fu Jinghuai, feeling a pang of sympathy, wiped the remnants of the medicine from her lips. Wanwan, there is no need to rush. What if you choke? Third brother, you don't understand. It's better to drink it quickly and be done with it. Enduring the discomfort for a shorter time is preferable, she replied. Seeing her jest even after the bitter medicine, Fu Jinghuai chuckled softly, playfully tapping her nose. Oh, am I not remarkably resolute? With the redness around her eyes gradually fading, she savored the sweet date, returning to her spirited self. Fu Jinghuai found it hard to suppress the smile that tugged at his lips, charmed by her vivacity. Indeed, quite resolute. After finishing her medicine, Wanwan took a moment to collect herself. Having recently recovered from a serious illness, she had to temporarily set aside the self-defense techniques he had taught her. Wanwan accompanied Fu Jinghuai to his study, where she read while he worked, growing weary of her book after a while. She remembered the package from a recent online order that remained unopened at the door. Slipping on her slippers, she excitedly went to unbox it. Delighting in the joy of unwrapping, she opened 3 packages in succession until she encountered a mysterious black box. Curiosity piqued, she retrieved a utility knife to slice it open. Just then, Fu Jinghuai, emerging to get some water, caught sight of her adorable form crouched down, holding the warm water. Suddenly, upon noticing the package she was about to unveil, a chill ran down his spine. Without waiting for her to discern the contents, he swiftly snatched the box from her grasp. Surprise flickered across Wanwan's exquisitely beautiful face. Third brother, Fu Jinghuai's eyes darted, a sheen of sweat forming on his forehead, as he quickly concocted an excuse. This package is mine. The contents are not suitable for a young lady to see. Such a clumsy excuse did not escape Wanwan's notice, and piecing together the earlier incident, she deduced that the box likely contained some sort of medication. Her clever mind began to weave a narrative, wondering if her third brother harbored some unspeakable ailment requiring treatment. However, she could not bring herself to pry into his wounds, as that would be unkind. Casting him a glance imbued with gentle concern, she observed Fu Jinghuai's bewilderment. To alleviate the earlier awkwardness, Wanwan cleared her throat. Third brother, the remaining packages are all mine. I shall continue unboxing now. Very well, he replied. Fu Jinghuai held the bottle of medication tightly in his grasp, feeling as though he were sitting on pins and needles. Upon returning to his study, he realized that his palms were slick with sweat. Wanwan remained blissfully unaware of his affliction, a condition too delicate to voice. His love for her was profound, and he wished to shield her from the less favorable aspects of his existence. Fortunately, the recent incident had passed without calamity. Had she discovered that he relied on this medication to maintain a semblance of normalcy, how would she perceive him? The anxiety of such uncertainty was a gamble he dared not take. Wanwan was his everything. He could not envision life without her. With his vitality waning, he opened the safe and placed the vial inside. This medication must never come to her attention. Returning to his desk, Fu Jinghuai felt a surge of restlessness and yearned for a cigarette to calm his nerves. Yet, recalling Wanwan's aversion to the sin of smoke, he refrained, opting instead to take a generous sip from a nearby cup of water. Having relished the joy of unpacking a delivery, Qinwan washed her hands and returned to her room. Thoughts of her older brother's unspeakable struggles caused her brows to furrow slightly. Lacking acquaintances in such matters, she found herself turning to online resources for guidance. Her brother's reliance on medication was not a sustainable solution. A more holistic approach through dietary nourishment seemed far more sensible. After scrolling through her phone for a while, Qinwan, feeling dejected, tossed it aside, resting her chin on her hand in deep contemplation. At last, a name crossed her mind, the elderly traditional Chinese doctor who had treated her earlier that day. Although Zhao Lao appeared somewhat unapproachable, he had shown her considerable favor, even leaving her his phone number upon parting. With this number, she added him on WeChat, reasoning that a text would be more comfortable for a young woman like herself than a direct phone call. Chapter 46. A false alarm. Having completed his tasks, Zhao Lao prepared for bed. Despite his seemingly stern demeanor, he was quite adaptable to modernity. Before retiring, he often indulged in short videos on WeChat to alleviate the monotony of life. Upon opening the app, he noticed a charming profile picture requesting to add him as a friend. After a moment's consideration, he accepted the request. Qinwan was astonished by how swiftly he accepted her invitation. What a remarkable old man, still engaging with WeChat at 9 in the evening. Fu Jinghuai had previously enlightened her about Zhao Lao's illustrious accomplishments. He was a bearer of traditional Chinese medicine heritage, and she held great faith in his healing abilities. With the connection established, Qinwan found herself at a loss for how to initiate the conversation. Lacking experience in communicating with elderly gentlemen, she spent considerable time crafting a suitable message, finally settling on a simple greeting. "Hello, Grandpa Zhao?" After sending it, she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, chastising herself for such an unremarkable opening line. Zhao Lao, being a forthright individual, had been observing her chat interface for several minutes before responding with a few concise words, indicating he sensed some unspoken concern. He took the initiative to ask, "Is there something you wish to consult me about?" Acknowledging his own limitations as merely a doctor, he maintained a degree of self-awareness. With his words, Qinwan felt her burden significantly lighten. She cautiously approached old Zhao. "I have a friend who seems to have some issues in that regard. Could you kindly suggest any beneficial medicinal dishes that might help?" To convey her sincerity, she added, "As long as the medicinal dish is effective, the cost is not a concern." Old Zhao immediately grasped the implication behind her words, chuckling. "The friend you speak of is the brother who brought you here today, isn't he?" Qinwan felt a vain throb on her forehead. She longed to say, "Dear elder, some things are best left unspoken if we are to remain friends." Nevertheless, she was forthright. "Please, old Zhao, do not let my brother know that I sought your advice for his ailment. Men can be rather sensitive about such matters, you understand." Old Zhao found this young lady quite intriguing. No wonder he felt an instant affinity upon first seeing her. Reflecting on Fu Jinghuai's appearance, he candidly replied, "Your brother is as robust as an ox. He requires no medicinal dishes. However, I perceive his internal heat is quite vigorous, and some cooling herbal tea would indeed be suitable for him." Upon hearing old Zhao's response, Qinwan was taken aback, her mind swirling with confusion. Her brother had no issues in that regard? Then why did he seem so tense when holding that box of medicine? Surely, men only become anxious about being seen with such ailments. Her imagination ran wild, and a bold conjecture formed in her mind. In the next moment, her tear ducts seemed to betray her, and tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks. Could it be that her brother was suffering from a grave illness? Was he so frantic about taking that bottle of medicine because he feared she would discover his condition? After all, in her past life, after marrying Han Xinian, her third brother had completely vanished from her world. The reason he refused to even meet her gaze was that he was unwell. So, the more she pondered, the more convinced she became that her assumptions were the truth. At that moment, Qinwan's hand trembled as she clutched her phone, her mind a blank slate. Her scalp prickling, and her complexion drained of color as if all vitality had been siphoned away. She drifted into the living room like a specter. Fu Jinghuai, preoccupied with his own concerns, had not been particularly productive that day. After addressing some urgent matters, he emerged from his study. Just as he stepped out, he spotted Qinwan in the living room, her face streaked with tears. All previous irritations vanished, replaced by a rush of anxiety and concern. Fu Jinghuai enveloped her in his arms, pressing her small head against his chest, his lips brushing her hair as he gently cooed, "Wan, what has happened?" Hearing his voice and feeling his warm embrace, Qinwan, intoxicated by this tenderness, cried even harder, her emotions spiraling out of control, rendering her incapable of uttering a single coherent sentence. Uncertain of the cause behind her sudden outburst, Fu Jinghuai repeatedly soothed her, his heart aching for her distress. Time slipped away, and eventually, Qinwan managed to regain some composure, her eyes swollen and glistening. She tilted her face up to Fu Jinghuai, asking, "Brother, please tell me the truth. Are you unwell? Is it something serious?" His grip around her momentarily faltered. After all, he was indeed suffering from an illness. Feeling the momentary pause in his expression after hearing her words, Qinwan's emotions surged once more. "Third brother, please don't deceive me. With the advancements in modern medicine, if we cannot find a remedy domestically, we shall seek treatment abroad. If Western medicine fails, we will turn to traditional Chinese medicine. Regardless, I will always accompany you." Although his mental affliction may be challenging to completely eradicate, It is by no means an incurable ailment. Fu Jinghuai, being the astute individual he is, quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. His strong hand gently caressed her hair as he softly coaxed, "One, dear, let us not cry anymore. Third brother is truly fine. How could you say that? You've been secretly taking medication without telling me. If it weren't for a serious illness, how could you possibly keep this from me?" At these words, Qinwan teetered on the brink of despair, prompting Fu Jinghuai to feel a deep pang of sympathy as he tenderly wiped her tears away. "One, you've truly misunderstood. I am in good health." At that moment, Fu Jinghuai found himself at a loss. He could remain unperturbed in the face of calamity, yet he faltered before his dear girl. Her tears shattered his composure. Qinwan remained unconvinced by his reassurances, her previous thoughts ensnaring her mind. Remembering that third brother might have vanished due to illness in her past life, she wept uncontrollably. Seeing her in such distress caused Fu Jinghuai's eyes to redden as well. "One, please, stop crying." With her face lifted, tears like raindrops streamed down her cheeks. "Third brother, I cannot bear the thought of you leaving me. I would find any form of separation unbearable. Just imagining a life without you brings me immense pain. I would pay any price to keep you by my side. I would do anything you ask." She stood on tiptoe, clinging tightly to his neck, terrified of losing him. At that moment, a blend of helplessness and tenderness crossed Fu Jinghuai's face. He forced himself to regain his composure and said, "One, I assure you, there is nothing wrong with my health. If you doubt my words, let us go to the hospital for a full examination right now." His ailment was psychological, physically. He was perfectly fine. Since his beloved girl returned to his side and the medication ceased, Fu Jinghuai had not experienced another episode. His expression was resolute, and his tone earnest. As Qinwan's sobs quieted, she focused intently on his handsome face, searching for any hint of deceit, but found none. With her large, tear-filled eyes blinking, she asked, "Is that true?" He lifted her effortlessly, settling on the sofa with her perched on his lap, resting his chin against her neck. Feeling her trembling form only deepened his heartache, and his voice was as soothing as warm jade. "Dear, One, don't cry. I am truly well. Third brother has only you now. How could I ever bear to deceive you?" After gazing into his eyes for several seconds, Qinwan finally believed him. Her anxious heart found solace. Overjoyed, she embraced him and playfully nuzzled her head against his chest. "Third brother, I'm so glad you're all right." Fortunately, it was merely a false alarm. As she felt the powerful rhythm of her heart, an overwhelming sense of security gradually calmed her anxious spirit. Chapter 47. Staying here. Fu Jinghuai found himself utterly powerless against her. The only thing he could do for his beloved girl was to indulge her. After her recent emotional outburst, Qinwan's eyes were swollen, and in a bid to prevent her from waking up resembling a panda, Fu Jinghuai applied ice to her eyes for a while, then gently massaged them as she lay on the sofa, her comfort nearly lulling her to sleep. Observing her languidly, like a carefree kitten, her luscious lips captivated Fu Jinghuai, rendering him momentarily speechless. His little girl was indeed an enchanting sprite. At times, he found himself morbidly contemplating whether, in a drunken stupor, he could claim her as his own, leading him to ponder if she would belong solely to him. However, the remnants of his rationality pulled him back from the terrifying abyss. He feared that Qinwan might come to despise him, become indifferent, and ultimately leave him for good. He longed to take the gamble, yet hesitated, for the stakes were too high to bear. His thoughts oscillated, and Fu Jinghuai's proud visage reflected contentment. Perhaps this life was not so bad after all, aside from not being able to fully possess her. Their current mode of interaction bore a striking resemblance to that of young lovers. Perhaps, one day, his Wanwan would genuinely fall in love with him. Upon returning to her room, Qinwan sent a WeChat message to old Zhao. "Grandpa, do you think my brother's face suggests any health issues?" She understood that an experienced traditional Chinese medicine practitioner could assess one's health merely by examining their facial appearance. Old Zhao's granddaughter had introduced him to a new game, leading him to indulge and stay up late. Just as he was about to put his phone down and sleep, he noticed Qinwan's message and quickly replied, "The oxes in the production team are less robust than your brother. How could he possibly be ill? I can assure you his physical condition is absolutely fine. As for his mental health, I cannot guarantee that. After all, that man gives off a rather unfriendly first impression. Who knows if he harbors any psychological issues?" Reassured by old Zhao's confident response, Qinwan finally felt at ease. Expressing her gratitude, she smiled as she placed her phone on the bedside table, pulled her blanket closer, and closed her eyes to sleep. As night deepened, her dreams echoed the adage that what one contemplates by day manifests in dreams at night. In her lengthy dream, Fu Jinghuai once again vanished without a trace, completely disappearing from her world. She tearfully sought out Qin Sixian, hoping to uncover Fu Jinghuai's whereabouts from him. Initially, Qin Sixian and Zhao Yunma stubbornly refused to divulge Fu Jinghuai's location, but upon learning that her refusal to eat had left her in a pitiable state, they finally agreed to take her to see him. At that moment, Fu Jinghuai lay pallid on a hospital bed, his once towering figure now alarmingly frail, his skin resembling that of a withered plant, devoid of vitality. Under the torment of illness, witnessing him lying on the hospital bed, barely clinging to life, Qin Wan's heart felt as if it were being gnawed upon by countless ants, a pain so profound it rendered her nearly lifeless. She collapsed onto Fu Jinghuai, weeping uncontrollably. Even in his weakened state, his gaze remained gentle, and he laboriously reached out to pat her back, his voice reminiscent of a weary elder. Wan, dear, do not cry. As his words fell, Qin Wan's sobs intensified, rendering her incapable of coherent speech. The anguish in her heart was unbearable. Her cries deprived her brain of oxygen, the excruciating pain silencing her completely. Suddenly, Fu Jinghuai's hand fell away, and with a flushed face, she raised her gaze, only to hear the alarming beeping of the heart monitor. Before the doctors could arrive, the monitor flatlined. No, third brother, please, don't leave me. Qin Wan's emotions shattered, the heart-wrenching pain coursing through her entire being. Awakened abruptly from this nightmare, the unbearable torment consumed her every nerve. Qin Wan, like a startled bird, felt her heart racing as if it might leap from her chest. The pain surged within her like a tidal wave, leaving her with no escape. In the depths of the night, the agony etched itself into her very soul, blurring the lines between dream and reality. Barefoot, she descended from her bed. Driven by a singular thought, she longed to see Fu Jinghuai. Ignoring the proprieties of gender, all she desired was to embrace him, to ascertain his well-being. Without hesitation, she twisted the doorknob of Fu Jinghuai's room. Meanwhile, the lightly slumbering Fu Jinghuai sensed someone turning the handle and awoke, inhaling the familiar scent of cherry blossoms. Realizing it was Qin Wan, he rose to switch on the bedside lamp, and before him stood the tear-streaked girl, a vision of heartbreak rushing toward him. Fu Jinghuai opened his arms, enveloping her in his embrace, softly inquiring, Wan, what has happened? The scenes from her nightmare invaded her mind repeatedly, leaving Qin Wan utterly speechless. Her trembling hands clutching his waist, terrified that if she loosened her grip even slightly, he would dissipate like mist. Noticing her shivering form and connecting it to her reaction, Fu Jinghuai inferred she must have suffered a terrible nightmare. His heart ached fiercely. He gently buried his fingers in her hair, supporting her head as he comforted her. His voice rich and soothing. Wan, did you have a nightmare? Nestled in his words, she cried, her shoulders trembling as she absorbed his warmth. Gradually, her reason returned. Yet the terror that threatened to plunge her into despair lingered, her hold on him unwavering as she nodded slightly. Fu Jinghuai's handsome, noble visage was clouded with concern as he tenderly reassured her. It's all right. I'm here. You need not fear. His voice bore a calming power, soothing her restless heart, allowing it to find a moment of peace. Noticing her sobs subside, the man gently wiped away her tears with his fingertip. Dear, could you share with me what you dreamed about? In order to fully soothe her emotions, a targeted approach was necessary. Qin Wan gazed up with her innocent visage. Recognizing the figure before her, she settled onto his lap, wrapping her arms around his neck, her chin resting in the crook of his neck. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, she recounted every intricate detail of the dream that had just transpired. As she poured out her heart, tears cascaded down her cheeks, trailing down the man's neck. Don't be afraid, Wan. It was merely a dream. Third brother will always be by your side, your shield. His words possessed a remarkable potency, soothing her troubled spirit. The muffled sounds of her sobs echoed in the stillness of the night, evoking a deep sense of compassion. Fu Jinghuai held her quietly, awaiting the moment her emotions would settle. It was unclear how long they remained in this embrace, but eventually Qin Wan withdrew, droplets still clinging to her long eyelashes. Third brother, I wish to stay here tonight. Only by remaining close to him could she assuage her fears of loss. The thought of losing him terrified her. Very well. She obediently laid down on the bed. Observing her eyes, which had turned as red as a rabbit's, Fu Jinghuai turned to fetch a towel from the bathroom. Noticing his departure, Qin Wan clung to his hand, her dependency palpable. Third brother, where are you going? He gently caressed her face. Your cheeks resemble a little calico cat. If you don't wipe them before sleeping, won't it be uncomfortable? Then let us go together. A single dream had transformed Qin Wan into a clingy little sprite. Unwilling to remain alone in the room, her dependence on him intensifying. In the bathroom, Fu Jinghui stood before the sink, wetting a towel and tenderly wiping her face. The warm cloth gradually erased the traces of her tears, and Qin Wan stood still, as delicate and obedient as a porcelain doll, allowing him to tend to her. Wan. Let us return to rest. Once back, Qin Wan nestled into the light silk quilt, the comforting scent of hormones enveloping her. With wide, innocent eyes, she sought his attention. Third brother, could you stay and talk with me for a while? I'm not sleepy yet. The nightmare had left her invigorated. And after having her face refreshed with the warm towel, she felt no hint of drowsiness. All right. To ease her mental tension, Fu Jinghui held her hand, gently stroking her back, his deep, resonant voice recounting amusing tales from her childhood. The girl quickly engaged in the conversation, her psychological burdens gradually dissipating. After a lengthy exchange, fatigue crept in, and her eyelids began to droop. She mumbled something incomprehensible before succumbing to silence. Fu Jinghui's heart was captured by her adorable demeanor, rendered utterly soft, and he leaned down to place gentle kisses at the corners of her mouth, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Wan, good night. Third brother, good night. As Qin Wan's eyes fluttered shut, her pink lips stirred in response. Unprepared for her reaction, Fu Jinghui froze, his expression darkening as beads of sweat formed in his palms. Time passed unmeasured, and as Qin Wan remained still, Fu Jinghui's heart, which had been on the verge of revealing his affections, gradually returned to its rightful place. If his dear girl were to discover that he had secretly kissed her, would she not find his thoughts sordid and subsequently distance herself from him? The mere thought of such a scenario drained the color from Fu Jinghui's face. After observing her for a moment, he confirmed that Qin Wan had indeed fallen into a deep slumber. Her earlier murmurs were likely the remnants of a dream. Only then did he allow himself to relax. He steadied his breath, positioned himself comfortably, and remained motionless, permitting her to nestle against his chest. As dawn broke, after a night of restless tossing and turning, Qin Wan, deprived of sleep for over 5 hours, awoke with a noticeable morning grumpiness. When Fu Jinghui called her name, she bolted upright from the bed, visibly irked. I want to sleep. Don't bother me, she grumbled. Last night, she had snuggled against him quite a bit, and now her hair resembled that of a lion, creating a rather amusing sight. Before going to bed, Qin Wan had requested Fu Jinghui to ensure she was awakened in the morning, for she had classes to attend. Fu Jinghui, having experienced a restless night, rose as the sky began to lighten. Glancing at the time, he realized it was nearly time to wake her gently. Aware of her morning irritability, he was taken aback by its intensity. However, her stunning beauty was irresistible, evoking a desire to ruffle her hair playfully. As he beheld her flushed, adorable face, he chuckled softly. Wan, if you don't get up soon, you'll be late for class. Upon hearing the mention of class, Qin Wan's eyes shot open, her mind kicking into gear. She grabbed Fu Jinghui's phone from the table and checked the time. Panic surged through her. I'm going to be late. The first class is with Professor Zhang, and if I'm tardy, I can only imagine what that old scholar will do to me. In her previous life, she had felt the sting of Professor Zhang's merciless punishments, which were both bizarre and relentless. Thus, no one dared to skip or arrive late for his lectures unless calamity struck. In her haste, she sprang from the bed, only to trip over the blanket, sending her tumbling toward the floor. Yet, instead of meeting the ground, she found herself cradled in Fu Jinghui's strong arms. Gasping for breath, she looked up at him, her face a picture of surprise. Third brother, He gently brushed his hand against her cheek, reassuringly asking, were you frightened? Not really, she replied, relieved. Then let me carry you to the bathroom to freshen up, or you'll truly miss your first class. Okay. In the bathroom, apart from brushing her teeth and using the toilet, tasks Fu Jinghui abstained from assisting with, he took care of everything else for her. Qin Wan felt a sense of comfort in his attentiveness. Her spirits lifted as she remarked, Third brother, if you keep indulging me like this, I'll surely become a helpless little creature who can't manage on her own. Fu Jinghui affectionately ruffled her hair, smiling. So, do you like it when I take care of you? Yes, I do, she replied with a grin. A girl requires gentle nurturing and affluent upbringing to shield her from the deceitful intentions of those with ulterior motives. Following the incident involving Han Shinian, Fu Jinghui reflected upon various factors within himself. Had he not adopted such a paternalistic demeanor and been excessively strict with Wan, she would not have been led astray by Han Shinian, a man who deftly employs insincerity to deceive young women. Nevertheless, this experience served as a wake-up call. Wan Wan's heart is tender and in need of careful protection. It is essential to respect her decisions and not to be overly stringent, even if he believes it is for her own good. His previous mindset must undergo a transformation, otherwise, he risks pushing Wan On further away, rendering them strangers. It was yet another delightful morning. In the passenger seat, Qin Wan indulged in 20 extra minutes of sleep, necessitating that breakfast be consumed in the car. She savored a deluxe sandwich while sipping on a glass of juice, her spirits soaring with satisfaction. To save Qin Wan the trouble of walking to her classroom, Fu Jinghuai drove directly onto the campus grounds. As Qin Wan unbuckled her seatbelt and prepared to exit the vehicle, Fu Jinghuai, with a blend of affection and exasperation, remarked, "Wan Wan, you have something on your mouth." With that, he leaned in and delicately wiped the grease from the corner of her lips with a tissue. "Now, take your time on the stairs." "Okay, third brother, goodbye." Watching Qin Wan, vibrant and full of energy, as she disappeared into the hallway with her backpack, Fu Jinghuai smiled before driving away. Upon entering the classroom, Qin Wan noted that there were still 10 minutes until class commenced. Gun Yinqing had arrived early and occupied a seat for her, leaning in with concern to inquire about her health. "Do I look like someone with issues, given my lively appearance?" Qin Wan teased, placing her books on the desk. Gun Yinqing scrutinized her. You seem to be recovering well. But why do your eyes appear slightly swollen? Should I say it's from waking up crying after a nightmare? Would you believe me? I would. For I too have cried from fright, staying awake in fear during the latter half of the night. The next day, my eyes were as swollen as walnuts. And my mother laughed at me all day. This recollection still stung Gun Yinqing's heart. Qin Wan chuckled, delighted by Gun Yinqing's lively spirit. Who would have thought that sharing a nightmare could forge such a bond? In that moment, their conversation was abruptly interrupted as Professor Zhang, the esteemed scholar, made his entrance. As he walked in, the once noisy classroom fell silent as if a pin could be heard dropping. The students here dared not misbehave in his presence. This venerable professor had accumulated a plethora of quirky nicknames from students over the years. Yet one could not deny that his teachings were rich in substance and devoid of any fluff. The quality of education he provided was exceptional. Attending one of his lectures was truly enlightening. As the class approached its conclusion and the review session commenced, Qin Wan was fortunate enough to be called upon to answer one of his challenging questions. This marked the first time she had been singled out by Professor Zhang since her rebirth, and the shadows of her past still lingered, causing her a slight apprehension at the sight of him. Fortunately, Qin Wan, endowed with memories from a past life, knew the answer to the question posed and provided a response that greatly pleased Professor Zhang. Chapter 49. An uninvited visitor. Once settled, the school bell rang. Gun Yinqing gazed at her with starry eyes. "Wan On, your answer to that question was simply splendid. You must be the first in our school to earn such approval from Professor Zhang." Qin Wan smiled, albeit with a hint of guilt, for her response had relied somewhat on cleverness, illuminated by the light of her rebirth. Merely fortunate, I suppose. If it weren't for such luck, how could fate have chosen me to grant a second chance? Gun Yinqing chuckled. "Then I shall cling to you for a bit of your good fortune." With a playful spirit, Qin Wan extended her long leg, saying, "Come on, feel free to embrace it whenever you wish." A classmate, Gu Xiaoding, who usually clashed with Gun Yinqing, saw the two laughing and remarked sarcastically, "Gun Yinqing, weren't you the epitome of aloofness? Why have you now become such a sycophant?" The harmonious mood of the two was disrupted by this unpleasant remark. Qin Wan's expression turned cold as her gaze fixed on the girl. "Dear sister, if you cannot speak like a civilized person, kindly keep your mouth shut. Noise pollution is still pollution." With a snicker, Gun Yinqing found it hard to suppress her laughter. Gu Xiaoding was taken aback, not expecting Qin Wan to be not only beautiful, but also so sharp-tongued. Her face flushed with embarrassment. "Qin Wan, you. What of it? I am well aware of my name and need no reminders from you. With your lackluster appearance, you certainly have a knack for causing trouble. My friendship with Gun Yinqing is of no concern to you. If you cannot control your tongue, I wouldn't mind managing it for you." Qin Wan's retort left Gu Xiaoding utterly defeated, and she stormed away, covering her mouth in tears. With such feeble combat prowess, how dare she provoke anyone? Truly, an overestimation of her capabilities. Observing Gu Xiaoding stumble so profoundly after indulging in gossip, Gun Yinqing felt a satisfaction that surpassed even the effect of a laxative. She gave Qin Wan a thumbs up. "Wan Wan, your verbal finesse is remarkable." "Oh, it's quite ordinary," Qin Wan replied playfully in a Hong Kong accent. Who could resist such a lively and charming being? Gun Yinqing laughed as she wrapped her arm around Qin Wan's. "Wan Wan, with your enchanting character, if you were a man, I might even be tempted to pursue you. Ah, my wretched charm. After their playful banter, the morning class concluded, and they prepared to head to the cafeteria. Gu Nianqing, knowing her friend was recovering from a spleen deficiency and uncertain about the cafeteria food, inquired, Wan, are we eating in the cafeteria for lunch, or? I am currently drinking herbal medicine to regulate my spleen and stomach, and my diet must be extremely light. My brother has spoken with the cafeteria manager and arranged for some plain, wholesome dishes to be prepared for me. The thought of not being able to indulge in meat for nearly a month has made life seem rather joyless. The light in my eyes is dimming at the prospect. Her playful demeanor elicited a sweet smile from Gu Nianqing. Suddenly, an idea struck her. If you wish to indulge in meat, it is not entirely out of the question. My grandfather hails from a lineage of traditional Chinese medicine, and the medicinal dishes my mother prepares for tonifying the spleen and stomach are exquisite. The notion that medicinal cuisine could be delectable seemed dubious to Qin Wan. Noticing her skeptical expression, Gu Nianqing nearly swore an oath. If you doubt me, I shall bring you a serving to taste tomorrow. All right, it's settled then. Qin Wan pondered that perhaps Aunt Gu might surprise her in unexpected ways. In late March, the weather in South City warmed, and the campus blossomed with the spirit of spring. During the lunch break, after finishing her meal, Qin Wan prepared to join Gu Nianqing at the library to indulge in some reading in elevator mood. However, her previously buoyant spirits dissipated upon catching sight of Qiao Mohan. Qin Wan feigned ignorance and attempted to walk past her. But some individuals possess an astonishing ability to ignore the disdain of others, aggressively pressing forward. Hey, Wan, what a coincidence. I did not expect to encounter you here. Are you also a student at South University? Qiao Mohan's insincere smile was painfully awkward for Qin Wan to witness. This classmate seemed to presume a level of familiarity that did not exist between them. Upon hearing Qin Wan's blunt dismissal, Qiao Mohan internally seethed, her teeth nearly grinding to dust. However, she maintained an expression of feigned innocence. Oh, how mature of an actress you are, Qin Wan thought. Exasperated at having replaced one nuisance, Li Xiaojing, with another in Qiao Mohan. Had she forgotten to pay her respects to the celestial beings during the new year, thus attracting such vexatious individuals? Qin Wan, I realize I was disrespectful before, and I apologize. I'm somewhat of a visual person, and I genuinely admire you. Qiao Mohan had long relied on her acting skills and extremes to win her family's affection. In terms of performance, even an Oscar winner would bow down and call her father. Yet, Qin Wan was not swayed by her theatrics. A person who left a poor first impression would not find her company, lest she herself be drawn into misfortune. This classmate, you have already apologized previously, and we share no bond. Let us treat each other as strangers from now on. After all, it is exhausting to pretend to like someone you truly detest. And I find your presence physically discomforting. Let us spare each other the torment. Qin Wan preferred to avoid ineffective communication and not waste precious time with unnecessary sentiments. Qiao Mohan's facade of insincerity was stripped away, and she struggled to maintain her composure, a tempest of rage threatening to erupt from within. Confronted by her venomous gaze, Qin Wan felt a shiver run through her. Such malice at a young age could rival that of a serpent. Nianqing, let us depart. As Qiao Mohan glared daggers into Qin Wan's retreating figure, she felt as though she could bore a hole through her back with her hatred. She had humbled herself to extend an olive branch to this insufferable girl, only to be met with scorn and ridicule in return. Qin Wan, you truly are insufferable. As they approached the library, Gu Nianqing affectionately tugged at Qin Wan's hoodie, inquiring, do you have any grievances with that girl from earlier? None at all. I simply find her unlikable. Gu Nianqing empathized, well aware that the girl had a rather unpleasant reputation. Nevertheless, she couldn't help but express her disdain. Women possess an uncanny ability to discern each other's true natures. Indeed, my initial impression of her was quite unfavorable. She presents herself with a fresh and tidy appearance, yet her gaze is utterly incongruous with her exterior. The moment our eyes met, I felt as though I were being eyed by a venomous serpent, its fangs bared. We must not allow her fade to deceive us. Qin Wan nodded in agreement. Great minds think alike. Hence, maintaining our distance from her is the wisest course of action. Inside the library, the two chose a seat by the window, allowing them to read while occasionally stealing glances at the vibrant spring scenery outside. The beauty of springtime invariably awakens joy within the heart and stirs up unbidden memories. What could her elder brother be doing at this very moment? Chapter 50, Magic Conquers Magic. That evening, Fu Jinghuai canceled his social engagements and took Qin Wan to the outskirts to practice driving. Compared to before, Qin Wan's driving skills had undergone a remarkable transformation, with her speed having successfully surged from a mere 25 miles per hour to 50 miles per hour. Fu Jinghuai cherished the sight of Qin Wan's smile, her delicate dimples reminiscent of spring blossoms, radiating vitality and brightness. Observing her joy lifted his own spirits palpably. "Elder brother, don't you think I've made significant progress today?" Qin Wan asked with an adorably expectant expression. Fu Jinghuai smiled at her enthusiasm. "Indeed, Wan, your performance today was exceptional. Elder brother, if I practice a bit longer, do you think I'll soon be able to drive independently?" "Yes." Qin Wan circled the outskirts a few more times, having passed Fu's evaluation, and would soon be ready to hit the road with ease. As a novice driver, she experienced an unprecedented sense of control and accomplishment, intensifying her interest in driving. Wan. The Mercedes-Benz 450 in diamond white that you adore is parked in the underground garage. You can take it to school tomorrow. Qin Wan's eyes widened in surprise. "Elder brother, how did you know I liked that one?" "You mentioned it while reading a novel," expressing admiration for the protagonist driving that car, and later searched for its images online, declaring it beautiful. Fu Jinghuai, perceptive as ever, recognized the gleam of affection in her eyes upon viewing the car. Initially, he had considered purchasing a more luxurious vehicle for her, but he could not resist her fondness for this particular model. Once her initial excitement waned, he could always replace it with a more extravagant option. Morning arrived at the garage. Qin Wan took the car keys and entered her new vehicle. Every detail, from the accessories to the color of the seats, was to her liking. It was evident that those who care for you remember your preferences intimately. Her elder brother knew her even better than she knew herself. As the car rolled out of the garage, its speed was comfortably moderate. In order to prevent certain individuals from deliberately obstructing her vehicle, Fu Jinghuai had specifically instructed Qin Song to affix a conspicuous novice emblem on the back of the car. While waiting at a red light, a man in sunglasses driving a Mercedes attempted to strike up a conversation, saying, "Beautiful lady, let us connect on WeChat." Qin Wan couldn't be bothered to spare him a glance and promptly rolled up the passenger window, dismissing him entirely. Despite his appearance resembling that of a common bird while trying to display himself like a proud peacock, utterly lacking in self-awareness. As the car began to move, the Mercedes followed closely behind. Through the rearview mirror, Qin Wan noticed the vehicle trailing her, causing her brow to furrow slightly. She accelerated a bit, and just as they approached the next intersection leading to the school, a snakeskin bag suddenly obstructed her path. Qin Wan sensed movement within the bag and swiftly applied the brakes. She unfastened her seatbelt and exited the vehicle, only to be startled as an elderly woman emerged unexpectedly from the bag. Noticing the woman's age, Qin Wan instinctively reached out to assist her. The diminutive old lady, ungrateful as ever, used Qin Wan's hand for leverage and pulled herself up. The woman's resentful gaze left Qin Wan feeling bewildered. Had she not been observant enough to realize the bag was not empty, that elderly individual would now be beneath her car rather than standing before her. The old lady, with a calculating glint in her eye, surveyed Qin Wan's car, and a shrewd thought crossed her mind. Look at this young girl, so wealthy, driving such an exquisite vehicle. I'm nearing the end of my days with terminal cancer. Why didn't she just run me over? That way, my grandson would have the funds to marry. With a face full of grievance, the old lady's discontent was palpable as she stared at Qin Wan. Upon hearing this, Qin Wan's sense of morality shattered completely. Here she was, trying to help, and instead of gratitude, she was being accused of meddling? Clearly, the old woman had laid in wait, concealed within that snakeskin bag, hoping to ensnare a naive benefactor to secure her family's financial gain. Today, Qin Wan was truly awakened to the depths of human malice. If a driver from an ordinary family had indeed run over her, the consequences would have been catastrophic. The elderly woman's son had evidently taught her about various car brands, and upon seeing Qin Wan's diamond white Mercedes 450, she immediately recognized her affluent status. The old lady was not simply seeking an opportunity. She was intent on exploiting Qin Wan, the unsuspecting benefactor, to amass wealth for herself. When Qin Wan remained silent, the old woman continued her tirade. I don't care. Though you didn't hit me, you frightened me while driving, and now I'm experiencing severe discomfort in my heart. You owe me compensation, at least 300,000. To demand such a sum so brazenly. Did she truly believe that 300,000 yuan was akin to imaginary currency? How bold, indeed, to make such a claim, with no regard for the consequences of her gluttony. When one reaches a certain threshold of silence, laughter can indeed emerge. As was the case with Qin Wan. She remarked, Dear grandmother, Let us clarify the situation. It is you who chose to lie in a woven bag, waiting for someone to collide with you. My vehicle is a full 2 meters away from you. Pray tell, how could I possibly have frightened you? She continued. If you wish to play this game, let us calculate the consequences together. My heart has also been unsettled by your antics. Perhaps we should involve the authorities and see how the officers choose to handle this matter. The elderly woman, perceiving Qinwan's beauty and gentleness, assumed she would be easy to intimidate. Little did she realize that beneath that exterior lay a sharp wit, not to be trifled with. What is the matter with you? Young lady, have your parents not taught you the virtues of respecting the elderly? Indeed, my mother has instilled in me the importance of honoring our elders, Qinwan replied. However, when faced with those who disrespect their age, I see no reason to allow their arrogance to diminish my own spirit. We are both navigating this world for the first time. Why should I yield to you? Seeing her verbal tactics fail, the elderly woman resorted to her next strategy, plopping herself onto the ground and entering a state of distress. Oh dear, someone is bullying this poor old woman. I am in the late stages of cancer. And yet she dares to mistreat me, flaunting her wealth without a shred of compassion. Soon, bystanders recognized the elderly lady, who had recently been diagnosed with terminal cancer. In her desperation to secure funds for her pampered grandson, this was not her first encounter with such antics. She had gained an infamous reputation on the street, specifically targeting young women drivers. Previously, she had only sought small sums through deceit, but this time, her demands soared into the hundreds of thousands, an overt act of extortion. Qinwan, having faced death once before, regarded this petty drama with indifference. She glanced at the time, realizing she would miss her first class of the day, yet felt no urgency. Leaning casually against the front of her car, her arms crossed, she exuded an air of aloof elegance. The elderly woman, still thrashing about on the ground, was exhausting herself. Although she had stirred some sympathy among the crowd, Qinwan remained unfazed, her lips curling into a bemused smile. When the elderly woman saw her theatrics yielding no effect, she concocted a new threat, gritting her teeth. If you do not compensate me today, I shall throw myself under your vehicle. I have little time left to live. Perceiving the moral coercion as ineffective, she shifted tactics, only to find Qinwan unfazed. Her smile sinister. By all means, do as you wish, she responded. I have just acquired a new car. Your head would serve as the perfect test for its durability. Thus, with wit matching wit, Qinwan embraced the absurdity of the moment, fully aware of the performance at hand. After the performance, it was time to disperse. Each person returned to their own abode. To the many bewildered onlookers, please refrain from inciting discord. My affluence, symbolized by my Mercedes, does not imply guilt. Kindly ascertain the facts before assuming a moral high ground to judge me. Qinwan observed the crowd, where some seemed eager to vilify her, and could not help but smile wryly. Spotting the amiable traffic officer approaching, she recounted the events. The officer, familiar with the elderly lady, was quite exasperated. Madam Jiang, should you persist in this manner, I will have to invite your guardian to the station for a chat. The elderly woman, seeing the officer, lowered her head, realizing her son had erred. With Qinwan no longer implicated, she started her vehicle and departed. As her car drove away, it seemed heaven disapproved of the elderly woman's antics. With a loud thud, she stumbled over a stone and fell, grimacing in pain. In the afternoon, after tidying up her notes, Qinwan emerged from the classroom to find her peers engrossed in their phones, their glances occasionally drifting towards her. The stares lacked kindness, but she paid them little mind until she saw Gun Yinqing, her face puffed up in fury, clutching her phone. Gun Yinqing had engaged in countless battles online against those maligning Qinwan, yet her efforts were in vain, leaving her with reddened eyes. Seeing her friend in distress softened Qinwan's heart, she narrowed her almond-shaped eyes playfully. Oh dear, who has riled our little beauty? You still have the leisure to jest. You have no idea how those online have twisted the narrative with misleading videos. It's infuriating. Though Gun Yinqing did not grasp the full picture, she firmly believed that Qinwan would never exploit her position to harm a seriously ill elder. On campus, numerous stray cats roamed, and during her lunch breaks, Qinwan would personally fund their food. To shield them from the rain, she even constructed makeshift shelters. These acts of kindness demonstrated that she, who could show compassion to homeless creatures, could never be the self-indulgent heiress who disregards human life. Today, engrossed in organizing her notes, Qinwan had not ventured online, remaining oblivious to the slanderous videos circulating about her. What has transpired? Gun Yinqing handed her the phone, her expression morose. Brace yourself for what you are about to see. She adorably clutched a small gourd containing heart-saving pills, having already consumed a few out of distress over the malicious comments online, before even viewing the video's contents. Upon noticing the gourd in Gu Nianqing's grasp, Qin Wan chuckled softly. You truly value your life, carrying such a thing at your age? Absolutely. Better safe than sorry. These days, many young people suffer sudden health issues. Gu Nianqing raised the small vial in her hand with a sense of pride, proclaiming, This is my grandfather's homemade enhanced version, far more effective than what you find in pharmacies. When I return to my grandfather's place this week, I'll bring back a few more bottles for you to share with your family. Qin Wan couldn't help but be charmed by her adorableness, laughing lightly. Then I must thank you on behalf of my family. We're all family here. No need for formality, Gu Nianqing replied cheerfully. Qin Wan's smile deepened. How could she have missed such a delightful and generous girl in her past life? Eventually, they set aside the light-hearted banter and returned to the main topic. After watching the maliciously edited videos online, she noticed the staggering view counts and comments, realizing she had become quite the internet sensation. After all, even notoriety is still a form of fame. However, she was resolute in not accepting blame for the incident where an elderly woman had suffered a leg fracture due to her actions. The derogatory comments circulating online had not inflicted significant harm. In her previous life, marrying Han Shinian had subjected her to similar public scorn. Merely a different topic of derision this time. Such trivial matters were beneath her concern. What truly troubled her was the unearthing of her relationship with Fu Jinghuai. Fearing that these negative stories might adversely affect the stocks of the company, society's morbid inclination often leads people to sympathize with the weaker party, disregarding the objective truth. In their eyes, those with material wealth are deemed strong, and when the strong confront the weak, they perceive it as an injustice, believing that fairness has been compromised. Many are inclined to believe the seemingly weaker side, whose cries for justice resonate as truth. Moreover, numerous resentful individuals sought to drag down those who appeared to be thriving better than her. Qin Wan felt a wave of frustration. Her concerns were not for herself, but for the potential repercussions her situation could have on Fu Jinghuai. In the CEO's office, Zhao Yunma had just finished his tasks and was browsing videos on his phone to relieve stress. However, upon encountering marketing videos that cruelly mocked Qin Wan, he nearly leaped from the sofa in shock. Who was this blind fool, distorting the truth to tarnish Qin Wan's reputation? Given the speed of dissemination, it was clear that many had employed paid commentators to exacerbate the situation. The turmoil surrounding Qin Wan was akin to a torrential downpour. Even if Fu Jinghuai were to lose a billion-dollar order, he would not stand idly by. As expected, after Zhao presented the video to Fu Jinghuai, the man's naturally cool and handsome face darkened swiftly. First, let's quell the uproar, then investigate who is stirring the pot behind the scenes, he commanded, his gaze inscrutable. I've already initiated an inquiry. Results will come soon. I truly wonder which fool dared to cause trouble under my nose. As Zhao Yunma exited the office, Fu Jinghuai dialed Qin Wan's number. Qin Wan, driving and preparing to enter the parking garage, answered with her earphones in. Hello, third brother. Where are you now? He inquired. I've just arrived at the garage. Qin Wan noticed his hesitation and understood he was likely about to broach the subject of the online videos. She initiated the conversation. Third brother, are you calling at this hour to discuss the online videos? Seeing her approach the topic with such nonchalance, Fu Jinghuai felt a weight lift from his heart. Yes, stay at home until the situation is resolved. Then you may return to school. People today face immense pressure, and their tempers can be volatile. Even a minor inconvenience might become the final straw. If one were to encounter someone particularly extreme, they could harm a young woman, even to the point of contemplating murder. Indeed, the videos had just surfaced online, and malicious intent was already directed at her within the school. After classes, she discovered her car window marked with signs of an attempted breakage. She had reported the incident to the police and was awaiting their response. In the meantime, avoiding the storm felt prudent, and missing a few days of school would not hinder her studies. Third brother, I apologize for adding to your workload. Do not speak such foolishness. You are my Wan, and there is no need for apologies between us. His voice, gentle as a spring breeze, instilled a sense of peace and tranquility. Chapter 52, Emotional Turmoil. After ending the call, Fu Jinghuai set aside his work to personally attend to the matter of Qin Wan's online exposure, thus it was inevitable he would return home later that evening. Upon arriving, Qin Wan took a shower and changed her clothes. She had no masochistic tendencies to dwell on the extreme opinions circulating online. She had faith that Fu Jinghuai would adeptly handle the situation. Ah, While others are reborn as fortunate koi, why must my rebirth be met with such disdain? After dinner, Qin retrieved her advanced mathematics problems. After completing them, a few questions eluded her understanding, so she awaited Fu Jinghuai's availability to clarify. Just as she organized her desk, an unfamiliar number called in. Frowning, she had already lost count of the abusive calls she received today and instinctively blocked the number. To her surprise, mere seconds later, another unknown number rang in. With a slight grimace, she skillfully blocked it as well. Meanwhile, Han Shinian had already switched to 2 different SIM cards to reach Qin Wan. Yet she offered him no opportunity to speak. His brow furrowed deeply, and ultimately, he borrowed another male classmate's phone to send her a text. In the message, Han Shinian employed his extensive literary prowess to express his devotion, declaring that no matter how the online crowd insulted her, Qin Wan remained pure and noble in his eyes, while secretly wishing to continue his insincere pursuit of her. Recently, Qin Wan's appetite had waned due to traditional Chinese medicine. Upon reading his message, the nauseating crystal dumplings she had consumed for lunch almost found their way to the trash. She curled her lip disdainfully. Responding to such a petty individual felt like a self-inflicted punishment. Tossing her phone onto the sofa, she resolved to ignore it entirely. Qin Wan changed into workout clothes and headed to the gym for an hour of yoga, achieving a significant sense of relaxation, both physically and mentally. As Fu Jinghuai stepped in, he beheld her in a light pink yoga ensemble, with damp strands of hair framing her forehead, her enchanting eyes sparkling, and her figure elegantly accentuated by the fitted attire. Her skin was as fair as jade, and after exercising, it bloomed like a luscious peach blossom. He was not merely an ordinary man. He was one who had harbored affections for her for quite some time. Faced with such a striking visual impact, his throat tightened slightly, and discomfort stirred in his abdomen. "Sengu, you're back. Have you had dinner?" The girl's laughter was a unique spectacle in this world. Fearing she might notice his physical reaction, Fu Jinghuai cleared his throat. "I have." He had originally intended to discuss matters from online before returning, but the overwhelming scene upon entering left him only wanting to retreat to the bathroom for a cooling shower. With his suit jacket draped over his arm, he prepared to head to his room. Suddenly, as Fu Jinghuai turned, the clumsy Qin Wan stumbled over a trash bin at her feet, losing her balance and heading straight for the floor. Fortunately, Fu Jinghuai's swift reflexes caught her hands just in time, though her head met an unexpected object, causing him to involuntarily gasp in concern. No matter how much pain he felt, he could not bring himself to reprimand the young girl. With remarkable strength, he helped her upright, gently coaxing, "Did you get hurt?" "No," Qin Wan replied, her face flushed with embarrassment. The spot where she had bumped her head felt particularly awkward, and she wished to dig a hole and hide. Was there anyone more mortifying than her? What a situation this was. Seeing her delicate face turn crimson, Fu Jinghuai felt warmth creeping to his own ears. "Wan, I'll head to my room to change and shower now." Observing her bashful demeanor, a surge of emotion flickered in the depths of his dark eyes, and the smile at the corners of his lips deepened. Half an hour later, Fu Jinghuai emerged, feeling more composed. In the kitchen, Qin Wan was attempting to slice a dragon fruit, her frustration evident as the slippery fruit eluded her grasp, nearly resulting in a minor mishap. Fu Jinghuai watched her from the doorway, alarmed by her vigorous attempts with the knife. He dared not speak suddenly, fearing that it might startle her into an accident. Moving quietly, he approached, and upon hearing his footsteps, Qin Wan turned to see the sparkle of delight in his eyes. The girl sweetly called out, pouting, "Sengu, this dragon fruit tea, listen to me. It keeps moving, and I can't catch it." Fu Jinghuai took in the sight of her hands covered in dragon fruit juice and the chaotic countertop, which could easily be mistaken for a crime scene. He inhaled deeply, amused by her pitiful expression. It's quite disobedient. Let Sengu help you with it." Okay. Fu Jinghuai rolled up the sleeves of his dark sleepwear, his gaze softening. Wan, if someone with a weak heart saw this scene, they might need emergency assistance." Qin Wan, realizing her fault, stuck out her tongue. "I truly have no affinity with the kitchen. I can turn slicing a fruit into a chaotic scene." The man gently tapped the tip of her nose, and a delicate blush adorned the girl's cheeks, creating charming dimples. He cast a sideways glance at the variously shaped dragon fruits on the plate, unable to suppress a chuckle, before taking her hand and tenderly washing it in the sink. "You wait in the living room. I'll tidy up the kitchen." "All right." Fu Jinghuai decided to digest the previously unappetizing dragon fruit himself and fetched a fresh plate to serve to Qin Wan. "Third brother, this drama is quite good lately. Will you watch it with me?" Qin Wan speared a piece of dragon fruit with her fork and brought it to her lips. Sure. Third brother. Have you found out who incited the online hostility against me? It's been traced back to Xiao Mohan. Upon hearing this name, Qin Wan sat up straight, her gaze darkening. What had she done to deserve such animosity from this woman? Third brother, I'm quite puzzled. Is Xiao Mohan mentally unstable? Why is she targeting me so intensely? Perhaps it's because my Wan is too beautiful. Jealousy can distort one's appearance. Indeed, that seems highly probable. Qin Wan replied with a smirk. However, she understood more clearly that Xiao Mohan harbored impure intentions towards her third brother, viewing her as a rival and eager to push her into despair. Fu Jinghuai's expression turned serious. Wan, how do you wish to punish her? Qin Wan rested her chin on her hand, pretending to ponder. I prefer to return the favor in kind. Those with extreme and malicious intentions, like Xiao Mohan, must have committed numerous misdeeds in secret. Fu Jinghuai, whose conglomerate included a technology company, could undoubtedly unearth Xiao Mohan's secrets, leaving her utterly exposed. This time, Xiao Mohan must learn the harshness of society. If she relished humiliating others online for the sake of justice, then it was only fitting that she experienced the bitterness of her own medicine. In the dimly lit room of the Qiao family, Xiao Mohan observed how the fervor of online criticism against Qin Wan had dissipated so quickly. The video she had previously circulated had been entirely deleted. Unbeknownst to her, someone was orchestrating behind the scenes. No matter how she attempted to repost those videos, they were automatically removed by the program. To make matters worse, several bloggers she had previously collaborated with, who had been instrumental in spreading her content, had all received cease and desist letters from their respective companies, which belonged to the conglomerate. Chapter 53. Reaping what one sows. Those knowledgeable about the power of the conglomerate's legal department understood that it was beyond the capabilities of mere minnows like them to confront. These individuals had merely accepted a small fee to assist in disseminating manipulated videos, never anticipating they would attract such dire consequences. A female blogger, privy to Xiao Mohan's private number, called in a panic. Mohan, what are we going to do? The conglomerate's legal letter is no laughing matter. I'm truly going to be ruined because of you. If this were to catch the attention of the corporate legal department, it could spell the end of her career. Or worse, lead her to a life of servitude. The unfolding events left Xiao Mohan in a state of distress. Her father's company also had a legal team. But facing off against the titans of the Nanxing business world was simply beyond her means. She attempted to calm the situation. Do not rush to conclusions. Perhaps the issuance of a lawyer's letter is merely a tactic to intimidate you, rather than a genuine threat. With so many of you, they cannot possibly dedicate their resources to engage with every blogger. Upon hearing her words, the blogger appeared to find some merit in her reasoning. However, once the lawyer's letter was released, the previously boisterous and unscrupulous bloggers fell silent, as if muted. Gu Nianqing was thrilled to see that the disparaging comments against Qin Wan online had been purged. She felt even more exhilarated than Qin Wan herself. Wan, your third brother is truly formidable. To defend you, he dispatched hundreds of lawyer letters, and those bloggers who were once so glib have now become as meek as quails. Her analogy elicited a soft laugh from Qin Wan. Nianqing, your metaphor is spot on. Here's a little red flower for you. Gu Nianqing, unreserved with those she was familiar with, freely expressed her thoughts. Qin Wan appreciated her vibrant and slightly eccentric personality. Meanwhile, just as Xiao Mohan finished dealing with the female blogger, a call came in from the son of the elderly matriarch. Miss Qiao, you were the one who assured us that if we collaborated with you on those videos, we could leverage public opinion to secure a substantial compensation. We still have not received our payment, and now we are facing a lawyer's letter. I don't care. This whole affair was instigated by you, and you must help us resolve it. Xiao Mohan, already entangled in her own mess, had little energy to assist these avaricious individuals in cleaning up their chaos. If they sought to reap the benefits, they must also bear the inherent risks. Now, she was struggling to safeguard her own interests. How could she possibly find time to attend to their needs? A sense of panic gripped her as she realized that Fu Jinghuai had uncovered her role in spreading the rumors online. Her attempt to frame Qin Wan had been a rash decision, and now she found herself in fear of the repercussions of Fu Jinghuai's methods, which were beyond her ability to withstand. Soon, the instigators of this debacle, the son and daughter of the elderly woman attempting to extort money, both found themselves unemployed. The chaos stemming from their mother's reckless slander on the internet. Meanwhile, Xiao Mohan's dark past was laid bare. She had bullied a classmate in high school who excelled academically, driving her to severe depression, and had cruelly tortured stray animals for her amusement. Leveraging her mother's position as a corporate executive, she had unleashed harm upon those she deemed unworthy, causing irreparable damage to the lives of those targeted, as their families crumbled under the weight of public scrutiny. Yet now, this metaphorical boomerang had accurately struck Qiao Mohan in the forehead, as she too faced the wrath of justice from a vigilant online community. The stock of the Qiao family company has been severely impacted, and Qiao Mohan's mother, an executive at a prominent search engine, finds herself in the scorching spotlight. Enthusiastic netizens have pieced together clues that reveal Qiao Mohan's ability to access others' private affairs stems from her mother's abuse of power to leak information. The company where Qiao Mohan's mother works has also become a target of public outrage, facing relentless criticism from online commentators. The narrative surrounding Qin Wan has taken an unexpected turn. Fu Jinghuai first had the vehicle's dashcam footage uploaded online and subsequently sought out eyewitnesses from the scene, prompting the police to issue a statement. Those keyboard warriors who had previously hurled insults at Qin Wan have fallen silent. Everyone loves a juicy scandal, and Qin Wan is no exception, eagerly scrolling through her phone with a smile that seems permanently etched on her lips, observing her delight. Fu Jinghuai settled beside her and asked in a soothing tone, "Wan, do you enjoy this outcome?" "Of course, I do," she replied. The wicked are finally facing the consequences of their actions. Qiao Mohan has finally met her match. This time, she has bitten off more than she can chew. Catching the clever glimmer of mischief in her eyes, Fu Jinghuai's gaze softened even further. Meanwhile, the Qiao family is engulfed in turmoil. Since discovering that their company's calamity was brought on by Qiao Mohan's actions, Qiao's father has regretted not having reprimanded her more severely. With the company's stock plummeting, projects halted, and scrutiny from the tax authorities, he finds himself in a state of utter disarray, desperately hoping that the unseen orchestrators will cease their attacks and grant them a chance for survival. Otherwise, the company he built from the ground up faces bankruptcy. Qiao Mohan has become an online pariah. Even spending money cannot erase her notoriety. After enduring a barrage of public humiliation, she is too afraid to venture outside. As her father paces anxiously in the living room, he is taken aback to see her casually descending the stairs, seemingly unfazed enough to dine in the restaurant. Unable to contain his pin-up fury, he slapped Qiao Mohan across the face. "You foolish girl. Why did you have to provoke Fu Jinghuai, that living nightmare?" His anger boiled over, wishing nothing more than to obliterate her. In disbelief, Qiao Mohan covered her face, her heart filled with defiance. "Dad, you actually hit me? What is wrong with liking someone? I can't stand seeing Fu Jinghuai treat that wretched Qin Wan well. I just wanted to ruin her." Seeing her lack of remorse, her father delivered another sharp slap. "Because of your recklessness, our entire family is in jeopardy. Can you blame me for this? Blame yourself for being incompetent. With just a flick of his finger, your company is on the brink of collapse. Isn't it your incompetence that has led us here?" Qiao Mohan, raised with unchecked self-interest and excessive pampering, believes herself to be the embodiment of truth, expecting everyone to revolve around her. Without a shred of dignity, she could not endure the two slaps in silence, her wild nature fully unveiled. Hearing her father's words nearly caused him to suffer a heart attack. Just then, Xiao's mother entered from outside, noticing her husband's distress, and hastily administered a remedy to stabilize him. In the hospital, Xiao's father gazed at Xiao Chun, who stood by the bedside, his face marred by worry. "Xiao Chen, since you are acquainted with Fu Jinghuai, could you perhaps plead with him regarding your sister's situation? Might he consider our company's plight, given that you are his psychologist?" Xiao Chen's expression darkened. He had merely been on a business trip for 2 days. Yet he was taken aback by the grave troubles Qiao Mohan had caused. Chapter 54. Take care of yourself, father. You know better than I who Fu Jinghuai is. The fault lies with our family, and I lack the audacity to seek his assistance. His gaze was icy. Qiao Mohan has become utterly unmanageable due to our indulgence. She is now an adult and must face the consequences of her actions. Bullying classmates, mistreating animals, and exposing others' private information have led to a cascade of personal tragedies. Now, in her quest to ruin Qin Wan, she resorts to slander and online defamation. Little did he realize that his seemingly innocuous sister harbored such a malicious heart. Just as he finished speaking, the door to the ward was violently flung open. Qiao Mohan, clad in a cap and sunglasses, stormed in, her eyes ablaze with fury. "Xiao Chen, I am your sister. I am being bullied, and instead of helping me, you even encourage our parents to abandon me. You are unworthy of being my brother." Xiao Chen looked at her twisted visage, his heart heavy. Was this truly the same sister who, in her childhood, would affectionately call him brother? Reflecting on her actions, he felt no sympathy whatsoever. If I had a choice, I would wish you were not my sister. Upon hearing this, Xiao Mohan was nearly driven to madness. Her eyes bloodshot. She attributed all her misfortunes to Qin Wan, convinced that had it not been for that woman, she would still be the pampered little princess. Now, because of Qin Wan's influence, she had become a pariah. A chilling malevolence crept onto her contorted face. Xiao Chen, can you truly blame me for my actions? If you had agreed to help me back then, would I have resorted to such drastic measures? Faced with this unreasonable lunatic, Xiao Chen had lost all desire for dialogue. Suppressing his anger, he refrained from delivering a slap across her face. Xiao Mohan, take care of yourself. He cast this remark aside, not sparing her another glance, and left with a heart full of despair. With the truth of the video unveiled, Qin Wan was able to return to school. It was Friday, and with the weekend approaching, her spirits lifted. During lunch, Gu Nianqing's mother made a special trip to deliver a nourishing herbal dish. At the school gate, this was Qin Wan's first encounter with Gu Nianqing's mother, a striking beauty whose features had been refined by time, exuding an extraordinary grace. Qin Wan felt inspired to say, "Aunt Gu, you are truly beautiful." Zhao Shuang, having seen photos of Qin Wan, found her even more captivating in person. As a devoted admirer of beauty, her fondness for Qin Wan was palpable. Listening to my dear Qingqing, I heard that you have recently been nurturing your spleen and stomach. I have prepared a medicinal dish for you. Do taste it, and if it pleases your palate, I shall make it for you whenever I find the time. Deeply moved by this gesture, Qin Wan expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Annie. Upon returning to the classroom with the insulated container, Qin Wan opened it to be greeted by the enticing aroma of ginger and scallion chicken soup. As she took a sip with her spoon, her eyes sparkled with delight. Gu Nianqing, your mother is truly a treasure. This soup is absolutely delicious. Seeing her enjoy the meal with a bright smile, Gu Nianqing proudly raised an eyebrow. I told you, my mother is exceptional at preparing medicinal dishes. Accompanied by scallion chicken soup, sot ed yam, and a serving of rice, Qin Wan savored her meal with great satisfaction. She took a photo of her finished lunch and sent it to Fu Jinghuai, her words brimming with joy. Third brother. My classmate's mother makes the most delectable medicinal dishes. Fu Jinghuai replied to her message with his usual promptness. Then eat more to regain the weight you lost. Qin Wan, certainly. At the school gate, Qin Wan's car was parked in a nearby lot, and it took her about 5 minutes to walk from the entrance. As she unlocked her car and prepared to open the door, a venomous voice called out from beside her. Qin Wan. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Qin Wan's brow instinctively arched, though she felt no fear. Xiao Mohan glared at Qin Wan, her pride shining as brightly as the moon in the sky. Consumed by a desire to see her suffer. Qin Wan, I merely shared a few videos with you. Yet you have compelled Fu Jinghua to deny our Xiao family any respite. How can you be so malicious? Xiao Mohan launched into a tirade, blaming Qin Wan. Hearing such an outrageous accusation hurled at her, Qin Wan scoffed. I'm afraid your family's downfall is merely a consequence of your own actions. If your family hadn't continually indulged you, would you have dared to wield your family's power to bully the weak? Every action has its repercussions. And your parents are not innocent in this matter. Knowing full well that you had erred, they not only failed to rectify the situation for the victim, but also used their influence to intimidate her. Were it not for my brother being a formidable support and my own resilience, I could very well have been the girl you bullied into depression. Qin Wan, do not revel in your triumph too soon. Do you truly believe that Fu Jinghuai will cherish you for eternity? Xiao Mohan's body radiated a chill, her eyes a tempest of jealousy and resentment. Understanding that Xiao Mohan's reasoning was beyond the ordinary, Qin Wan chose not to squander further time on her. As she turned to leave, Xiao Mohan's expression darkened. Qin Wan, if I cannot have what you possess, I shall ensure that you cannot have it easily either. Qin Wan, Fu Jinghuai is not as harmless as you perceive him to be. In fact, Xiao Mohan sought to gamble, hoping to discover whether Qin Wan was aware of Fu Jinghuai's severe psychological issues. If she was unaware, this revelation could serve to disturb Qin Wan, thereby straining her relationship with him. Before Xiao Mohan could finish her words, Qin Wan already knew that she was not capable of uttering anything of substance. With a swift motion, she delivered a resounding slap across Xiao Mohan's face. She was the reverse scale of Fu Jinghuai, just as he was hers. She would not tolerate anyone speaking ill of him. You despicable wretch, how dare you lay your hands on me? Xiao Mohan's eyes gleamed with a ferocity akin to a sharpened blade. Qin Wan met her gaze head-on, unperturbed, embodying strength in the face of adversity. Xiao Mohan, do you truly believe you are of any significance? I have endured your presence for far too long. You deserve that slap. With that, Qin Wan swiftly entered her car. shutting the door and fastening her seatbelt in one fluid motion, effectively shutting out the hideous, distorted visage of Qiao Mohan. Qinwan, Fu Jinghuai is mentally ill, severely so. There's no way you two could ever find happiness together. Qiao Mohan seethed in impotent rage at the window of the car that had just closed. Noticing that Qinwan seemed oblivious to her words, Qiao Mohan hastily got into her vehicle and pursued her. With a fierce expression, she gripped the steering wheel, pressing the accelerator to chase after her. In that moment, Qiao Mohan was consumed by a frenzied obsession. Her mind fixated on the thought of erasing Qinwan's imperious face from existence. The ferocity in her eyes was chilling as she accelerated in her red sports car. Qinwan, taken aback by Qiao Mohan's madness, only became aware of the imminent danger when she saw the car barreling towards her. The reckless speed suggested a disastrous collision, and a cold emotion washed over her face. She understood well that if Qiao Mohan's vehicle collided with hers, the outcome would be dire. Chapter 55. He truly will go mad. Anxiety enveloped her, and having learned the importance of remaining calm from Fu Jinghuai, Qinwan quickly devised a plan. Spotting a large pile of sand on the sidewalk ahead, she opted for the lesser of two evils. She sharply turned the steering wheel, directing her white Mercedes towards the sand pile. Meanwhile, the crazed Qiao Mohan, unable to stop in time, crashed into a sturdy tree, bringing her red sports car to a halt. The impact caused Qinwan's forehead to collide with the airbag that deployed from the steering wheel, resulting in a minor injury. Gritting her teeth against the pain, she glanced at Qiao Mohan's mangled car, her heart racing. If that force had struck her vehicle directly, it could have cost her dearly. Bodyguards quickly assisted Qinwan out of her car, relieved to find that her injury was merely superficial, her pallor beginning to ease. Fu Jinghuai, upon learning of her accident, displayed his erratic nature, speeding to the hospital with reckless abandon. His presence was imposing, and those who crossed his path instinctively recoiled at the sight of his fearsome countenance. Qinwan's forehead bore new injuries atop old scars. When Fu Jinghuai arrived, the doctor had just finished bandaging her wound, and his entrance seemed to darken the atmosphere within the room. Seeing the pallor of Fu Jinghuai's face, Qinwan realized that the accident had undoubtedly terrified him. Qinwan cherished his gentle aura, but at this moment, Fu Jinghuai instilled a sense of dread within her, prompting her dislike. She extended her hand and playfully struck toward his embrace, nuzzling her small head against his chest, sweetly murmuring, "Third brother, I missed you so much." In that fleeting moment, enveloped by the familiar scent, Fu Jinghuai softened his demeanor, running his fingers through her hair. "Aside from your forehead, is there anywhere else that hurts?" His soothing voice tugged at her heartstrings, warming Qinwan's spirit. With a smile tilted toward the heavens, she replied, "The doctor said I have a mild concussion. If I rest for a night and experience no abnormalities, it will be fine." The man tightened his embrace as if she were a precious treasure. The thought of the culprit behind his little girl's injury already receiving medical attention stirred a fierce protectiveness within him, regardless of her condition. Fu Jinghuai would not let the matter rest easily. Did they truly believe they could harm his woman without consequence? "Third brother, will you stay with me tonight?" Her affection for her gentle, jade-like brother surged, drawing her closer to him. The day's accident had rattled Qinwan considerably, deepening her dependence on him. Of course, heaven knows how frantic he had been upon learning of her accident, had it not been for his muscle memory forged over time. He might have caused yet another calamity while driving. Fortunately, his little girl emerged unscathed. Otherwise, he feared he would have lost his sanity. He could scarcely fathom what actions he might take, perhaps even more reckless than in the past. The man buried his hand in her hair, holding her tightly, resting his chin atop her head, softly calling her name. "Wanwan." "Nothing. I just adore calling you that." Fu Jinghuai's eyes shimmered with emotion. As long as his Wanwan was safe, he would relinquish anything, even his very life. Qinwan too relished the way he addressed her, a smile gracing her lips as she savored the warmth of his embrace, playfully rubbing her head against his chest like an affectionate little kitten. Later that evening, as Qinwan lay in bed, Fu Jinghuai arranged for a cot to be placed beside her, gently drawing the covers over her. "Wanwan, it's time to sleep." "Third brother." Fu Jinghuai replied softly, Satisfied by his response, the young girl drifted into a sweet slumber, her smile lingering. The man gazed tenderly at her face until the small creature on the bed breathed steadily. Only then did he rise, careful not to disturb her blissful dreams, and took his phone outside. "Is everything taken care of?" After hearing the other party's response, a semblance of satisfaction crossed Fu Jinghuai's previously stoic face. He returned the phone to his pocket and gently pushed the door open, slipping back into bed. Beside him lay the girl he longed for, and in the tranquil room, it seemed only her gentle breaths remained, mingling with the sweet fragrance of cherry blossoms and the intoxicating scent of hormones. Fu Jinghuai tucked the stray strands of hair behind her ear, his precious, tender gaze lingering on the girl nestled against him for a long while. Then, taking a deep breath and suppressing the pain in his body, he retrieved the headphones from the bedside table and donned them. Soon, the calming melody that would temporarily free him from his turmoil began to play in his ears, with Fu Jinghuai by her side. The car accident left no psychological scars on her. That night, Qinwan slept soundly, without dreams. Upon waking in the morning, she realized she was holding Fu Jinghuai's hand. As she opened her eyes, she was met with his exceedingly gentle gaze, and her heart melted. "Good morning, third brother. Good morning." The two of them got up and tidied up. Just after finishing their morning routines and exiting the bathroom, the doctor on rounds arrived to check on Qinwan, confirming that she was in good health. If there were no complications, she could be discharged in the afternoon. Upon hearing this news, Qinwan's eyes sparkled with joy. Gu Nianqing, anxious like a cat on hot bricks, rushed to the hospital with homemade chicken soup wontons as soon as the doctor finished his rounds. Gu Annie's culinary skills were exceptional. Despite having just eaten breakfast, Qinwan devoured an entire bowl of wontons, leaving no broth behind. Seeing her vibrant spirit and appetite, Gu Nianqing's worries began to dissipate. "Wan, this is for you." Gu Nianqing handed over a talisman for peace. Qinwan looked at the talisman with a puzzled expression. "You know, you've been in and out of the hospital so frequently that they might just promote you. This talisman is to ensure your safety. You should know that my mother spent a fortune to obtain it. My cousin begged me for 2 days, and I didn't relent." Her mother had procured 2 talismans for her, claiming it was a double layer of protection. Qinwan laughed joyfully. "If your cousin finds out you've given this talisman to me, do you think he'll cut ties with you?" "Not at all. The fortune teller said he has a strong fate, and giving him a talisman would be a waste. You, however, are delicate and soft. This is truly suited for you." This little girl was simply delightful. Qinwan couldn't help but laugh. "Gu Nianqing, when I first saw you, I thought you were a gentle and quiet bookworm. But after spending time with you, I realize you are quite the—" Before she could finish, Gu Nianqing, self-aware, interjected, "A slightly rebellious middle school girl?" Her astute observation deepened the smile on Qinwan's face, bringing a hint of mist to her eyes. Steadying her breath, she exclaimed, "Nianqing, I can't take it anymore. You're too entertaining. My stomach is going to hurt from laughing." "Ah, it can't be helped. After reading so many novels, my personality has been somewhat influenced. My mother says I have become much more relatable than before." "Haha, that's clearly the invisible genes from your mother at work." Having interacted with Gu Annie once, Qinwan found her to be not only unpretentious but also exceptionally kind. Being her daughter must be a true blessing. Only in a nurturing family environment could one cultivate a girl of Gu Nianqing's splendid character. She felt no envy, for she had her third brother. Chapter 56. You are not worthy to mention her. When Gu Nianqing entered, Fu Jinghuai was outside on a call. Upon seeing the 2 young ladies engrossed in conversation, his gaze softened as it settled on his little girl. With a radiant smile revealing her small white teeth, Gu Nianqing quickly composed herself upon seeing Fu Jinghuai enter, straightening her back like an obedient student confronting a stern teacher. After all, this marked her first encounter with a prominent figure in the business world of Nanqing. His tall, commanding presence exuded an innate sense of authority and elegance, and the fact that her legs remained steady was a testament to her last shred of defiance. Gu Nianqing fidgeted with her hands, internally grappling with how to address Fu Jinghuai. Ever since Han Shernyan's departure, she had become well acquainted with the people surrounding Qinwan, and Fu Jinghuai was no stranger to her. "Nianqing, he is my third brother, so you can call him that," Qinwan interjected, alleviating the awkwardness, for which Gu Nianqing felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. She had come today solely to offer comfort to Qinwan, entirely forgetting that she would encounter such a distinguished individual. "Hello, third brother." Gu Nianqing instantly reverted to the image of the top student in her teacher's eyes. Fu Jinghuai responded with a gentle hum before moving beside Qinwan, softly inquiring, "What would you like for lunch?" "I'm open to anything, preferably something substantial." His lips curved into a tender smile. At that moment, Gu Nianqing felt as if she had been inundated with romantic sentiments. In novels, the gentle affection of a domineering CEO towards the heroine materialized vividly before her eyes. Yet, Fu Jinghuai soon resumed his impassive demeanor, casting a glance at Gu Nianqing, who was holding Qinwan's hand. Gu Nianqing instantly understood and discreetly released her grip. Yes, this was indeed the essence of a possessive CEO as depicted in novels. Satisfied with her perceptiveness, Fu Jinghuai exited, closing the door behind him. Once he left, Qin Wan observed the excitement in Gun Yinqing's eyes. What has you so thrilled? Little one? Oh, nothing much. I just find your dynamic with your brother eerily reminiscent of those CEO romance novels I've read. Gun Yinqing replied, her heart racing. Qin Wan, who seldom indulged in such novels, found her enthusiasm somewhat perplexing. After all, anyone who met her third brother would be awestruck by his striking appearance. Yet Gun Yinqing seemed unfazed by his looks, leaving Qin Wan puzzled about the sparkle of excitement in her eyes, akin to a puppy spotting a bone. Have you been reading too many novels and letting your imagination run wild? Gun Yinqing, aware that they were not biological siblings, harbored a mischievous glint in her eyes. Observing Qin Wan's confusion, she cleared her throat. Wan, do you have any cravings for dinner? This hospital is quite close to my home. I can ask my mother to prepare something and bring it over. No, that would be too much trouble. What trouble could that be? My family runs a restaurant, and my mother would be thrilled to cook for you, even more so than if she found money. I'm not picky. Anything is fine. Qin Wan displayed a modicum of emotional intelligence. Then it settled. You must accept the red envelope I'll send you. Agreed, but only for the cost of the ingredients. No more than that. All right. In this moment, the phone in Fu Jinghuai's pocket rang. He retrieved it and glanced at the screen, his profound eyes revealing a shadowy gloom that others could not decipher. The phone rang several times before he answered, his expression as impassive as ever. Is there something you need? Fu Jinghuai, it's your father. Is this how you address your elders? Upon hearing his deceased mother mentioned, Fu Jinghuai's hand, which rested at his side, clenched slightly, his sharp brows furrowing with palpable ire. You are unworthy to speak of her. Even through the phone, Fu Zhengguo was momentarily taken aback by Fu Jinghuai's fierce presence. He could sense the deep-seated hatred Fu Jinghuai harbored for him, which had only intensified over the years. You're a reckless fool. Don't think that just because you spread your wings, you can act with impunity. Regardless, I am still your father. Fu Zhengguo's face darkened, unwilling to concede, and summoned the authority expected of a father. Hearing this, the man's lips curled into a bloodthirsty smirk. How dare you still call yourself my father? Was it not you who abandoned me, allowing your disgraceful behavior to tarnish our family name and lose the old man's affection, only to remember that you have a biological son? The implication was clear, and Fu Jinghuai's expression turned tumultuous. Furious, his face flushed crimson. Fu Jinghuai, you unfilial son. Fu Jinghuai remained unfazed, his icy smile elegant and disdainful. If you've come here hoping I would play the dutiful son for your theatrics, I advise you to spare your efforts. Given your reliance on medication to maintain your bravado, you might want to conserve your strength for the night. His words nearly triggered a heart attack in Fu Zhengguo. What of it? I haven't sought trouble with you. So you should just quietly pray for your luck and refrain from trying to assert your authority over me. The butler, standing nearby, hastily offered Fu Zhengguo a highly effective heart remedy, which helped stabilize his breath. Fu Jinghuai, did you set a trap for your cousin, leading him to suffer catastrophic losses in his investments in Nanqing, leaving him with billions in debt? You can only guess, Fu Jinghuai replied, his tone devoid of warmth. Fu Zhengguo clutched his chest. Fu Jinghuai, I'm not like you, old and hard of hearing. There's no need to shout. My hearing has always been sharp. After regaining his composure, he knew he needed to act swiftly. Continuing this conversation could very well land him in intensive care. In a commanding tone, he stated, you must immediately return the assets you acquired from Jingzheng and, using your connections, resolve his issues with the tax bureau. Fu Jinghuai let out a cold laugh, each word cutting like a knife. Fu Zhengguo, you truly are insatiable. Even your brother's wife has not escaped your grasp. No one would believe you Haven T had an affair with your sister-in-law. What gives you the right to stand up for that useless Fu Jingsheng? His father is still alive. Do you really need to play the Good Samaritan? You. His high standing had never before faced such indignity. I'm afraid I have no time for your idle chatter. If it weren't for Fu Jingsheng's excessive leisure, appearing before me without reason, I might have allowed him to bask in the privileges of his status a bit longer. However, since he foolishly courts disaster, lacking guidance at home, I must take it upon myself to enlighten him about the harsh realities of society. Fu Jinghuai, having thoroughly wounded Fu Zhengguo, added with a smirk, rest assured, I shall ensure that the inmates look after young Master Fu with great care. Fu Zhengguo turned pale, exclaiming, Fu Jinghuai, dare you? Do you truly believe you can wield such unchecked power? With an arrogant lift of his lips, he retorted, oh, by all means, feel free to test that. The elder Ding's breath grew uneven with anger, while a glint of satisfaction flickered in Fu Jinghuai's sharp gaze. Had it not been for a promise to his mother, one might question whether Fu Zhengwo would remain unscathed. How amusing that he still possesses the energy to flaunt his paternal authority. It seems I must find him some tasks to occupy his mind, lest he develop a false sense of control. Chapter 57. Stubbornness upon returning to the hospital room. Fu Jinghuai shed his icy demeanor, transforming back into the gentle and refined third brother that Qin Wan cherished. Upon his arrival, Gu Nianqing had already departed with her thermos. And Qin Wan, having awakened early, was now sated and succumbing to drowsiness. Fu Jinghuai approached the bedside, gazing at the sweet, soft face of the sleeping girl, his eyes brimming with tenderness. In the afternoon, Qin Wan, perhaps having slept too long, experienced a slight dizziness. Fu Jinghuai, feeling uneasy, decided to forego her discharge that day. Meanwhile, the recently revived Xiao Mohan lay in the intensive care unit, connected to numerous tubes. Her mother, Ming Qi, looked upon her once vibrant daughter, now resembling a tattered doll, filled with uncontainable rage. Upon learning that Xiao Mohan had crashed into Qin Wan, Xiao's father nearly succumbed to another heart attack. At this point, he wished for nothing more than for her to face the Grim Reaper. Xiao Chen wore a troubled expression, his brows deeply furrowed. Xiao's mother turned to him, saying, Chen, the girl you like comes from a powerful family in the capital. Could you perhaps find a way to handle this situation? If you do not assist your sister, Fu Jinghuai will truly send her to prison. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen's face hardened with resistance, impatiently retorting, Mother, Xiao Mohan is an adult. She must take responsibility for her actions. This is attempted murder. At this point, why are you still trying to absolve her? You are not helping her. You are harming her. Unmoved, Xiao's mother displayed no remorse, stating, That woman is fine, while your sister lies here, her fate uncertain. So selfish and self-serving, Xiao Chun felt utterly exhausted. Without regard for her son's feelings, Xiao's mother continued, If all else fails, you could issue your sister a mental health report, so she won't have to go to prison. A flicker of disappointment crossed Xiao Chen's eyes as he took a deep breath, restraining his anger. Mother, cease your futile struggles. This time, I cannot indulge Xiao Mohan any longer. Your indulgence has rendered her utterly unruly. I refuse to accept that she is your sister. Your father has already given up on her. As your only daughter, I cannot stand by and watch her fall into peril. Xiao's mother remained obstinate. Heartbroken, Xiao Chen abandoned all hope of communication and chose silence instead. No matter how much Xiao's mother pounded on his chest with her fists, he remained resolute and silent. Once she grew weary, he, with red-rimmed eyes, decided to leave. Grasping his arm, Xiao's mother implored, Where are you going? Your sister has just escaped danger. To buy food. Qin Wan had slept excessively during the day, and now, her wide eyes resembled light bulbs as she stared at the ceiling. Regret washed over her as she pondered why she had succumbed to such prolonged slumber, leaving her to suffer through the night. Fu Jinghuai, having shut his computer, noticed the young girl lost in thought. What occupies your mind? I was contemplating why I indulged in such slumber during the day, leaving me wide awake at night. Upon uttering this, a light chuckle escaped the man's lips. Would you like me to keep you company? No, I shall count sheep on my own. That should lull me to sleep. Qin Wan observed his weary demeanor, unable to bear the thought of him staying up late with her. Are you truly certain? Qin Wan's gaze met his, and the warmth in his eyes stirred her heart uncontrollably. Third brother, why not read me a novel instead? Gu Nianqing, concerned about her boredom in the hospital, had brought her a novel during her evening meal delivery. She explained that it had to be returned upon completion, as it was a treasured edition she had waited in line to acquire for quite some time. Her vivid description painted the novel as a pinnacle of sweet romance, enough to make her head spin with infatuation. Skeptical at first, she found the initial pages convincingly delightful. With her third brother's melodious voice, the experience would undoubtedly be enchanting. Upon hearing her request, Fu Jinghuai glanced at the cover of the book and smiled wryly. It was evident she was still a child at heart, drawn to such tales. He would not dampen her spirits and gently replied, Then lie back, and I shall read to you. All right. Fu Jinghuai's voice, both clear and resonant, was utterly captivating. As he read the first page, Qin Wan had to concede that the intellectual prowess of this scholar was indeed distinct from that of an ordinary person. His reading speed and the nuances of his tone rivaled that of a professional narrator. As she listened, Qin Wan became more engrossed, his alluring voice sending delightful shivers through her. Suddenly, engrossed in the story, she noticed Fu Jinghuai had fallen silent. Lifting her lashes, she detected an unusual expression on his face. Leaning closer, her eyes filled with curiosity, she inquired, Third brother, what is the matter? 1-1. This book is not suitable for you. As Fu Jinghui spoke, his ears turned crimson. Qin pondered, puzzled by Gun Yinxing's claim that she had read the book 3 times. How could it seem so inappropriate to her? Third brother, why are you silent? As she spoke, her gaze drifted to the open pages of the book. Upon seeing the content, even Qin Wan, who had never experienced romantic encounters, felt her cheeks flush from the bold, yet subtle expressions therein. Were domineering CEOs truly this flamboyant? How could she, a girl whose first kiss was yet to be, bear such embarrassment? She shyly avoided looking at Fu Jinghui, feeling that Gun Yinxing had truly led her astray. This was hardly a sweet romance. It was undeniably steamy. Fu Jinghui cleared his throat and cast a sidelong glance at her face, which resembled a ripe apple, before closing the book. He reached for the water cup on the table and offered it to her. 1-1. Have a sip to soothe your throat. All right, she replied. Qin Wan gulped down nearly half the cup, and the rosy hue on her face began to fade slightly. As she attempted to place the glass back on the bedside table, her hand faltered, and with a loud crash, the glass shattered on the floor into countless pieces. Seeing the scattered shards, Qin Wan felt a wave of guilt and immediately rose to clean up the mess. Fu Jinghui showed no sign of impatience. He gently placed his large hand on her head, soothing her with tenderness. Don't fret, it's just a broken cup. Everything will be fine. Stay put and be careful of the glass shards. I'll handle this. The girl's anxiety was instantly quelled by his comforting words. Fu Jinghui first picked up the larger pieces of glass and discarded them in the trash bin, then retrieved a broom to tidy up the remaining shards. Observing his patience in dealing with the mess, the gentle details of his actions stirred Qin Wan's heart once more, filling her with profound emotion. She recalled a past life when she had also accidentally broken a cup, only to receive complaints and cold stares from Han Xinyan. The memory lingered painfully, and she could still vividly recall the disdainful and icy look in his eyes. Tears brimmed in her eyes, yet her lips curved into a blissful smile. When the man emerged from the washroom and noticed the glimmer of tears in the girl's eyes, he furrowed his brow and approached her, his hand tenderly caressing her face. 1-on, what troubles you? Chapter 58, Anxiety. It's nothing. I just suddenly recalled some past events, and my emotions got the better of me, Qin Wan replied, striving to control her voice, which was tinged with hoarseness. Fu Jinghui sat at the bedside, enveloping her in his embrace without questioning the source of her distress. He simply held her gently. His arms seemed to possess a magical quality that provided comfort, and Qin Wan found herself increasingly reliant on his embrace, fearing the day when it might no longer belong to her. Simultaneously, she felt grateful that fate had granted her a second chance. She wrapped her slender arms around his waist, her face pressed against him as she softly murmured, I used to be quite reckless and nearly lost such a wonderful third brother. Hearing such a sentimental confession from the girl, Fu Jinghui couldn't help but chuckle. Silly girl. Third brother will always be by your side. Qin Wan was unaware of the whimsical thoughts that had crossed her mind today as she suddenly blurted out, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she gazed up at him. When one day, third brother marries a wife, will he no longer be able to accompany one like this? Upon hearing her words, the man's hand resting atop her head hesitated for a moment before he smiled. Regardless of what transpires, third brother will never abandon one. The one who has entered my heart is you, and you alone. How could I possibly marry another woman? If that person were not you, I would have already resigned myself to a solitary existence. His words once again assuaged Qin Wan's anxious feelings, and she held on to him, maintaining her embrace until she eventually loosened her grip after an indeterminate amount of time. As she withdrew from his embrace, Qin Wan noticed that her tears had stained the crescent white of his shirt, and she felt a pang of guilt. Third brother, I've soiled your shirt. Why don't you take it off, and I shall wash it for you? It's nothing, he replied, his cold expression softened by an undeniable warmth. Finally, having completed the discharge procedures, Qin Wan was able to return home. Coincidentally, tomorrow was Saturday, allowing her 2 days to rest at home and catch up on her missed classes. As she took her seat in the passenger side, for reasons unbeknownst to her, they encountered a massive traffic jam just as they left the hospital. The congestion made Qin Wan drowsy, and she found herself dozing against the car window multiple times. Sensing her discomfort, Fu Jinghui compassionately retrieved a cushion from the back seat. 1-1, place this against the window. No need, third brother. Let's listen to some music to perk ourselves up. I checked the navigation, and this is the only stretch that is congested. We should be moving soon. All right. Inside the car, the temperature was just right, and the unique fragrance emanating from him enveloped the space. Fu Jinghuai held the steering wheel with one hand. His fingers, distinctly defined, were accentuated by the faintly prominent veins on the back of his hand, captivating her attention. Qin Wan, caught in a moment of distraction, yearned to capture this fleeting scene with her phone. Even professional hand models could not compare to her third brother's hands. The atmosphere in the car was tranquil, and noticing her gaze fixated on his hand, he subtly smiled. "Wan, aren't you supposed to be listening to music?" "Oh, right, music," she replied, feeling a little guilty as she activated the car's audio system, the music alleviating the embarrassment from moments earlier. The upbeat introduction played, but the subsequent lyrics made Qin Wan truly regret knowing English. "Baby, lock the door, dim the lights, and play some soft, soothing music. I just want to be your man." After the song concluded, Qin Wan's face turned a shade reminiscent of spicy shrimp. Stealing a glance at Fu Jinghuai, she found him frowning, seemingly wishing to confront Zhao Yunma for his audacity. The last time his car had been damaged, he had lent it to Zhao for a few days, unaware that he would dare download such sultry songs to play in his vehicle. She vividly recalled Zhao Yunma winking at him after returning the car, suggesting it was a gesture of gratitude for the loan. Claiming he had included several songs that were perfect for driving and assured him they were exhilarating. But were they truly exhilarating? He was hastily placed inside without much thought. For Zhao Yunma's mental state had always been somewhat unconventional. Little did he expect that today, in front of his young lady, it would be unleashed. Fu Jinghuai tightened his grip on the steering wheel, fearful of making any abrupt movements. If the next song happened to be even more inappropriate, how would he ever face his young lady? The glance she had cast his way earlier was enough to send tumultuous waves through his heart, yet he feigned nonchalance. He truly feared that Qin Wan might perceive him as the sort of man who enjoyed such melodies. In an effort to alleviate the awkwardness within the car, Qin Wan directed her gaze towards the window. At last, the dark Cullinan merged into the flow of traffic. She cracked the window slightly, allowing the earlier oppressive atmosphere to dissipate bit by bit. With the fresh air pouring in, Fu Jinghuai felt a slight relief, though thoughts of that previous song still gnawed at his mood. At this moment, an explanation seemed futile. The more he elucidated, the murkier the waters would become. Upon returning home, Qin Wan retreated to her room, cradling her face in her hands. The song, laden with suggestive undertones, echoed incessantly in her mind like a haunting melody. She felt as though she might lose her sanity. What was this absurdity? The blush on her cheeks had crept down to her neck, and gazing at her reflection, resembling a boiled shrimp, she bit her luscious lips. She had just discovered something most difficult to articulate while in the restroom, during the song. She had a quick search online revealed it to be a normal physiological response. Qin Wan exhaled deeply, splashing her face with cold water for several minutes until the rosy hue faded. Meanwhile, Fu Jinghuai had been staring at the closed door of Qin Wan's room for quite some time. Usually, at this hour, he would have prepared some fruit, and she would cheerfully emerge to enjoy it. Yet, over half an hour had passed without a sound from her room. Was it possible that she had truly misunderstood him because of that song? Fu Jinghuai was increasingly agitated, his pent-up frustration seeking an outlet. And he aimed his ire at the source, Zhao Yunma. "In the future, should you dare to meddle with my car again, I won't hesitate to confine you to your bed for a month." Zhao Yunma, who had just completed a week of arduous work and finally found a day to rest, nearly leaped from his bed upon reading the message on his phone. Leaning against the headboard, he pondered how he had managed to attract the wrath of Fu Jinghuai without even stepping out of his door. "Brother, I have been entirely worn out these past few days, and I haven't committed any egregious acts." He had been practicing self-restraint. Feeling calm even in the presence of the opposite sex, how could he possibly be caught in this crossfire while merely lounging at home? This was a matter that required clarity. After all, who instructed you to download such inappropriate songs on my car? With thoughts of those dubious lyrics and Qin Wan's reaction swirling in his mind, Fu Jinghuai felt an urge to confront Zhao Yunma directly. "Brother San, the song I downloaded for you is quite suitable for listening while driving, isn't it?" Zhao Yunma reclined against the headboard, embodying the image of a carefree rogue. He drove women to hotels, and that song invigorated the experience immensely. Indeed, it was perfect for driving. One could easily accelerate onto the highway. Fu Jinghuai ground his teeth, his desire to lash out reaching a peak. Zhao Yunma detected the barely concealed irritation in his words and nervously touched his nose. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and alarm bells rang in his mind. "Brother San, did you listen to that song with Sister Wan? What do you think?" His eyes reflected an imposing calmness despite his displeasure. Chapter 59. Obedient Zhao Yunma finally grasped the source of his anger. Could it be that his brother played that music, leading sister Wan Wan to think ill of him? After all, the implications of that song were rather explicit. He cleared his throat awkwardly, cautiously suggesting, "Perhaps I should explain to Sister Wan Wan that I downloaded that song." Fu Jinghuai noticed Qin Wan emerging from her room. The moment to confront him had slipped away, and he abruptly ended the call. His handsome face wore a gentle expression as he said, "Wan Wan, I have prepared pineapple and dragon fruit for you." Brother San, I still have some questions about the previous topics I didn't quite understand. Do you have time to help me with them? Of course. Seeing her return to her usual self, Fu Jinghuai's anxious heart settled. Qin Wan retrieved her calculus problems and followed Fu Jinghuai to the study. At the desk, he had thoughtfully arranged 2 chairs, always possessing endless patience when facing her. Brother San, I still don't quite understand this problem. Fu Jinghuai enthusiastically explained the solution process once more. The overwhelming scent of his masculinity was intoxicating, causing Qin Wan's thoughts to wander. Sensing her distraction, he gently ruffled her hair, slightly exasperated as he asked, "Wan Wan, what are you thinking about?" Qin Wan lowered her gaze, unable to confess that her brother's masculine aura was unsettling her composure. "In nothing, just that the weather is getting hotter, making me a bit restless." Her head was bowed, and her cheeks were flushed. Fu Jinghuai rubbed his temples. "Did you understand the problem from earlier? If not, I can explain it again." "No need, I understand now." As her eyes darted around, they inadvertently met Fu Jinghuai's perfectly sculpted jawline. His shirt's collar was unbuttoned, revealing a hint of his alluring Adam's apple against his porcelain skin. Qin Wan's long lashes fluttered as she instinctively swallowed hard. Her brother was truly extraordinary, captivating in every aspect, and she felt an overwhelming urge to bite him. A terrifying thought suddenly surged through her mind, causing her to blush fiercely and pinch her thigh in reprimand. "Qin Wan, what on earth are you thinking all day?" "Wan Wan, what's wrong with you? Your face is so red." Fu Jinghuai's cool fingers brushed her forehead. "In nothing. I just mentioned the rising temperatures earlier, didn't I?" Qin Wan dared not meet his gaze, burying herself in her work. Qin Wan wrote fervently, quickly completing her task, the warmth on her face persisting as she fled the study. Almost colliding with the door in her haste, Fu Jinghuai chuckled softly, "Wan Wan, be careful." Upon returning to her room, Qin Wan leaned against the door, the blush on her cheeks gradually fading. Her hand instinctively rested over her heart, where the little creature within began to stir uncontrollably, thumping like a restless rabbit. After filling the bathtub with water, she luxuriated in a soothing bath, changing into her nightwear. She tossed and turned in bed for quite some time before finally sinking into a deep slumber. As night deepened, a gentle voice, tinged with desire, whispered, "Wan Wan, darling." The man's eyes glimmered with a hint of red, his tone tender yet laced with yearning. The woman's fair arms encircled his neck, her fingertips lingering on his Adam's apple. "Fu Jinghuai, I love you." With those words, she could no longer restrain herself and pressed her lips to his. "Be good. Don't cry," he murmured, his voice hoarse and restrained. The girl gazed at him with glistening eyes, shy and timid. As dawn broke at 5, Qin Wan awoke from her dream, astonished by the vividness of it all. The realism of the experience left her feeling disoriented. Frustration surged within her. How could she have such dreams when her third brother had someone he cared for? Sitting up in bed, she retrieved a fresh set of undergarments. After showering, she emerged in a veil of steam, retrieving her soiled lingerie from the laundry basket. Seeing the stains, she felt a rush of embarrassment. After washing and hanging her undergarments by the window, she stepped out of her room only to collide fortuitously with Fu Jinghuai, who was emerging from the kitchen. Her heart skipped a beat as last night's passionate dream flitted through her mind. Nervously twisting her fingers, she greeted him in a hushed tone. "Third brother, good morning." "Breakfast is ready, come and eat," he replied. Last night, Fu Jinghuai had not fared any better. In his dreams, his little enchantress had ensnared him multiple times, his willpower crumbling under her allure. He recognized that his yearning for Qin Wan had become increasingly uncontrollable. Today, Qin Wan spoke little, lacking her usual vivacity. The lingering sense of loss from her dream weighed heavily on her. "Wan Wan, are you feeling unwell?" he inquired. "No, I might just be a bit restless from last night's dream," she replied. "Well, after breakfast, you should rest in your room for a bit." "All right." After finishing breakfast, Qin Wan returned to her room, lying in a sprawling position on her bed, her expressive eyes fixated on the crystal chandelier above. She found herself perplexed about her feelings for her third brother. Despite knowing he had someone in his heart, why did she still harbor uncontrollable fantasies about him? Turning over in bed, Her emotions seeking an outlet, she grew increasingly agitated. She took out her phone and messaged Gu Nianqing. Nianqing, do you have someone you like? Gu Nianqing had just finished reviewing her questions and was engrossed in a game with her grandfather when she received a WeChat message from Qin Wan. Without a moment's hesitation, she abandoned her game and replied instantly, yes, indeed, and quite a few. She felt as if she were perusing a beloved novel, switching from one protagonist to another. With her preferences rather diverse, Qin Wan responded with a puzzled expression. Gu Nianqing, slightly offbeat, clarified, my affections are rather broad. It's akin to enjoying a novel and changing the favored male lead. Qin Wan, tossing her phone onto the bed, felt fatigued yet could not find sleep. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Nianqing returned to her usual demeanor. Wan, do you have someone you fancy? Struck by the unexpected inquiry, Qin Wan felt a warmth rise to her cheeks, despite their lack of face-to-face interaction. I'm uncertain whether it's truly affection, Qin Wan admitted. Gu Nianqing prodded further. Then tell me, what feelings do you harbor for this person? Images of Fu Jinghuai's captivating face flooded Qin Wan's mind. I feel inexplicably joyful when I'm with him. I want to share everything with him. If I see him close to another woman, it unsettles me, and I find myself inexplicably flustered in his presence, often lost in thoughts of him. Were it not for her concern about propriety, Gu Nianqing would have exclaimed a traditional saying, Wan, your emotional expressions are so vivid. Yet you remain uncertain about your feelings? As a reader of sweet romances, this isn't mere infatuation. You are undeniably in love. She continued. Did you ever feel this way when you were with Han Shinian? Qin Wan, ever straightforward, replied, no, upon choosing to part ways with him. I realized my feelings for Han Shinian were not romantic. They stemmed from gratitude for his past assistance against a childhood bully, which had nothing to do with love. Chapter 60. Stubbornness. Gu Nianqing's eyes sparkled with mischief as she elaborated. Wan, I could wager my half-year's allowance that you've fallen for your third brother. Qin Wan was taken aback. I never said that person was my third brother. Gu Nianqing rolled her eyes, feeling comfortable enough in their friendship to be candid. Oh. Dear Miss Qin, my eyesight is excellent. Besides your brother, are there any other men who could capture your heart? Qin Wan remained silent. Gu Nianqing had long wished to see the two of them together. Should they become a couple, she would undoubtedly take the lead in their romance. Wan. If you like him, you should confess. I can see your brother has feelings for you too. Qin Wan was aware that Fu Jinghuai had someone special in his heart. Someone he cherished dearly. His kindness towards her was merely that of a brother caring for his sister, devoid of any romantic undertones. Nianqing, my brother is devoted to someone. His care for me is simply that of a brother looking after his sister. The thought of his radiant smile brought a pang of heartache to Qin Wan. Gu Nianqing sighed. Her own romantic experience is limited. Drawing from her extensive reading of various love stories, she probed gently, since your brother has someone he likes. Are they currently together? Qin Wan was perplexed. She had never encountered that woman in Fu Jinghuai's life. Given Fu Jinghuai's wealth and character, it seemed implausible that any woman could remain indifferent. The girl's seemingly nonchalant smile concealed a hint of bitterness. No, I haven't. Gu Nianqing seized the moment to press on. Have you learned from your third brother why they never ended up together? Qin Wan replied honestly, no. I have never met that woman, nor do I know who she is. I have only seen a cherished photo of her in my brother's wallet. Gu Nianqing sighed, pondering why it was so challenging to find love in reality. Suddenly, an epiphany struck her. Wan, since your brother isn't with her, doesn't that present you with an opportunity? Haven't you heard that the Clear Water Pavilion is the first to receive the moonlight? Qin Wan responded, but my brother harbors feelings for her. Gu Nianqing adopted the demeanor of a seasoned lover. Everyone has a past, don't they? You are such an exceptional girl, surely. You need not fear being unable to replace that woman. Men, after all, have their attachments. However, I believe that companionship is paramount in love. The time you spend together holds far greater advantage than mere moonlight. Gu Nianqing added a further dose of encouragement. If your brother truly wished to be with that woman, wouldn't he have taken action by now? The fact that he hasn't sought her out all these years indicates he has moved on and harbors no intent to reconcile. Qin Wan, apprehensive about the potential consequences, wavered, but we share a sibling bond. If that were to change, and he does not reciprocate my feelings, could it jeopardize our relationship? If my brother discovered my feelings for him, would he sever ties with me? Gu Nianqing, exasperated, replied, you are not blood siblings. You've built a relationship over the years, which is entirely natural. Rest assured, even if you do not become lovers. Your third brother cares for you deeply and would never cut off contact. Gu Nianqing earnestly continued, sister, Love must be pursued. Your hesitation is unfounded. Your brother is remarkable, possessing both talent and striking looks. Don't allow someone else to seize the opportunity before you do. The time is right. You must grasp this chance. Du Nianqing transformed into a love mentor, tirelessly advocating, "Darling, love flourishes with courage. Do not let timidity stifle your true feelings. Boldly pursuing your affection is nothing to be ashamed of. I hope you do not squander your youth. Chase after love without regrets." Qin Wan's anxious heart began to soften slightly. Du Nianqing's words of encouragement illuminated her mind, easing the burden that had weighed heavily upon her. She started to question whether this girl had truly never experienced love, for she spoke with such conviction about matters of the heart. Qin Wan asked, "Nianqing, have you really never been in love?" Du Nianqing replied, "If I were lying, may I be cursed. My heart is as pure as white paper. No ordinary person has yet captured it." Qin Wan couldn't help but chuckle at this lively spirit. Feeling a bit lighter, she succumbed to fatigue and took a nap. Upon waking, she was dazed and disoriented, unsure of what day it was. After struggling for quite some time, she finally managed to rise from her bed and step out of her room. Finding the living room empty, Qin Wan assumed Fu Jinghuai had already left for the office. Suddenly, she heard a coughing sound emanating from the room, her delicate brows furrowing in concern. Following the sound, she arrived at the doorway of Fu Jinghuai's room and knocked gently, calling out, "Third brother." "Come in," came his reply. As Qin Wan entered, she saw Fu Jinghuai lying on the bed, his cough echoing once more. "Wan, is there something you need?" he inquired, his complexion slightly flushed. "Third brother, what is wrong with you?" she asked, stepping closer to the bedside. Observing his weariness and the faintness in his voice, an overwhelming sense of fragility enveloped her. Unable to bear his condition, her eyes welled up with tears as she approached him without a second thought, reaching out to touch his forehead. "Third brother, you have a fever." His gaze softened as he replied, Wan, I'm fine. A little rest will suffice." Qin Wan was unconvinced by his words. She turned on her heel and hurried to fetch the medical kit. Initially, Fu Jinghuai was reluctant to cooperate, but when she allowed her tears to flow, he had no choice but to comply and take the thermometer. After just 6 minutes, she checked the mercury thermometer, and her already reddened eyes filled with moisture. The fever had reached a staggering 39.6 degrees Celsius, and he still dared to claim he was fine. With her eyes shimmering like apricots, she rummaged through the kit for antipyretics and poured a glass of warm water, watching as Fu Jinghuai swallowed the medication. He brushed his fingers across her brow. Noticing her distress, the physical pain he felt was nothing compared to the ache in his heart. Wan, I'm truly all right. You needn't worry. My immune system is robust. Just a bit of medicine and a good sleep will set me right. Third brother, your illness must stem from the exhaustion of these past few days. And you haven't been able to rest properly. He had a mountain of responsibilities awaiting him at the office and had been accompanying her at the hospital, leading to sleepless nights and overwhelming fatigue. Even a body as strong as his could not withstand such strain. At that moment, guilt surged within Qin Wan. Her exquisitely beautiful visage reflected her remorse, softening Fu Jinghuai's heart as he tenderly rubbed her small face. Wan, I'm really fine. You shouldn't linger in this room for too long. I wouldn't want to pass my illness on to you. With a determined expression, she retorted, I refuse. You have always taken care of me when I fell ill. My immunity is strong. I am not afraid of contagion. Seeing the little girl's eyes glisten once more, Fu Jinghuai found himself powerless against her resolve and acquiesced to her wishes. Qin Wan fetched a book, having just read the instructions for the antipyretic, which typically takes effect within half an hour. If the fever persisted beyond that, she would certainly take Fu Jinghuai to the hospital. Illness can strike with relentless force. And even someone as formidable as Fu Jinghuai appeared somewhat fragile at this moment, lying with closed eyes on the bed, exuding a subtle air of a delicate, ailing prince. Qin Wan read for a while, occasionally glancing at the clock as half an hour swiftly approached. Her delicate, fragile little hand gently brushed against the man's forehead, sensing a slight decrease in his temperature as beads of sweat began to form on his brow. Since childhood, Qin Wan had been cared for by others, and she was not particularly skilled in the art of caregiving. Drawing from her memories of how Fu Jinghuai tended to her, she hurried to the bathroom to fetch a warm towel to help wipe his sweat. Fu Jinghuai was not deeply asleep. Qin Wan's movements were tender, each gesture imbued with a gentle aura. Her heart was stirred by this display of tenderness. Chapter 61. A blow to the heart. Sango. He opened his eyes, and Qin Wan, feeling a surge of anxiety, asked, Would you like some water? It warmed Fu Jinghuai's heart to discover that the young girl possessed such a thoughtful side. Qin Wan kindly found a straw, making it more convenient for him to drink. As he looked at the straw brought to his lips, a myriad of emotions swirled within him. His thin lips curled slightly. Yet he ultimately sipped the water through the straw. For the first time, Qin Wan was caring for someone. And witnessing Fu Jinghuai's docility sent an inexplicable thrill through her heart. You're such a good boy, Sengu. You shouldn't work today. You should rest well. Before she knew it, evening had arrived. Aware of her lack of culinary skills, Qin Wan decided against cooking for Fu Jinghuai and directly ordered a meal from Ruei restaurant. When the food arrived, Fu Jinghuai's fever had completely subsided, yet he still appeared somewhat frail, his complexion lacking vitality. Qin Wan ladled out some yam porridge and, blowing gently on the spoon, said, Sengu, let me feed you. Fu Jinghuai chuckled softly, Wan, I just have a cold. I can manage on my own. Sengu, there's no need to stand on ceremony with me. You've just recovered from a fever and have sweated so much. Your body must be quite weak. Save your strength and let me feed you. Seeing her so enthusiastic, Fu Jinghuai did not wish to dampen her spirits, obediently opening his mouth. Feeling a pang of sweetness in his heart. His refined face bore the traces of illness, yet his beautiful phoenix eyes held a wealth of warmth. All directed at the girl before him. Before long, the bowl of porridge was emptied with their combined efforts. Sengu, would you like another bowl? I'm full. Before Fu Jinghuai could reach for a tissue to wipe his mouth, Qin Wan was already a step ahead, leaning slightly towards him. The delightful fragrance of her presence enveloping him as she wiped the moisture from his lips. In such close proximity, he observed the girl, her skin like snow, her brows and eyes reminiscent of the luminous moon above. A fervent emotion surged within the handsome man's gentle visage. Wan. Yes? What's the matter, Sengu? The girl looked on with a puzzled expression. Fu Jinghuai did not respond. Instead, he wrapped his arms around her, gently tousling her hair, resting his chin against her neck. His breath laced with tenderness. My Wan has grown up and learned to care for others. That night, fearing that Fu Jinghuai might experience another fever, Qin Wan stayed in his room, sharing the bed but using separate blankets. As night deepened, Fu Jinghuai, having slumbered extensively during the day, lay on his side. Illuminated by the moonlight, meticulously observing the delicate and charming girl beside him. Under the silvery glow of the moon, her silhouette appeared soft and ethereal, resembling a fairy untouched by the mundane world. Unable to resist, he gently caressed her cheek with the pad of his finger, quietly savoring this exquisite moment. After an indeterminate time spent in admiration, he cautiously withdrew his hand. In the dead of night, Qin Wan arose to check the temperature of Fu Jinghuai's forehead, reassured by his normalcy before returning to her slumber. When she reached out her hand, Fu Jinghuai had already awakened. Seeing her struggle against exhaustion to express her concern for him filled his heart with warmth. He secretly grasped her frail little hand, intertwining their fingers for a sense of comfort. When they finally awakened, it was already noon. Qin Wan looked at Fu Jinghuai, whose eyes sparkled with mirth, and asked, "Third brother, what are you smiling about?" He replied, "I smile because of our lovely Wan. How could she be so adorable? You've just realized that? My charm is not a recent development," she teased. The man smiled gently. "Then let us continue this charm indefinitely." As Fu Jinghuai's health began to improve, he returned to his study to convene an international meeting. Qin Wan felt a pang of sympathy for him. The seemingly glamorous O was, in truth, bound by responsibilities. Ordinary individuals endure endless work hours, and executives face ceaseless meetings and relentless paperwork. Qin Wan was well aware that Fu Jinghuai often worked late into the night, outpacing even the most industrious of laborers. Feeling helpless, but wishing not to burden him further, her only recourse was to refrain from creating additional troubles. At Nanda, Gun Yinqing observed the radiant Qin Wan and teased, "You seem in good spirits. It appears you've had a delightful weekend with your gentleman." "Guess," Qin Wan replied coyly. "Oh, have you become flirtatious?" Gun Yinqing jested. Qin Wan elegantly rolled her eyes. "You, a pure-hearted maiden, should refrain from masquerading as a seductress. Those unfamiliar with your tone might assume you're a seasoned veteran in romance." Though she had not personally verified it, she had indulged in numerous romance novels, and she felt sufficiently experienced. However, the mention of novels reminded her of the embarrassing moment when Fu Jinghuai read her a rather risky book during her hospitalization. With a playful accusation, she confronted Gun Yinqing. "You assured me that the novel you lent me was sweet and endearing. Why then were there such inappropriate passages?" Gun Yinqing shrugged nonchalantly. "Qin Wan, you're 21. not 17. It's quite normal for adult novels to contain some explicit content. Isn't it? The protagonists aren't headed for the monastery. They must possess some passions, after all. When love deepens, doesn't it naturally require a touch of desire to enrich the experience? Having been successfully persuaded, Qin conceded, realizing perhaps she had been too narrow-minded. Gu Nianqing patted her shoulder, her expression mischievous. Qin, have you ever considered taking the initiative? Without me, you truly can't manage. Gu Nianqing lamented, her tone a blend of exasperation and encouragement. Qin cerebral capacity struggled to keep pace with her erratic thoughts. Confused, she gazed at her friend, only to hear a meaningful wink accompanied by raised eyebrows. If you harbor feelings for Fu Jinghuai, then do endeavor to win him over. In this day and age, a gem like your brother is exceedingly sought after. His combination of charm, wealth, and power will attract many women. If you do not seize the opportunity, you may find yourself at a loss. After stating this, she sighed quietly, imparting a sense of finality to her words. Qin found the situation both amusing and vexing. All right, perhaps you should refrain from worrying about my affairs. With your tendency to fret, you might risk your hairline receding. I'm merely anxious. In this era, a woman pursuing a man is merely a thin veil apart. Can you not be a bit more proactive? I have my own plans. Qin replied, her thoughts drifting into the distance, her gaze dimming with unspoken worries. Gu Nianqing, noticing Qin emotional naivete, decided not to press further. Matters of the heart should unfold naturally. Having missed several classes, Qin received notes from Gu Nianqing. Coupled with her previous knowledge, revisiting the material was hardly burdensome. After a day of lessons, Qin packed her bag, preparing to return home. Upon exiting the classroom, she noticed several classmates gathered around, engrossed in gossip and their phones. Hey look, isn't that the CEO Fu Jinghuai? One exclaimed. And this woman is Wei Anna, a rising star in the entertainment world, rumored to have an incredibly powerful family background. Can you believe they are together? They truly make a handsome couple. Fu Jinghuai had never been linked to any woman before, and this revelation felt like a bombshell. The two seemed quite intimate, suggesting they had been together for some time. Qin, uninterested in the chatter, felt her pulse quicken. Suddenly, her mind blanked, and the color drained from her face, as if a storm had ravaged her very essence. Chapter 62. I am unworthy under the weight of intense emotional turmoil. Qin remained unaware of how long she had been in shock. Trembling, she finally retrieved her phone. Her complexion as pale as a ghost, and opened the trending headlines. The content caused her grip on the device to tighten, her scalp prickling with unease. As the blood coursing through her veins turned to ice, her third brother had kissed another woman. In that instant, all her negative emotions coalesced. And she fought back tears in public, her breath becoming labored, pain beyond articulation. Feigning composure, she exited the building and sought refuge in a secluded corner. Sitting on a bench, feeling as if her very soul had been snatched away, the image of Fu Jinghuai kissing Wei Anna replayed in her mind like a haunting spell, relentlessly agitating her nerves. Until that moment, she had been oblivious to the depth of her feelings for Fu Jinghuai. Now, she comprehended the profound love she harbored for him. Witnessing the one she cherished in the arms of another was a torment beyond measure. At this moment, Qin felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness, akin to being reborn. Her fingers tangled in her hair. Her heart was in disarray, steeped in despair and fatigue. She was reluctant to return home, for that place was laden with memories that belonged to both of them. Cowardice gripped her. She did not wish to confront these recollections. The dull ache in her heart intensified, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, leaving her at a loss for direction. She resembled a forsaken puppy, abandoned by its owner, weak and helpless, as if the world had turned its back on her. Gu Nianqing had seen the trending news online and, concerned, sent Qin a message, but received no reply. Her calls went unanswered, leaving her pale with fear. Eventually, after searching the school, she spotted Qin's forlorn figure. Qin. Gu Nianqing called out as she approached, and only then did Qin emerge from her daze, forcing a smile that was more painful than tears. Nianqing, why haven't you gone home yet? Seeing you like this makes it impossible for me to feel at ease returning home. I merely stepped away for a moment to use the restroom, and others mentioned they saw you heading this way, so I came to find you. Gu Nianqing's heart ached for her, indignation bubbling within her. Wan, don't take the trending topic to heart. It's hard to find a frog with 3 legs. But men with 2 legs are plentiful. There are plenty of excellent men who would be enamored with a fairy like you. Qin forced a smile. I'm fine. Our relationship isn't that deep. It's his choice whom he associates with. I merely caught a glimpse of a photo, and it stirred some emotions within me. Just give me some time to adjust. Seeing her feigned nonchalance, Gu Nianqing's heart ached even more, her eyes growing red. She grasped Qinwan's hand. If you don't want to go home, let me accompany you for a stroll to clear your mind, shall we? I don't feel like walking, Nianqing. Perhaps you could join me for a drink instead? A little alcohol will help me sleep, and tomorrow will be a new day filled with vitality. Witnessing her pretended strength, Gu Nianqing felt a deep pang of sympathy. All right, I know a private restaurant with an elegant ambience and exquisite dishes. The owner is acquainted with my grandfather, so it's safe for us to drink there. Qinwan, wishing to keep her whereabouts from Fu Jinghuai, was eager to indulge in a drink, her first priority being to shake off the two bodyguards. High above in the towering corporate building, Fu Jinghuai wore an inscrutable expression, his face shadowed with a brooding darkness, his eyes swirling with emotions that defied comprehension. Despite the radiant sunshine and the vibrant spring outside, the atmosphere within his office was frigid and heavy. The high-ranking executives who entered treaded carefully, none able to leave unscathed. Some had even faced salary cuts. Fu Jinghuai's thoughts drifted to the trending news about himself, his expression betraying a simmering anger. Which media outlet broke the news? Sir, it was Xingshan Media. Fu Jinghuai's countenance darkened further. Investigate thoroughly who is behind this. How dare this obscure little media outlet spread rumors about me? Upon discovering the orchestrator behind the suppression, he was determined to take decisive action. In his heart, a candidate had already been chosen. He merely sought to validate his hypothesis. Qin Sengru, feeling restless, nodded in agreement before departing to address the matter. Just as Fu Jinghuai rose from his seat, yearning for a cigarette to soothe his agitation, his phone, resting on the table, rang. Upon glancing at the caller ID, displaying the number of Qinwan's bodyguard, his brows furrowed deeply. As he listened to the contents of the call, a wave of rage surged within Fu Jinghuai. How could they lose track of her? The voice on the other end trembled as it responded. Miss Qin said she was going to the restroom, and after a considerable wait, when she didn't emerge, we sent someone to check. It was then we discovered she had changed clothes and hairstyle with someone else in the bathroom, and that's when we lost her. In his fury, he could hardly contain himself. Meanwhile, in a private restaurant, Qinwan had long since powered down her phone, rendering her new purple device nothing more than an ineffective brick. This was not Gu Nianqing's first visit to the establishment. They were familiar faces. The proprietress served them several bottles of homemade fruit wine, with flavors like lemon, pomegranate, and pineapple. Initially, the wine's taste resembled that of juice, but its potency was formidable. After consuming 3 bottles, Qinwan's gaze began to wander. As the effects of the alcohol took hold, Qinwan began to let her guard down. Her innermost thoughts, previously concealed, now magnified and unrestrained. Those ambiguous images pierced her heart like a thorn, gradually engulfing her in profound darkness. She choked back tears, saying, Nianqing, I feel so miserable. Before, I mistook gratitude for love and chose to be with Han Xinian. But now I realize who I truly love. Why has he become someone else's? Do people like me not deserve love? Absolutely not. It is he who lacks fortune. A wonderful girl like you will surely encounter her own Prince Charming, Gu Nianqing declared, raising her glass with exuberance. Sister, let us not dwell on those distressing matters. Let us drink and sleep it off. Tomorrow, we shall emerge as ethereal beings once more. Qinwan downed another glass of fruit wine. The drink was not bitter, but her heart ached. Gu Nianqing, disliking her melancholy, shifted the conversation. On. The Qiming holiday is approaching. Do you have any plans for a getaway? I'm open to anything, came the reply. Then let us choose a nearby attraction in Nanjing for a few days of fun, Gu Nianqing suggested. Sounds good. You can handle the itinerary. With a heart full of unresolved melancholy, Qinwan found Gu Nianqing to be a splendid confidant. Having consumed the alcohol, she found solace in expressing her previously unvoiced sentiments. Feeling a bit lighter, though remnants of pain lingered. As the effects of the alcohol intensified, Qinwan leaned languidly against her chair, her cheeks flushed, her delicate fingers absent-mindedly playing with her wine glass, exuding an alluring yet languorous charm. Just then, Fu Jinghuai strode into the establishment, encountering a scene that set his heart racing. Gu Nianqing, with her robust tolerance for alcohol, remained composed, while Qinwan's eyes were already glazed over. She noticed the person entering from outside, a flicker of guilt crossing their face, reminiscent of a student caught by a strict teacher. Gently touching Qinwan, she murmured, Wan. Your third brother is here. Chapter 63. Out of control. Upon hearing this, Qinwan turned her face slightly. using the remnants of her clarity to see Fu Jinghui striding towards her with urgency. "Oh, so he came," Qin muttered with dissatisfaction. It was merely a matter of time before Fu Jinghui found her. His arrival was not surprising at all. This was Fu Jinghui's first encounter witnessing Qin drinking, and the sight of her flushed cheeks and dazed eyes caused his brows to furrow in concern. "Wan, I've come to take you home." Fu Jinghui did not scold her. Instead, he remained remarkably composed, soothing her with patience. If something had not gone awry, their obedient little girl would not have sneaked out to drink. There was no anger, only heartache. Yu Nianqing, seeing Fu Jinghui's genuine apprehension, mustered her courage to say, "Wan is feeling down. I brought her here. I hope you won't blame her." Fu Jinghui cast a gentle glance in her direction as a form of acknowledgement. As alcohol gradually consumed Qin's rationality, Fu Jinghui bent down to lift her effortlessly, whispering softly, "Wan, let us go home." Sensing the familiarity of his embrace, Qin's slightly opened eyes revealed her resistance, and she quickly wriggled out of his hold. "I don't want to go home. I still want to drink." Her hazy, inebriated gaze was filled with defiance. Fu Jinghui remained patient, tucking her disheveled hair behind her ear, gently coaxing, "Wan, be good. Don't make a fuss. Drinking too much will upset your stomach. If my stomach hurts, my heart won't hurt anymore." Qin was in a half-conscious, tipsy state. Fu Jinghui's calm demeanor did not waver. Noticing her reaching for the glass again, he swiftly stepped forward to intervene. "Be good. Stop throwing a tantrum. I will take you home." "I don't want to go home. That place is filled with our memories. I feel terrible. I don't want to return." Qin's slightly intoxicated face bore a pitiful expression, tinged with a hint of rebellion. "You have her now. Why are you still seeking me out? I'll move out tomorrow to live by myself." Fu Jinghui's back stiffened, and only then did he realize that Wan must have seen those misleading photos online, leaving her feeling uncomfortable. She resembled a jealous lover in that moment. Upon this realization, a look of astonishment flashed across Fu Jinghui's face, as if something within him had exploded. The fact that Wan cared so much about this matter suggested that she might actually have feelings for him. With this thought, Fu Jinghui's furrowed brows relaxed, a barely concealed joy illuminating his handsome features. "Wan, are you feeling jealous?" "Yes, I am jealous. Seeing you with another woman makes me so sad. It hurts so much here." In her drunken haze, tears brimmed in her eyes as her small hand pressed against her heart, expressing her inner turmoil. In that moment, the tears she had been holding back spilled uncontrollably. Fu Jinghui's expression shifted dramatically, filled with excitement, as he exclaimed, "Wan, you." As he spoke, Fu Jinghui's breath became unsteady. His heart raced violently, and a ringing echoed in his ears. Everything felt surreal. The revelation that his beloved girl truly harbored feelings for him sent waves of exhilaration coursing through him. Such immense joy made Fu Jinghui, positioned high above, feel as though he were ensnared in a dream. He tightly embraced her, as if wishing to fuse her essence with his own. Nestled in his arms, the girl clung to his waist, inhaling the intoxicating scent that rendered her defenseless. While the emotions she had suppressed for an entire evening finally burst forth in this moment, after what felt like an eternity, the girl tilted her head back, her eyes shimmering with a blush, unwilling to conceal her feelings. "Fu Jinghui, I like you very much." Her gaze, hazy yet enchanting, radiated an alluring innocence that was difficult to resist. His throat tightened, and his heart raced anew as he gazed at the face that had captivated him countless times. Fireworks seemingly exploding in his mind. This was the first time Qin had uttered his name so tenderly, a moment forever etched in his memory. Fu Jinghui felt as if he might burst from sheer happiness. The girl he had secretly adored also cherished him, and words could scarcely convey the seismic shift within him. Noticing him frozen in place, Qin, from her vantage point, caught sight of his undulating Adam's apple and the graceful contour of his jawline. Emboldened by a surge of courage, she tiptoed, reaching up to encircle his neck, her soft lips parting slightly as she gently bit down, fulfilling a desire she had long harbored but never dared to act upon. The man's exquisite features tensed, his expression dazed, as he instinctively tightened his embrace, holding her close. The girl's delicate form felt impossibly soft, and once again, his heartbeat faltered. Excitement surged within him, and in that moment, he would gladly surrender anything, even his own life, for this connection. In that instant, all his efforts were reciprocated, and the hidden passion in his heart finally bore fruit. "Wan, I like you too," he murmured, resting against her shoulder with a gaze filled with longing. In the haze of intoxication, the girl's almond-shaped eyes glistened with unshed tears, her delicate lashes fluttering as her eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom the reality of it all. The man tenderly tucked a few stray strands of hair behind her ear, his voice gentle. Wanwan, shall we go home? No, I don't want to go home. Qinwan replied, her breath laced with a softness that hinted at her inebriation. If we don't go home, then where shall we go? I want to see the fireworks. That night felt so surreal, as if they floated on clouds. Fu Jinghuai's heart continued its erratic rhythm as he smiled indulgently. All right. With her body languid and relaxed, he effortlessly lifted her in a princess carry, gently placing her in the passenger seat and fastening her seatbelt with care. The once feisty little kitten now leaned against the seat, drowsy from the effects of the alcohol. Fu Jinghuai's heart underwent a complete transformation. As soon as he entered the car, he gazed at her luscious pink lips, no longer needing to suppress the feelings buried deep within him. And he lightly brushed his lips against hers, savoring the moment. Qinwan felt his breath and slightly opened her eyes. The crisp scent of pine enveloping her in a heady haze. Emboldened by the effects of alcohol, she daringly wrapped her arms around the man. In response to her gesture, Fu Jinghuai deepened the kiss, greedily and passionately claiming her essence. In the confined space, the air grew thick with an intimate tension. Amidst their disordered breaths, Fu Jinghuai had never felt such urgency as he did today. The raw and fervent desire coursed through him unabashedly, as the air in his lungs was gradually consumed. Qinwan's already muddled mind swelled, her inexperienced responses weakly mirroring his, her lithe form surrendering to the moment. Time lost its meaning as Fu Jinghuai, sensing the girl's increasingly erratic breathing and her hands straying to forbidden places, reluctantly withdrew. He lifted his gaze slightly, noting the discontent in her lust-filled eyes. He understood that if they continued down this path, it would lead to an irretrievable escalation. Leaning in, he gently pecked her soft lips and murmured, "Behave. It will be years later." Seemingly soothed by his words, Qinwan settled down. In a haze of confusion and desire, her lips were swollen from his kisses. Her ponytail disheveled. The depth of emotion in his eyes stirred an uncontrollable yearning within him, his body responding fervently to her disheveled allure. Beneath his robust exterior lay a tumult of unquenched desire. He steadied his breath, taking a half bottle of mineral water before struggling to suppress the raging tempest within his heart. Chapter 64. No longer restrained before getting into the car, Fu Jinghuai had already sent a message to Chen Song to arrange fireworks by the riverbank. Qinwan pressed the car window down, letting the invigorating breeze tousle her hair. In a state of delightful intoxication, she gazed outside with a gentle smile. Concerned that the wind might cause her a headache after drinking, Fu Jinghuai raised her window. Qinwan pouted in childlike annoyance. "Why did you close my window?" Her playful demeanor melted his heart once more, and he affectionately ruffled her hair, explaining, "Drinking and wind can lead to headaches." "Oh," Qinwan acquiesced, settling back against her seat. Her soft and obedient appearance warmed Fu Jinghuai's heart, causing him to involuntarily swallow hard as he redirected his gaze to the road ahead. By the river in the early morning, only a few pedestrians were visible. Chen Song spotted Fu Jinghuai's car approaching and jogged over. "Mr. Fu, the fireworks are ready. Do you wish to ignite them yourself?" "You're dismissed." Fu Jinghuai took the lighter from Chen Song's hand, glancing at the unsteady figure stepping out of the car. Her lips a striking red. As someone who had been in similar situations, Chen Song's eyes held an inscrutable expression. In the soft glow of the moonlight, the girl's exquisite face melded with the night, enchanting and captivating, stirring the heart. Fu Jinghuai embraced Qinwan and led her to the best vantage point for the fireworks. Sitting patiently beside him, she responded to his gentle call, "Wanwan, are you ready?" Hearing his voice that ignited her heart, Qinwan's lips curled into a slight smile. The girl gazed into the distance with a misty look in her eyes, tinged with a hint of anticipation. The moment the fuse was ignited, a cascade of colorful fireworks erupted in the sky, illuminating the night with their brilliant glow, like stars scattering across the heavens. They cast their radiance over the entire river surface. Qinwan tilted her head back, reveling in the splendid romance that enveloped the sky, while Fu Jinghuai sat beside her, his gaze lingering on her face. The girl was intoxicated, her eyes sparkling with excitement, and her smile exuded an irresistible charm. The man absorbed her enchanting beauty, his eyes concealing a profound tenderness. "Wanwan, do you like it?" "Yes, I do." Qinwan could scarcely remember the last time she beheld such dazzling fireworks. A mist rising in her eyes. Noticing her voice tremble with emotion, he caressed her like a precious treasure, his Adam's apple bobbing gently. "If you like it, I will bring you here often in the future." Qinwan felt lightheaded, her response dreamy as she leaned her head against his shoulder, her eyelids growing heavy with sleep. Observing the young girl beside him fall silent, Fu Jinghuai couldn't help but chuckle softly. The night deepened, carrying a slight chill. He removed his coat and wrapped it around her tightly, cradling her as they made their way to the car. After approximately an hour, they finally returned to the underground garage. Qinwan was deep in slumber, and Fu Jinghuai, reluctant to awaken her, retrieved a blanket from the car to envelop her more snugly. With ease, he lifted her into his arms and laid her gently on the bed. He then turned to the bathroom, fetching a clean towel, and tenderly wiped her hands and face. However, glancing at her in jeans and a shirt, Fu Jinghuai's brow furrowed slightly. Although they had exchanged feelings, he was not yet prepared to undress her for sleep, fearing he might succumb to the temptation of her beauty. Before he could wrestle with his thoughts for long, Qinwan, awakening from her dreams, perhaps disturbed by her snug attire, began to tug at her shirt. Her eyes still closed. Her movements were fluid, and by the time Fu Jinghuai realized what was happening, she had already ruined a button and reached for her bra. This vivid scene made Fu Jinghuai's blood rush. To prevent himself from acting inappropriately, he swiftly grasped her hand that was attempting to unfasten the clasp. Wan, be good. Qinwan, I shut, protested with a discontented hum. It's uncomfortable. The girl had matured beyond her peers, her porcelain skin glowing under the warm light, adding a flush to her cheeks that was nothing short of enchanting. Fu Jinghuai exhaled deeply, rushing to the wardrobe to fetch a set of pajamas. As he returned, he found Qinwan had already unfastened her bra, tossing it aside with practiced ease, her face immediately lighting up with satisfaction. Such a beautiful spring scene unfolded unexpectedly, and Fu Jinghuai felt a surge of overwhelming desire, quickly averting his eyes while approaching with the pajamas. He struggled to contain himself, the veins on his forehead bulging. His voice strained and husky. Wan, may I help you put on your pajamas? Qinwan lifted her eyelids and, upon seeing the man so close before her, smiled broadly, her hand playfully caressing his face. Fu Jinghuai, you are truly handsome. Fu Jinghuai felt a parched sensation in his throat, his voice hoarse and uncharacteristically low. Wan, don't be mischievous. Let me help you with your clothes. All right, the young girl replied, a hint of reluctance in her tone. Fu Jinghuai's self-control in her presence had always been tenuous. He exerted considerable effort to assist her in donning her pajamas. As she slipped into the loose-fitting bear-themed sleepwear, he exhaled deeply, but before he could fully regain his composure, Qinwan began to fidget again. She lifted the top of her pajamas to her abdomen, revealing a delicate waist, igniting a heat within him once more. Unaware of the peril her actions posed, she proceeded to unzip her jeans, leaving Fu Jinghuai in a state of acute discomfort. At last, she shed her denim trousers with a swift motion, tossing them onto the floor. As Fu Jinghuai bent down to retrieve the discarded clothing, Qinwan suddenly sat up on the bed. Thirsty and instinctively yearning for water, she attempted to rise, but her legs felt weak and unsteady, causing her to tumble directly into Fu Jinghuai's embrace. Caught off guard while he was in a crouch, he found himself enveloped by the soft form of the enchanting young woman, who fell squarely into his arms, pinning him beneath her. Their gazes locked, and in her haze of intoxication, Qinwan beheld the strikingly handsome man before her, believing, under the influence of alcohol, that she was dreaming. She reached out, mischievously tracing her fingers along his waist, causing Fu Jinghuai's body to tense, the veins on his forehead throbbing in response. Before he could react, Qinwan, captivated by the allure of his thin lips, succumbed to temptation and pressed her own against his. His hand, previously resting at his side, instinctively tightened as he grasped her waist, attempting to shift her off them. He dared not envision what would transpire if this continued. The beast within him threatened to break free. Sensing his distraction, the girl playfully nipped at his lips, a gesture that jolted Fu Jinghuai into rigidity. His deep-set eyes reflecting the desire etched on her youthful face. Her soft arms curled around his neck, nuzzling against him like a feline, playfully biting his earlobe. Resembling a captivating enchantress, Fu Jinghuai, will you kiss me? She implored. In that fleeting moment, his restraint shattered completely. He leaned closer, enveloping her in his fervent breath. As a searing kiss descended, consuming her essence, their breaths intertwined, creating a symphony of intimacy that threatened to drown them both. The kiss deepened gradually, overwhelming all senses with an electrifying current. His heated palm traced the delicate curve of her spine, exploring with a blend of restraint and insatiable desire. Every place he touched ignited with an intense warmth. Chapter 65. Shall we be together? Whispers of affection filled the silent room. In her dream, Qin once sought to relinquish her emotional restraint, challenging the very thoughts she dared not entertain in reality. The two shared a kiss, a poignant blend of reluctance and desire. As Qin Wan unleashed her true nature, bold and passionate. This version of Qin Wan was something Fu Jinghuai had never dared to dream of. His breaths grew heavy, an insatiable longing igniting within him. His hands began to wander, a thirst for the girl's essence burgeoning uncontrollably. Suddenly, the shrill ring of a text message severed the thread of his fading reason. He inhaled deeply, forcefully suppressing the yearning that flickered in his gaze, and gently lifted Qin Wan onto the bed. Gasping for air from the kiss, Qin Wan felt her head spinning, her lips slightly swollen. Yet, in that moment, tranquility enveloped her, and with her eyes closed, she quickly succumbed to sleep upon the pillow. The man tucked her in, casting a glance at the girl who had ignited his desires, and sighed in resignation. Evidently, a single cold shower had not sufficed. Leaning down, he observed the little minx who had stirred such fervor in him, her emotions effortlessly oscillating. She smacked her lips a couple of times, a charming smile gracing her lips. As if savoring the kiss, and like a docile kitten, she licked her lips, sleeping soundly and blissfully unaware. As dawn broke, the discomfort of a hangover caused the lovely girl to furrow her delicate brows. Qin Wan rubbed her forehead and sat up, leaning against the soft headboard, finally opening her eyes to a flood of memories from the previous night. Reflecting on her reckless behavior, she felt utterly numb. First, she had drunkenly shed her clothing. And then, to her astonishment, she had kissed her brother San, and they had gone further. Just the thought made her wish to bury herself alive. Alcohol was both a delightful and treacherous companion, leading her into a trap without hesitation. How was she to face brother San after her audacity last night? She had truly believed it to be a mere dream, which had emboldened her to act without restraint. Frustrated, Qin Wan tousled her disheveled hair, her thoughts a chaotic tangle. Glancing at the time, she noted it was already 6:30. If she remained in bed any longer, she would surely be late for class. Disregarding her headache, she hastily rummaged through her wardrobe for an outfit, quickly freshened up, and gently opened her bedroom door. Peering out, she sought to confirm if Fu Jinghuai was in the living room. Scanning the area and finding it empty, she exhaled in relief. She hurriedly grabbed her canvas bag. But before she could change her shoes and leave, Fu Jinghuai emerged from his study, calling out, "Wan Wan." Upon hearing his voice, Qin Wan felt as if she had been frozen in place, her body stiffening. The memory of her outrageous actions from the previous night flooded her with embarrassment, rendering her unable to face him. Fu Jinghuai, noticing the way the young girl seemed eager to hide her face in her clothes, was well aware that she must remember the events of the previous night. They had shared an intimacy that only lovers experience. And Fu Jinghuai felt no desire to restrain his emotions any longer, for he knew that Wan Wan harbored feelings for him as well. Wan Wan. Hearing his deep voice calling her name, Qin Wan suddenly felt as if she had turned to stone, her mind uncontrollably replaying the passionate scenes of the previous night. She pinched her fingers to the point of drawing blood. Gathering immense courage, she finally looked up at Fu Jinghuai and said, "Third brother, I am truly sorry for what happened last night. I had too much to drink and acted inappropriately. I hope you can forgive me." Fu Jinghuai chose to disregard her words, his only desire being an answer. He spoke softly, "Wan Wan, do you have feelings for me?" Even though she had drunkenly confessed the night before, he still longed to hear her say it while sober. Upon hearing his question, the girl, struck at her core, felt a flush spread from her cheeks to her elegant neck. She appeared flustered, her fingers clenched tightly. Wan Wan," he leaned closer, coaxing her gently. As memories flooded back, Qin Wan recalled the reason for her intoxication the previous night, suppressing the dull ache in her heart. She took a deep breath and met his gaze. "Third brother, I admit I like you. However, you need not worry. I understand that you have someone you care for. I will recognize my place and will never disturb your relationship with her. If you feel that living together might cause misunderstandings, I can find another place to stay." Seeing her attempt to appear strong despite her evident heartache shattered Fu Jinghuai's heart. He pulled her into his embrace, knowing that the misunderstanding stemmed from the photos circulating online. Resting his chin against her graceful neck, he reassured her, "Wan Wan, from the very beginning, you are the only one I have ever liked." A wave of shock washed over Qin Wan as those words resonated in her mind. After a moment, she managed to gather herself. "You like me?" "Yes." The photos that surfaced online yesterday were all digitally altered and staged. Wei Anna is the daughter of a client. I have only met her once and exchanged barely a few words. Wan Wan, do you believe me? Upon hearing this, a tempest of emotions surged within Qin Wan. It dawned on her that her third brother was still innocent, untouched by any other woman. Then who was the girl in the photo you keep in your wallet? Although Fu Jinghuai had explained the online incident, she could not shake the concern regarding that cherished photograph. The photograph? Fu Jinghuai recalled something and chuckled softly, affectionately ruffling her hair. Silly girl, that photo is of my mother when she was young. Qinwan was taken aback, her face a mask of disbelief. Her mind momentarily stalled before she dared to ask, but that photo looks nothing like Aunt Xiao. At this, a shadow crossed Fu Jinghuai's eyes, though his gaze softened as he looked at Qinwan. The mother you met is the one after her cosmetic surgery, which is why she appears different. Cosmetic surgery? After a moment of shock, Qinwan quickly covered her mouth, as if realizing something, her expression turning apologetic. Third brother, I'm sorry. With your good looks and Aunt Zhao's nearly perfect bone structure, it must have been due to an injury that forced her to change her appearance. The man's gaze was gentle. Fool, there has never been a need for us to utter apologies. Regarding matters concerning his mother, Qinwan refrained from mentioning them, as she knew they were not particularly honorable. He was reluctant to taint the ears of his dear girl with the sordid intrigues that plagued the upper echelons of society. Qinwan understood the unspoken boundaries. Since Fu Jinghuai did not bring it up, she had no desire to pry, for she would never engage in the foolishness of reopening old wounds. The man's eyes softened to an almost unbearable degree as their foreheads touched. Wan. Isn't it time we discussed our relationship? Their relationship? The young girl was well aware, her gaze flickering as she dared not meet his eyes. He chuckled softly. Yes. About your feelings for me. Qinwan felt as though fireworks were exploding in her mind. She pressed her lips together, realizing that the matter was clear, and she did not wish to retreat into her shell. With bright and earnest eyes, she declared, Fu Jinghuai, I like you, very much. Fu Jinghuai tightened his embrace around her, wishing to merge her into his very being. His warm breath brushed against her ear, his magnetic voice stirring her heartstrings as he whispered enticingly, Wan, shall we be together? Chapter 66. Wishes fulfilled. Qinwan felt her ears tingle at the intoxicating sound of his voice, nearly overwhelming her senses. With his beguiling and exquisite features, the weak-willed Qinwan found herself utterly captivated, surrendering completely to his tenderness, and she nodded softly, all right. Receiving her affirmative response, Fu Jinghuai's chest heaved with exhilaration, joy consuming his every emotion. Unable to articulate his elation, he lifted Qinwan into his arms. I am so happy, happier than I have ever been. The mutual love intoxicated him, leaving him breathless. This was the first time Qinwan witnessed a different side of Fu Jinghuai. His tender smile melted her heart. As he held her, she towered over him slightly, her starry eyes gazing into his, instinctively reaching up to him as her lips gently brushed against his. He was elated. And so was she. With their unrequited love reaching a conclusion, Qinwan grew bolder, eager to demonstrate her affection through actions. Her initiative startled Fu Jinghuai at first, yet he quickly took the lead, embracing her tightly as their kiss became fervent and unabashed. Until their breaths became erratic and tangled, Fu Jinghuai, wary of advancing too quickly and scaring his precious girl, chose to pause. Breathing heavily, he lowered his gaze to rest on her forehead. Wan. I have finally gotten my wish. A soft smile graced Qinwan's lips. Third brother, so you have been planning this for a long time? He pecked her cheek with his delicate lips. Yes. Do not call me third brother anymore. Qinwan blinked her innocent eyes. Then what should I call you? Call me by my name, or Jinghuai. All right. Her voice was a gentle murmur, akin to a lazy kitten, playfully smirking. Fu Jinghuai, I am quite fond of you. In this moment, Fu Jinghuai was utterly enamored with the whimsical girl in his embrace, wishing he could meld her into his very being. The girl's eyes seemed to harbor the vastness of the stars and the sea, drawing one irresistibly into their depths. At the entrance, the two were enveloped in their tender affection for an indeterminate duration, until Qinwan suddenly recalled that she would be late for class. In the car, Fu Jinghuai grasped the steering wheel with one hand, while the other held the girl's delicate hand tightly. Noticing her anxious demeanor, he reassured her. I have already informed your teacher about your absence. You haven't had breakfast yet, so let's grab a bite before heading to school. His thoughtful consideration filled Qinwan's heart with warmth. With the absence already excused, she felt a sense of calm wash over her. She attempted to withdraw her hand, but Fu Jinghuai would not allow it. It's dangerous to drive like this, he insisted. Fu Jinghuai had no desire to part from his little lady, declaring confidently, Don't worry, my driving skills are excellent. Qinwan had personally witnessed his driving prowess and chose not to be overly concerned. It was only natural for a couple in the throes of passion to behave this way. Meanwhile, in the classroom, Gu Nianqing had yet to catch sight of Qinwan. Even as the first lesson was halfway through, she had worried throughout the night. Fearful that Qinwan might have had a row with Fu Jinghua after a night of drinking, the absence of her friend that early morning left her feeling anxious. She pulled out her phone and composed a message. Wanwan, why haven't you arrived for class yet? Are you all right? At that moment, Fu Jinghua was at a Hong Kong-style breakfast shop, using chopsticks to offer a crystal shrimp dumpling to Qinwan's lips. Qinwan was relishing the attentive feeding from her newly minted boyfriend, her cheeks puffed like a little squirrel. She responded to the message with her hands occupied. I'm doing well. After I finish breakfast, Fu Jinghua will take me to school. Gu Nianqing was perplexed, her brow furrowing. You didn't end up having a fallout with your third brother last night, did you? After all, when Fu Jinghua had come to escort Wanwan home, his expression had been as stormy as that of Bao Zhang. Qinwan smiled softly. No, we didn't. Gu Nianqing, noticing her apparent good spirits, felt her curiosity piqued. Did he explain the photos circulating online? This morning, when she checked the comments, she discovered that all the images had vanished, likely the work of her third brother. Qinwan replied candidly. Fu Jinghua clarified that those photos were manipulated and misaligned shots. He isn't familiar with that woman, and any notion of intimacy is utterly unfounded. Gu Nianqing scrutinized Qinwan's response repeatedly, sensing a shift. Darling, why do you now refer to your third brother by his full name? You used to call him third brother all the time. A sweet glow of romance illuminated Qinwan's face. Because we are together now, and he asked me to call him by his name from now on. In class, Gu Nianqing nearly let slip a traditional Chinese exclamation. She steadied herself. My dear, the speed at which you two have gotten together rivals that of an intercontinental missile. Just yesterday, you were tearfully lamenting your unworthiness of love, and today you awaken to announce your relationship. I am in awe. Now, sit still while I pay my respects. Qinwan's lips curled into a smile that seemed to linger, eliciting a possessive glance from Fu Jinghua. Who are you chatting with that brings you such joy? He inquired. With a gentle smile, Qinwan replied, It's Gu Nianqing. She noticed I haven't gone to class yet and was worried we might have fought last night. So she messaged to check on us. Fu Jinghua chuckled softly, playfully tapping her nose. Even if I were to fight with myself, I would never dare to lay a hand on you. Upon discovering that Fu Jinghua's unwavering affection was directed solely at her, Qinwan felt as if she were floating on clouds. After exiting the tea shop, Fu Jinghua drove her to the school gate. As Qinwan unbuckled her seatbelt and prepared to leave, he grasped her hand, his expression tinged with a hint of sorrow. Wanwan's, you little heartless one. Have you forgotten something? Qinwan looked innocently bewildered, her eyes darting as she pondered what she might have forgotten. Suddenly, Fu Jinghua touched his cheek, teasingly requesting a farewell kiss. A rush of heat colored Qinwan's cheeks, and she stared at him in disbelief, unable to fathom that such words had escaped his lips. Wanwan's, Fu Jinghua gently coaxed, refusing to relent. Observing his determined demeanor, Qinwan nervously fidgeted with her clothing before leaning in to place a fleeting kiss on his cheek. Yet, as she attempted to slip away, Fu Jinghua's longing intensified. That delicate peck was insufficient to satiate his desires. With a swift motion, he enveloped her in his embrace, his lips brushing against hers, one hand cradling her head while the other encircled her slender waist. As he deepened the kiss, the tender moment became intoxicating, drawing Qinwan into the warmth of his affection, eclipsing all surrounding distractions, immersed in the enchanting rhythm of their hearts. It was only the blare of a horn that eventually interrupted their passionate exchange. Qinwan pushed him away, her cheeks flushed like the evening sky at sunset, her shy demeanor illuminated by the brilliance in her eyes, an exquisite sight to behold. Inside the car, Fu Jinghua, still yearning, caressed his soft lips, watching her retreating figure disappear through the school gates. A smile played at the corners of his mouth as he started the engine, merging his sleek black Cullinan into the flow of traffic. Chapter 67. I miss you in the office. Zhao Yunma arrived early at the conference room, awaiting the arrival of the illustrious Fu Jinghua. The thought of yesterday's events, where Fu Jinghua's temper had darkened over Qinwan, sent shivers down his spine. He wondered if the two would spark a fierce confrontation after last night's encounter. With a sigh, Zhao Yunma lamented the impending chaos, feeling the weight of the situation. In contrast to Zhao Yunma's anxious musings, Qin Sixian remained composed, continuing to manipulate the Buddhist beads around his wrist. Upon witnessing this, Zhao Yunma could not help but jest. Qin Sixian, with your serene and ascetic demeanor, do you intend to attain Buddhahood? The flames are licking at your backside, yet you remain utterly unperturbed. Qin Sixian lazily lifted his eyelids and replied nonchalantly, "The sky may fall, but there are those to bear it. What is there to be anxious about? This tempest is not a novel occurrence. One simply grows accustomed to it." Zhao Yunma, observing his calm composure, could not help but admire his steadfastness. His demeanor was indeed as steady as a seasoned sage. Suddenly, the conference room door swung open, and Fu Jinghuai entered, fashionably late. Zhao Yunma had anticipated a scene rife with tension, yet he was taken aback by the refreshing demeanor of Fu Jinghuai, who appeared as though he had emerged from a spring breeze. In that moment, Zhao Yunma questioned his own perception. Could it be that he was seeing things incorrectly? What could possibly explain this unexpected transformation? Fu Jinghuai took his seat and announced the commencement of the meeting, then picked up his phone, seemingly engrossed in some trivial matter. His smile appearing rather unremarkable. Zhao Yunma stared in disbelief, as though he had just encountered the long-lost remains of an ancestor. Was this truly the same resolute Fu Jinghuai? He leaned closer to Qin Sixian and whispered, "Has third brother been possessed?" Qin Sixian, maintaining his air of detachment, cast a sidelong glance at him and replied coolly, "He must have fallen in love." "What?" Zhao Yunma exclaimed, nearly leaping from his seat in astonishment. Qin Sixian, disinterested in conversing with someone whose mind often seemed absent, regarded him with the look one might give a needy child, feeling a sense of exhaustion wash over him from the disdainful gaze. Zhao Yunma stole another glance at Fu Jinghuai, who, despite having established a rule against phone use in the conference room, was now smiling broadly at his device. Such hypocrisy. After the meeting concluded, they returned to the office. Zhao Yunma, relentless in his pursuit of the truth, fixed his fervent gaze upon the long-legged Fu Jinghuai, leading an uninformed observer to suspect that Zhao Yunma harbored ulterior motives. Fu Jinghuai, reverting to his usual aloofness, raised an eyebrow and asked, "Have you seen enough?" Zhao Yunma, akin to an eager dog thirsting for knowledge, replied with a knowing smile, "Third brother, have you and sister Wanwan become an item?" The man's gaze shifted slightly. "Is your mind only capable of harboring such trivial thoughts?" "No, third brother, you have wronged me. I meant to ask if you and sister Wanwan had declared your relationship." Zhao Yunma hurriedly retorted, nearly tripping over his words. Fu Jinghuai's curt hum conveyed a sense of joy that was difficult to disguise. Receiving confirmation, Zhao Yunma felt more exhilarated than Fu Jinghuai himself. It is no wonder they say joyous occasions lift the spirits. Just moments ago, the company had distributed its periodic bonuses a month early, and the employees, previously cloaked in an oppressive atmosphere, were now elated, eager to offer their thanks at the temple. Sister Wanwan had finally seen the light, validating Fu Jinghuai's years of unrequited affection. It seemed that patience had indeed yielded clarity. Qin Sixian, seated with his legs crossed, appeared unsurprised by this revelation, gently manipulating a string of prayer beads, embodying the tranquility of a monk deep in meditation. Zhao Yunma chuckled lightly, "Third brother, you and sister-in-law are finally together. Shall we celebrate tonight? Or perhaps you could entertain us with a belly dance?" Fu Jinghuai's gaze was profound as he teased. Zhao Yunma's handsome face immediately fell, memories of past indiscretions flooding back. Sitting on the sofa, Qin Sixian wore a smug expression, nearly voicing her satisfaction. "Serves you right for being so chatty." As the morning class concluded, Gun Yinqing approached with a mischievous smile, nudging Qin Wan with her elbow, "Little beauty, you seem to have had quite the delightful breakfast this morning." Qin Wan, bewildered, replied, "What was so delightful?" Noticing her innocent demeanor, Gun Yinqing's smile deepened, her eyes gliding over Qin Wan's neck and lips. "In a hurry to leave today, were you? Didn't take a good look in the mirror?" Qin Wan struggled to keep pace with her teasing, and seeing her naivety, Gun Yinqing grew bolder. "There's a love bite on your neck, and your lips look a bit swollen." In an instant, Qin Wan's cheeks flushed crimson, the color spreading down to her delicate neck, her soft earlobes turning a vivid shade of red. Observing her embarrassment, Gun Yinqing adopted the demeanor of a seasoned romantic, winking playfully, "We are all adults here. There's no need to feel shy." Having read numerous novels, Gun Yinqing had long since grown immune to such situations, finding Qin Wan's modesty quite amusing. With her face still flushed, Gun Yinqing's curiosity was piqued. "Sister, do share the details of last night. Satisfy my eager curiosity." Upon mentioning the previous night, Qin Wan's face reddened even more. Noticing this, Gun Yinqing's imagination ran wild. "Sister, you two really moved fast, didn't you?" "Not quite," Qin Wan replied, her face still burning as she recounted the events to prevent Gun Yinqing from jumping to conclusions. Gun Yinqing raised her thumb in admiration. "Sister, you are truly bold. You dove right in. I have been drinking, and in my inebriated state, I thought I was dreaming, so I just... Gu Nianqing caught a hint of something significant in her words, eyes widening. Sister, it seems you've had quite a few experiences in your dreams. Realizing she had let slip too much, Qin Wan felt a surge of embarrassment, wishing to disappear. Sister, it's only natural to have some youthful desires, especially towards someone you like. It's quite reasonable, Gu Nianqing reassured her. Then, with a sudden burst of insight, she remarked, Sister, your third brother is remarkably restrained. He has been harboring feelings for you for so long without saying a word. Just think of it. A flower-like fairy like you fluttering before him every day. What kind of self-control must he possess to keep silent? It could also be that he fears that revealing his feelings would alter the course of your relationship, making it impossible to return to how things were. This sentiment resonates deeply with Qin Wan, who, in the past, found herself similarly ensnared by such emotions, which rendered her hesitant to express her true feelings. Reflecting on how Fu Jinghuai has harbored affection for her for so long yet has been unable to breach that fragile barrier, she imagines the torment of such restraint must be unbearable. She vows to compensate him well in the future. Lost in her thoughts, an enchanting smile, characteristic of a woman in love, graces her face, and Gu Nianqing feels genuine joy for her from the bottom of her heart. Fu Jinghuai's aloof demeanor dissipates as he declares, "Wan, I miss you." To which Qin Wan sweetly replies, "I miss you too." She now comprehends the sentiment behind the saying that a single day apart feels like 3 autumns, though they have only been separated for a short while. Her longing has grown silently and exponentially. In the expansive conference room, the project leader is passionately reporting on the work at hand, typically composed. Fu Jinghuai now fidgets with a pen, occasionally twisting it in his fingers, his wandering gaze betraying his distraction, as he listens to the monotonous presentation. His thoughts drift far away. Qin Wan's radiant visage frequently flits through his mind, and the memory of their kiss lingers delightfully. Recalling her bashful yet audacious demeanor brings an involuntary smile to his lips. The project leader, engrossed in his animated presentation, notices the faint smile on Fu Jinghuai's face and mistakenly assumes it is a sign of approval for his work, excitement glimmering in his eyes. Mr. Fu, do you think we could expedite the proposed additional investment? Mr. Fu? Observing Fu Jinghuai's lack of response, the leader nervously calls out to him again, finally regaining his focus. Fu Jinghuai glances at the project mentioned on the large screen, momentarily lost in thought before uttering words that leave everyone in the room astounded. Yes, let's pursue it. His rare display of amiability catches everyone off guard, particularly given that the project in question has been losing money for months. Investing further would equate to tossing money into the abyss. Yet, with Fu Jinghuai's vast wealth, no one dares to challenge his decision, leaving the attendees, except Qin Sixian, in a state of disbelief. Zhao Yunma discreetly captures Fu Jinghuai's infatuated expression on his phone, reviewing the footage multiple times, still unable to look away, finding it utterly captivating. Previously, he had thought of his third brother as quite serious, but now he realizes that was merely a facade. Seeing him in such a love-struck state makes him feel inadequate. Indeed, a man in love resembles someone possessed. Just look at how Fu Jinghuai beams. His smile seemingly devoid of value. Does his little sister-in-law even know? Qin Sixian kindly suggests she doesn't know. You could send her the photo. That's a splendid idea. In Fu Jinghuai's presence, Zhao Yunma, who is both inexperienced and playful, receives a piercing gaze from him and promptly adopts a more subdued demeanor. Third brother. Is there something you need? The ominous gaze from those small eyes sent a shiver down his spine, rendering his legs weak. Should he succumb to fear, future happiness would slip away. In the past week, the subsequent responsibilities of the chip project fell entirely upon him. It would be prudent for him to remain at the office. Upon hearing this news, it felt as if thunder had struck from a clear sky. Brother San, haven't these tasks always been yours? I've done them all. What will you do? Of course, I will accompany Wan. Zhao Yunma's face turned a shade greener than a bowl of cold bitter gourd. His fate was indeed more arduous than that of Wang Baochuan, who foraged for wild vegetables. Qin Sixian, a man of few words but fierce resolve, maintained a facade of nonchalance, while Zhao Yunma leaned in with a cheeky demeanor. Sixian, will you join me for an overtime session tonight? Please remove your hands, which have touched countless women, from my shoulder. Zhao Yunma lamented. Qin Sixian, are you truly beginning to disdain me? After all these years of camaraderie, was it all in vain? If you are so bored, I could accompany you to practice some sparring before returning to work. A balance of labor and leisure could be beneficial. Zhao Yunma wore an expression of rejection. Alas, among the three, he was the weakest in physical prowess. Today, Fu Jinghuai left work unusually early, as Qin Wan's last class had yet to conclude. His car was already parked at the entrance of Nanda University. He glanced at his wristwatch. There were still 15 minutes until Qin Wan's class ended. One on. I await you at the school gate. In class, Qin Wan's focus wavered, often drifting away. Upon seeing Fu Jinghuai's message, her eyes sparkled with a captivating light. Okay. When class concluded, Gun Yinqing handed over her meticulous notes. I noticed your mind seemed to wander today. Did you miss any notes? Qin Wan smiled gently. Accepting the notes. Thank you. Arriving at the school gate with her backpack, she spotted Fu Jinghuai's car. Her gaze softened, warm and tender. Fu Jinghuai had seen her from the car and stepped out, his eyes radiating warmth akin to the sun, as he opened the passenger door for her. Just as Qin Wan was about to step in, her foot slipped on something, and Fu Jinghuai, quick as lightning, caught her. Had he not acted swiftly, her forehead would have certainly met the car frame, resulting in a painful bump. At that moment, Qin Wan's face flushed with embarrassment. How humiliating it would have been to fall flat on the ground. Sensing the girl's discomfort, Fu Jinghuai offered a gentle smile. Wan, what would you like for dinner? I will take you out. The mere mention of food ignited Qin Wan's enthusiasm, her eyes gleaming. Anything is fine? Indeed, but it should be on the lighter side. Considering you drank last night, your stomach cannot handle anything too spicy now. Qin Wan deflated, feeling as though she had lost her spark. It had been ages since she had indulged in spicy food, and she missed it dearly. Her demeanor was so endearing. And Fu Jinghuai couldn't help but let out a soft, deep laugh. Wan, once your stomach is back in order, whatever you desire to eat, I will accompany you. It's a promise. Her large, clear eyes shimmered with a myriad of emotions. They were strikingly beautiful, captivating Fu Jinghuai, who cradled her face in his hands and leaned down to place a gentle kiss at the corner of her eye. The smile at the corners of the man's eyes deepened gradually. As the car began its journey, a figure emerged from behind a distant tree. She glanced at the photograph in her hand, the malice in her eyes unmistakable. Qin Wan had consumed alcohol the previous night, leaving her stomach in a state of discomfort today. Therefore, for dinner, Fu Jinghuai planned to prepare a medicinal meal at home to restore her ailing stomach. Upon arriving at the underground parking lot of the supermarket, as soon as they exited the passenger seat, Fu Jinghuai, like a protective treasure, held her small hand tightly, fearing she might slip away. His hand felt slightly warm, enveloping hers and providing a profound sense of security. Qin Wan's face radiated with sweet smiles as she tilted her head and asked, once we reach the supermarket, may I request to buy a little snack? Certainly. Fu Jinghuai replied with a gentle smile, ruffling her dark hair, adding, but I need to check the ingredient list first. This was their first time visiting the supermarket as a couple. Their striking appearances naturally attracted the attention of many, yet it did not dampen Qin Wan's cheerful spirit. Fu Jinghuai pushed the cart while Qin Wan directed their shopping. After approximately half an hour, their cart was brimming with items. Shopping was an innate pleasure for women. Even a simple stroll through the supermarket brought Qin Wan joy, especially with the person she adored by her side. Fu Jinghuai relished the lively and domestic atmosphere they shared. He was a considerate partner, adept at understanding emotions, seemingly attuned to Qin Wan's desires with just a glance. Their affection was palpable, and occasionally, the playful Qin Wan would mischievously pinch his waist. Fu Jinghuai sighed, observing her triumphant demeanor, and with a helpless smile. He thought to himself that this little enchanting creature in his hands could only be indulged by him. Qin Wan, it truly is you. Chapter 69. Fantasies. Qin Wan turned her gaze towards the voice, and upon seeing the newcomer, her smile abruptly faded. The person before her was none other than her grandmother, Luo Sufan, who favored males over females. Years ago, after taking her father's compensation for a car accident, she had vanished from Qin Wan's life, leaving behind a void devoid of affection, her presence more akin to that of a stranger, marked only by an unbreakable bond of blood. Qin Wan still recalled how Luo Sufan had bullied her mother while her father was away. Had she not been taken in by her third brother after her parents' tragic demise, her final refuge would likely have been an orphanage. Luo Sufan recognized Qin Wan instantly, attributing it to her striking resemblance to her deceased mother. Qin Wan, is this your boyfriend? Luo Sufan's calculating gaze fell upon Fu Jinghuai. Her familiarity made Qin Wan's stomach churn. She had no time to indulge her in this charade. Jinghuai, let us go, Qin Wan said, not even sparing Luo Sufan a glance as she grasped Fu Jinghuai's hand, intent on leaving. Seeing that she completely ignored her, Russelfan was consumed with fury. Qin Wan, I am your grandmother. Is this the attitude you should show to your elders? Although she did not wish to squander time on such an obstinate old woman, Qin could not help but sneer at the emotional blackmail. My biological father has turned to ashes. How could I possibly remember that I have a grandmother? I do not recognize you, madam, so please refrain from claiming familial ties. Qin felt a prickling sensation all over her body. Recalling the injustices this woman had inflicted upon her mother and herself, her reluctance to retaliate was solely out of respect for her father. You unfilial daughter, do you not fear retribution for treating your grandmother this way? Russell Fun, accustomed to being revered and indulged, found herself at a loss when confronted with Qin defiance. As the words fell, Fu Jinghuai's penetrating gaze turned toward her, causing Russell Fun to instinctively swallow hard. Sensing the anger radiating from Fu Jinghuai, Qin grasped his hand, a mischievous smile playing on her lips as she whispered in his ear, Jinghuai, rest assured, I shall not allow myself to be wronged. Observing the playful spirit of the young lady before him, Fu Jinghuai could only indulge her whims. You have committed such heinous acts and fear not the consequences? What do I have to be afraid of? Qin crossed her arms defiantly, her resolve unwavering. Suddenly, she discovered a sense of amusement as she watched Russell Fun's enraged expression, feeling a surge of satisfaction. Russell Fun, clutching her chest in distress, lamented how the once manageable little girl had become so formidable. What do you mean by you? You, old woman, should be buried under the earth by now. Just stay at home quietly. Encountering you is like a toad leaping onto my foot, repulsive yet harmless. Reflecting on her mother's struggles during her lifetime and the injustices Russell Fun had wrought upon her, Qin realized she had been too lenient in her words. Qin, is that wretched Wang Wanji the one who taught you this? You are a harbinger of misfortune. It is your hardiness that has brought about your parents' demise. In a fit of rage, Russell Fun unleashed her venomous words. In that moment, Qin clenched her fists at her sides, sensing the shift in her demeanor. Fu Jinghuai enveloped her in his embrace and kissed her gently by her ear. Wan, be calm. Do not let her words trouble you. With that, a fierce and chilling glare was cast upon Russell Fun, causing her to stumble backward and collide with the nearby shelves. Grandmother. Suddenly, a robust young man approached and steadied Russell Fun. Upon seeing her burly grandson, Russell Fun's confidence surged. Qin Jun, this wretched cousin of yours has cursed me to death. At her words, Qin Jun turned his gaze toward Qin, and upon catching sight of her stunning beauty, he was momentarily captivated, unable to divert his eyes. Fu Jinghuai would not tolerate another man's gaze lingering on his beloved. If you cannot manage your own eyes, I can assist you with that. Under the oppressive aura of authority, Qin Jun could not withstand the pressure and timidly averted his gaze. The formidable aura radiating from Fu Jinghuai rendered Qin Jun unable to meet his gaze, for it was evident from his demeanor and eloquence that he was not a man to be trifled with. He feigned cowardice, urging, Grandma, let us depart. Luo Suoften, still eager to linger, inadvertently locked eyes with Fu Jinghuai's intimidating gaze and instinctively recoiled, wishing to avoid further confrontation with Luo Suoften. Qin found solace in Fu Jinghuai's considerate embrace as he guided her away. After settling the bill, Fu Jinghuai carried 2 substantial shopping bags in one hand, while holding Qin hand with the other, their connection palpable as they approached the car. At that moment, Luo Suoften, accompanied by her daughter-in-law Lu Ying and grandson Qin Jun, emerged in the underground parking lot. Upon seeing Qin luxurious Cullinan, Qin Jun's eyes flickered with interest. Lu Ying nudged her son, whose gaze had become fixated. What are you staring at? Mom, I didn't realize my cousin was quite resourceful, managing to attract a wealthy boyfriend. That car, I've seen it online. The high-end model can exceed 10 million. Cousin? Luo Suofen's eyes glinted with avarice upon hearing her grandson's remark, and she disdainfully retorted, that jinx, Qin. Lu Ying, recalling her own past, remembered her attraction to Qin father, Qin Jinya. It was due to Qin mother, whom she deemed a vixen, that she settled for Qin Jun's father instead. After Qin mother married into the family, she often stoked the flames of discord before Luo Suofen, and her subsequent pregnancy further solidified her position in the Qin household. Thus, Qin mother endured considerable torment at Luo Suofen's hands. The situation escalated when Luo Suofen once scalded Wang Wanji with boiling water, prompting Qin Jinya to stir the household into upheaval, ultimately leading to his departure with his wife and daughter. Lu Ying could not fathom why such a distinguished man as Qin Jinya would end up with someone like Wang Wanji, and even in death. She found it impossible to swallow her resentment. The fact that Wang Wanji's daughter now thrived only deepened Lu Ying's discontent. Mom, that little wretch Qin is living so well now. By all accounts, she should be honoring you as her grandmother, even if she did not voice it. Luo Suoften was equally tempted by this notion. Her eldest grandson was now courting a girl and needed over 2 million for a wedding house and ceremony. With Qin newfound prosperity, she had a duty to honor her deceased father. Like her mother, Qin possessed a captivating charm, seemingly effortlessly securing a wealthy partner capable of procuring millions. As these thoughts took root, the allure of easy gain clouded their judgment. Mom, Qin Jun is the eldest grandson of the Qin family. Whether he marries depends on you. Lu Ying, keenly aware of Luo Suofen's ulterior motives, stoked the flames further. Rest assured, I will ensure Qin contributes financially. With her father's passing, she bears the responsibility to honor him. Luo Suofen's audacious remarks were beyond the bounds of shamelessness, reflecting depths of depravity that defied description. Each of them harbored their own schemes, the clatter of their ambitions echoing in the air. Chapter 70. What are you running from? Having gone to bed late the previous night and woken early, Qin felt utterly fatigued after a day of classes. As she settled into the car, her weariness overtook her, and she soon drifted into slumber. Fu Jinghui parked in the underground garage, and upon noticing that she remained asleep, he decided to carry her gently in his arms to ensure her comfort. As he cradled her, she instinctively nestled against his chest, resembling a languid kitten, and emitted soft, delicate sounds. Fu Jinghui, lacking self-restraint in her presence, found himself aflame with desire. Upon reaching the bed, Qin gradually stirred, her eyes misty with sleep as she yawned and asked, "Third brother, why did you bring me back?" The term of endearment piqued Fu Jinghui's interest, and pressing his forehead against hers, he responded in a deep, magnetic voice, Wan, what did you just call me?" Being a well-mannered girl who understood her missteps, Qin sweetly and tenderly replied, "Fu Jinghui." Her gentle whisper, as light as a feather, nearly rendered him breathless, stirring a tumult of emotions within him. Gazing at her exquisite face, blooming like peach blossoms, he was tempted to abandon all restraint, yearning to claim this enchanting creature before him. Sensing the heat in his gaze, Qin fell silent, her playful demeanor subdued. Fu Jinghui chuckled to himself, bemused by her innocence and playfulness. They had only just begun their relationship, and he was cautious not to overstep boundaries, lest he frighten her away, though he should have been preparing dinner. The intensity of his feelings necessitated a cold shower to regain composure. Emerging from the bathroom half an hour later, he found the soup he had simmered before his shower. Concerned that Qin might be hungry, he offered her some yam and pork rib soup to warm her stomach. Once she finished the soup, Qin stood gleefully by the kitchen, watching Fu Jinghui as he donned an apron. Her eyes sparkled with admiration. From her perspective, his chiseled features and strikingly handsome profile were even more impressive than her previous life plans had ever anticipated. The elegance of his tall, lean figure filled her with joy, and as she nibbled on a cucumber, her sparkling eyes reflected her happiness. Turning his head, Fu Jinghui caught sight of her beaming face, her joy unmistakable. He approached her, playfully ruffling her hair. "What are you thinking about? You seem so happy." Caught in the act, Qin's cheeks flushed a rosy hue. "In nothing," she stammered. His long fingers lightly touched her pert nose, his gaze warm and tender. "Would you like me to accompany you for some self-defense practice later?" "Yes," she replied, feeling a sense of ownership now that she was his cherished possession, no longer needing to tread carefully. After dinner, Qin cheerfully went to feed the fish in the large bathtub. After Fu Jinghui finished tidying up, he emerged from the kitchen and observed her feeding method, a helpless smile tugging at the corners of his lips. Wan, if you continue to feed them like this, you will have to collect their corpses by morning." Qin halted her actions, a look of confusion gracing her features. "You fed them too much. The fish could easily overeat. What should we do now?" The man smiled gently. "No worries, leave it to me." In the gym, Fu Jinghui tirelessly repeated his exercises, while Qin eagerly absorbed his teachings, yielding commendable results. Her shoulder throw technique still required refinement to effectively handle Fu Jinghui, but it was more than sufficient for someone like Zhao Yunma, who lacked training. Exhausted yet satisfied with her progress, Qin's face glistened with sweat, her delicate features flushed with an enchanting rosy hue. A glance from Fu Jinghui stoked an unfamiliar desire within him. He swallowed hard and pulled the young girl into his embrace. Qin settled onto his lap, her long eyelashes fluttering as her large, innocent eyes gazed up at him. "What's wrong? After teaching me all evening, shouldn't there be some form of reward?" Qin's thoughts were as pure as crystal clear water, entirely oblivious to the intentions brewing within him. A reward? What do you wish for? His heated breath washed over her, causing a blush to bloom on her cheeks as she instinctively sought to escape his embrace. With such beauty in his arms, Fu Jinghuai could not let this opportunity slip away. He tightened his hold around her slender waist. Where are you running off to? It's hot. I want to take a shower. Fu Jinghuai smirked mischievously. The reward you promised me has been given yet. How can you leave? What reward? Without granting Qin-Wan a moment to ponder, he cradled the back of her head, his lips descending to capture the alluring fragrance he had long desired. Fu Jinghuai's kissing technique was exquisite, swiftly finding the sensitive spots that rendered Qin-Wan unable to resist, her longing intensifying with each simple kiss. Soon, her body softened in his embrace, yearning for more. Lost in passion, her movements grew bolder, her porcelain fingers tangled in his hair, occasionally emitting soft moans that sent waves of heat coursing through Fu Jinghuai. The kisses intensified, teetering on the edge of control. Kissing alone could not satiate his desires. His long fingers, driven by past fantasies, ventured boldly. Qin-Wan instinctively let out a soft whimper, igniting a fiery urgency within Fu Jinghuai. The kiss was both intoxicating and torturous, while his hands roamed freely. Their bodies pressed tightly together, the man sought deeper exploration when the doorbell rang, abruptly snapping them back to reality. Regaining their composure, Qin-Wan glanced at her disheveled appearance, her cheeks ablaze with embarrassment, feeling exposed. Fu Jinghuai, too, recognized he had crossed a line. He had merely intended to keep things light but had lost control. He quickly straightened their clothes, adopting a facade of seriousness. Wan, I'll go answer the door. Okay. Zhao Yunma was taken aback to see that the person who opened the door was Fu Jinghuai. With a mischievous grin, he remarked, Third brother, why do you take so long to open the door? What are you doing at home? Fu Jinghuai cast him a disdainful glance and replied, If you cannot speak properly, it would be wise to keep your mouth shut. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to manage it for you. Zhao Yunma pouted. You dare to be so fierce with me, yet you are bold enough to be harsh with Sister Wan? Just then, Qin-Wan emerged from the gym. And upon seeing her in yoga attire, Zhao Yunma's eyes widened in astonishment. The redness at the corners of her eyes and her slightly swollen lips indicated that his third brother had indeed been unkind. The sight of her distress filled him with a sense of helplessness. If you no longer want those eyes, I can donate them for you tomorrow. Hearing this, Zhao Yunma quickly retracted his inquisitive gaze. He was still young and wished to keep his eyes for admiring beautiful women. Third brother, could you perhaps be a bit kinder to me? I came all the way here at night, abandoning my own comforts, just to deliver this exquisite blue and white porcelain dish to you, he said, placing the set of porcelain on the table with a charming smile. This set of blue and white porcelain was something he had purchased at a high price from abroad, but having lost a bet, he had to part with it reluctantly. As Qin-Wan changed into a different outfit and noticed the delicate blue and white porcelain, her eyes sparkled with delight. She was not fond of jewels or precious stones, but rather adored the clear, natural patterns of such porcelain. Sister-in-law, could I perhaps trade you something else for this set of blue and white porcelain? It is truly a rare find, and I cannot bear to part with it. Before Qin-Wan could respond, Fu Jinghuai interjected with a sharp gaze. Do you truly believe your life is of less value than this blue and white porcelain? Of course, my life is far more valuable. These are mere possessions. Without life, they are utterly worthless. Upon hearing him acknowledge his life as expendable, Qin-Wan couldn't help but chuckle. Her laughter prompted Zhao Yunma to realize he had been caught in a trap, his expression a picture of incredulity. You two truly bully me. You have taken away my beloved treasure and resorted to personal attacks. Who told you to be so inexperienced and foolish? If you hadn't bet with Jinghuai, would you have lost this blue and white porcelain? Zhao Yunma protested. Sister Wan, you have learned badly from third brother. I take pleasure in it. Qin-Wan shot back with a playful roll of her eyes. Fu Jinghuai affectionately ruffled the girl's hair before adding, The item has been delivered. You may leave now. Zhao Yunma could only express his discontent with an internal exclamation, as vocalizing it in Fu Jinghuai's presence would invite trouble. After Zhao Yunma departed, Qin-Wan gazed at the porcelain dish in the box, her eyes gleaming with delight. She lovingly caressed it, her smile radiating pure satisfaction. Noticing that her attention was entirely fixated on the exquisite blue and white porcelain dish, and that she had not cast a glance in his direction, Fu Jinghuai felt a twinge of jealousy. He pulled her into his embrace with a gentle yet possessive grip, saying, Wan, I am far more captivating. Look at me instead. His warm breath brushed against her neck, evoking an irresistible ticklish sensation. Qin-Wan could not help but squirm, uttering, Stop it, that tickles. He teased. You've been so engrossed in that dish all evening, neglecting me. Aware that the area near her ear was her Achilles heel, Fu Jinghuai deliberately provoked her. Hearing a hint of playful petulance in his tone, Qin Wan found it astonishing. Ever since they had defined their relationship, he had transformed into someone remarkably clingy, with an even stronger sense of possessiveness than before. Now, he could even feel jealousy over a mere dish. Qin Wan was left bewildered, pondering whether her once aloof demeanor had withered away. Mr. Fu, why are you competing for affection with a dish? The girl's smile was breathtakingly pure, captivating all who beheld it. Disregarding his own image, he nestled closer to her shoulder, murmuring, "It's your fault for focusing all your attention on it. Wan. I am jealous." Fu Jinghuai's affectionate demeanor was endearing to Qin Wan. His mischievous hand ignited a fire within her, awakening instinctual responses she never anticipated. Realizing this, her complexion flushed a delicate shade of pink, and she attempted to extricate herself from his hold. "Jinghuai, I'm tired. I wish to return and take a shower before sleeping." Upon noticing a suspicious blush creeping across her cheeks, Fu Jinghuai smirked devilishly, drawing her closer to capture her essence. "Jinghuai, please stop. If this continues, I will truly lose control. It would be too embarrassing. I truly adore you." His voice grew increasingly fervent, laced with an intoxicating allure. The girl's lips resembled sweet, fluffy candy. Having tasted their sweetness once, he found himself unable to resist. As he leaned in for another kiss, Qin Wan, in a hushed voice, implored, "Jinghuai, I am so sleepy, I wish to rest." Seeing her fatigue, he suppressed his inner turmoil and gently tousled her hair, saying, "All right, then go to sleep." Watching her retreat to her room, Fu Jinghuai felt a pang of emptiness and sighed softly as he returned to his own quarters, seeking solace in a cold shower. In the bathroom, after her shower, Qin Wan picked up the laundry, her cheeks aflame with embarrassment. She realized he had merely ignited a spark within her, yet her body. If Fu Jinghuai discovered this, would she ever be able to face him again? The mere thought of his hand nearly. No, she could not dwell on it. Recalling those intimate moments made her cheeks burn crimson. Meanwhile, Fu Jinghuai also took a prolonged cold shower. Upon emerging, he gazed at the empty bed, still lingering with the sweet scent of their closeness. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and with a mischievous grin, he reached for the phone on the table. After applying her skincare products, Qin Wan returned to bed. Calming her thoughts as she picked up her phone, she noticed a message from Zhao Yunma. I heard from Sangu that you enjoy suspense films. I have a friend who just recommended a movie that has received excellent reviews for its visuals. I thought I would share it with you." Qin Wan politely replied with a note of gratitude. In the bar, Zhao Yunma held his newly acquired girlfriend close with one arm while the other hand clutched a cigarette. Casting a sidelong glance at the man across from him who was toying with a string of Buddhist beads, Qin Sixian, "What kind of breeze is Sangu catching that prompts me to recommend a suspenseful movie for Wan? Shouldn't this couple in love be indulging in romantic films to deepen their bond? That would be far more exhilarating." Qin Sixian raised a cool eyebrow, seemingly indifferent. "Because you are one of them. What nonsense is this? From now on, don't claim to be my friend. Associating with someone of your intellect would be a disgrace." The disdain in Qin Sixian's eyes was palpable. Observing Zhao Yunma's bewildered expression, Qin Sixian decided to extend a hand of kindness and clarify. "Is Wan particularly brave?" "Not really. I heard she cried at the sound of thunder," Zhao Yunmo recalled. "Then, is the movie you recommended frightening?" Zhao Yunmo replied candidly, "Of course, it's terrifying. My ex-girlfriend and I watched it snuggled in bed, and she was so frightened that she burrowed into my arms." As he relished the memory of a woman nestling against him, Zhao Yunma suddenly came to a realization. Wow, Sangu certainly has a way with women. Qin Sixian shot him a cold glance. Having slept with so many women, you still can't compare to a novice. You've wasted these years. Earlier, Qin Wan had felt quite drowsy, but after a shower, she felt rejuvenated. Checking the time, it wasn't too late. So she decided to search for the film Zhao Yunma had recommended. The reviews were quite promising. She grabbed the remote, powered on the projector, and found the film on the player. The movie opened with a rather intense scene, and Qin Wan felt an exhilarating thrill, but as the plot unfolded, she found herself unable to bear the visuals. Her heart raced, and she was convinced someone lurked beneath her bed. She wanted to go to the bathroom, yet the eerie sounds of the film filled her with dread, forcing her to curl up under the covers. At that moment, she had truly overestimated her bravery. Having consumed a hearty amount of soup earlier and now feeling increasingly anxious from the fright, the urge to visit the restroom grew more pressing. Ultimately, She reluctantly reached out from under the blanket, grasped her phone, and dialed Fu Jinghuai's number. "Jinghuai, could you come to my room?" Upon hearing her voice, Fu Jinghuai seemed to sense something amiss, a smile gracing his lips, of course. Soon, he appeared in Qinwan's room, observing the lump under the covers with an amused expression as he sat on the edge of the bed. "Wan, I'm here." His voice exuded a reassuring warmth, emboldening Qinwan to peek out from her cocoon. After hiding under the covers for an extended period, her breathing had grown uneven, and her cheeks were flushed, rendering her all the more alluring. With her doe-like eyes glistening with unshed tears, she spoke with a tone rife with vulnerability. "Fu Jinghuai, I need to use the restroom. But this movie is too frightening for me to go alone." Chapter 72. An unpleasant experience. The man's smile was as gentle as a starry sky. "Then I shall carry you to the bathroom." "Okay." At this moment, Qinwan dared not place her feet on the ground, allowing Fu Jinghuai to carry her into the bathroom. Once inside, she was once again overwhelmed by fear, as the harrowing image of a female university student being gruesomely dismembered in a restroom flooded her mind. The murderer's bloodied face, adorned with a sinister grin, haunted her thoughts. Noticing the pallor on her delicate visage, Fu Jinghuai gently asked, "What's wrong?" "Fu Jinghuai, could you please not leave? I'm scared." Qinwan shyly tugged at the hem of his clothing. Realizing the depth of her fear, Fu Jinghuai's lips curled into a tender smile. "All right." Turning his back, Qinwan felt a flush of embarrassment. Just when she thought the moment was passing, it returned unexpectedly. She regretted her impulsive decision to linger in the restroom, wishing she could vanish into the floor. After a brief pause, the sound of water ceased, and Fu Jinghuai turned back, his ears slightly flushed. "Wan, come wash your hands." "Okay." At the sink, Fu Jinghuai's broad frame enveloped her petite figure, his long fingers gently assisting her in washing her hands. His embrace was warm and reassuring, and Qinwan felt an overwhelming sense of dependence. Warmth flowed from his fingertips to her heart. Upon returning to the room, the projector continued to display the earlier film, its terrifying sounds clinging to her. Qinwan nestled closer into Fu Jinghuai's embrace. "Could you turn off the projector? I'm scared." "All right." Fu Jinghuai switched off the projector and seated her on his lap. "In the future, if you watch such movies, call me to join you. Don't watch them alone." Having learned her lesson, Qinwan vowed to remember. Fu Jinghuai refrained from mentioning his intention to stay overnight. Instead, after some comforting words, he remarked, "Wan, it's getting late. You should rest early." With a pitiful expression, she clutched at his clothing. "Fu Jinghuai, could you stay here tonight and keep me company? I'm scared." Seeing her delicate form, his throat involuntarily tightened, and under her hopeful gaze, he nodded. Delighted by his agreement, Qinwan burrowed into the covers as he lifted them onto the bed. She nestled against him, seeking a comfortable position in his embrace. Fu Jinghuai reveled in encircling her slender waist, holding her securely. As night deepened, moonlight stealthily crept through the curtains, casting a gentle glow upon the bed. Lying in Fu Jinghuai's arms, Qinwan's consciousness gradually faded, and she soon fell into a deep slumber. Dreams came quietly, transporting her back to a day forever etched in her memory. In the morning, her parents drove her to school. The car filled with vibrant music as she and her mother hummed along. Her father, Qinjinya, wore a smile of happiness, occasionally glancing at the mother-daughter duo in the rearview mirror. Suddenly, noticing an oncoming vehicle, panic engulfed him as he abruptly swerved the steering wheel. With a resounding crash, the violent impact echoed through the air. Qinwan felt as if the world was spinning, a wave of excruciating pain radiating from her forehead, accompanied by her terrified screams. After the car flipped over multiple times, a pungent smell of charred debris filled the interior, making it difficult for her to open her eyes. "Wan, don't be afraid. Mommy will protect you. Be a good girl and climb out quickly," Wanji said, her breath unsteady, her face pale, trembling as she gently pushed Qinwan through the window. Enduring the pain, Qinwan crawled out of the vehicle. Upon emerging, she turned to search for her parents, only to see them engulfed by flames. She yearned to rush towards them, but the ferocity of the fire barred her way. With hoarse cries, she called out for her father and mother. Just as the fuel tank seemed poised to explode, an unknown figure sprinted towards her and forcibly carried her away from the inferno. Qinwan found herself in a strong embrace, but after inhaling too many toxic fumes, her consciousness began to fade. Father, mother. Once again, the nightmare dragged her into a suffocating despair from which she could not escape. The terror and helplessness within her dreams felt so palpable. Watching as her parents were consumed by the flames, while she remained powerless. That heart-wrenching pain resurfaced, and tears streamed down her face like pearls broken from their string as she desperately called for her father and mother. "Father, mother, please don't leave Wanwan, okay?" Qin waved her hands, wanting to rescue her parents from the fire. Trapped in such helplessness, she longed to break free, yet found herself ensnared in the nightmare. Fu Jinghuai awoke to see her expression filled with fear and helplessness, tears streaming down her cheeks as she waved her hands. The sight pierced his heart as if it were pricked by countless needles. Gently, he took her hand, and upon hearing her murmurs, he instinctively understood she was trapped in a terrifying dream. A surge of guilt and self-reproach washed over him, and his brow furrowed in anguish. He embraced her tightly, softly kissing away the tears at the corners of her eyes while soothingly whispering, "Wanwan, it's all over. Don't be afraid. I am here with you." His rich, deep voice possessed a calming quality, gradually easing the panic etched on her face. Like a caregiver soothing a distressed child, Fu Jinghuai caressed her back, humming a lullaby he once sang to her during her moments of uncertainty. Time slipped away as he comforted her, and when he felt her breathing stabilize, he tucked her in more snugly, stealing a few tender kisses from her lips before finally closing his eyes to rest. At 5 a.m, Qin stirred in her peaceful slumber, curling slightly and turning her back towards him. In that moment, her movement aligned perfectly with his body. Through the thin fabric of her nightgown, Fu Jinghuai could distinctly feel the warmth radiating from her. He inhaled deeply. In the morning, men often brimmed with energy, and at that moment, he felt an abundance of vigor. Fu Jinghuai took another deep breath, knowing that if his little girl moved any closer, he could hardly guarantee he could maintain his composure. The position was undoubtedly intimate, yet it was a delightful torment. Suddenly, Qin, perhaps uncomfortable in her sleeping position, shifted her body slightly, driving Fu Jinghuai nearly to madness. He inhaled deeply and adjusted his position, fearing that if this continued, his own desires might become compromised. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he quietly lifted the covers, only for Qin to sense the loss of warmth and instinctively seek it out. She pressed her long legs against him, wrapping her arms around him as though clutching the blanket, her delicate hand inadvertently resting on his thigh, an exquisite torment of warmth for him. Oblivious to the precariousness of her situation, the sweetly slumbering Qin licked her lips, lost in her comfortable dreams. Seated on the edge of the bed, Fu Jinghuai gripped the sheets tightly, the veins on the back of his hands subtly apparent. As a robust man, he would have taken her fiercely if he weren't concerned about the feelings of his dear girl. Gazing at her naturally exquisite features, he sighed softly, gently moving her hand away before stealthily exiting the bed. Chapter 73. Reluctant to submit, Qin was roused by the blaring alarm clock. With her eyes still closed, she lazily stretched like a languid kitten, the bed's allure making it hard for her to rise. She longed to sleep a little longer. As she contemplated indulging in a few more minutes of slumber, Fu Jinghuai entered, leaning down to nuzzle her cheek with his prominent nose. "Little lazy cat. It's time to get up." With a sleepy murmur, Qin turned in her sleep, continuing to doze. Fu Jinghuai was utterly charmed by her adorableness, his eyes sparkling with amusement. Kneeling on the bed, he leaned in closer, whispering enticingly in her ear, "If you don't get up now, you really will be late today. The first class is Professor Zheng's." At the mention of Professor Zheng, Qin seemed to awaken as if triggered by an internal radar. Sitting up without a moment's hesitation, "Qin, don't rush when getting up next time. A sudden movement can be uncomfortable," he cautioned, yawning repeatedly. Tears brimming in her eyes, she playfully chided him. "Who told you to scare me with Professor Zheng?" "All right, it's all my fault. I want you to do it again," he replied, a teasing glint in his eye. "Humph, if they're essay next time, just wait and see how I'll make you unable to get out of bed." Qin, influenced by the novel she had been reading with Gu Nianqing, blurted out without thought. Little did she know, Fu Jinghuai was genuinely intrigued, his smile carrying a deeper meaning. "Then how does one intend to keep me from getting out of bed?" Realizing her words had inadvertently trapped her, she felt her face flush under his mischievous gaze. I didn't he say that?" Qin stammered, her cheeks turning crimson as she stubbornly denied it. To alleviate the awkwardness, she quickly escaped his line of sight, barefoot making her way to the bathroom. Fu Jinghuai, still smiling, picked up the slippers from the floor and followed her in, squeezing toothpaste and handing it to her, then standing by as he admired the girl with rosy lips and white teeth in the mirror, truly a vision that tugged at his heartstrings. Qin, without any pretense, relished the tender care of her boyfriend, her eyes sparkling with joy. The man, filled with affection, embraced her from behind, resting his chin on her shoulder and gently nuzzling her. He resembled a docile golden retriever seeking the comfort of its master. Qinwan chuckled softly. "What's the matter?" "Nothing much, just suddenly wanted to hold you," he replied. Qinwan, feeling both dependent on him and delighted by his need for her, found this sensation exquisite, as if their hearts were intertwined. In response, she tilted her head back slightly and affectionately rubbed against his neck. "Wan, I love you." Upon hearing those words, Qinwan felt an overwhelming warmth fill her chest, an indescribable joy washing over her. She turned to face him, her lips tinged with the refreshing essence of lemon, and wrapped her arms around his neck, kissing him passionately, her love surging forth like an unrestrained tide. The man, astonished by the depth of her gaze, reciprocated her fervent kiss. They became so engrossed in their embrace that Qinwan entered the classroom just as the bell rang for the first period. Gun Yinqing had saved her a seat, and upon seeing her slightly swollen, dewy lips, she couldn't help but sigh. Women in love are utterly without restraint. Qinwan shot her a mock glare. "Gun Yinqing, just wait. Don't let me catch you with a man." Gun Yinqing replied playfully, "Huh? Most men don't catch my eye. I'm not fortunate enough to encounter a paragon like your third brother. Honestly, I think I'm destined to be single for life. My parents are quite liberal. They've told me it's better to be single than to settle. If I can't find someone I truly love, they'll support me for life." Qinwan rolled her eyes dramatically. If any of the singles pressured by marriage heard you say that, they would be seething with resentment. Gun Yinqing, with a cheeky grin, said, "No worries. I can take the heat. I've been training for it since childhood." Yet, despite her playful nature, Gun Yinqing was serious about her studies. In this class, she was fortunate enough to receive attention from Professor Zhang, who called on her to answer questions. Thankfully, she was well prepared and had absorbed the previous lessons, answering with ease and receiving approving glances. Time always flies, and the morning classes soon concluded. After lunch at the cafeteria, Qinwan and Gun Yinqing stepped outside, only to be met with a cacophony. Driven by curiosity, Gun Yinqing pulled Qinwan towards the commotion. To their surprise, they discovered that Wei Anna, the actress rumored to be linked with Fu Jinghuai, was on campus for a location shoot. Dressed in a collegiate-style short skirt with her hair cut short to her ears, Wei Anna was indeed beautiful, but when compared to someone like Qinwan, whose beauty reigned supreme, she seemed rather uninspiring. Gun Yinqing began to critique. "Wan, your third brother has excellent taste. If I were a man, I would choose you over her. Your looks and figure could easily outshine hers." Even though Qinwan does not particularly favor attire that accentuates her figure, Gun Yinqing, with her keen understanding of human anatomy acquired from childhood, could easily discern that Qinwan is indeed quite remarkable. Her physique has developed in all the right places. Qinwan felt a shiver run down her spine as she caught Gun Yinqing's mischievous smile. She playfully pinched her cheek, saying, "Sister, do you mind not looking at me so brazenly? You're stirring my fight-or-flight response, and I might just reward you with a punch." Gun Yinqing joined in the playful banter, declaring, "To die beneath the peony blossoms is to be a spirited ghost. What's a punch to me?" Qinwan chuckled at her audacity. Gun Yinqing clutched her heart theatrically, exclaiming, "Wan, have you suddenly stopped loving me? How could you push me away? My heart aches beyond healing." The two friends laughed and frolicked, reveling in their camaraderie. Not far away, Wei Anna, who had just finished her scene and was resting, tightened her grip on her water cup as she observed the enchanting Qinwan, whose beauty was reminiscent of blossoming peach flowers. Why did this little orphan deserve the affection of Fu Jinghuai, while she had never even received a glance from him, despite having met Fu Jinghuai once? During that singular occasion when his cold yet noble demeanor entered her world, he had completely forgotten her. She was beautiful, came from a prestigious family, and possessed an impressive education. She was a well-known heiress within their circle, pursued by numerous affluent suitors. Yet, it was only Fu Jinghuai who captivated her heart with a mere glance. She believed that with her illustrious lineage and superior attributes, if she were to approach Fu Jinghuai, he would inevitably be drawn to her personal charm, and their union would unfold naturally. Little did she know that an irksome woman like Qinwan was by Fu Jinghuai's side, a face that ignited her jealousy. Renowned for her beauty within their social sphere, she begrudgingly acknowledged that compared to Qinwan, her own allure paled in comparison. The presence of this vixen beside Fu Jinghuai posed a significant threat. If she wished to win his affection, she must first deal with this obstacle. Men are inherently visual creatures, and how could Fu Jinghuai not be moved by a woman of such exceptional beauty as Qinwan? uncertain of the nature of their relationship at this moment. Wei Anna was resolute in her determination to possess the man she desired, employing any means necessary to achieve her goal. Qin Wan, perceptive as ever, sensed a burning gaze upon her and met Wei Anna's stare with unwavering confidence. With a disdainful smile, Wei Anna offered a provocative grin. Qin Wan, unfazed, responded with an expression that conveyed her indifference to all. Chapter 74. The cauldron of jealousy overturned. Qin Wan withdrew her gaze, saying, "Nianqing, let us depart. The atmosphere here is rather unpleasant and affects my mood." Of course, Du Nianqing, having noticed the underlying tension between the two, stood firmly with Qin Wan and cast a sidelong glance at Wei Anna as they walked away. When has Wei Anna ever been provoked by such a gaze? It is crucial to remember that those who once lingered by her side thrived only by adoring her. Being confronted in such a manner rendered her expression quite captivating. Qin Wan contemplated how Wei Anna might once again be a troublesome distraction summoned by Fu Jinghuai, and a wave of displeasure washed over her, leading her to neglect responding to his messages. She firmly believed that Fu Jinghuai had no feelings for Wei Anna. However, the allure of a concubine is often undeniable. The look in Wei Anna's eyes as she gazed at Fu Jinghuai in that photograph was undoubtedly tainted with unseemly intentions. Although some images were edited or staged, several captured her deeply affectionate demeanor, revealing that her feelings for Fu Jinghuai were far from innocent. In the office, Fu Jinghuai awaited a response from Qin Wan while reviewing documents, his gaze wandering to his phone intermittently. Chen Song, standing nearby, found it difficult to watch. The usually composed President Fu had transformed into an impatient young man in love. It had been over 2 hours since he sent the message, and logically, Qin Wan must have seen it. Yet, why was she not replying? Growing increasingly agitated, Fu Jinghuai considered smoking but recalled that Qin Wan disliked the smell and instead reached for a lollipop. This entire box of lollipops had been gifted to him that morning by her young cousin, who suggested using them as a substitute for his smoking cravings. He unwrapped one and placed it in his mouth. The sweet orange flavor was reminiscent of his dear girl's sweetness. Zhao Yunma, lacking awareness, noticed the lollipops on the table and reached for one. With a sharp sound, his hand was slapped away, leaving a red mark on his wrist. He looked dejected, nearly performing a melodramatic display. "Third brother, is this really necessary? It's just a lollipop. Have you truly stopped loving me?" Qin Sixian, ever the instigator, chimed in gleefully. "Third brother, Zhao Yunma has had his eyes on you for quite some time. Last time he was drunk, he even called your name in his dreams." Fu Jinghuai shot a glance as cold as ice at Zhao Yunma, causing him to feel weak in the knees. "Third brother, I was wrong. I promised to keep my mouth shut next time." The reason he called out in his dreams was due to the fear of being beaten by Fu Jinghuai, pleading, "Third brother, please stop. I know I was wrong." This was, of course, misinterpreted by the cunning Qin Sixian, who could twist the narrative to his advantage. As Zhao Yunma passed by Qin Sixian, he kicked his shoe, exclaiming, "Could you behave like a decent human being for once?" The answer was evidently no. 3 hours after Fu Jinghuai sent the message and still without a response from Qin Wan, he sent a few more WeChat messages, yet she remained silent. He decided to call the bodyguard accompanying her to ensure her safety. The bodyguard replied that Miss Qin was currently engrossed in playing mobile games and sipping milk tea with her classmates. It dawned on Fu Jinghuai that Qin Wan was not merely ignoring his messages, she simply had no desire to respond. He reflected on the day, wondering if he had inadvertently offended his little goddess in any way to find himself in this state of neglect. At this moment, he could no longer remain seated and decided to skip class, driving to the school to find his young girlfriend. Finally, in the pavilion, he discovered Qin Wan, who was blissfully engrossed in her game. He was so charming that even the girls at school seemed entranced by him. Qin Wan noticed him approaching but feigned ignorance, deliberately focusing on her phone, until his tall figure cast a shadow over her. He smiled warmly. "Wan, why didn't you reply to my messages today?" "Oh, I probably just didn't notice," Qin Wan replied rather dismissively. Observing her demeanor, Fu Jinghuai couldn't help but be both amused and exasperated. He was certain his little lady was upset with him. To soothe her, he took her to a secluded corner, his lips brushing against hers with intent. "Tell me, why are you upset?" In broad daylight, especially at school, Qin Wan was taken aback by his audacity. Her delicate face flushed. Her heart raced as if it might leap from her throat. "Fu Jinghuai, what are you doing here at school? My little ancestor is angry with me, so of course I must appease my girlfriend." His demeanor exuded the charm of a playful nobleman. Unable to withstand his beguiling antics, Qin Wan blushed. "Stop it. It's inappropriate if someone sees us. We are merely a normal couple, open and aboveboard, unafraid of others' gazes. Fu Jinghui had no intention of letting her off easily. His mischievous smile held a hint of wickedness. As his playful grin captivated her, Qin soon forgot her irritation, placing her hand against his chest. "I'm not angry." He brushed his lips lightly against hers, his voice low and suggestive. "Then why didn't you reply to my messages?" "I was busy playing games," she replied, her gaze flickering like a startled fawn. "Oh, ignoring your boyfriend while playing games? A little punishment is in order today, otherwise you won't learn your lesson." With that, he firmly cradled the back of her head and kissed her deeply. Their lips pressed together, enveloped in an overwhelming sense of possession and affection. As their fervent kiss unfolded, Qin gradually lost her composure, wrapping her arms around him, relishing the exhilarating sensation that was uniquely theirs. The setting sun cast a warm glow over them, enhancing the passionate kiss with a halo of light. After a long while, Fu Jinghui, breathless, rested his chin on her shoulder, exercising utmost restraint, his voice hoarse. "Wan. Let me catch my breath." What began as a simple kiss unexpectedly stirred deep desires within him. Fu Jinghui had always been aware of his own cravings. Ever since she had entered his dreams, the toys in his cupboard multiplied, and his desires intensified. Yet, the only one who could ensnare him in this whirlpool of longing was her. Both felt the urgency of their desires, yet neither could articulate it. The kiss was indeed a communion of souls. The two embraced each other for a considerable time, their breaths gradually stabilizing. Fu Jinghui lowered his gaze, resting his forehead against hers. "Wan, have you calmed down?" Qin recalled her earlier physical reactions, a delicate blush tainting her cheeks. "Humph." Fu Jinghui smiled softly, gently tapping her forehead. "Tell me, why did you not reply to my messages when you were upset? Isn't it all your fault for having such a charming face?" Qin murmured, a hint of jealousy in her voice. The glimmer of amusement in the man's eyes deepened. "In my heart, there will always be room for only you. No one else can capture my attention." Qin, who had been troubled all afternoon, found solace in his words, her lips curling into a satisfied smile as her heart bloomed with joy. Yet, she was determined not to let Fu Jinghui off the hook easily, teasingly bringing up old grievances, her jealousy flaring. "That way Anna is not only beautiful and well-endowed but also quite talented. Aren't you even the slightest bit moved?" Chapter 75, Lost. Fu Jinghui now understood the source of his little ancestor's anger. He chuckled softly, tapping her nose. You truly are unaware of your own beauty. In my eyes, you are the most exquisite of all, and no one else can compare." What girl wouldn't relish hearing sweet words from her boyfriend? Even if they were factual, they made her heart flutter. She feigned a stern expression. "Today at school, I saw Wei Anna filming here. She should know me." Yet her gaze was rather unfriendly. "However, I didn't let her intimidate me," and glared back. Fu Jinghui adored her vibrant and spirited demeanor, a gentle smile gracing his lips. "Yes, my Wan is truly formidable. In the future, if anyone dares to upset you, you need not endure it. Act as you wish. For I will always be here to support you." A lump formed in Qin throat, her eyes misting with emotion as she wrapped her arms around him. Resting her head on his shoulder. "Fu Jinghui, how come I never realized before that you are so good at comforting girls?" "Because I do not wish to see my little girl unhappy. Indulging you brings me joy. Have you coated your words in honey? They are so sweet." His gaze was both subtle and fervent. "Indeed, I savored the orange-flavored lollipop given to me by my little girl. It tastes just as delightful as you, especially sweet." Qin sensed the implication in his words and playfully shot him a shy glance. "I'm hungry." Fu Jinghui leaned closer to her ear, his lips brushing against her earlobe. "Then let me take you home and satisfy your hunger." She had often observed the novels recommended by Gu Nianqing, and such ambiguous statements caused her ears to flush a bright red, revealing her flustered state. Noticing her bashfulness, Fu Jinghui ceased his teasing, gently holding her hand, his gaze tender as flowing water. "Shall we head home?" "All right." Meanwhile, Wei Anna, who witnessed their affectionate exchange, clenched her fingers tightly, turning pale. Fu Jinghui, often cold and distant in public, unexpectedly transformed into a passionate lover before Qin. It appeared that this man was not as heartless as he seemed. His gentleness and delicate emotions were entirely bestowed upon Qin. Wei Anna was consumed by jealousy and resentment, despising Qin for being merely an orphan, questioning why she deserved the affection of a paragon like Fu Jinghui. If such beauty was not meant for her, she yearned to obliterate it. In the car, Qin clutched her phone, intent on completing an unfinished gaming task. Gu Nianqing, noticing her online, Send a mischievous emoji. Come clean. Where did your beloved brother take you just now? Did he lay his hands on you? But they were not face to face. The vivid scene from earlier flashed through Qin Wan's mind, causing her cheeks to flush. We returned home. Gu Nianqing replied, Sister, life is fleeting. Remember to indulge in pleasure. With that, Gu Nianqing had already taken her onto the highway, and Qin Wan instantly understood the essence of revelry. A crimson hue adorned the girl's swan-like neck. Could you be a bit more serious? Gu Nianqing retorted, Miss, in what way am I not serious? Speak up. Why can't you comprehend my good intentions? Qin Wan found this lively spirit amusing, yet she had no desire to prolong the conversation. The wheels could roll right over her face without warning. What are you chatting about, and why is your face so flushed? Oh, it's nothing. The weather has been a bit intense lately. Qin Wan tightened her grip on her phone, her heart racing at the thought of Fu Jinghui possibly seeing their conversation. Fu Jinghui agreed, noting not only was the weather intense, but so were the people. That evening, upon returning to her room, Qin Wan recalled the film Zhao Yunma had suggested and felt an unsettling sensation, as if someone might emerge from beneath her bed at any moment. She resolved not to sleep in her own room that night. After Fu Jinghui emerged from his shower, he spotted Qin Wan standing by the door with her pillow in hand, and he approached her, his heart swelling with joy. Are you afraid to sleep alone again tonight? She replied, lying on the bed, her thoughts drifting to the memorial she would attend at the cemetery for her parents the following day, which darkened her mood. Sensing her distress, Fu Jinghui embraced her, soothing her like a child until she drifted off to sleep. Though her parents were no longer with her, she had Fu Jinghui, whom she loved deeply. She clutched his waist tightly, resting her cheek against his chest, listening to the steady rhythm of his heart, and gradually succumbed to slumber. As he gazed upon her serene sleeping face, he tenderly brushed her hair, his eyes harboring an unshakable affection. He leaned down to kiss her forehead, whispering, Darling, good night. That night, Qin Wan slept relatively peacefully, awakening early to find Fu Jinghui no longer by her side. Outside, a gentle drizzle fell, the weather mirroring the somberness of her heart. It had been 14 years since her parents departed, and she longed for them dearly. After freshening up, she donned a simple, muted tracksuit. Fu Jinghui had prepared breakfast, and upon noticing her low spirits, he understood the reason without needing to speak of it. He served breakfast at the table, gently holding her hand. Wan, eat well. If you gain a little weight, Uncle and Auntie will feel more at ease when we visit them. Tears brimmed in Qin Wan's eyes, her emotions fraying at the seams, as droplets cascaded onto the table. Fu Jinghui, feeling a pang of heartache, enveloped her in his embrace, gently caressing her back. Be good, don't cry. Your eyes will swell, and Uncle and Aunt will worry. His warm and sturdy embrace allowed her taut nerves to relax. After finishing breakfast, Fu Jinghui placed the pre-ordered bouquet into the trunk. Soon, they arrived at the cemetery on the outskirts. As they stepped out of the car, the rain intensified. Fu Jinghui held the umbrella, one arm wrapped around Qin Wan, as they ascended the steps of the cemetery. Before the gravestone of Qin Jinya and his wife, Qin Wan set down the white roses she had been holding, gazing at the photograph of the couple. Smiling and embracing one another, a dull ache overwhelmed her, and tears fell uncontrollably. Striving to rein in her emotions, she forced a radiant smile. Mom and Dad, rest assured up there. I'm doing well now. Brother Jinghui takes exceptional care of me. She spoke at length to the gravestone, her words flowing like a stream. Fu Jinghui stood beside her, tilting the umbrella towards her to shield her from the rain, disregarding his own dampened shoulder. This small gesture deepened the redness around her eyes, prompting her to silently convey to her parents, Mom and Dad, Fu Jinghui is truly wonderful. He is emotionally stable and understands how to care for his feelings. Each day spent with him brings me joy. As the rain poured down, they stood there for an extended period. After her heartfelt confession, a considerable weight lifted from her heart. Fu Jinghui, let us head back. When she first arrived at the Fu household, and Zhao's mental state was far from stable. She often sat by the window lost in thought. Yet, she was exceptionally kind to Qin Wan, having been a close confidant of her mother during their school days. And Qin Wan's resemblance to her mother, Wang Wanji, endeared her to Aunt Xiao. At the age of 9, upon returning from school, Qin Wan found no trace of Aunt Xiao or Fu Jinghui at home, only a nanny attending to her needs. Days later, Fu Jinghui returned, appearing dejected. She inquired, Where has Aunt Xiao gone? With a heavy heart, he managed a faint smile. Wan, Aunt Xiao has gone to heaven. At 9, Qin Wan understood what heaven meant, and tears streamed down her face. She sobbed, asking why Aunt Xiao had passed away, to which Fu Jinghuai, bitterly, replied, Wan, you are still young. There are too many things you wouldn't understand. From that moment on, Fu Jinghuai, like her, became a child without a mother. Chapter 76, Administering Medicine. Returning to her thoughts. Qinwan grasped Fu Jinghuai's hand. Over the years, she had never inquired how Aunt Xiao had left them. What puzzled her even more was that Fu Jinghuai had never taken her to visit Aunt Xiao's grave. She wished not to unearth his scars. He did not bring it up, and neither did she. Upon returning home, Qinwan could not resist throwing herself into Fu Jinghuai's embrace. Inhaling deeply the scent of his unique pheromones, as if his presence could soothe all her troubles. His fingers gently wove through her hair, his eyes filled with tenderness. What would you like to eat for lunch? He inquired. I crave hot pot, she replied. The man's voice softened as he responded, all right. But it must be mushroom broth. I spoke with old Zhao, and he mentioned that in a few days, you will be able to eat normally. This was indeed wonderful news to hear today. After their meal, Fu Jinghuai lulled her to sleep before retreating to his study to work. Just as Fu Jinghuai finished reviewing a project document, his phone on the desk rang. A glance revealed it was Fu Zhenghua. He had no intention of answering. Yet when it rang a second time, he reluctantly picked up. Fu Zhenghua was quite displeased at the late response. Why did you take so long to answer my call? Do you think I'm one of your subordinates, at your beck and call? Choking on his indignation. Fu Zhenghua found his rebellious son harder to manage than in his youth. He exhaled deeply and, recalling the serious matter at hand, suppressed his frustration. Old Song's granddaughter, Wei Anna, has arrived in Nanqing. It appears she has an interest in you. You should seek opportunities to connect with her and nurture your relationship. If you can marry her, the support from the Song and Wei families will greatly benefit your career. Upon hearing this, Fu Jinghuai could not help but chuckle. Has Fu Jinghuai fallen so low as to play matchmaker? You. Fu Jinghuai attempted to temper his anger. I am looking out for your best interests. Old Song adores his granddaughter. Marrying her would significantly enhance your future prospects. Fu Jinghuai's tone dripped with sarcasm. Do you think everyone is willing to sacrifice themselves for the sake of a so-called career like you? Fu Zhenghua felt a surge of frustration rising within him. Clutching his chest, I am doing this for your own good. Don't be ungrateful. If you are so fond of her, then marry her yourself. My career does not require the support of a woman, and I advise you to refrain from meddling in my marital affairs. The blatant threat from his own son nearly sent Fu Zhenghua into a fit of rage, smoke almost rising from his head. You ungrateful wretch, what nonsense are you spouting? Fu Zhenghua, do not overestimate your importance in my life. You must understand, I am no longer that fragile child struggling to survive in the shadows. As if recalling a painful memory, a potent hatred surged in Fu Jinghuai's eyes. Fu Zhenghua could sense his son's animosity even through the screen, gripping his phone tightly. Fu Jinghuai, must you cling to past grievances? Ah, if you wish for me to let go, then let that woman experience the same suffering my mother endured. Fu Jinghuai, you. Not wishing to hear any more of his father's drivel, Fu Jinghuai abruptly ended the call. His fury dissipated entirely upon seeing the sleepily entering Qinwan. As she walked barefoot across the floor, Fu Jinghuai approached and lifted her, placing her gently on the sofa before finding a pair of pink slippers for her to wear. The floor was cool, and having just awakened, she was susceptible to the chill. Qinwan, still in a sleepy haze, nestled against his shoulder like a languid kitten, acknowledging, I understand. After nibbling on some fruit, she intended to retreat to her room to read, but Fu Jinghuai tidied up her leftover plate, reminding her, Wan, the herbal medicine will cool soon. Remember to come out and drink it. Upon hearing the mention of herbal medicine, Qinwan felt a shiver run down her spine and quickened her pace back to her room. Fu Jinghuai observed her little figure with a soft smile tugging at his lips. Moments later, Qinwan heard some commotion at the door. Knowing it must be Fu Jinghuai bringing the herbal medicine, she discarded her book and dove into the covers, closing her eyes to feign sleep, executing the motion seamlessly. When Fu Jinghuai entered, he found the small woman with her eyes shut, the tenderness in his gaze unmistakable. He called softly, Wan. Qinwan's eyelashes fluttered. Pretending to be deeply asleep, Fu Jinghuai, recognizing her ruse, playfully tapped her nose, asking, Are you really asleep? His actions were light and teasing, causing her heart to race and her lashes to tremble even more. Wan, dear, it's time to get up and take your medicine. Seeing her make no move, Fu Jinghuai did not press her to awaken. Glancing at the bowl of medicine in his hand, he took a sip himself, then leaned down, their lips nearly touching, as he began to transfer the herbal concoction from his mouth to hers. At this, Qinwan could no longer pretend, her eyes widening in surprise at such a method of administering medicine. Upon noticing her awake, Fu Jinghui smirked. Awake now? Yes, she replied. He mischievously grinned. Shall I continue feeding you this way? Qin Wan shook her head vigorously, resembling a rattling drum. Amused by her quirky demeanor, Fu Jinghui gently caressed her cheek. You. My dear. At last, after consuming a bowl of the potent herbal brew, Fu Jinghui wiped her mouth and noticed her lying there. Her gaze fixed on the chandelier without moving. What's wrong? Qin Wan shifted her position, playfully complaining. Fu Jinghui, how much longer do I have to drink this herbal medicine? When will it end? Soon. Just about another week's worth. A glimmer of hope shone in her eyes. Fu Jinghui adored her charming and spirited nature, wishing to keep her hidden away solely for his enjoyment. Later in the evening, Gun Yinqing sent a message, asking if she wanted to go shopping. Qin Wan felt tempted and glanced toward the study before entering. Fu Jinghui, Yinqing is inviting me to the nearby mall for a bit. I'll take you there, he offered. No need. It's very close. Yinqing will come to pick me up downstairs shortly. With urgent business to attend to, Fu Jinghui did not insist. All right. Be careful on your way. Call me if you need anything. Okay. Gun Yinqing arrived at the neighborhood entrance on her electric scooter, and upon seeing it, Qin Wan's eyes sparkled. Where did you buy this beautiful electric scooter? The electric scooter was purchased from a nearby specialty store for 4,800. Someday, I too shall acquire one. Dear lady, with your luxurious vehicle, why do you not embrace a more humble approach? During traffic jams? Your grand car proves less useful than this petite electric steed. Well, your words leave me without a retort. Qin Wan donned her helmet and mounted Gun Yinqing's little scooter. As the two exchanged laughter and banter, even commenting on the tall traffic officer they spotted, Gun Yinqing had invited Qin Wan out for shopping, intending to procure a birthday gift for her mother. As they approached the mall on the scooter, a purple sports car suddenly swerved into their lane. Had Gun Yinqing not been driving slowly and skillfully, both she and Qin Wan might have toppled over, scooter and all, before they could react. The woman in the sports car rolled down her window, exuding an air of arrogance. 2 poppers. If you lack money, stay home. What are you doing parading around on that junky electric vehicle? If you were to collide with my car, could you afford the damages? Gun Yinqing, feeling a surge of indignation, could not contain her temper any longer. This road does not belong to you. What I choose to ride is none of your concern. If you cannot drive properly, perhaps you should refrain from hitting the road at such reckless speeds. Chapter 77. The best life for a pampered woman. The woman in the sports car was taken aback by the audacity of someone on a mere few thousand yuan scooter daring to challenge her in a multi-million-dollar vehicle. Enraged, she prepared to unleash a tirade, but just then, the traffic officer arrived. The officer, exuding fairness and impartiality, admonished the woman and deducted 3 points from her license. Upon hearing this, Qin Wan and Gun Yinqing felt a wave of relief wash over them. They parked the scooter at the mall's entrance and strolled hand in hand to the Tree of Life in Wanxiang City for a photo op. Gun Yinqing admired the picture of Qin Wan beneath the Tree of Life. Wan, your natural beauty and impeccable figure are beyond reproach. Even I, as a woman, find myself envious. Your third brother must find it difficult to resist such a stunning creature. Qin Wan chuckled at her compliment. You are not lacking either. You are quite impressive yourself. Gun Yinqing's cheeks flushed. You know this? That day I nearly fell into your arms. I couldn't help but sneak a touch. Gun Yinqing mused. So, this is the colorful side of you, Qin Wan. Is your third brother aware of this? Haha, he does not know. The two continued their playful banter as they entered the mall. While Qin Wan lacked for nothing and had no particular desire to shop, she merely wished to wander. What gift do you plan to give Andy? I am pondering that myself. The dazzling array of merchandise in the mall left Gun Yinqing momentarily dazzled. Qin Wan inquired about her budget, knowing well that such items could be expensive, with even a single dress costing several thousand. I intend to use the 15,000 yuan in New Year's money given to me by my grandfather and uncles to buy a gift for my mother. A budget of over 10,000 was substantial, and now they simply sought to browse for the perfect gift. As they meandered, Gun Yinqing spotted a bag in a shop window that she believed would be perfect for her mother. She pulled Qin Wan inside, where a waitress with an eye-catching hairstyle noticed that neither of them wore the designer brands she was accustomed to. Her demeanor was far from welcoming. Gun Yinqing pointed to the black cross-body bag they had seen earlier and asked the waitress to retrieve it for inspection. The waitress, displaying a cold expression, reluctantly took the bag down and impatiently handed over a pair of gloves, saying, "Put these on. We wouldn't want to scratch the bag." The condescending tone of the waitress immediately soured the expressions of Qin Wan and Gun Yinqing. Just as Qin Wan was about to retort, a haughty figure strode in, sneering. Oh, what a show of bravado from someone who can't afford to play the part. Do you really think you can afford the bags in this store? One should possess a semblance of self-awareness. Damaging such an expensive bag could land you in a world of trouble. The speaker was none other than the arrogant woman who had previously flaunted her sports car. Xinhuan could no longer tolerate her insolence. Did you slather your mouth with something foul today? Whether we can afford it is none of your concern, so why bark like a dog? Your looks aren't that impressive, and your petty attempts to undermine others only reveal your own shortcomings. She had recently captured the attention of a wealthy suitor who gifted her a sports car, and her ego was soaring. However, upon seeing Xinhuan's breathtaking beauty, her jealousy surged uncontrollably, wishing to destroy it. You little wretch, how dare you insult me? Do you even know who my boyfriend is? If he finds out you're bullying me, you want to get away with it. Xinhuan crossed her arms, feigning fear. Oh, is your boyfriend the king of hell, who controls life and death? How terrifying. Beside them, Gu Nianqing was stifling laughter, thoroughly entertained by Xinhuan's wit. The woman, enraged and humiliated, hurled the bag at Xinhuan's face. Taken aback by her unexpected aggression, Xinhuan dodged the projectile, yet the woman's sharp nails grazed her neck, leaving a mark. Seeing the red mark on Xinhuan's neck ignited Gu Nianqing's fury, without hesitation. She yanked the woman's hair and landed a couple of stinging slaps across her face. How dare you lay a hand on my Wanwan? I'll make you regret it. Chaos erupted in the store, but it was Gu Nianqing who dominated the confrontation with the woman. Having grown up with her grandfather, she possessed some martial skills, easily handling this materialistic adversary. Once again, Xinhuan found herself in a mediation room at the police station where the sports car woman, Yuan Qingqing, had a face swollen to the point of resembling a grotesque pig's head used for ancestral offerings. Unable to contain herself, Xinhuan smirked at the sight of her disfigurement. Fu Jinghuai soon learned of the altercation in the mall and that someone had harmed Xinhuan, intensifying his already simmering anger. Upon arriving at the police station, he encountered Zhao Yunma, who observed Fu Jinghuai's grim countenance and instinctively recoiled. Curiosity piqued. He wondered who had dared to provoke this formidable figure. Third brother, what brings you here? Zhao Yunma asked. Wanwan has been bullied, came the terse reply. Zhao Yunma could not help but exclaim in disbelief, questioning which fool dared to bully his dear sister-in-law, whose significance surpassed even that of Fu Jinghuai. Today, the instigator of this mischief would undoubtedly face repercussions. He ventured deeper into the corridor, his phone ringing. Yuan Qingqing was weeping as though she had lost her dearest kin. Her voice sweet yet pitiful. Yunma, please hurry and come to my aid. I am in excruciating pain from their blows. This young lady was quite adept at understanding men. Having tended to Zhao Yunma's needs in the most comfortable manner, he was still content with her and had no immediate plans to seek another partner. Thus, he decided to assist her with this trivial matter. Moreover, Yuan Qingqing was well aware of how to evoke a man's protective instincts, and Zhao Yunma was succumbing to it. With patience, he responded, Darling, be good, I am already at the entrance. Inside the mediation room, Yuan Qingqing hung up, shedding her earlier vulnerable demeanor. Humph. My boyfriend is on his way. You all shall soon regret your actions. Her haughty expression was enough to provoke Gu Nianqing, who felt an urge to slap her twice. Xinhuan, observing her smugness, merely smirked. It was uncertain who would truly regret their actions in the end. Suddenly, the door swung open, and Fu Jinghuai strode purposefully towards Xinhuan, who, upon seeing him, felt tears welling in her eyes. She coyly exposed the red marks on her neck. Fu Jinghuai. It hurts. Gu Nianqing had informed her that a girl who acted cute often fared best, and she had put this wisdom to good use. Indeed. Her pitiful tone tugged at Fu Jinghuai's heartstrings, and disregarding the presence of others, he retrieved an iodine swab to disinfect her wounds. Though the scratches were shallow, the iodine brought a sting. Xinhuan pouted lightly. Fu Jinghuai, it hurts. With a tender touch, Fu Jinghuai softened his actions, ignoring the onlookers entirely as he leaned down to place a gentle kiss on her forehead. Be good, it will be over soon. Gu Nianqing found herself witnessing an unprecedented display of affection, momentarily stunned. Xinhuan was truly a master of charm. Her ability to play the damsel in distress was nothing short of exemplary, worthy of being featured in textbooks. Zhao Yunma, upon observing the scene within, felt a sense of numbness. No wonder his right eyelid had been twitching all day. Yuan Qingqing, spotting Zhao Yunma entering alongside Fu Jinghuai, leaned her alluring figure against him. Her voice soft. Brother Yunma, it was these two women who harmed me. You must avenge me. Chapter 78. A delight to the senses hearing this. Zhao Yunma, still skeptical, inquired, Did you inflict the marks on her neck? She insulted me first, using the most vile language. I was so enraged that I accidentally scratched her. Just look at the state of my face from their attacks. Tang Qingqing presented herself as the victim, her demeanor shifting to one of pitiful sobbing. In the past, whenever she appeared with tears like pear blossoms, Zhao Yunma would have been able to engage with her, but this time, he found himself devoid of any inclination. This woman had landed him in a significant predicament. His sister-in-law was the lifeblood of his third brother. To even sustain a mere scratch or a lost hair would be a grave matter. Zhao Yunma felt as though the sky was about to collapse upon him. How unfortunate it was to have encountered such a troublemaker. Based on his understanding of Qinwan, she would never have acted unless provoked by Yuan Qingqing. Zhao Yunma's expression darkened. You must go and apologize immediately. Yuan Qingqing could hardly believe her ears. Brother Yunma, they are the ones who beat me up like this. And you want me to apologize? Are you deaf? Zhao Yunma, dismissing his usual carefree demeanor, now bore a stern countenance. Observing his anger, Yuan Qingqing glanced at the smug Qinwan and reluctantly approached. I'm sorry. Louder, Zhao Yunma coldly instructed. I'm sorry. Yuan Qingqing bit her lip and repeated, raising her voice. Upon seeing Zhao Yunma enter, Qinwan surmised that the boyfriend Yuan Qingqing spoke of was indeed him. She couldn't help but comment, Zhao Yunma, you really have no standards. You accept any woman. Acknowledging his fault, Zhao Yunma chose not to retort, but instead humbly conceded. Sister-in-law, please calm down. I will certainly be more discerning in choosing a girlfriend in the future. Witnessing Zhao Yunma's submissive demeanor before Qinwan startled Yuan Qingqing. She typically assessed people accurately, but today she had misjudged entirely. She had not anticipated that a woman riding a small electric scooter would turn out to be an influential figure she could not provoke, leaving her feeling as if she had fallen into an icy abyss. The relationship between her and Zhao Yunma was not only over, but could also result in retribution. The more she contemplated, the paler her face became. Gu Nianqing had beaten Yuan Qingqing quite severely that night, while she herself had only sustained a small cut, which, if not treated promptly, might have healed poorly. Fu Jinghua was deeply pained and emitted a frosty aura in Zhao Yunma's presence, prompting Zhao Yunma to send repeated distress signals to Qinwan. Noticing the sincere emergency funds transferred through WeChat, Qinwan decided to play the benevolent role. She held Fu Jinghua's hand and said sweetly, Fu Jinghua, I'm tired and want to go back to sleep. All right. Fu Jinghua cast an icy glare at Zhao Yunma. You manage the rest. Yes, I understand, Zhao Yunma replied, feeling guilty and intimidated, displaying an unusually compliant demeanor. As Zhao Yunma watched Fu Jinghua escort Qinwan out, he clasped his hands together in silent reverence towards her, hidden from Fu Jinghua's view. Before departing, they specifically instructed Zhao Yunma to see Gu Nianqing home, as it was late and unsafe for her to return alone. Outside the car, the neon lights flickered. Yet Qinwan remained unaffected by the small incident, turning on the music in the car and humming along. Before stepping out, she yawned repeatedly, her eyes shimmering with a captivating allure that left Fu Jinghua utterly entranced. Qinwan, reluctant to walk, sweetly pleaded, Fu Jinghua, I'm tired and don't want to walk anymore. Please carry me upstairs. All right. Thus, the two entered the elevator. Qinwan reached out to embrace the man's neck, tilting her head slightly. From her vantage point, she caught sight of his perfectly shaped lips, irresistibly alluring, causing her to swallow hard, yearning to kiss him. Her gaze was intensely fervent, prompting Fu Jinghua to chuckle lightly. What are you looking at? Fu Jinghua, you are truly handsome. There is not a single flaw to be found. The man, swayed by her words, leaned down, his lips brushing against her earlobe, whispering, 1-1. You are quite beautiful as well. Beautiful enough to ensnare him in countless dreams, leaving him vulnerable and entranced by her gentle allure. Her petite face flushed a deep crimson, her ears matching. She realized her mistake. She shouldn't have allowed Fu Jinghua to carry her. This captivating man, with his enchanting voice, made her feel unwell again. Fu Jinghua, put me down. I can walk myself. His nose grazed her cheek playfully. Didn't you just say you were tired and didn't you want to walk? I'm not tired anymore. Being in your arms has restored my energy. In the cramped elevator, the atmosphere was thick with unspoken intimacy. Noticing her flushed ears, Fu Jinghua refrained from teasing her further and gently set her down. After all the commotion, they arrived home at 11 o'clock. Qinwan felt somewhat drowsy. Yet hunger gnawed at her, ultimately overpowering her sleepiness, leaving her restless in bed. After finishing a call with an international client and taking a shower, Fu Jinghua entered the room, spotting a delicate little wildcat tossing and turning on the bed. Wan, still not sleepy? MHM. Fu Jinghuai pulled back the covers and instinctively enveloped her in his arms, gently asking, "Would you like to hear a story?" At that moment, she was not in the mood for stories. Rather, her stomach grumbled audibly, eliciting a bright smile from Fu Jinghuai, while Qin Wan felt embarrassed. Wishing to disappear into her pillow, burying her face in the pillow, the man adjusted her little face gently. "If you cover your head for too long, your breathing will become irregular. How about I make you a bowl of shrimp and egg noodle soup?" "Okay." The mere mention of food caused her eyes to sparkle immediately. The man lifted the covers and got out of bed, with Qin Wan following closely behind. "I'll come with you." "No need. You stay and play on your phone. I'll bring it to your room once it's ready." The girl's eyes shimmered with excitement as she narrowed them playfully. MHM. She opened her game. And her night owl friend Gun Yinqing, still awake, saw her online and couldn't resist asking, "Little beauty, why are you still up so late?" Qin Wan paused her game. Smiling gently, "Aren't you also still awake?" Gun Yinqing replied, "I don't have a man. It's rare for me to have a day off." "So why sleep so early?" Qin Wan instantly grasped the implication, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. "Why do you have so many nonsensical thoughts?" Gun Yinqing feigned innocence. "Did I say anything?" "Haha. Clearly, it's your impure thoughts that are leading you astray. I want to take the blame for that." Qin Wan chuckled lightly, feeling utterly helpless against her. "I am not restless from hunger. Fu Jinghuai has gone to prepare some noodles for me." Gun Yinqing replied, "Dear sister, feeding me dog food late at night. Are you not afraid that I might suffer from indigestion?" Qin Wan retorted, "To spare you from future discomfort, I shall generously sponsor you 3 boxes of digestive tablets." Gun Yinqing responded, "You are quite thoughtful. I sincerely thank you." As the two exchanged laughter, Fu Jinghuai entered, carrying a steaming bowl of noodles. Qin Wan, genuinely hungry, hurried over in her slippers. Fu Jinghuai placed the noodles on the table and adjusted her chair, while Qin Wan picked up the chopsticks and elegantly slurped a mouthful, her satisfaction evident. This is truly delicious. Take your time, Wan. Eat slowly, or your stomach might not feel well." She gently parted her lips, her slender fingers deftly maneuvering the chopsticks, savoring each bite with an innate grace. Fu Jinghuai watched her relish the meal, his eyes crinkling in delight, feeling a sense of joy from the sight. Accustomed to his intense gaze upon her, Qin Wan continued to enjoy her delectable food with a cheerful heart. Chapter 79. A blaze ignites. In a matter of minutes, the entire bowl of noodles was consumed, and Qin Wan nearly let out a burp, covering her mouth with her hand. Noticing the remnants at the corner of her lips, the man gently leaned down to wipe them away. The noodles prepared by Fu Jinghuai perfectly tantalized her taste buds, leaving her feeling a bit overindulged and not quite ready for sleep. Upon his return with the dishes, she playfully winked at him. "Fu Jinghuai, do you play games? Shall we have a round outside?" "Absolutely." Knowing that he would be resting at home the next day, Qin Wan felt entirely unreserved. Fu Jinghuai's eyes sparkled with amusement. "Then we must add a wager of sorts, otherwise it would lack excitement." What shall we wager?" Qin Wan, an adept gamer herself, was aware of Fu Jinghuai's hectic schedule, hardly leaving him time for gaming, thus feeling quite confident. "If you lose, you must kiss me." The wager he proposed was acceptable to Qin Wan as she sought some personal gain. "And what if you lose?" "Well, if I lose, you may touch my abs." Fu Jinghuai recalled the looseness of his bathrobe, the collar slightly ajar, as he noticed the glimmer of her eyes fixated on his faintly visible 8-pack abs. Her gaze sparkling like little stars, and she instinctively swallowed. Qin Wan's eyes widened in surprise. Was such a delightful prospect possible? Her words spilled out before her thoughts could catch up. Then it settled. The man smiled faintly before taking out his phone to download the same game as Qin Wan. Seeing that he had just downloaded the game, Qin Wan felt confident, believing victory was assured. Little did she know, as the game commenced, her smile began to fade. How could he be so skilled at a game he had just downloaded? She had lost 2 rounds in a row, pouting. "Fu Jinghuai, you sly fox, you deceived me with your kiss." Fu Jinghuai, a master of theatrics, wore an innocent expression. Wan, you are wrongfully accusing me. I truly have never played this game before. My victories might simply be due to a beginner's protection period, right? Is that so?" Qin Wan replied, half convinced. "Indeed," Fu Jinghuai answered with sincerity. If Xiao Yunma were present at that moment, he would have rolled his eyes in disdain. A beginner's protection period, indeed. To seek advantage without a semblance of shame. This game was, after all, developed by Fu Jinghuai himself. Qin Wan, a naive little bunny, stood no chance against Fu Jinghuai, the cunning wolf. After losing 5 consecutive rounds, she began to suspect that Fu Jinghuai's beginner's protection period was rather excessive. Noticing her dejection, Fu Jinghuai decided to show mercy and intentionally lost a round. At last, Qin Wan glimpsed the dawn of victory. Her eyes sparkled as she beheld his sculpted abs, her delicate hand playfully squeezing them. The sensation was simply exquisite. She merely teased him with her soft, fragile fingers, akin to a feather brushing against him. Fu Jinghuai felt his body stiffen, a tumult of heat surging within him like a tidal wave. In a moment of overwhelming desire, he straightened his posture, inhaling deeply. His voice hoarse. Wan, I need to visit the restroom. Realizing the unusual stirrings within him, he regretted having played so fervently that evening. He was, after all, inviting his own discomfort. At that moment, Qin Wan noticed his flushed ears and the hint of a panicked retreat in his demeanor. Even she, usually oblivious, understood what was afoot. He need not endure such torment. The thought of deeper intimacy between them did not displease her, ever since they had defined their relationship. Fu Jinghuai had never broached such topics with her. As a girl, she could hardly be the one to initiate such advances, could she? After becoming a couple, Du Nianqing had often recommended her subtly suggestive novels, and Fu Jinghuai would occasionally appear in her dreams, listening to the sound of water running in the bathroom. Qin Wan sighed, plagued by self-doubt. Was her allure insufficient? Did she fail to pique his interest? Yet, it was perplexing. She had only lightly grazed his body. And he had. The more she pondered, the more she felt overwhelmed, finding it exhausting to think so much. She decided to abandon her ruminations. Who said only women's thoughts were hard to decipher? Men's minds could be equally elusive. On the soft, expansive bed, Qin Wan hugged a pillow to her chest, her eyelids growing heavy as sleep began to envelop her. Half an hour later, after finishing his shower, Fu Jinghuai emerged to find her sleeping soundly. He gently laid down beside her, cautious not to embrace her for fear of reigniting the flames of desire. The scent of her lingered in the air, and the calming spell of her essence lulled him back to sleep. In the morning, in a haze of consciousness, Qin Wan felt an itch at the tip of her nose, pouting in mild discontent as she let out a soft hum. Fu Jinghuai was captivated by her adorable appearance, causing his heart to flutter once more. He gently coaxed, "Little lazy cat, didn't you mention wanting to see the cherry blossoms in Haisher today?" Qin Wan lazily responded with a soft hum, her eyes fluttering open to the side of his handsome face mere inches away, causing her heart to race. She playfully wrapped her arms around his neck, squinting her eyes, reluctant to fully awaken. "Fu Jinghuai, can I sleep for just a little while longer?" Her voice, soft and tender, made him feel as though he would give her anything. With a smile dancing in his eyes, he replied, "All right, I shall wake you in 20 minutes. I will prepare your breakfast in the meantime, and once you freshen up and dress, we can head out." After 20 minutes, it was already 9 in the morning. Qin Wan reluctantly climbed out of bed, washed up, and applied a light, natural-looking makeup. She donned a white shirt paired with light blue wide-leg trousers, tucking the shirt into her pants to highlight her delicate waist. Her hair was pulled into a high ponytail, with a few strands framing her face, exuding youthful vitality. As she emerged, her sparkling eyes radiated a captivating glow, and Fu Jinghuai couldn't help but be momentarily entranced. His little girl was undeniably beautiful, evoking a sense of longing within him. "I'm ready, can we set off now?" Fu Jinghuai, momentarily pulled from his reverie by her beauty, moved to the entrance and gently knelt to help her slip on her white shoes. Once she was ready, he asked her to wait a moment, and she wondered what he might have forgotten. Then, she saw him donning a white shirt and light blue jeans as well, unable to suppress a smile. Fu Jinghuai was quite clever, having changed into a matching couple-S outfit, yet this ensemble made him appear significantly younger than usual, reminiscent of a bright-eyed college student. Reaching the door, he took her hand and led her down to the parking lot. Once inside the car, Fu Jinghuai handed her the steaming package of shrimp dumplings he had prepared. The drive was smooth, and Qin Wan in the passenger seat savored every bite of her breakfast. After finishing the last morsel, she inquired, "Fu Jinghuai, how long will it take to get there?" "If the traffic is clear, about an hour and a half." "Oh, that is manageable." During a red light, Fu Jinghuai diligently organized the leftover packaging and bags from her meal, placing them in the back seat, intending to dispose of them later at their destination. His attentive care had been apparent ever since he brought her home, and now that they were officially a couple, there was no need to hold back. Sometimes, she felt more like a daughter being pampered by him than his girlfriend. Aside from bathing and using the restroom, he meticulously arranged every aspect of her life. In early spring, the scenery outside the car window was bursting with vibrant life, the rushing landscape bringing joy to the heart. The journey was smooth, without any traffic delays, and soon they arrived at their destination, the Cherry Blossom Garden in Haishur. This cherry blossom garden is an expansive Japanese-style courtyard, adorned with tens of thousands of cherry trees, including rare varieties, making it an ideal locale for leisurely flower appreciation. The blooming period of these cherry blossoms is notably extended, as the blossoms have only recently begun to bloom, and today marks a holiday. The garden is particularly crowded with admirers. Upon purchasing tickets, Fu Jinghui, wary of potential collisions, enveloped Qinwen within his protective embrace. As they ventured deeper into the garden, the throngs began to dwindle. Confronted by the breathtaking spectacle of the blossoms in full bloom, Qinwen was struck with awe, her heart swelling with an indescribable excitement. Before her, the cherry blossoms bloomed like snowflakes, each tree laden with delicate petals that were gentle yet not ostentatious, a sight to behold. Standing beneath the cherry trees, her heart fluttered with joy. Captivated by the enchanting floral sea, unable to extricate herself from its charm. Fu Jinghui, it is truly beautiful here, she exclaimed, her smile radiant like the blossoms themselves. Fu Jinghui, unable to resist the allure of her joy, allowed a smile to grace his lips as he tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear, saying, "As long as you like it." Qinwen, caught in the moment, posed like a blooming peach blossom, while Fu Jinghui, equipped with a camera, endeavored to preserve the essence of his lovely companion. After wandering the garden for over an hour, the initial thrill began to fade, and fatigue set in. They stumbled upon a pavilion designed for respite, and Fu Jinghui gently led her inside. The temperature in Haishur was a few degrees warmer than in Nanqing, nearing 29 degrees, causing Qinwen's porcelain complexion to flush a radiant red, with beads of sweat clinging to her forehead, causing her hair to stick to her face. Fu Jinghui offered her a thermos, and after taking a sip, she handed it back to him, suggesting, "You should have some too," having already shared a kiss. Sharing a drink seemed hardly peculiar. Meanwhile, not far off, Qin Yuan, who had been struck by Fu Jinghui's striking looks, observed his gaze brimming with affection for Qin Wan, feeling an overwhelming sense of envy. Just moments ago, she had found Qin Wan familiar. After some recollection, she discreetly snapped a photo of Qin Wan and sent it to her mother, Lu Ying. Lu Ying immediately recognized both Qin Wan and Fu Jinghui. Upon learning that this man was indeed Qin Wan's boyfriend, the same one she had clashed with in childhood, Qin Yuan's jealousy surged to the point where she felt as if her freshly manicured nails might break. How could this orphan, whom she believed had been abandoned by their grandmother and deemed unwanted, be so fortunate as to find such a remarkable partner? Her envy was palpable, nearly gnashing her teeth in frustration. Being merely 3 months younger than Qin Wan, the two had never seen eye to eye, often clashing since childhood. Their grandmother had favored Qin Wan's mother, leading to Qin Wan's own unpopularity, allowing Qin Yuan to bully her without consequence. Convinced of her own attractiveness and tall stature, she frequently received love letters from male classmates. Though she could not afford luxury goods, her obsession with them remained, regularly perusing high-end fashion magazines. Observing Fu Jinghui's attire and the watch adorning his wrist, it was evident his worth was substantial. How could a man of such caliber belong to a solitary girl like Qin Wan? Qin Yuan's mind began to spiral into dark thoughts. She was dressed provocatively today in tight-fitting, form-hugging denim shorts, drawing the attention of numerous men seeking her WeChat contact. A confident smile danced in her eyes. She had set her sights on a particular gentleman, reminiscent of her childhood when Qin Wan would inevitably acquire the toys she desired, ultimately bringing them to her room. Qin Wenyun approached with feigned warmth. "Cousin Wan, what a coincidence. I never imagined I would run into you here while out with classmates." At that moment, Qin Wan was savoring the exquisite finger limes, often referred to as caviar of fruit, presented by Fu Jinghui. Upon hearing her name, affectionately called by her cousin, she turned to see Qin Wenyun's face, which had scarcely changed since their childhood, adorned with a disingenuous smile that was as irksome as ever. A frown creased her brow. Had Qin Wenyun stirred up trouble within the Qin family? First, encountering Russell Fun and her grandson Qin Jun, and now this unwelcome presence. "Fu Jinghui, let us stroll over there," Qin Wan declared, treating Qin Wenyun as if she were invisible, gesturing towards the distant figures galloping on horseback along a wooded path. The ethereal aura of the girls in their ancient costumes was alluring, and Qin Wan felt a twinge of envy, eager to experience it herself. Most importantly, she wished to conserve her energy for matters of significance, and Qin Wenyuan was decidedly a distraction. Naturally, Fu Jinghuai remained attentive to Qin Wan, indulging her whims. Upon noticing Qin Wan's dismissive glance, Qin Wenyuan's fury ignited. As a student of the film academy, she possessed a flair for performance. She stepped closer, smiling enthusiastically. "Cousin Wan, do you not remember me? Grandma once said you had gone missing, and our family searched for you for ages. I thought I would never see you again. And now here we are? I am so excited. I will call Grandma to share this wonderful news." Hearing these words, Qin Wan's irritation heightened, and she retorted sharply. "Qin Wenyan, are you out of your mind? Can't you see that I wish to avoid you? I went missing. Was it not your family, those wolves and tigers, who took my parents' compensation and callously abandoned me in the streets? What are you attempting to portray as sisterly affection? You may not feel embarrassed, but I find it intolerable." Qin Wenyuan's face paled, taken aback by Qin Wan's brazen revelation of family disgrace in public. "Qin Wenyuan, the wicked deeds your family has committed mean that it is best for us to avoid each other entirely. Do you understand? So please refrain from seeking attention in my presence." Qin Wenyuan clenched her fists, utterly unprepared for this once meek girl, now transformed into a sharp-tongued woman. It took a moment for her to regain her composure. She had long navigated the world of men, adept at portraying vulnerability to elicit their protective instincts. Hoping to make Fu Jinghuai aware of Qin Wan's coldness, suggesting that only a gentle soul like hers deserved his affection. "Cousin, the situation is not as you perceive it. At that time, you were quite young, and grandmother took that sum of money intending to safeguard it for you. She did not intentionally lose you. Rather, you were taken away by someone else. We searched for you for a long time, but despite our efforts, we could not locate you. Our family has been plagued with guilt over the years. Fortunately, fate has smiled upon us, allowing me to encounter you here. Ah, what a remarkable inversion of truth. Does she truly believe that she can deceive me as if I were a mere 3-year-old? Qin Wan crossed her arms, a sardonic smile gracing her lips. Since grandmother was safeguarding that money for me, now that I have grown into adulthood, I expect her to transfer the compensation of 1 million to my account. Please take note of my account number and ensure that grandmother sends the funds my way." Qin Wenyuan was taken aback by Qin Wan's unexpected response, feeling as though her performance had been entirely thwarted. How could she continue? That money had long been given by grandmother to her father for the purchase of a house, where their family of 4 currently resides. Observing Qin Wenyuan's expression stiffen, Qin Wan taunted leisurely. "Why the hesitation in your agreement? Cousin, I did not take that money either. This matter is one you must discuss with grandmother." Qin Wenyuan resorted to a delaying tactic. "If you all had not come parading before me, I would have considered that money as my father's contribution to grandmother's retirement. However, since you insisted on showcasing your presence, I have decided to sue grandmother upon my return to South City, claiming the compensation that rightfully belongs to me." Qin Wenyuan, realizing that Qin Wan was entirely serious, turned ashen. If the family learned she had stirred up such trouble, her already tenuous standing would be further diminished. "Cousin, that is your own grandmother we are discussing. If it becomes known that she is being sued by her own granddaughter, how could she possibly endure such humiliation at her age? She has already demonstrated her willingness to abandon her own granddaughter in the streets. Why should I not reclaim what is rightfully mine? Oh, by the way, has that money already been consumed by your family?" Qin Wenyuan could no longer remain seated, her face devoid of color. "Cousin, why must you be so aggressive? Look at how well you are doing now. Why bother quibbling over such matters? We are all relatives, after all." "Huh, relatives? Do you truly deserve that title?" Qin Wan scoffed, as though she had heard the most absurd joke. Her gaze sharpened, causing Qin Wenyuan to fall silent, like a chicken caught by the throat. "Return and inform Luo Sufin to prepare the money promptly. Otherwise, let her await the court summons." Qin Wenyuan nearly succumbed to a fit of rage, her complexion shifting between shades of blue and white as she watched the graceful figure depart, her teeth grinding audibly. Once Qin Wan was far enough away, her eyes curved into a charming crescent moon. "Fu Jinghuai, do you see how coherent and formidable I am when confronting others?" The man, delighted by her radiant presence, whispered near her ear. "Indeed, my Wan is truly remarkable. Wan, regarding the lawsuit, I will have someone take care of it." Previously, the family was not reprimanded solely because they were always connected to Wan, and since she never mentioned them, he chose to turn a blind eye. Little did he expect that such people would so audaciously bring distress to his little girl. This lesson is indeed what they deserve. "Ah, Fu Jinghuai, I too wish to don ethereal ancient attire and gallop on horseback." Fu Jinghuai furrowed his brow. "Are you certain you dare to ride?" When she was 18, he had taken her to learn equestrian skills. And that day, Qin nearly fell off the horse. Since then, she had not ridden again. Having just seen others riding with such grace, she momentarily forgot her own limitations. Noting her apparent enthusiasm, Fu Jinghuai gently inquired, "Do you wish to ride?" Qin nodded earnestly, yes. What else could he do but indulge her request? However, he could not allow Qin to handle such a difficult creature alone, insisting that they ride together. Qin did not oppose. She felt safer with him. Many others were renting costumes, yet Fu Jinghuai, with his ample resources, decided to purchase 2 exquisite sets of ancient garments, crafted from materials that were worlds apart from the rented ones. The shop owner's gaze towards Qin was filled with amusement. Nowadays, travelers often seek value for money, making it rare to encounter a wealthy patron who does not haggle. Commonly referred to as a grievance type, Qin understood that Fu Jinghuai was not short on funds, but she was not one to squander. As he prepared to scan for payment, she smiled and remarked, "Shopkeeper, considering we are purchasing 2 sets and will also be renting horses from you, could we perhaps receive a discount on these garments?" The shopkeeper's smile promptly faded. After all, there were numerous shops selling clothing, and even a significant discount would still yield a profit. "How about a 30 discount?" she suggested, her expression pained. Deal struck. Fu Jinghuai observed her smug smile, and his lips adorned a subtle curve of satisfaction. As the shopkeeper fetched the clothing, Qin nestled closer to Fu Jinghuai, her sweet smile illuminating her features. "Fu Jinghuai, am I not impressive? I just saved you over 3,000. The man's heart swelled at her delicate demeanor. He longed to embrace her and shower her with affection. He affectionately ruffled her hair, his voice tender. "Indeed, my Wan is extraordinarily impressive." When the shopkeeper returned with the garments, she was unexpectedly met with a display of affection. Hesitatingly asking, "Beautiful couple, with such high looks, you will undoubtedly be stunning in those ancient outfits. May I take some photos of you for store promotion?" "Absolutely not." Fu Jinghuai replied firmly. His little girl's beauty was for his eyes alone. Qin was neither an internet celebrity nor someone seeking exposure, and she concurred with Fu Jinghuai's sentiment. The shopkeeper, feeling regretful, found herself silenced by Fu Jinghuai's cool gaze, suppressing her words. Wearing ancient attire can be quite cumbersome. And upon seeing the garments, Qin felt a headache coming on. The staff offered assistance, but Fu Jinghuai interjected, "There is no need for your help. I can manage." As he finished speaking, Qin eyes widened slightly, recalling the moment when Fu Jinghuai dressed her, her cheeks flushed with warmth. Although she felt no aversion, she could not help but feel a wave of shyness. The delicate complexion of the young lady was aglow with a rosy hue, and the sunlight streaming through the window cast a soft halo around her, imparting an ethereal quality that was utterly enchanting. Clearing his throat, he said, "Wan. Let us proceed to the changing room." Noticing her bashfulness in undressing, Fu Jinghuai smiled gently. "Wan, would you like me to assist you?" "No, it's all right." With a firm resolve, she reminded herself that they were now a couple. They had already shared kisses and touches, so there was no need for her to be coy. Soon, Qin was left clad only in her intimate garments, her fair skin glowing luminously, her flawless figure eliciting a heavy breath from Fu Jinghuai. His heated palms grasped the garments beside him, and relying on the sequence of dressing ingrained in his memory, he carefully adorned her with the sheer fabric, suppressing the yearning that threatened to break free. In the confined space, it was not only Fu Jinghuai who felt stirred. Qin, a normal woman, also felt a flutter in response to the subtle touches from the man she cherished. Having returned to this life, Qin was deeply influenced by Gu Nianqing's liberating perspective, believing that a girl should not deny herself pleasures. Since they were in love, why sweat the small details? She decided to follow her heart. After gathering courage from a previous drunken night, this was the first time she dared to be so audacious while sober. With a boldness she had not previously possessed, her hand found its way to the nape of the man's neck, and in his moment of distraction, her soft lips found his. On the brink of losing control, a gentle kiss sent Fu Jinghuai spiraling into a frenzy. His hands climbed up her back, pulling her tightly into his embrace, the kiss becoming fervent and urgent. Their breaths intertwined as he hungrily sought out her essence, his hands exploring every inch of her delicate form, soft moans escaping her cherry lips. Qin closed her eyes, reveling in the tempest he had unleashed, surrendering entirely to his lead. The usually composed Fu Jinghuai felt a flush at the corners of his eyes, his passionate kiss conveying an unspoken depth of feeling. The sheer garment that had adorned her moments ago now lay in disarray, yet with a sliver of rationality. Qin sensed footsteps approaching. Her face burned fiercely as she gently nudged the man, who was playfully wreaking havoc on her neck. Fu Jinghuai, someone is coming. Her anxious tone snapped him back to reality, and he buried his face in her neck, steadying his breath. Little temptress, what am I to do with you? The fire she had ignited was now uncontrollable, and she feared the impending arrival of others. Qin bit her lip in shyness, unsure of how to respond. The sensation on her thigh unmistakable, revealing the struggle he endured to maintain his composure. Would you like me to assist you? The footsteps halted, and Qin, with her impulsive words, uttered something daring, causing her cheeks to bloom like a vibrant flower. Chapter 82. Embarrassment. Though Qin has not engaged in such intimate encounters, she had once inadvertently witnessed her roommate discreetly viewing explicit content on a tablet during their dormitory days. The vivid fragments of insatiable desire now danced unrestrainedly in her mind. The novel she had read was replete with scenes that could only be felt but never articulated, infused with a rich tapestry of fantasy. Fu Jinghuai's gaze burned with intensity as he fixated on the audacious young woman before him. At this moment, the ache in his body intensified, and he grasped her hand. His voice deep and hoarse. Wan, may I? After more than half an hour, Qin's cheeks flushed like a ripe apple. While Fu Jinghuai experienced an unprecedented sense of relaxation, a satisfied smile gracing his features. Wan, I adore you. Meeting his warm, affectionate gaze caused Qin's face to heat further. Her hands ached terribly, and she shot him a playful glare. After his satisfaction, the man's temperament was astonishingly amiable. He pressed a gentle kiss to the corner of her eye, and tenderly helped her arrange her disheveled clothing. With arms encircling her waist, he rested his forehead against hers. Whispering sweetly, dressed in a traditional masculine attire, Fu Jinghuai exuded an air of grandeur, captivating the hearts of several young women nearby. Noticing Qin's pouting lips, he approached and took her small hand in his, teasing, "Oh, my little girl possesses quite a strong sense of possessiveness." Nonetheless, he found it utterly endearing. The boutique boasted a low-key opulence, with fitting rooms equipped with ventilation fans. As they emerged, the lingering scent within dissipated. The proprietress, a woman of experience, recognized that the couple had spent over an hour in the fitting room, and it was evident they had not engaged in innocent activities. However, she did not mind. She held no reservations about such matters. The sight of such an attractive pair stirred thoughts of their recent escapades, prompting her to anticipate that their evening would culminate in her husband indulging in a few more cups of deer antler and goji berry wine. Once Qin finished styling her hair, Fu Jinghuai had also perfected his look. The proprietress provided comprehensive service, and as Fu Jinghuai selected a collection of exquisite steeds, he generously added an extra 3,000 yuan during the payment process. Upon hearing the notification of funds received, the proprietress beamed with delight. This man was not only handsome and affluent, but possessed impeccable taste. The additional 3,000 yuan was a clear indication of his acknowledgement of the fitting room's rental fee. Fu Jinghuai was an exceptional equestrian, and as Qin sat before him, pressed against his sturdy chest, she felt an overwhelming sense of security. After riding along the wooded path for over half an hour, her desire for equestrian adventure satisfied, she requested Fu Jinghuai to take her back. As dusk approached, after returning the horses to the shop, Qin felt as though her legs were burdened with heavy sandbags, rendering her unable to walk. Before she could utter a word, she suddenly felt weightless, finding herself cradled in Fu Jinghuai's arms. With a backpack slung over his shoulder, he carried her with an air of calm confidence. Young women emerging from the cherry blossom garden cast envious glances at Fu Jinghuai's display of strength and affection. Wow, look at that man. He is incredibly handsome, with a physique that surpasses even that of male celebrities. His strength is astonishing. He effortlessly lifts his girlfriend in a princess carry without a hint of strain. The man's physique is simply magnificent, far superior to those fit young men from the sports academy, and I can't help but feel a twinge of envy. These words seeped into Qin's ears, causing her cheeks to flush crimson as she nestled deeper into Fu Jinghuai's embrace. Are young women today so uninhibited in public? Just listen to these outrageous words. Is it really appropriate to speak such things in front of the parties involved? Fu Jinghuai relished her shy and flustered demeanor, his hands playfully kneading her thigh. Qin, vexed, pinched him sharply at his waist with the hand resting there. The man winced in pain, his eyes sparkling with amusement as he leaned closer to her ear and whispered, Wan, are you plotting to murder your husband? To outsiders, the couple appeared to be engaged in a flirtatious exchange, causing the onlooking girls to cover their mouths in excitement, yearning to scream at how alluring he was. It was intoxicating. Which direction should they head to find such an extraordinary boyfriend? They would band together to find out. As they exited the cherry blossom garden, it was already 6 in the evening. With no plans to return home tonight, Fu Jinghui drove her to the hotel they had previously booked. He had meticulously prepared everything they would need for the outing, while Qinwan had only brought her phone and had dressed herself beautifully, needing to contribute nothing else. Fu Jinghui opened the suitcase and retrieved a change of clothes for her to use while bathing. Exhausted, Qinwan collapsed onto the bed, casting a sideways glance at her phone, which displayed over 19,000 steps. No wonder her feet felt as heavy as lead. She could hardly muster the energy to move them. Once Fu Jinghui had everything ready, he took her phone to charge and sat beside her. His gaze tender as he took her small hand and began to massage it. "What do you feel like eating later?" he inquired. Qinwan squinted her eyes, relishing his massage services. "Anything is fine. Shall I order takeout for you? Or would you prefer to eat out?" "I don't want to move. I just want to sleep." "All right, then rest for a while. I'll order us some food." With that, she closed her eyes, too fatigued to resist sleep, drifting off almost immediately. After a brief nap, she was roused by the enticing aroma of the food Fu Jinghui had ordered. Blinking awake, she found the table laden with an array of delicious dishes. Fu Jinghui had ordered from a local private kitchen, with most of the dishes being quite light. However, one spicy boiled pork dish captured Qinwan's heart. It had been ages since she had indulged in anything spicy. "Fu Jinghui, can I eat spicy food now?" With a gentle smile, Fu Jinghui approached her, handing her a cup of well-chilled fruit tea. "Yes, I had the chef prepare it mildly spicy. I consulted with old Zhao. Since you've been on medication for quite some time, having a little bit of spice occasionally won't be a problem." Upon hearing this, Qinwan felt as if she were witnessing the clouds part to reveal the moon. She accepted the chopsticks he offered, showing no interest in the other light dishes. Focusing solely on the spicy boiled pork, Fu Jinghui observed her relishing her meal and refrained from compelling her to try anything else. It must be said that the rice at this private establishment was truly exquisite, especially when paired with the mildly spicy boiled pork slices, a match made in culinary heaven. Qinwan, having satisfied her appetite, wore a sweet smile as she offered to help clear the remnants from the table. Lon, you need not worry about tidying up here. Go wash your face. The weather outside is pleasant, and the night view around this hotel is quite delightful. Allow me to take you for a stroll to aid your digestion." "All right." After wandering outside for about half an hour, Qinwan expressed her desire to return. Fu Jinghui, bending down, offered to carry the young lady on his back as they made their way back to the hotel. The temperature was uncharacteristically warm, and their attire was rather light. His little girl's physique far surpassed that of her peers, and her presence against his back brought him both joy and a sense of torment. The delicate form pressed against him made it challenging to maintain composure. The girl was restless on his back, occasionally shifting, causing his breath to grow heavier and his ears to flush with warmth. Noticing the redness in his ears, Qinwan playfully poked him. "Fu Jinghui, why are your ears so red?" Her soft, almost boneless fingers, akin to a poppy's touch, ignited an overwhelming heat within him the moment they brushed against his ear. He held his breath, steadied his heart, and with a hoarse, alluring voice, murmured, Lon, please stop teasing. If this continues, I shall embarrass myself in public." Chapter 83, each with their own agenda. Qinwan sensed his body tense, the broad expanse of his back emanating warmth. As someone who had savored meat broth, she instantly recognized the reckless nature of her small gestures. Blushing furiously, she promptly calmed down, behaving obediently like a quail. Fu Jinghui observed her series of subtle movements through the glass of the hotel, a faint smile gracing his lips. Qin Wenyun had come here for a vacation, unexpectedly encountering Qi Hui, a young man who had previously pursued her. Qi Hui was rather generous, having recently gifted her a limited-edition Cartier bracelet. They had only recently defined their relationship, and their hotel room was also in this 6-star venue. However, theirs was merely a standard double room, while Qinwan was ensconced in a penthouse suite. As they crossed paths in the elevator, Qin Wenyun spotted Qinwan just as they emerged from the basement level. Qi Hui kissed her while his hands wandered inappropriately over her form. Fu Jinghui instinctively shielded them with his body, causing Qinwan to frown. It was rather unfortunate. Upon noticing someone entering, Qi Hui ceased his actions. Aside from his wealth, Qi Hui possessed little else of merit. He barely reached Fu Jinghui's shoulder in height. Upon noticing Qinwan's presence, his eyes suddenly brightened. Fu Jinghui, sensing his greedy gaze, lowered the atmosphere around him, casting a nonchalant glance in his direction. The man felt the pressure emanating from Fu Jinghui, recoiling slightly and hastily averting his gaze. At that moment, Qin Wenyun felt utterly nauseated. Why was it that she could only attract someone like Yuan Hui? While that little vixen Qin Wan was fortunate enough to find a handsome and considerate wealthy man, glancing at the floor number for their suite, jealousy threatened to overwhelm her. Upon returning to the room, Qin Wan took her clothes and headed to the bathroom for a shower. Fu Jinghuai's gaze was fervent, causing Qin Wan's ears to flush with warmth. "Wan, to save time, why don't we shower together?" Qin Wan gently pushed his encroaching body away, saying, "Isn't there another bathroom in the guest room? You can wash up there." Seeing her hastily retreat, a smile played at the corners of the man's lips. Once Qin Wan emerged from her shower, her hair damp and glistening, Fu Jinghuai had already finished before her. He held a dry towel, diligently drying her hair. When it was no longer dripping, he took the preheated hairdryer and gently began to style her long, lustrous locks. His technique was both adept and gentle, lulling Qin Wan into a state of drowsiness as her thick hair took nearly half an hour to dry. Noticing her eyes fluttering shut, Fu Jinghuai couldn't help but chuckle softly. When they settled onto the bed, Fu Jinghuai instinctively enveloped her within his territory, as her soft form nestled against him. Memories of their earlier encounter in the changing room flooded his mind. He tightened his embrace around Qin Wan and leaned closer to her ear, whispering, "Wan." It was a rare moment of indulgence, and the newfound thrill stirred within him, igniting a sense of eagerness as he held the petite girl in his arms. Qin Wan, meeting his heated and suggestive glance, was fully aware of his intentions. She quickly shut her eyes, pretending to be asleep, yet her trembling lashes betrayed her. Ignoring her feigned slumber, Fu Jinghuai took the liberty to trace her earlobe with his lips, bestowing gentle, teasing kisses that sent electric currents coursing through her body. The desire within her stirred, albeit lacking the boldness of their earlier encounter. Struggling against his own restraint, Fu Jinghuai nibbled her earlobe, coaxing softly, "Wan. Could you help me out, please?" Ultimately, under the relentless persuasion of his affections, Qin Wan relented, once again attending to his urgent need. Her cheeks flushed a deeper hue, realizing he was even more demanding than before. In those 50 minutes, she felt her strength drained completely. Now feeling invigorated, Fu Jinghuai, wary of provoking her ire, lavished her with tenderness, offering a full-body massage. Exhausted, Qin Wan could barely lift her eyelids, surrendering to his playful ministrations. After achieving a state of complete relaxation, Fu Jinghuai felt refreshed, momentarily forgetting any concerns about Zhao Yunma. As Qin Wan drifted into slumber, he retrieved his laptop. Earlier, Zhao Yunma had sent him messages regarding several matters that required his attention. His long fingers danced swiftly across the keyboard, and in less than 20 minutes, he had resolved the issues on Zhao Yunma's end. Closing the laptop, he carefully lifted the quilt's edge and climbed back into bed, resting his hand on her delicate waist. Since he had begun sharing a bed with Qin Wan, he had developed an unusual habit. He enjoyed gazing at her before sleep, captivated by her beauty as if he could never tire of the sight. After admiring her charm, he couldn't resist stealing a taste of her lips. Having indulged twice that day, he found himself more at ease with her in his embrace, allowing him to drift off to sleep without the need for calming mantras. In the morning, Qin Wan, with her sleepy eyes barely open, found herself face to face with the handsome visage of Fu Jinghuai, an image that stirred her heart with longing. Overcome by the impulse, she leaned in and stole a kiss. Just as she did, Fu Jinghuai's eyes fluttered open, catching her in the act. Flustered, Qin Wan realized that pretending to be asleep was no longer an option. With a smirk that danced between amusement and intrigue, he regarded the blushing girl, her cheeks as red as a ripe tomato. "Wan, did you just kiss me?" he teased, having been awake for some time, unable to resist the temptation to playfully provoke his little girl. Seeing her flustered and unable to hide her embarrassment was quite delightful, a source of amusement for him. "And no, that was Timmy. You must have misinterpreted," she stammered. "Then why are you blushing?" he countered. "Is it not because you are feeling warm from sleeping in my embrace?" The intensity of his gaze made her feel as if she were prey under the watchful eyes of a hungry wolf. In an attempt to escape, Qin Wan rose to her feet, but the morning man was as fierce as a tiger, his eyes revealing nothing but mischief. He pulled her back with ease, resting his chin against her shoulder. "Why are you running, Wan?" An electric sensation coursed through her as he held her close, and she yearned to break free. Aware that if she lingered any longer, her body would surely suffer the consequences of his endurance. "Be good, don't squirm. Let me hold you for a moment." Ever since their relationship blossomed, Fu Jinghuai had developed an insatiable desire for closeness, often seeking her affection. At that moment, he resembled a large, affectionate dog, craving her presence. Should Xiao Yunma have witnessed this scene, he would likely have found it hard to believe that this clingy creature was indeed his cunning and formidable third brother. Noticing that his request was merely for a hug, Qin Wan complied sweetly. Half an hour later, Fu Jinghuai led Qin Wan to the dining area downstairs. The breakfast there was a buffet style, and Qin Wan ordered a bowl of freshly made chicken noodle soup, accompanied by a tea egg and a glass of freshly squeezed orange juice. After only a few bites, she unexpectedly encountered Qin Yuan in the restaurant. Without sparing her a glance, Qin Wan continued to savor her noodles. In her clumsiness, a drop of oil splattered onto her pale green dress, causing her irritation. This was the first time she wore it, and it was already stained. Fu Jinghuai, from his bag, produced a small wipe and gently cleaned the oil from her dress, leaving it pristine once more. This miraculous action made Qin Wan's eyes sparkle with delight. Fu Jinghuai, you came prepared, didn't you? What can I say? I found myself a rather forgetful little girl, he replied, and Qin Wan, feeling relieved and cheerful now that her dress was clean, harbored no resentment. Meanwhile, Qin Yuan, exhausted from a late night with Qi Hui, felt as if her body were falling apart, while the man beside her was engrossed in his own meal. Indifferent to her feelings, in her mind, the absence of comparison could not shield her from the discomfort of her situation. If it weren't for the fact that Yuan Hui's family owned a successful company, she would never deign to serve a man whose looks were unimpressive and whose height left much to be desired. Watching Qin Wan being treated like a princess only soured her mood further, as she stabbed her fork into her food in frustration. Chapter 84. No loss at all. Yuan Hui followed her gaze and once again spotted the exquisite beauty from the previous day, causing him to frown. Do you know that woman? Qin Wenyin replied honestly, she is my cousin. Your cousin is truly stunning. Why not invite her out to have some fun? Yuan Hui pursued Qin Wenyin primarily for her moderate charm, lacking any genuine intention. He merely sought a fleeting distraction for a small expense. However, he was taken aback to discover that she had such a striking cousin. Even if she had been with others, he would not mind. Qin Wenyin, well aware of Yuan Hui's trivial thoughts, provocatively fanned the flames. Yuan Hui, don't harbor any delusions. My cousin is quite haughty. Did you not see how she ignored me last night, treating me like a stranger? She flaunts her looks, having been pampered by someone. And now she struts about with an inflated ego. Yuan Hui, relying on his family's wealth and connections, had a volatile and reckless disposition. He was known for playing around, and he had not shied away from pursuing other men's wives. If he set his sights on Qin Wan, employing underhanded methods to tarnish her reputation would bring him joy. She would not permit Qin Wan to live better than herself. Seeing Qin Wan lost in her infatuation, Qin Wenyin felt a sense of satisfaction. Yuan Hui licked his lips. If he could possess such a magnificent beauty, he would feel as if he could soar to the heavens. Yet, he remained oblivious that, since harboring such lewd thoughts about Qin Wan, he had already 1 foot in the realm of the underworld. The two at the dining table harbored ulterior motives. Qin Wan finished her breakfast and patted her round belly. Are we returning to Nan City soon? If you want to stay and play for a couple more days, we can delay our return. No, you're so busy with work. I am already quite content with the time you've carved out for me. Besides, I have a thesis to write when I get back. All right. They returned in Fu Jinghuai's car. Shortly after Qin Wan got in, she drifted off to dreamland. The sight of the sweet, innocent girl sleeping prompted Fu Jinghuai to capture the moment on his phone. In a secured file, he had stored numerous photos and videos of Qin Wan. Whenever he missed her, he could not resist retrieving them to soothe his longing. 50 kilometers from Nan City, they encountered traffic. Having slept well, Qin Wan basked in the sunlight, her skin glowing like a freshly peeled egg. Fu Jinghuai could not help but pinch her cheek. The sensation as delightful as ever. The delicate girl met his gaze, asking, why are you pinching my face? Because it feels nice. Seeing the cars ahead motionless like mountains, Qin Wan, with nothing better to do, playfully pinched his cheek in return. Yours feels quite nice too, she said with a satisfied expression, observing her unyielding delight. The man chuckled softly. My Wan truly cannot suffer any loss. Indeed. The traffic jam persisted for over half an hour, and Qin Wan sighed. I wonder how much longer it will take for us to get moving again. Fu Jinghuai handed her a warm cup of fruit tea, saying, it may take more than half an hour, Wan. You should drink some water to soothe your throat. Observing her demeanor, resembling a defeated rooster, he suggested, if you're feeling bored, would you like me to join you for a game to lighten the mood? However, recalling the previous wager concerning their games, Qin Wan decisively declined. No need, Gun Yinqing is online, and I'll team up with her. As she logged into the game, Fu Jinghui ceased his teasing and took out his phone to attend to several electronic contract files during the traffic jam. Qin Wan was fortunate today, effortlessly coordinating with Gun Yinqing, claiming victory in 4 consecutive matches. During a brief respite, Gun Yinqing, parched, inquired, "Little girl, weren't you traveling with your romantic partner? How do you find the time to play games with me, a lonely soul?" A smile graced Qin Wan's lips as she replied, "I returned from the trip, but got caught in a traffic jam on the highway." As a seasoned reader of novels, Gun Yinqing's curiosity was piqued. "Qin Wan, during your excursion with that solitary male companion, surely something indescribable must have transpired?" Her insinuation was unmistakable, and it triggered memories of Qin Wan's bold actions, causing her cheeks to flush. "No, nothing happened." Gun Yinqing, skeptical, retorted, "It's hard to believe that a couple in such fervor wouldn't have shared something." "Really? Nothing at all? You mustn't deceive this naive and kind-hearted friend of yours, or you risk losing your rank." With a mischievous grin, Gun Yinqing added, "If you're so curious about these matters, why not date a man yourself?" Qin Wan swiftly shifted the conversation. "Gun Yinqing, how is your thesis preparation coming along?" "Dear sister, could you refrain from rubbing salt in my wounds during this splendid holiday? My hair has suffered immensely due to that thesis. My hairline seems to be receding. I was just unwinding with a few games to relieve stress, and now you're dragging me back into despair." Qin Wan smiled softly at her phone as the traffic finally began to move. Upon entering the garage, it was already 2 in the afternoon. Before returning home, Fu Jinghui had sent a message to Chen Song to arrange for dinner. As they arrived, the meal from Rui Zhai was delivered just in time. After washing her hands, the enticing aroma of the dishes enveloped her. She wasted no time and sat down to indulge, ravenous from her day. Once satisfied, Fu Jinghui emerged after finishing a call and asked Qin Wan, "Wan, tomorrow evening is the full moon celebration for the grandson of Duan's family. Would you like to accompany me?" Previously, he had attended such gatherings alone, but now that the young lady had become his acknowledged partner, he wished to introduce her to everyone. Should she prefer not to attend, he would certainly not insist. Qin Wan smiled and nodded, "Sure." Upon her acquiescence, the man's gaze softened remarkably. "Then I shall fetch you after class tomorrow." "Very well." The banquet celebrating the newborn of the Duan family was held in the most luxurious hotel of the southern city. Inside the grand hall, Qin Wan donned a light azure qipao adorned with delicate pink roses, accentuating her flawless figure with an air of elegance and nobility, rendering her an exquisite sight that was truly unforgettable. Fu Jinghui, with his arm wrapped around her slender waist, entered the venue, capturing the attention of all present. It is noteworthy that Fu Jinghui typically attended such gatherings alone, maintaining an aura of detachment from the opposite sex. Rumor had it that a certain ambitious actress once attempted to seduce him, only to find herself unceremoniously dispatched to a psychiatric facility. Following this incident, many women who had previously sought his attention began to reconsider their capacity to withstand his formidable wrath. Now, with the sudden appearance of a woman of extraordinary beauty at his side, it was only natural that she attracted numerous gazes. As Fu Jinghui escorted Qin Wan into the hall, he had already conveyed everything to the onlookers. At that moment, the grandson and granddaughter-in-law of old Master Duan, Zhou Xiuxiu, approached with a child in her arms. This was the first time Qin Wan had seen such a soft, cherubic infant up close, and her heart melted at the sight of the little one. Noticing Qin Wan's genuine affection for the baby, Zhou Xiuxiu smiled warmly. "Would you like to hold her?" "Oh, she's so small, and I've never held a baby before. What if I accidentally hurt her?" Qin Wan replied, a hint of trepidation in her voice. Fu Jinghui, perceiving her fondness for children yet recognizing her hesitation, chuckled softly. Wan, if you wish to hold her, go ahead. There's nothing to worry about." Zhou Xiuxiu, radiating warmth and enthusiasm, added, "Miss Qin, I'll show you how to hold her. Just be careful to support her head and back." "All right then." The moment Qin Wan took the child into her arms, she felt an awkwardness akin to cradling a live grenade, which elicited an amused chuckle from Fu Jinghui. Once her nerves settled, she gazed at the infant in her embrace, and an indescribable sensation blossomed within her. Qin Wan smiled tenderly at the child, a maternal glow emanating from her, captivating Fu Jinghui profoundly. After a brief moment, the little one began to whimper, likely due to a wet diaper or hunger. This was the first time Qin Wan encountered such an expression from a human infant, leaving her at a loss. Zhou Xiuxiu, with a laugh, reassured her, "It's all right. The baby probably needs a change. I'll take her to get a fresh diaper." As the child was taken away, Qin Wan felt a sense of relief wash over her. Fu Jinghui's gaze softened, almost tangible, as he tenderly brushed her hair and inquired, "Do you truly adore children? How could anyone resist such a soft, adorable bundle?" Qin Wan replied, her heart swelling with affection. Fu Jinghuai, leaning closer, whispered in her ear, "Then shall we have a baby of our own? One that resembles your sweet little one." At his words, Qin Wan's cheeks flushed crimson, akin to a red plum blooming in the snow. She shot him a sideways glance and playfully pinched his waist. "Stop joking. There are so many people around." Previously, she had never realized how playfully teasing this man could be. As she displayed a rosy blush on her cheeks, Fu Jinghuai's smile deepened, and he ceased to tease her further. Just then, he encountered several clients and engaged in conversation with them. Qin Wan found herself unable to join in their discourse, so she refrained from participating. Her gaze was drawn to the delectable desserts at the nearby dessert table, and she leaned close to the man, whispering softly, "Fu Jinghuai, those desserts over there look delightful. I would like to try some." Fu Jinghuai's eyes sparkled with warmth as he replied, "Sure, remember to call me if you need anything." "Okay." Upon reaching the dessert table, Qin Wan reflected on how, since she began her regimen for digestive health, such sweet confections had become off-limits to her. Yet, as she beheld the exquisitely crafted sweets, her appetite surged. She selected a slice of pink cake, took a bite with her fork, and relished the exquisite flavor. Feeling utterly satisfied, positioned where she could see Fu Jinghuai, their gazes met in a silent understanding, and she playfully made a face at him. He, undeterred, returned her a radiant smile, his stunningly handsome visage illuminated with warmth that could easily unsettle the heart. Qin Wan found herself irresistibly drawn to him, pondering how the Creator could bestow such perfection upon a single individual. Their tender interaction did not escape Wei Anna's notice, her grip on the stem of her glass turning pale with envy. A woman standing beside Wei Anna sneered, "Fu Jinghuai is rather shallow, bringing such a worthless vase to the banquet. Anna, I doubt he truly fancies that woman. She doesn't even wear a single decent piece of jewelry. It seems he brought her merely for show." Wei Anna shot her a disdainful glance, retorting, "Is your eyesight merely decorative? That exquisite jade bracelet on my wrist is worth 100 million. Next time you try to curry favor, perhaps you should engage your brain." She had also coveted that bracelet, but had ultimately been outbid by Fu Jinghuai. The woman, chastised by Wei Anna's biting words, refrained from further provocation, well aware of Wei Anna's formidable status. As the banquet commenced, Zhou Xiuxiu seated herself beside Qin Wan, offering a gentle smile. "Qin Wan, you are the most beautiful girl I have ever seen. You and Mr. Fu truly make a perfect pair, a match made in heaven." She spoke with genuine sincerity, and Qin Wan returned her warmth with a grateful smile. "Thank you." Meanwhile, Fu Jinghuai tenderly served Qin Wan, eliciting envy from the numerous female guests present. They couldn't help but compare their own companions, who appeared increasingly dissatisfied in contrast. The banquet's cuisine was exquisite, and Qin Wan felt as though her cheongsam was becoming snug. Observing Fu Jinghuai still peeling crab meat for her, she shyly leaned closer and said, "You don't have to do that. My cheongsam is getting a bit tight." Fu Jinghuai's eyes gleamed with tenderness. "All right." He cleaned his hands, and, beneath the table, his long fingers found hers, intertwining their hands. Not far from them, Wei Anna watched with simmering jealousy, her heart brimming with resentment at the sight of such attentive care bestowed upon Qin Wan. Such a man should rightfully belong to her. After finishing her meal, Qin Wan made her way to the restroom. Standing before the sink, she began to wash her hands when a young woman clad in a red gown entered from outside. Unfamiliar to Qin Wan, she felt no need to acknowledge her presence. She dispensed some hand soap, lathered it for a moment, and then placed her hands beneath the automatic faucet for rinsing. Just as she reached for a paper towel to dry her hands, the woman beside her, having finished washing her own, carelessly flicked the water off her hands, splattering it onto Qin Wan's cheapao. "Oh dear, I'm so sorry for getting you wet," she said, her tone dripping with insincerity, and her expression radiating smugness that suggested it was a deliberate act. Qin Wan was no pushover, her delicate brows knitted together slightly as she retorted, "Did you leave your eyes at home? Can't you see someone is standing here?" The woman, emboldened and smirking, replied, "Why are you being so aggressive? It wasn't intentional." With her bewitching features, she seemed to rely solely on her allure to ensnare men. A mere orphan with no substantial background, what reason had she to be so arrogant? Men are indeed visual creatures, yet their affections are fleeting, once the novelty wears off. Some could easily discard a woman like trash. In her heart, she believed that Fu Jinghuai's interest in this woman was merely a fleeting fancy. It was a well-known trait of men to abandon a woman once their initial attraction faded. True devotion had long vanished. Particularly for a man of Fu Jinghuai's stature, how could he possibly remain loyal to one woman for life? Men, like her father, understood the balance of interests. With Wei Anna's lineage and beauty, Fu Jinghuai would never forsake his advantages for this lonely girl. At this moment, their companionship was simply a matter of not yet growing weary of one another. Suddenly, Qinhuan recalled that this woman was the very same sycophant who had hovered around Wei Anna at the banquet earlier. The splash of water was undoubtedly a calculated affront. Qinhuan, undeterred, smiled with a hint of mischief, striking a precise blow at her vulnerability. Did you forget to brush your teeth before leaving home? Your breath is reminiscent of a sewage truck. My associations and intimacies are of no concern to you. You, a mere sycophant, seek to elevate yourself by belittling me before Wei Anna, don't you? I may be naturally beautiful, a gift from my parents. While you seem to rely on technology to achieve your looks, and still, you've managed to appear unattractive. A modicum of self-awareness wouldn't hurt. If I looked like you, I'd be too ashamed to step outside. I'd rather purchase a block of tofu and end it all at home. With sharp tongues. Who could truly intimidate the other? Chapter 86. Deserved gazing at the seemingly delicate figure of Gu Xianxian. One would never suspect that her words could incite such fury. Gu Xianxian's face flushed with anger as she stammered, you. Seeing her so enraged that her words barely formed, Qinhuan continued, oh, don't be angry. Don't be angry. If you twist your nose out of shape, it'll be quite difficult to fix that silicone creation of yours. Gu Xianxian, now devoid of reason, was particularly sensitive about her appearance. Unable to match Qinhuan's verbal prowess, she lunged forward in a frenzy, aiming to claw at Qinhuan's enviously beautiful face. However, Qinhuan would not allow her to succeed. Gu Xianxian, lacking in height and armed only with wild flailing, was nothing more than a pitiful mess. She had indeed learned self-defense techniques from Fu Jinghuai. However, the traditional Chongsam somewhat hindered her performance. The shoulder throw was executed imperfectly, and the resulting clumsiness left Gu Xianxian sprawled awkwardly on the floor, her image completely shattered, accompanied by her continuous cries of distress. Qinhuan, lacking in recent physical activity, felt her cheeks flush and her breath quicken after just one shoulder throw. Yuval Jinx, no wonder your parents died early. I shall fight you. Gu Xianxian, resilient and undeterred, rose once more from the ground, eager for a rematch. The mention of parents was a taboo for Qinhuan, and a chilling glint flickered across her otherwise intrigued expression as she observed Gu Xianxian, who resembled a rabid creature as she clambered up from the floor. A frigid disdain settled deeper in her gaze. If she couldn't control her own mouth, then Qinhuan would take it upon herself to do so. Grasping this feeble girl with ease, she effortlessly pinned Gu Xuanchuan's restless hands behind her back, delivering 2 resounding slaps to her face and forcing her countenance against the tiled wall. When you are out and about, mind your mouth, which resembles an old woman's waistband. Gu Xianxian grimaced in pain, bewildered by the unexpected ferocity of Qinhuan, who appeared sweet and harmless. The force of the slaps had left her momentarily dazed. Observing the girl's sudden compliance, Qinhuan had no desire to linger in that spot any longer. Just as she released her grip, a petite girl, seemingly a middle school student, emerged from the cubicle, her soft and adorable features catching Qinhuan off guard. She felt a twinge of guilt for potentially frightening the little one with her earlier display of aggression. However, the next moment, the girl's face bore no trace of fear. Instead, her eyes sparkled with curiosity as she gave Qinhuan a thumbs up. Big sister, you are amazing. Truly a role model for our generation. The unexpected turn of events elicited a slight smile from Qinhuan. I didn't scare you, did I? No, not at all. She was the one being provocative and rude, so a little reality check was only fair. Although I can't really help, I do enjoy witnessing such real-life drama. The little girl replied, her eyes bright and innocent. Qinhuan found herself struggling to keep pace with the girl's train of thought. Indeed, today's middle schoolers seem to tread unconventional paths. I will report you for intentional harm. Gu Xianxian shouted. What intentional harm? I can't comprehend your words. The injuries on your face are clearly a result of your own clumsiness. Why are you falsely accusing anyone here? After all, you have neither witnesses nor evidence. Qinhuan was confident this amusing little girl would not become an accomplice in Gu Xianxian's schemes. After all, she seemed like a harmless, delicate creature, lacking any real threat in the eyes of outsiders. Gu Xianxian cast a glance at Duan Ximiao, shrugging her shoulders. I'm merely a bystander. Don't involve me in your troubles. I'm too timid to handle such fright. Feigning innocence and timidity, Qinwan couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Gu Xianxian felt pain throughout her body and glared fiercely at Qinwan. Stop your pointless struggles. Your glaring won't change anything. You're just a pitiful little thing who likes to play. Having just touched her, Qinwan felt an urge to wash her hands again. No sooner had she exited the restroom than she encountered Fu Jinghuai, who approached with concern. Why have you been gone for so long? In her enchanting, watery peach blossom eyes, Qinwan brimmed with mischief, having been momentarily delayed by an irksome little creature. Before he could utter a word, Gu Xianyan limped out from the restroom, and Fu Jinghuai soon discerned the identity of that troublesome being. With a gentle laugh, he playfully brushed her nose, inquiring if she had sustained any injuries. Qinwan, with a proud smirk, replied, "Of course not. I am your pupil, and dealing with her is a trivial matter. Mr. Fu, do not be deceived by her facade. She harbors a dark and violent heart. Look at the wounds on me, all her doing." Gu Xinyan protested, incredulous that Fu Jinghuai could be enamored by such a crude and violent woman, attributing his affection solely to her appearance. Fu Jinghuai's piercing gaze regarded her as if she were a mindless, inferior creature. He drew his little lady into his embrace, resting his hand on her slender waist and planting a soft kiss on her cheek, declaring, "I am fond of her spirited nature." Gu Xianyan was struck dumb. Despite uncovering Qinwan's true nature, Fu Jinghuai exhibited no disdain but instead reveled in their intimate exchanges. "Xianyan, who on earth inflicted such injuries upon you? Is there no law left to uphold?" Gumu approached, seeing Gu Xuanyan's battered state, her fury igniting. "Mother, all my injuries are the result of her actions." Gu Xianyan pointed accusingly at Qinwan, feigning innocence as she sought to escalate the matter and tarnish Qinwan's reputation. Knowing that such a scandal would delight Wei Anna and solidify their family's collaboration with the Wei clan, Fu Jinghuai's lips curled in a cold smirk. He was not oblivious to Gu Xuanyan's sordid intentions. She sought to slander his beloved girl, but he would not be trifled with. Suddenly, the commotion attracted a crowd, and Fu Jinghuai tightened his hold around Qinwan's delicate waist. Gu Xianyan, emboldened by the onlookers, pointed at Qinwan and unleashed a torrent of accusations, her tears streaming like a deluge, utterly devoid of dignity. Her words, however, only invited disapproval towards Qinwan from the gathered crowd. In an instant, Duan Ximiao stepped forward after witnessing Gu Xuanyan's tirade. "Excuse me, madam, do you presume I am dead? You are the one who first insulted this beautiful sister, calling her a vixen and a harbinger of misfortune. With such a foul mouth, it is a wonder no one has struck you." Duan Ximiao, the most cherished great-granddaughter of the Duan family, was well known at the banquet, and her words were met with unwavering belief. Gu Xuanyan's complexion turned ashen. She had completely overlooked Duan Ximiao's presence. "I did not," Gu Xianyan stubbornly denied. Duan Ximiao, relishing the spectacle, revealed that she had inadvertently recorded Gu Xuanyan's venomous tirade while in the restroom. Once the recording played, the surrounding murmurs transformed from sympathy into scorn, with onlookers now believing that Gu Xianyan had brought this upon herself. Gu Xuanchuan's father, in a fit of rage, struck her across the face, exclaiming, "All you do is cause trouble for me. How could I have produced such a wretched child?" After delivering the blow, he recoiled like a turtle, unable to confront Fu Jinghuai's piercing gaze. He was acutely aware that the company's aspirations for collaboration with the group had likely been dashed. This rebellious daughter was hell-bent on ruining him. Inept at achieving success, yet proficient at fostering failure, she dared to provoke the woman Fu Jinghuai protected, as if intent on hastening the decline of the Gu family business. Chapter 87. Sowing discord. At this moment, old Master Duan's wife also stepped forward, her benevolent countenance tinged with displeasure. "Little Gu, you shall no longer be invited to our Duan family's gatherings. On this joyous occasion of my great-granddaughter's full moon celebration, your daughter has unnecessarily stirred trouble. My heart is already frail. I cannot endure the misfortunes your family brings." Gu Xuanchuan's father was so furious he nearly wished to execute her on the spot. Gu Xianxian understood her father's temperament all too well. Having caused such a significant mess, she was certain to face severe punishment upon returning home. She cast her gaze towards Wei Anna, hoping she might intercede on her behalf, considering their past camaraderie. Perhaps, in light of Wei Anna's presence, her father might show leniency. However, her hopes were dashed. Wei Anna's icy stare was filled with disdain, making her regret ever allowing someone as devoid of common sense as Gu Xianxian to linger in her company for so long. Seeing that Wei Anna not only refrained from speaking up for her, but also regarded her with such coldness, Gu Xuanchuan's heart plummeted. She felt like a deflated balloon, collapsing onto the floor. It was painfully clear to her that she had truly kicked a hornet's nest and was utterly finished. Before departing, Fu Jinghuai cast a meaningful glance at Gu's father, leaving him to ponder the consequences on his own. The storm was brewing, and the attendees of the banquet were astute individuals. Having angered Fu Jinghuai, what future could the Gu family expect to enjoy? Thus, to preserve their own safety, it would be wise to sever all ties with the Gu family. Gu's father felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. The looming sense of doom was far more oppressive than the earlier financial crises his company had faced. As the banquet neared its conclusion, Fu Jinghuai noticed that his young companion was stifling yawns. He bid farewell to old Master Duan and prepared to leave early. Just as he reached the car, Wei Anna approached with a perfectly timed smile, saying, "Mr. Fu, my car has encountered some issues. Would you be so kind as to give me a ride?" This was Qin Wan's first close-up view of Wei Anna, who, after careful grooming, truly was a stunning beauty. However, she felt no attraction to her. After Wei Anna finished speaking, Qin Wan turned her attention to Fu Jinghuai, awaiting his response. "No," Fu Jinghuai replied curtly, without any hint of hesitation. His unyielding refusal nearly caused Wei Anna's smile to falter, her grip on her bag tightening with tension. "President Fu, my grandfather's family has been on friendly terms with the Fu family for generations. Regrettably, I spent my childhood abroad. Otherwise, we could have grown up together." Fu Jinghuai gazed at her, stating, "We are not well acquainted, so there is no need for such familiarity." With that, he took Qin Wan's hand and, with utmost care, opened the car door for her, placing his hand on the door to prevent her from bumping into it. Once inside the car, Qin Wan reminisced about Wei Anna's dark expression, a smile curving gracefully on her lips. She felt elated. The refusal from this straightforward man was truly endearing. "Fu Jinghuai, you truly lack the sensitivity to cherish delicate feelings. Miss Wei had already made her intentions clear, yet you showed no mercy in your rejection." Fu Jinghuai observed her, cunning like a little fox, and playfully tapped her nose. "If I dared to agree to give her a ride, I might not be able to return to bed tonight." Qin Wan smiled lightly. "Am I truly that domineering?" Just then, they encountered a red light, and Fu Jinghuai leaned in closer, whispering in her ear with a low, husky voice that was utterly tempting. "I hope you are. I relish your possessiveness over me, for I am solely yours." His deep, magnetic voice stirred her heart, causing her to feel a flutter within, her fingertips curling slightly. She swallowed hard, shifting the conversation. "The light is green." Noticing her blush, Fu Jinghuai's lips curled into a smile, amused at how easily she could be flustered. After finishing his shower, he emerged from the bathroom at 11 o'clock at night. Qin Wan yawned, rubbed her damp hair, and was ready to dive into bed. After concluding a video conference, Fu Jinghuai entered the room and caught sight of the girl on the bed. Her soft, lustrous hair spilled over the pillow, her fair, radiant face appeared almost luminous, and her large, expressive eyes sparkled with clarity, drawing him in irresistibly. His throat tightened slightly as he approached and gently stroked her hair. "Your hair isn't completely dry. Sleeping like this might lead to headaches." Her hair was too long, taking too long to dry, and she was too lazy to manage it. With a resigned yet affectionate smile, Fu Jinghuai turned to fetch a hairdryer and hair oil, meticulously applying the oil and spending over 10 minutes drying her hair. As the soft hum of the machine ceased, Qin Wan, drowsy, felt a light peck on her lips from Fu Jinghuai. "All right, if you're tired, go to sleep." As she nestled in his embrace and quickly fell asleep, warmth radiated from Fu Jinghuai's gaze. Upon waking in the morning, Fu Jinghuai was no longer by her side. After washing up, Qin Wan found a note on the table indicating that Fu Jinghuai had left early to attend to urgent matters at his company. Breakfast was laid out on the table, and Chen Song would drive her to school. She picked up her phone. "Jinghuai, the school isn't far from here. I can take a taxi, so there's no need to trouble Assistant Chen." Fu Jinghuai, finding a moment amidst his busy schedule, replied, "That works." After stepping out of the taxi, Qin Wan walked directly into the school. How shameless could she be to truly be involved with her brother? Behold the bittersweet entanglement of kinship, a seemingly aloof beauty who, unbeknownst to many, exhibits a rather uninhibited disposition behind closed doors. How audacious it is for one to be so devoid of shame. Before even entering the classroom, a throng is gathered at the staircase's corner, smartphones in hand, exchanging barbed words with one another. Qin Wan's brows arched sharply. Who could be so idle as to instigate trouble at such an hour? The notion of a sister and brother indulging in such intimacy is truly scandalous. It is indeed a revelation to witness such a shameless woman. one who calls upon so many brothers, ultimately ending up in the same bed. Her frivolity knows no bounds. The tongues of these onlookers are as venomous as arrows, particularly from those envious young men who covet Qin yet find themselves unfulfilled, their jeers rising and falling like the tide. The basest nature of man is fully laid bare. When they cannot possess something, they seek to ruin it, unleashing their sharp and malicious words. In the face of such ill intentions, Qin remains remarkably composed, her conscience clear and thus unperturbed. There exists no blood relation between her and Fu Jinghui. Her household registration is entirely independent. Their relationship incites the envy of those with ulterior motives, who attempt to create discord through public scrutiny. To believe that such pressure could undermine her is a grave miscalculation, having faced death once. The whispers and deliberate misdirection of these naysayers fail to stir even the slightest ripple within her. The attempts to sever her bond with Fu Jinghui through such means are decidedly unrefined. With an air of tranquility, Qin strides past the gathering, and as some take note of her presence, they fall silent. Soon after, the teacher arrives, and the first class commences. Qin listens attentively, taking notes, occasionally sensing the weight of others' stares, yet she remains unfazed. After class, she glances at the photographs circulating on the school forum and cannot help but jest with Gun Yinxing. The angle of the shots is commendable. Such talent in photography is surely underappreciated. Gun Yinxing admires her calm demeanor, relieved that her friend possesses such a resilient mindset. Otherwise, the weight of these unfounded rumors would surely overwhelm her. Qin retrieves her phone and sends a message to Wang Xiao. Senior, do you have some free time? In truth, it would be more efficient for Fu Jinghui to address this matter, yet she finds this sordid affair distasteful enough for it to trouble her alone. Fu Jinghui has numerous official duties. She would rather not distract him with her concerns. Chapter 88. As time goes by at present, Wang Xiao has officially commenced her employment at the group. Upon her arrival, she successfully resolved a technical challenge, which led to her expedited promotion to a full-time position. With a monthly salary and bonuses substantial enough to cover her father's medical expenses. Moreover, President Fu has arranged for a renowned domestic expert specializing in her father's condition to assist. Once her father's health meets the surgical criteria, the operation can be scheduled. Regarding the considerable surgical expenses, President Fu's assistant has informed her that the company will reimburse 80% for the families of contributing employees, and other medical fees can be advanced against her salary. The company's generous treatment of her was entirely due to her connection with Qin, a fact that Wang Xiao was well aware of. She felt immense gratitude towards Qin, a sentiment she would cherish for a lifetime. After a week of relentless work at the company, she took a day off today and promptly responded to a message from Qin. Yes. Qin replied, Senior, could you please check the school forum? There's a post about me, and if you have time, could you investigate the poster? Wang Xiao readily agreed. Of course. Half an hour later, Wang Xiao called Qin directly. I found out that the post came from an internet CAF near our school, but unfortunately, their surveillance cameras are broken. It appears to be a deliberate act, so I currently cannot locate the individual. Qin was not surprised by this revelation and chuckled. This person certainly went at great lengths. Give me half a day, and I will see if I can get the CAF's cameras repaired, Wang Xiao exclaimed, her indignation flaring as she was determined to unearth this unscrupulous person. There was nothing wrong with her junior dating President Fu. It was these malevolent individuals who sought to tarnish her reputation. Wang Xiao, fueled by a sense of justice, could not remain idle. Senior, I appreciate your efforts. We are all on the same team, and since you have helped me so much, there's no need for formality over this small matter. Meanwhile, Wang Xiao sat at her computer, tirelessly typing complex codes. After more than an hour of focused work, she successfully restored the compromised data. She took a screenshot of the girl who had posted on the forum, enhancing the photo to improve clarity. Soon, a high-definition image of a girl wearing sunglasses and a hat appeared on Qin's WeChat. Despite the image being at maximum clarity, Qin stared at it for a long time but could not discern the identity of the person. Gun Yinxing, having looked at the phone for a while, frowned slightly, feeling an unsettling familiarity with the woman's figure. After pondering for a while, she suddenly noticed the peace lock around the girl's neck, exclaiming, Qin. I think I know who this woman is. Who? Qin inquired. Do you remember a girl named Xianing from when you lived in the dormitory? Upon hearing this name, Qin struggled to recall, eventually managing to find some information about the girl. Xianing was taciturn and a student in the computer science department. Although they shared a dormitory, they had hardly spoken apart from a few exchanges of glances. So, the one who posted the photo on the forum to stir up controversy is Xianing? Although her features are unclear in the photo, I distinctly remember that the piece lock she wore was missing a clasp, and her physique and walking style confirm it's definitely her. Gun Yinqing analyzed, her frustration mounting. Qinwan felt a sense of unjust victimization. I don't believe we've ever had any conflicts or grievances, have we? There are many dark-hearted individuals these days. Even in the absence of past disputes, jealousy can warp one's intentions. In this moment, Xianing believed her plan was flawless, reveling in her own perceived success. However, Qinwan had already come to the computer science department in search of her. Upon seeing Qinwan's presence, Xianing was momentarily taken aback. Her flustered emotions fleetingly surfacing before she quickly masked her recognition of Qinwan and attempted to pass her by. Noticing the turmoil in Xianing's eyes, Qinwan scoffed. Xianing, you truly possess remarkable tactics. You upload some photos to a forum and utter ambiguous statements, inciting the school community to harbor malice against me. This is the outcome you desire? As Qinwan's words reached her ears, Xianing immediately felt a surge of panic. Yet she stubbornly denied it, asserting, I have no idea what you were talking about. With that, she clutched her books and attempted to leave. Qinwan seized her arm, swiftly thrusting several photographs into her face, her demeanor shifting from gentle to confrontational. Xianing, do you think you can remain in this school if they discover you incited public opinion against me? The target of this attack is me. And given Fu Jinghuai's substantial influence within the institution, they are not fools. They know which side to support. Fortune is a fleeting treasure. Upon seeing the scattered photographs on the ground, Xianing felt her heart sink. She had invested so much effort to gain admission to Nanda. Qinwan, what do you intend to do? Fear gripped Xianing as she realized the gravity of her actions. In her impulsive desire to tarnish Qinwan's reputation, she had acted out of spite, fueled by her affection for Li Xiaojing, which had long transcended mere friendship. Witnessing Li Xiaojing's expulsion and subsequent entanglement with the law was unbearable for her. Now, with her scheme exposed and pondering Qinwan's family's power, dread overtook her. Qinwan, I was momentarily foolish. Please grant me this one reprieve. You know how hard I worked to get into Nanda, Xianing pleaded, her face a picture of despair as tears streamed down her cheeks. Qinwan remained unmoved by her tears, her brow furrowed in irritation. Now you know fear? Where was this sentiment when you sought to ruin my reputation? As an adult capable of independent thought, one must always be accountable for their actions. The fact that you and your brother were involved is undeniable, Xianing shouted, acknowledging their kiss was not a fabrication. Even if her posts had incited the flames of conflict, Qinwan met her gaze coldly. There is no blood relation between us. After all these years together, is it such a crime to develop feelings? Refrain from projecting your sordid thoughts onto me. My relationship with Fu Jinghuai is legitimate. Xianing, confronted by her resolute eyes, felt genuine fear. Qinwan, I implore you, spare me. If the school expels me, my life will be over. Did you not consider this day would come when you slandered and defamed me? Gun Yinqing was thoroughly exasperated with Xianing's type. You must clarify everything on the forum. As for whether the school will expel you, that depends on your conduct. Upon hearing this, Xianing felt as though she had grasped the last lifeline. Fine, I will write it. I will write it immediately. As long as Qinwan does not pursue the matter, she still has a chance to turn things around. Fu Jinghuai became aware of the situation on the post only after Qinwan had finished her conversation with Xianing. Upon learning that someone had maliciously labeled Qinwan with derogatory terms regarding her relationships, he could no longer remain calm. He feared that these external influences might truly affect Qinwan's feelings, distancing them from one another. Upon arriving at the school, Qinwan coincidentally finished her last class just as Fu Jinghuai appeared. Surprised to see him, she exclaimed. What brings you here? Didn't you mention an important meeting? Fu Jinghuai enveloped her in his long arms, securing his hand at the nape of her neck, holding her tightly as if afraid she might slip away. Sensing his unusual emotional state, Qinwan reciprocated the embrace, her hands gliding over his broad back. What's wrong? Chapter 89, A Treasured Find 1-1. Please promise me you will never leave. Having experienced what it is to possess something precious, Fu Jinghuai was terrified of losing Qinwan due to others' opinions influencing her decisions. The humility in his tone tightened Qinwan's heart. Did you see that post? After contemplating for a moment, she realized the source of Fu Jinghuai's anxiety was indeed that malicious post, which had stirred up unwarranted gossip. Ridiculous. There's no blood relation at all, she exclaimed. Fu Jinghuai tightened his hold on her even more. Feeling his tension, she gently patted his back to soothe him, wrapping her arms around him in return. Fu Jinghuai. I'm not that fragile. I'm an adult with my own judgment. I will never allow others' prejudices to sway my feelings. I like you very much. I never want to lose you again. The memories of her past life surged within her, causing her voice to grow hoarse, and she grasped his waist a little tighter. Her words succeeded in comforting Fu Jinghuai. His rigid form finally softened as he rested his chin on her beautiful collarbone. Wan, let us never part. Agreed. They remained entwined for a while, and only after some time did Wan feel her breathing ease. He was holding her too tightly. Soon after, Xianing posted a concise and sincere apology, which quickly gained traction. The heat surrounding Wan's post began to wane, overshadowed by others, and life returned to normal. Today, Gun Yinxing had attended a dissection class and had hardly eaten anything for lunch. Noticing her listlessness, Wan pulled her towards a newly opened fruit shop nearby, hoping to buy some fresh, sweet fruit to stimulate her appetite. Gun Yinxing selected 3 apples and 2 oranges, not noticing any price tags, nor thinking that such common fruits could be expensive. Yet life often holds surprises. When the server announced the total, 125, Gun Yinxing thought she had misheard. How much did you say? She asked again. 125, the server replied, visibly impatient. Gun Yinxing, maintaining her composure, politely remarked, I'm sorry, but I shall not take these fruits. I will return them to their rightful place. 3 apples and 2 oranges. This was not merely a matter of consuming fruit, but rather an assault on her very existence. The fruits bore no gilded edges, yet their exorbitant price was unmistakably suspicious. Upon declaring her refusal, the attendant was displeased. You've already weighed them. How can you simply say you want to take them? Why come to a fruit shop if you're impoverished? This comment ignited Gun Yinxing's indignation. She was no pushover, who decreed that items weighed must be purchased. Furthermore, I have not impeded your ability to resell the apples. My financial status does not entitle you to accuse me. I haven't consumed a grain of your rice. Moreover, your fruits lack price tags. The price you've set is such that I could procure 2 crates online. Then go ahead and purchase online. The attendant retorted, her demeanor unyielding. Gun Yinxing restrained herself from uttering a sharp retort. Confronting such vexatious experiences was indeed disheartening. Wan furrowed her brow. It is your failure to label prices that has led to this return. Why are you confronting us? Where is your manager? Being unable to afford your products does not warrant this pretentious posture. Navigating through life and work was already a challenge. Wan had no intention of quarreling with a mere employee over such pettiness. Yet, the attendant's aggressive stance compelled her to seek resolution. She could not sleep soundly that night if this grievance remained unaddressed. Very well, if you insist on behaving so disdainfully, I shall directly contact the pricing authority to lodge a complaint. Upon witnessing Wan's determination, the employee's bravado dimmed, though her tongue remained sharp. You're poor. And yet you complain? Bullying a mere employee is hardly commendable. In that moment, the proprietress of the shop approached, noting Wan's displeased expression and inquiring about the situation. As one experienced in commerce, she possessed a keen sense of emotional intelligence and swiftly expressed her sincere apologies. My dear customer, I truly apologize for this incident. It was indeed our error. The price of the fruits was miscalculated during weighing. As a gesture of goodwill, we would like to offer you a complimentary fruit basket to express our regret. No, thank you, Gun Yinxing responded, her demeanor softened by the proprietress's kindness, yet they were not inclined to linger in confrontation. As they turned to leave, the proprietress's expression turned stern as she admonished the employee. What is the matter with you? Just because you're experiencing personal turmoil does not permit you to bring that negativity into your workplace. The employee, now chastened, shrank back, humbled. Emerging from the shop, the sun blazed overhead, prompting Gun Yinxing to purchase 2 cups of cheese tea from the neighboring establishment, Snow King. She handed 1 cup of fruit tea to Wan and took a sip, only to be startled by a notification of a charge on her phone. Her expression turning pained. What is it? Wan inquired. Gun Yinxing, gazing at the WeChat deduction, felt a pang akin to losing several thousand yuan. Alas, I had forgotten to cancel the automatic renewal of my long-unused membership. My 15 yuan has met a tragic fate. Wan chuckled softly. I always disable the automatic renewal feature immediately after activating a membership. When it expires, I simply renew it if I wish to use it again. Gun Yinxing gave her a thumbs up, remarking, You are indeed the wiser one. I have lamentably lost the cost of 2 cups of Snow King fruit tea. It truly pains my heart. Observing her playful demeanor as she clutched her chest in feigned agony, Wan responded with a mischievous smile. Come, let me touch it. And the pain will cease. "Oh dear, Miss Qin, you are not touching my heart. That is my chest." She retorted. This is indeed more substantial than before. No. I, Gun Yinxing, cannot allow myself to suffer losses. You must indulge me as well." Upon seeing her wave her little hand, Qin Wan took off running. In their playful scuffle, they had already reached the teaching building, with Qin Wan's bangs dampened by sweat and her cheeks flushed, making her particularly endearing. Gun Yinxing, captivated by her beauty, mused, "Qin Wan, I now understand why your third brother remains steadfastly devoted to you. Even I, a woman, am dazzled by your breathtaking beauty. What more of him, a man? Dear Beauty Gu, please do not underestimate my family's Fujinghua. What can I say? I am simply a member of the Aesthetic Society." In the gaming studio, Wang Zhao's fingers flew across the keyboard as she finally struck the last line of code, unable to contain her excitement. Her gaze lingered on the game screen. The holographic game she had developed was destined to create significant ripples in the gaming industry. Wang Zhao had already secured her position and was now collaborating with Zhao Yunma. She picked up the phone and dialed Zhao Yunma, who was dining with several friends, including Fu Jinghua. "Mr. Zhao, regarding the holographic game I mentioned earlier, I have developed it." "What? You actually managed to create that holographic game?" Zhao Yunma's pupils dilated in disbelief. Wang Zhao's demeanor was calm, her initial excitement now tempered. "Yes, if you have time, you can come to the company for a trial." "All right, I'll be there shortly." Zhao Yunma's face radiated excitement. He felt as if he had discovered a marvelous treasure. He knew her intelligence was exceptional, as if heaven had favored her with abundant talent, but he never expected her to achieve such greatness in developing a game of this complexity. If this game were to be released, they would undoubtedly become leaders in the gaming industry. His elation was palpable as he caught sight of Qin Wan, who had introduced Wang Zhao to the group. "Sister-in-law, you have truly brought us a gem. Wang Zhao has actually developed the holographic game." Unable to contain himself, Zhao Yunma declared, "This meal is on my tab. I must go and try the game now." With great fervor, he grabbed his coat and hurried out. Chapter 90. Frequent mishaps. Qin Wan observed his excitement as he collided with a chair, seemingly impervious to pain, and smiled softly, knowing that Wang Zhao was a hidden gem. Holographic games, though unfamiliar to her, sounded impressively sophisticated. "Wan, would you like to experience this game?" Qin Wan's large, sparkling eyes blinked. "Is that possible?" "Yes. After we finish eating, I will take you there." "All right." After their meal, Fu Jinghua drove Qin Wan to the company. In the game studio, Qin Wan was profoundly impacted by her experience with the game, truly believing that the holographic technology was indeed as remarkable as its reputation suggested. Just moments ago, she had felt a sharp pain on her back within the game, an ache so real it was almost surreal. This holographic game provided an unparalleled experience for users, enhancing their visual and auditory senses, while the character, scene, and interface design, crafted by Wang Zhao, approached perfection. Once this game is launched, it is bound to create a sensational response. "Senior, you are truly amazing," Qin Wan exclaimed as she rose from the gaming chair, giving Wang Zhao a thumbs up in praise. "It's not solely my achievement. The company has provided me with a platform to express my creativity. Without the support of these professional facilities and technical resources, I would not have had the opportunity to develop it," Wang Zhao replied modestly. "Do not be so humble. You are indeed extraordinary." The thought of the game's release filled Wang Zhao with excitement, envisioning not only covering her father's medical expenses, but also purchasing a larger home for him to enjoy his later years in comfort. Just the thought made her heart soar with joy. On her way home, while scrolling through videos, Qin Wan stumbled upon clips of others swimming, her eyes sparkling with delight. "Fu Jinghua, it's still early. How about you take me to the swimming pool?" she suggested playfully. It has been a while since I swam. I just had a bit too much to eat. I want to splash around in the water for half an hour," he replied. "All right, I'll accompany you." Fu Jinghua had his own private swimming pool. He could never allow such a captivating young lady to go to a public pool where she might attract unwanted attention. It was simply unacceptable to him. Qin Wan's swimsuit was rather modest, yet it did little to conceal her enviable physique. She had been swimming since she was 10, and her swimming skills were taught by Fu Jinghua himself, as she donned a pale pink swimsuit and gracefully entered the water like a fish. Fu Jinghua emerged in his swim trunks just as she surfaced. His tall, robust frame was striking against the air, with the hint of defined muscles creating an almost mythical allure. Though this was not the first time Qin Wan had been captivated by such a sight, she found herself momentarily entranced. The sharp contours of his abs exuded an irresistible allure, and she couldn't help but long to touch them. Noticing the enamored gaze of his beloved, Fu Jinghuai's lips curled into a smile. He dove into the water, swimming to her side, and gently placed her small hand on his defined abdomen. Wan, merely looking is rather dull, why not touch and feel? As her heart fluttered, a shy blush crept across her cheeks. Yet, she could not resist the temptation. Her delicate fingertips explored the contours, reveling in the exquisite sensation. At that moment, emerging from the water, Qin Wan appeared irresistibly enchanting, like a water nymph, and Fu Jinghuai found himself utterly captivated. Her lips glistened with an alluring charm, causing Fu Jinghuai's breath to quicken. Unable to contain himself, he drew closer, lifting her from the water, gazing deeply into her eyes as he cradled her face and tenderly kissed her. Their soft lips explored one another, drawing them closer together, while ripples danced across the surface of the water. The passionate kiss stirred a spring-like fervor, and as the need for air became pressing, they reluctantly parted, breathless yet yearning for more. The man leaned down and gently kissed the corner of her shimmering lips, his voice both alluring and magnetic as he murmured, Wan. You are truly sweet. Are you still swimming? Qin Wan, feeling shy, swiftly changed the subject. Yes, after swimming for half an hour. She lay breathlessly on the edge of the pool, while Fu Jinghuai, brimming with energy, swam over to her. Would you like me to take you for a swim? Can you really do that? Fu Jinghuai emerged from the pool, approached a lounge chair, retrieved his phone, and searched for a video, which he then handed to Qin Wan. After watching the video, her almond-shaped eyes widened in astonishment. She had no idea swimming could be so playful, though the man being ridden in the video exuded an impressive strength. Wan, why don't you hug me from behind, and I'll take you for a lap? Okay. Just the thought filled Qin Wan with excitement. Before long, her hands found their way around the man, her body pressed against his back, enveloped in a soft embrace. Fu Jinghuai felt an exhilarating rush, an uncontainable energy coursing through him. The experience of clinging to Fu Jinghuai's back while he swam was exhilarating for Qin Wan. Her very cells seemed to dance with joy. After several laps, Fu Jinghuai showed no signs of fatigue, leaving her to marvel at his remarkable stamina. Qin Wan, wrapped around him, felt euphoric, fully engrossed in the playfulness of their time together. However, after more than half an hour, she wondered if he ever tired. She gently tapped his shoulder. It's getting late. Shall we head back? Fu Jinghuai, your endurance is astonishing. Don't you feel tired after swimming for so long? His gaze remained intense. Not at all. Their evening had been filled with dining out, enjoying games, and spending over 2 hours at the swimming pool. Upon returning home, Qin Wan collapsed onto her bed, utterly exhausted, reluctant to move a muscle. Seeing her completely worn out, Fu Jinghuai leaned close to her ear. You look so tired. Should I carry you to the shower? No, I can manage myself. Qin Wan, surprising even herself with a sudden burst of energy, hurriedly dashed to the bathroom. Thus, Fu Jinghuai missed yet another chance for intimate closeness with her. After her shower, Qin Wan glanced around the bathroom and gasped in shock. Apart from a large bath towel, there was nothing to cover her body. She couldn't possibly venture out wrapped only in a towel. Just as she was drying off and debating whether to wrap herself in the towel to fetch some clothes, Fu Jinghuai's voice called from the doorway. Wan, are you done? Yes. Then I'll pass your clothes to you. Wrapping herself in the towel, she bashfully approached the door, just as she prepared to open it. Her foot slipped, and with a thud, she fell to the ground. The sudden pain took her breath away. Hearing the sound of her fall, Fu Jinghuai rushed in without a second thought, only to find that the towel around her had come undone. Wan, are you all right? Seeing him enter, a wave of emotion surged within her, and her grievances spilled forth as she cradled her tailbone. Fu Jinghuai, it hurts so much. Calm down, don't move. I'll take you to the hospital. Fu Jinghuai carefully helped her into her clothes and drove her to the hospital for an X-ray. Fortunately, her coccyx was unharmed, though there was slight soft tissue bruising, which could be treated with some ointment. After this ordeal, they arrived home at 2 in the morning. Seeing the weariness etched on Fu Jinghuai's face, Qin Wan felt a pang of guilt. Fu Jinghuai, I've caused you trouble again, dragging you out so late. Foolish girl, I am your boyfriend. It is my duty to care for you. Do not overthink it. As long as you are fine, that is what matters. His demeanor was calm and gentle, and the warmth in his eyes made Qin Wan's heart swell. He reached out to stroke her hair. Apply the pain-relieving ointment and get a good night's sleep. By morning, the pain should have lessened significantly. The area where she had fallen was too sensitive, so she would have to apply the ointment while facing the mirror. Chapter 91. Impact in the morning. after merely 3 hours of sleep. Qinwan found it impossible to rise from her bed. Fu Jinghuai, understanding her plight, did not wake her but instead called the school to request a morning off for her. When Qinwan finally stirred, disoriented from sleep, she discovered it was already 11 o'clock. Panic surged through her, worried that she might sleep too long and feel unwell from hunger. Fu Jinghuai entered her room to find her looking anxious. Wan, I've taken care of your absence. After we eat, I'll drive you to school, with everything arranged. Qinwan felt a wave of relief wash over her. After having brunch, she noticed that the pain from her fall had diminished considerably. Upon arriving at school, she encountered Gun Yinqing, who had just exited a classroom. I heard from your classmates that you weren't here this morning. I thought you would make it back this afternoon. Her knowing smile hinted at mischief. Are you harboring some scandalous thoughts? Wake up. I fell while showering last night and had to spend half the night at the hospital. I overslept this morning, and Fu Jinghuai helped me with my absence. Oh, I see. Gun Yinqing nudged her playfully with her shoulder. You can't tell me that after confirming your relationship, you two still haven't gone all the way? Don't be ridiculous. Qinwan laughed lightly. Your guy is quite patient. With someone as stunning as you, he must have extraordinary self-control. Qinwan chuckled softly. He is quite unattached. Is that so wrong? Huh. With a beauty like you parading in front of him every day, if he can remain composed, he must either be incredibly virtuous or, stop right there. Qinwan interjected, blushing as she recalled certain intimate details, a wave of heat flooding her cheeks. You are no longer the innocent Qinwan of the past. Gun Yinqing grinned, sensing juicy gossip. All right, enough teasing. I must head to class. Embarrassed, Qinwan quickly shifted the topic. With only 2 classes in the afternoon, Qinwan gathered her belongings and walked out of the classroom, the last to leave. Suddenly, a shadow emerged, startling her into instinctively retreating 2 steps. The woman before her, with a fierce countenance, was completely unfamiliar, and the hostility she radiated was utterly perplexing. Qinwan, you wretched creature. It is because of you that my daughter, barely escaping the clutches of death, has been ruthlessly confined to a mental institution by Fu Jinghuai. You are the root of all this. Mother Qiao seethed, her former grace entirely diminished, her eyes ablaze with intense hatred. From her words, Qinwan discerned the identity of the intruder. Undoubtedly, she was Qiao Mohan's mother. Aunt, your daughter has broken the law. She has brought this upon herself, and cannot blame anyone else. Qinwan felt no sympathy for her. It was evident that a reflection bears the likeness of its original. Mother Qiao dismissed her words. Persisting in her obstinacy, you and that deranged lunatic Fu Jinghuai will surely meet a grim fate. The Qiao family enterprise was on the brink of collapse. She had been expelled from her previous company, and her beloved daughter was locked away in a mental institution, with not even a visitation right granted to her. Now, Mother Qiao, barefoot and undaunted, resolved to ensure that Fu Jinghuai would not find respite either. She could not abide any disparagement of Fu Jinghuai. Her gaze cold and unyielding. What nonsense are you spouting? Your daughter is a calculated murderer. A mental patient capable of taking lives should rightfully reside in a psychiatric ward. Mother Qiao scoffed. If my daughter belongs in a mental institution, what of Fu Jinghuai? He too is mentally unstable. Why does he get to live a normal life outside? I believe you are the one who is unhinged. You should join your daughter in the asylum to rectify your mind. Qinwan's eyes glinted like sharp arrows. Seeing her disbelief, Mother Qiao grinned maliciously, retrieving a stack of documents from her bag and hurling them at Qinwan. If you doubt Fu Jinghuai's mental state, examine these records of his years of therapy and see for yourself whether he is truly sane. A man capable of madness like him deserves to be locked away in a dark, sunless place, with the Qiao family in ruins. Why should Fu Jinghuai be allowed to live in happiness? Let us all descend into hell together. As Qinwan realized that Mother Qiao was not fabricating her claims, she tore open the file, and her heart twisted painfully, as if a myriad of ants were gnawing at her insides. With trembling hands, she perused the documents page by page, each line detailing the onset and timeline of Fu Jinghuai's affliction, tears streaming down her cheeks. What had her Fu Jinghuai endured throughout these years? While undergoing treatment, he had to maintain his own well-being. He bore such severe psychological distress. And yet she had been utterly oblivious. Her vision blurred with tears, her heart ached as if pierced by countless silver needles, each stab tearing at her very nerves. Bipolar disorder, severe depression, how had he managed to persevere? Qinwan dared not delve deeper into her thoughts. Her heart was already numb with anguish. Upon witnessing her disheartened demeanor, Mother Qiao assumed her objective had been achieved, a smug smile gracing her lips. Qinwan, a lunatic like Fu Jinghuai is nothing but a ticking time bomb. He ought to be confined to a mental institution. I've heard he has a history of violence. She was convinced that any woman would be troubled upon discovering her partner's mental illness. Observing Qin Wan's shocked and despondent expression, she felt her illicit acquisition of information from her son's consultation had borne fruit. In the next moment, seeing the glee etched on Mother Qiao's face ignited a surge of fury within Qin Wan. She delivered a resounding slap across her face. If you dare utter another disparaging word about Fu Jinghuai, I will ensure you leave here horizontally. Mother Qiao was taken aback by the ferocity of Qin Wan's gaze. Trembling in fear, "You little madwoman, you are as deranged as Fu Jinghuai," she stuttered, instinctively recoiling, fully aware that one more word could lead to her utter ruin. After Mother Qiao departed, Qin Wan received a message from Fu Jinghuai, indicating he would be working late that evening. Though her heart ached, she suppressed her pain and sent him a thoughtful text, reminding him to have dinner on time and not to overexert himself. Subsequently, she chose not to return home, but instead took a taxi to a renowned psychological consultation studio, managing to secure an appointment just before closing. By sheer coincidence, the psychologist was none other than Xiao Chen. Upon entering the consultation room and recognizing him, Qin Wan experienced a fleeting surprise. Connecting the dots, she recalled Fu Jinghuai mentioning that Xiao Chen was a doctor and that he had sought his assistance before. When she arrived, Xiao Chen had already anticipated her reason for visiting. However, upon seeing the file pertaining to Fu Jinghuai, his countenance darkened abruptly. "Where did you obtain this information?" he inquired sternly. "Your mother gave it to me," Qin Wan replied. Xiao Chen's expression soured further as he stood and bowed slightly to her, expressing his sincere apologies. "Miss Qin, I will provide you with an explanation regarding this matter." Weary and overwhelmed, he had not expected that his mother would resort to stealing patient records as a means of vengeance against Fu Jinghuai. The breach of patient confidentiality could have dire consequences if the patient chose to pursue the matter further. His mother truly seemed intent on ruining him. At present, Qin Wan was not inclined to dwell on these issues. Her primary concern lay in understanding Fu Jinghuai's condition. Chapter 92. Longing. "I long for you." Xiao Chen elaborated on Fu Jinghuai's situation with meticulous professionalism, and by the time he finished recounting the details, Qin Wan was in tears. What had her Fu Jinghuai endured in his childhood that led to such a severe mental illness? As for the specifics of Fu Jinghuai's early experiences, Xiao Chen possessed little knowledge, and Qin Wan was even more in the dark. In conclusion, Xiao Chen reassured her that Fu Jinghuai's condition was currently well managed. He was not on medication and had not experienced any episodes, indicating that everything was progressing positively. As long as he was not provoked, perhaps his illness would not relapse. This news served as a small solace for Qin Wan's troubled spirit. Qin Wan meandered onto the street, her mind enveloped in a haze. At this moment, she desired nothing but the safety and health of Fu Jinghuai. Her aspirations extended no further. A profound longing for him surged within her, compelling her to act. She hailed a taxi without hesitation, directing the driver straight to the company. Meanwhile, Fu Jinghuai had just exited a meeting room and returned to his office. Weary, he sank into his chair, massaging his temples. Glancing at the clock, he noted it was already 7 in the evening. He estimated that he would finish processing the documents on his desk in about half an hour. Just as he began to peruse a few pages of the project proposal, a young girl burst in unexpectedly, startling him. "Wan Wan, what brings you here?" Fu Jinghuai scrutinized Qin Wan, who appeared disheveled with reddened eyes, a clear indication of recent tears. His heart sank at the sight. He swiftly rose from his seat, anxiety lacing his voice. "Wan Wan, what's wrong?" Qin Wan's pallor was alarming. Her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, she collided into his embrace, her arms wrapping tightly around his waist, her face pressed against his chest. Fu Jinghuai's body stiffened momentarily before he enveloped her securely in his arms, gently caressing her hair in a soothing gesture. The girl nestled against him, listening to the rhythm of his heartbeat, her grip tightening. "Fu Jinghuai, I missed you so much," she confessed, her longing palpable. The gravity of his illness weighed heavily on her. She was tormented by the thought of how he endured those countless days and nights. Guilt coursed through her veins, a bitter reminder of her selfishness and ignorance during her tumultuous period with Han Shinian, which had caused him sleepless nights and plunged him into deep depression, leading to self-destructive tendencies. Each recollection felt like a wound tearing through her heart, causing her immense pain. The man, cherishing her as a precious treasure, bent down to kiss her forehead. "Silly girl, have you cried just from missing me?" "Yes, very much," she replied, her words striking a chord within him, intensifying his feelings for her. Suddenly, the girl tilted her face upward, her voice hoarse. Fu Jinghuai, I want to kiss you. Without waiting for his response, she rose onto her toes, wrapping her arms around his neck, and pressed her lips against his. This kiss was unlike their previous ones, fiery and audacious. She kissed him fervently, fierce and urgent, her lips attacking like a predator, demanding and unapologetic. As she kissed him, her hands roamed freely across his body, igniting a fire within him. Fu Jinghuai, taken aback, let out a strained groan, grasping her wandering hand. Wan, if you continue like this, I won't be able to hold back. Undeterred, she unleashed her other hand, boldly tugging at his belt. Sensing her unusual fervor, his blood surged with intensity, his breath hitching. Wan, what is happening to you? With a hint of red in her eyes, desire consumed her thoughts, her voice barely a whisper. Fu Jinghuai, I want you. Gazing upon her luscious, yearning face, her eyes brimming with longing, her words shattered the last of his defenses. He gently grasped the girl's chin, his thin lips descending upon her with the fervor of a ravenous wolf. His kiss was akin to a tempest crashing against the shore, urgent and fierce, as if he sought to consume her entirely and assert his dominance. The girl trembled with breathless abandon, responding passionately. As he kissed her, his breath became erratic, whispering fervently in her ear, Wan, I adore you. Garments gradually slipped away, the man's eyes ablaze with crimson, clinging to the last vestiges of rationality as he swept her into the lounge. An intoxicating atmosphere enveloped the room, filled with enticing whispers that ignited the imagination. Time became an abstract concept as Qin Wan felt the lights above sway, while Fu Jinghuai repeatedly seduced her, drawing her deeper into the clouds of ecstasy. Eventually, exhausted and nestled in his embrace, he planted a satisfying kiss upon her forehead, declaring, I shall carry you to the bath. Qin Wan lazily murmured in agreement. Her memories of how they returned to the bed already faded. After some time, Fu Jinghuai surveyed the delicate, porcelain skin of the girl, now marked with shades of blue and purple. He pinched the bridge of his nose, realizing his little girl's skin was too tender, one gentle touch could leave a mark. He had perhaps been too heavy-handed. As he watched her drift into a deep slumber, a knock at the door jolted him, prompting him to frown as he stepped outside. Zhao Yunma entered with an air of nonchalance, his hands casually tucked into his pockets, inadvertently catching sight of a piece of women's lingerie discarded on the floor. His eyes widening in surprise. His gaze then shifted to the marks on Fu Jinghuai's neck and the smug expression on his face, leaving Zhao Yunma in disbelief. Had his brother truly crossed that threshold? Recognizing the bag on the table as belonging to Qin Wan, Zhao Yunma understood. His brother was indeed bold, indulging in a thrill that was hard to contain. Fu Jinghuai found him bothersome, eager to dismiss him so he could return to his delicate girl. If you have something to say, speak swiftly. If not, be gone. I'm here to deliver the project proposal. I'll be heading to the country tomorrow. Fu Jinghuai took the proposal, glancing at it briefly before handing it back, indicating no issues. Before leaving, Zhao Yunma cheekily warned, Third brother, remember, Wan is still a student. Do be mindful of safety measures while engaging in your activities. With that, he took off quickly, having learned to make a hasty retreat. Fu Jinghuai ground his teeth in frustration, regretting that his legs were not long enough to kick him. Downstairs, as Zhao Yunma settled into his car, he was more excited than if he had just welcomed a newborn son, dialing Qin Xian's number. Hello, Qin Xian. Do you know what I just witnessed in Third Brother's office? Did you see Third Brother indulging? Huh, if I had seen that, would I still be alive to call you? Why are you not surprised at all? What is there to be surprised about? Wan cannot escape her brother's grasp. It was merely a matter of time before he acted. Qin Xian emerged from the bath, wiping the droplets from his forehead, his expression one of disdain as he listened to Zhao Yunma's naivety. Boring. I think you have energy to spare. Qin Xian paused for a few seconds and added a few more words. Oh, by the way, I have a business trip abroad tomorrow. Take care of yourself. Be selective with your food, and don't eat everything like a pig. Also, try to conserve your health. Otherwise, you might find it challenging to conceive a little chubby one in the future. He regretted making this call. Qin Xian. I am in excellent health and do not require your concern. If you have the courage, wait for me. I'll drive to your house right now to prove just how fit I am. Seeing him enraged, Qin Xian calmly settled onto the sofa, stretching his long legs. With your frequency of changing girlfriends, even an iron pestle could be ground into a needle. Look at your muscles now. Who knows if you've overexerted yourself? Someone like you, who is all bark and no bite, is incomparable to me. So spare yourself the humiliation. Damn it, Zhao Yunma. Furious, almost pressed the accelerator instead of the brake. Chapter 93. Truly playful in the early morning, sunlight filtered through the gaps in the curtains. Qinwan gradually regained consciousness and moved slightly. The pain made her gasp. She finally understood what it felt like to be beaten. The first experience was always rather disappointing. Fu Jinghua was handling documents and wanted to check if his little girl had awakened. Upon entering, he saw Qinwan frowning, trying to sit up. He strode to the bedside, allowing her to lean against him, and couldn't he help but lean down to plant a soft kiss on her forehead. Does it still hurt? He had discovered her injury that morning and specially bought ointment to apply to her. He was concerned about her condition. Realizing that Qinwan's face turned red, she gently twisted her hand around his waist, her voice hoarse. What do you think? Don't you know how well you can handle yourself? Fu Jinghua gently lifted her into his arms, comforting her, as he took her small hand and playfully pounded it against him. One on, it's all my fault. I was a bit reckless last night. If you want to vent, feel free to hit me a few more times. This man had a surprisingly good temper. Even when he was being naughty. What good would hitting you do? It's better to sleep more and recuperate, Qinwan replied. Still feeling lethargic and wanting to continue her nap. Be good. If you don't eat, your stomach will feel unwell. Just eat a little and then sleep, he coaxed. All right. Thus, Fu Jinghua gently persuaded her until she reluctantly managed to consume half a bowl of seafood porridge. Qinwan shifted her position on the pillow and quickly fell back into a dream. In her dream, Fu Jinghua used his enchanting voice to tempt her. She cried and begged for mercy, but he remained tireless. Consequently, upon waking, Qinwan still felt quite resentful towards him. As she propped herself up, she realized the bedsheets beneath her were no longer the same as before. Lost in thought while leaning against the headboard, Gun Yinqing sent a video, Wan. I heard from your classmates that you took a leave today. Are you feeling unwell? As Qinwan opened her mouth, her voice emerged hoarsely. I am feeling a bit unwell. Gun Yinqing, seated on the school bench, observed her still lying in bed, noticing the huskiness in her voice. She spotted a man's sleepwear behind her and the suggestive marks on her neck. Her eyes widened in surprise, and with a knowing blink, she asked, Little girl, confess honestly. What mischief did you get up to last night? I didn't do anything. Qinwan was acutely aware that if she revealed the truth, this girl would undoubtedly delve into every detail, her curiosity insatiable. Then what about those red marks on your neck? An image of a certain hungry wolf from the previous night flashed through Qinwan's mind, causing her to flush instantly. Yet, she remained defiant. It's just a mosquito bite. Gun Yinqing laughed mischievously. Oh, was that mosquito named Fu? Unable to maintain her composure, Qinwan retorted, Gun Yinqing, I'm warning you. Knowing too much won't benefit you. Haha, do you think you can silence me? Gun Yinqing chuckled unabashedly at her friend's well-nourished appearance. It's better to share joy than to enjoy it alone. If I gain some experience from this, I'll know how to handle it in the future. For you. Big-headed ghost, if you wish to know the detailed process, just read your own novels, Qinwan quipped. Gun Yinqing found her flustered demeanor utterly delightful and felt an overwhelming urge to tease her further. Oh, it seems last night was rather intense. Just look at your voice. You weren't shouting all night, were you? Gun Yinqing, is there no other topic you can discuss? Qinwan, feeling embarrassed, attempted to pull the blanket over herself. All right. I won't tease you anymore. Gun Yinqing suddenly recalled something and took out 2 bouquet coasters she had crocheted from the internet. I was a bit pressed for time. So I made these 2 bouquet coasters for you with yarn. I had planned to give them to you today, but I didn't expect you to take a leave. They're beautiful. I didn't know you had such skills. Qinwan had seen someone crochet bouquet blankets online, but being clumsy herself, she had never been able to master it. She was surprised that Gun Yinqing, who usually appeared carefree, could engage in such meticulous work. Every girl deserves what her friends have. If it weren't for the time constraint, I would have made you a large bouquet blanket. Just wait until I have more time. Okay. As she placed her phone on the bedside table, Qinwan glanced at the clock. It was already 4 in the afternoon. Her throat felt as if it were on fire when the door swung open. Fu Jinghua entered with a cup of honey water. One on, your voice is hoarse. Drink some honey water to soothe it. Qinwan graciously accepted the honey water he offered and drank it all in one go. After finishing, she felt considerably better. Fu Jinghua took the cup from her and gently ruffled her hair. What do you want to eat later? Spicy food. With your throat in this state. Spicy food is certainly out of the question. Then why ask me what I want? You might as well make the decision for me. Fu Jinghua chuckled softly. Once your throat is better, I will surely satisfy your cravings. That's a promise. Don't deceive me. Agreed. Qinwan was clad in a silk nightgown that Fu Jinghua had provided. She inquired, Fu Jinghua, I wish to rise. Where are my clothes? The girl nestled in his embrace, her thoughts drifting back to their exchanges from the previous night. She recalled Zhao Yunma's remarks about Fu Jinghuai's fierce temperament, which she had indeed experienced firsthand. The newly disinfected clothes Chen Song bought have been delivered. I placed them in my office. I shall retrieve them for you, he replied. Fu Jinghuai, you are such a spendthrift. Why did you ruin the dress I wore yesterday? It was a new seasonal piece you gifted me, he answered nonchalantly. I was simply too eager. As Qin Wan donned her attire and emerged from the lounge, she fortuitously encountered Chen Song, who had come to deliver documents. The atmosphere was exceedingly awkward. Qin Wan felt a pang of guilt, recalling the ridiculousness of her and Fu Jinghuai's antics from the night prior. Wishing to vanish into the earth, Chen Song, being somewhat seasoned, noticed the subtle tension when Fu Jinghuai had dispatched him to deliver clothes to the office that morning. He had intended to report on work matters, but was instead sent home early by Fu Jinghuai. The sight of Qin Wan confirmed his suspicions, clearly. The boss and the boss's wife were quite the playful pair. Not daring to linger his gaze on Qin Wan for too long, he swiftly departed. Not wishing to tempt fate, Fu Jinghuai handed him the signed documents, and he left in haste. The audacious man, having tasted the thrill, pulled Qin Wan into his lap as she emerged from the studio, unreservedly embracing her, his hands resting on her slender waist, his fingers tracing gently over her skin. Qin Wan felt warmth rise within her. She playfully swatted his hand and chided, Fu Jinghuai, this is the office. Could you be a bit more mindful of our surroundings? He chuckled lightly, his chin brushing against her shoulder, his voice a sultry whisper. Who was the audacious lady yesterday who boldly kissed me and tugged at my clothes and belt, expressing her desires? Why was there no mention of decorum then? My dear Wan, one cannot wield double standards. Reminded of her own reckless behavior from the previous day, Qin Wan's cheeks flushed crimson. She yearned for a hole to hide in, wishing to disappear entirely. Chapter 94. Do not waste time. The man was in high spirits, nuzzling her hair. Why the silence? Qin Wan buried her face in his chest, the absurdity of yesterday's events weighing on her, refusing to pull away. Her hands playfully twisting a handful of his firm waist. Fu Jinghuai's laughter reverberated through his chest. If you continue to mock me, you shall spend the night alone. She teased, her voice soft yet fierce. His heart was once again touched by her endearing demeanor, and he quickly subdued his laughter. All right, I shall refrain from laughing. Rising from his chair, he effortlessly lifted her in a manner akin to cradling a child. Wan, would you like to eat something later? My body is still aching, and I long to return home. Shall I buy some groceries and prepare a meal for you? Fu Jinghuai, embracing her, began to head outside. Prompting Qin Wan to exclaim in surprise, Fu Jinghuai, please set me down. If you carry me around like this, I will surely become a spectacle for your company to gawk at. The man chuckled lightly, leaning closer to her cheek with a teasing tone. Did you not mention discomfort in your thighs? By holding you this way, you need not walk, thus avoiding any friction. A shy flush blossomed on Qin Wan's cheeks as she playfully nipped at his shoulder through his shirt. This is all your fault. He lowered his head, kissing the corner of her lips. Indeed, it is all my fault. I regret my reckless behavior last night, which is precisely why I wish to carry you now. To make amends, as long as you understand. Ever since they crossed that boundary, Qin Wan felt herself becoming more attached to Fu Jinghuai, more carefree in his presence. To spare his young lady any embarrassment, Fu Jinghuai instructed Chen Song to notify everyone that they would leave work half an hour early today, with regular pay. By the time they emerged, the office was deserted. Fu Jinghuai carried her directly from the president's exclusive elevator to the underground parking lot, placing her in the passenger seat. As Qin Wan shifted, a sharp tugging sensation surged, causing her to furrow her brow. What's wrong, Wan? What do you think? Fu Jinghuai, visibly anxious, replied, It seems that ointment isn't effective. Let me take you to the hospital. Hearing this, Qin Wan wished she could bury her head in the ground. Who goes to the hospital for such trivial matters? I don't want to. Her entire demeanor radiated refusal. Fu Jinghuai gently reassured her, Let me take you home first. If the pain persists, we will go to the hospital. Feeling genuinely uncomfortable and seeing his guilty expression as he comforted her, Qin Wan reluctantly agreed. As the car came to a halt, Fu Jinghuai hurriedly carried Qin Wan upstairs. Upon entering the room, he insisted on examining her. Initially, she resisted, but ultimately succumbed to his gentle coaxing. After his examination, Fu Jinghuai's expression darkened. Wan, we should really go to the hospital. I don't want to, she protested, feeling too embarrassed. Fu Jinghuai was filled with self-reproach, wishing he could slap himself for causing her such pain. Wan, dear, it seems a bit serious. I need a doctor to assure me you're all right. Unable to withstand his tender persistence, Qin Wan faltered once more. By the time they arrived at the hospital, it was already 6 in the evening. The daytime doctors had left, leaving only the emergency staff. Blushing, Qin Wan finally stepped off the bed, and Fu Jinghuai kindly approached to support her. The female doctor gave Fu Jinghuai a meaningful glance. Your girlfriend has a mild strain. I will prescribe some healing ointment, and applying ice can also effectively alleviate the pain. Throughout the consultation, Qin Wan was too embarrassed to meet the doctor's gaze, while Fu Jinghuai held her close, attentively listening to the doctor's instructions. Once they exited the examination room, Fu Jinghuai seated her in a chair before going to settle the bill and collect the medication. The embarrassment that Qin Wan felt had overshadowed the physical discomfort she was experiencing. Qin Wan, what brings you here? Gun Yinqing, who had come to deliver something to her cousin on duty, was surprised to run into Qin Wan. As their eyes met, Qin Wan felt her cheeks flush, wishing she could vanish. I'm not feeling well. I came to see a doctor. What seems to be the problem? Have you seen the doctor yet? I have. Gun Yinqing noticed that Qin Wan's face was unusually red and grew concerned. Wan, do you have a fever? Why is your face so flushed? I don't have a fever. It's just embarrassing. Just then, Sun Cece, who had finished seeing her patient, spotted Gun Yinqing in the corridor. Yinqing, where's my stuff? Here you go, cousin. Gun Yinqing handed her the bag. Qin Wan felt even more mortified upon realizing that the doctor who treated her knew Gun Yinqing. Cousin, my friend isn't sick, so why is her face so red? Can you take a look? Sun Cece, with a 3-year-old daughter, was well aware of why Qin Wan was blushing and glanced at Gun Yinqing. Is she your friend? Yes, she is my best friend, Qin Wan. She is fine. The redness isn't from a fever. She is just shy. Shy? What is there to be shy about when seeing a doctor? Gun Yinqing's mind often wandered in peculiar directions, her almond-shaped eyes widening with the realization of something grand, fixating on Qin Wan. Qin Wan felt her face could no longer bear the weight of her embarrassment. Once Sun Cece departed, Gun Yinqing reverted to her usual carefree self, sitting beside Qin Wan and nudging her with her elbow. Wan, you're in for a treat. You actually. With you around, that treat is all yours. Hee, I'm not quite ready for that treat yet. If I were to find a man, he must be someone I fancy. Otherwise, I wouldn't be interested. Just as Gun Yinqing was engrossed in conversation, she spotted Fu Jinghuai approaching with an elegant demeanor, instantly becoming subdued. Qin Wan was taken aback by Gun Yinqing's sudden shyness towards Fu Jinghuai, teasing her. Yinqing, why the sudden silence? What happened to your earlier bravado? Fu Jinghuai's powerful aura was overwhelming for Gun Yinqing. She could only muster courage in front of Qin Wan. Wan, I just remembered I have an unfinished paper. I'll take my leave now. Watching her dash away, Qin Wan couldn't help but smile. What paper? You have plenty of time at night. Don't waste it. I really must go. It's getting late, and a beauty like me shouldn't be out too late. Qin Wan perked up. It's fine. I'll have Fu Jinghuai give you a ride home. No need. My home isn't far from here. My little electric scooter is sufficient. Seeing her retreating figure almost leave a trail, Qin Wan stifled a laugh, realizing that even this little enchantress, Gun Yinqing, had someone she feared. When Fu Jinghuai returned with the medicine, he noticed that the girl seemed to be in good spirits, her brows and eyes relaxed. Did something happy happen? Not much. I just ran into Gun Yinqing, Qin Wan teased. Fu Jinghuai, have you ever intimidated Gun Yinqing? Why did she flee faster than a rabbit upon seeing your arrival? Fu Jinghuai gently ruffled her hair and remarked, she is your dearest friend. How could I ever intimidate her? The thought of her reaction upon seeing you, akin to a mouse encountering a cat, is amusing enough to keep me entertained all evening. Now, it is getting late, and you have yet to dine. Allow me to escort you home. Very well. Concerned for her comfort, Fu Jinghuai bent down and lifted her effortlessly, cradling her in one arm while the other carried the ointment prescribed by the hospital. Having grown accustomed to this embrace, Qin Wan instinctively buried her face against his chest. In this way, concealed from the gaze of others, she felt liberated from any embarrassment.